blood-transforming sword, demon god battle armor, the two are combined into one, and Qiyu will be resurrected. Just as Ling Yun was chewing these words silently in his heart, the voice of miracle Dr. Shui suddenly came from his ear. Ling Yun, since the last time Xiao Miao's grandma saw your knife, she has become obsessed. She runs to the sacrificial place all day long, as if possessed by a demon. Don't take her words seriously. I understand. Grandpa Shui doesn't need to worry. There won't be any big problems. Ling Yin replied, and Wei Bucha nodded at the same time, then got up and stood up. He tried his best to pretend that nothing had happened, and changed the subject in a pleasant manner. Grandpa Shui, Grandma Miao, I have been away for 10 days. I think according to your cultivation and entry, the spiritual tea we planted should also be different. Have you harvested it? Let's go and see it together. Let's go, let me show you. Divine Dr. Shui was already on pins and needles. After hearing Ling Yun's suggestion, he immediately stood up impatiently, stepped forward and pulled Ling Yun's arm, and walked out without any explanation. Master. Miao Feng Huang hadn't finished what he wanted to say, but seeing Ling Yun leave as soon as he said it, he was immediately anxious. Grandmother. Miao Xiaomiao gently tugged at the corner of her clothes, and said to her in a low voice, Ling Yun just arrived, and you said such an unbelievable thing all at once, you must give him time to digest it? Right. Miao Feng Huang was startled when he heard this, and sighed in astonishment. It seems that I am impatient, but time really waits for no one. There is nothing but, after all, it happened in ancient times thousands of years ago. Even if the sayings passed down by our 3 seedlings from ancient times are true, it will not be less than a day or 2. Miao Xiaomiao could see the urgency in Miao Fenghuang's heart, so she gently comforted him and said, besides, it's useless no matter how anxious you are, that knife belongs to Ling Yun after all, and no one can force him to do things he doesn't want to do. Okay. After thinking about it for a while, Miao Fenghuang could only nod helplessly. Saying 1,000 words in 10,000, Ling Yun has made it clear that she will not take out the blood-transforming sword again, and what she says is useless. Next, Ling Yun, accompanied by Miracle Dr. Shui, his wife, and Miao Xiaomiao, spent nearly an hour watching the several spiritual fields that he personally built. He listened to Shui Jingqi and Miao Xiaomiao's detailed introduction, keep nodding. During this period, they did not deliberately avoid the Miao people who were working in and out of the village. When Ling Yun saw them, he would greet them kindly, like Miao Xiaomiao. It's like a leader visiting and inspecting the work. Of course, all these are just appearances. In fact, Ling Yun is observing those ordinary Miao people at close range, using his tyrannical divine sense and heavenly eyes to feel how the trace of wildness stimulated the blood of these descendants of Jiuli to wake up. In the end, Ling Yun came to the tea room in the village under the guidance of the genius Dr. Shui. Ling Yun, here are all the new spiritual teas harvested these days. More than 90% of them were ripened by Xiao Miao alone. I'm waiting for you to pick it up. Ling Yun. He frowned greatly. Grandpa Shui, how can I answer what you said? I am not willing to drink after guarding the tea mountain. Where can I go to reason? Miracle Dr. Shui smiled brightly, listening to Ling Yun's words. He felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. He laughed cheerfully and said, it took only 10 days. Xiao Miao practiced the Supreme Qing Emperor Ju day and night in this tea mountain, and only harvested these 30 caddies of tea. At first glance, it looks like a lot, but it can't hold back your current status. It's different, the ones I come into contact with are all big shots. This little tea, let alone selling it out, is not enough for you to give it away as a favor. How can I be willing to drink it? Deliver? Ling Yin rolled his eyes directly. But when he thought about it carefully, on his father's birthday, it was just that one banquet, and the spiritual tea he took away last time was indeed almost consumed. Ling Yin couldn't help but secretly sighed. The family business is big, and it really consumes a lot. Our Ling family's Guwu auction will open soon. From now on, this spiritual tea will only be sold and not given away. Under Ling Yan's heartache, he made a decision directly: it's time for them to pay out some real money. Originally, Ling Yun was determined to leave a few caddies of spirit tea for divine Dr. Shui, but under the insistence of the three of them, especially Miao Xiaomiao, he didn't keep any of it, and put everything into the Taishu ring. It's still Miao Xiaomiao who said it well: if Grandpa really wants to drink tea, she can ripen a large tea tree at any time. Grandpa Shui, last time I went back to Ling's house, I gave my second uncle a few caddies of this spirit tea. He is a true tea lover, and he is full of praise for this spirit tea. When leaving the tea room, Ling Yin said to the other three people, at the same time, I also told my second uncle about our plan at the beginning. He attached great importance to it and said that he would handle this matter himself. It's too busy, he still can't get away. As long as the ancient martial arts auction house at home is almost arranged, he will come over in person and discuss this matter with you. Okay. Divine Dr. Shui heard that Lao Hui was in a good mood, and nodded repeatedly. I thought you were busy, and you couldn't take care of these things at all. How is this possible? Ling Yin said solemnly, don't underestimate our 10 acres of spiritual fields. I dare not say anything else. In this world, there are not many places in this world other than those blessed places, with natural aura, that can surpass the world. It can be compared to these 10 acres of spiritual fields. Besides, this is just the beginning of our plan. The 10 acres of spiritual fields are just experimental fields. Our Ling family's ancient martial arts auction will rely on the various spiritual products produced in the spiritual fields to attract attention as a gimmick. The effect is too great, how can I not pay attention to it? I know. Miracle Dr. Shui nodded cheerfully. If it wasn't for these things, I wouldn't have dragged you around and told you so much. Ling Yun nodded. Then the matter of the Ling Tian depends entirely on Grandpa Shui and Grandma Miao. As for other things, don't think too much about it for now. At the last sentence, Ling Yun glanced at Miao Fenghuang, who was hesitant to speak several times, obviously had a deep meaning. In the next period of time, I have to prepare for Xiao Miao to cross the border and cross the tribulation. I won't eat lunch in the village and leave. Ling Yin left a word, and left as soon as he said. He stretched out his hand to grab Miao Xiaomiao, and immediately disappeared, and instantly escaped from the air, leaving the range of the Miao village. Ling Yun, don't blame my grandma. After all, she has been a saintess of Miaojiang for decades. She will be very concerned about the ancient Jiuli tribe, especially the matter of Yugong. After landing, Miao Xiaomiao's first words were to comfort Ling Yun. Nothing. Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. Besides, everything Grandma Miao said is true, what am I blaming her for? Miao Xiaomiao felt relieved, but immediately rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Then what were you doing to my grandma just now? That's what Grandpa Shui asked secretly, okay? Ling Yun smiled wryly and said, besides, Grandma Miao threw a big thunder at me all at once. I am also confused now. I don't know what to do. How can I give her a clear answer? Let's do this for now. I'll talk about it when I figure out what to do. Then what are you going to do when you bring me out now? Of course it's about love. Get out. Hey, well, actually I want you to lead the way. Where are you going? I remember you told me that among your 100,000 mountains, there are many places where 7 obsidian grasses grow, but why haven't I seen them? Miao Xiaomiao chuckled, go, I'll take you there. Xiao Miao, you are good at flying with the sword now. It seems that you have worked hard these days, right? Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao were flying side by side. He found that Miao Xiaomiao's sword was fast and stable, and he had reached the level of ease, so he couldn't help admiring. Well, I don't want to be thrown from thousands of meters by some supervillain with no conscience. Miao Xiaomiao looked ahead and spoke in a very flat tone. but this sentence was said through gritted back teeth. Ha ha. Hearing this, Ling Yin could only hide his embarrassment with a dry smile, shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't do that to let you quickly master the flying skills of Yujian. It's useless to explain. Miao Xiaomiao sneered, and then said, this is a personal grievance between the two of us. Remember, one day, sooner or later, I must find it on you, and I must vent my anger. Ling Yin was taken aback when he heard it. He saw Miao Xiaomiao's seriousness, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He knew that Miao Xiaomiao was different from Chao Shanshan and Zhuang Meifeng. Must practice. Xiao Miao, you have to understand that sooner or later we will be a family. Seeing that it was too tough, Brother Yin resolutely admitted his cowardice, and began to show weakness on his own initiative to resolve the knot in Miao Xiaomiao's heart. A mysterious smile curled up on the corner of Miao Xiaomiao's mouth, and she was too lazy to argue with him. Neng, it's just ahead, look in the valley ahead, is it the 7 luminaries you want? The two of them shuttled through the untouched virgin forest, turning around for a while, and after 10 minutes, a big river appeared in front of it, rushing from west to east, and on the other side of the river, there were 2 dangerous peaks facing each other, and there was a triangular-shaped river in the middle. The valley stretches directly to the banks of the great river. There is no need for Miao Xiaomiao to say that Ling Yun has already seen with his spiritual sense that there are large clumps of 7 obsidian grasses everywhere in that valley, stretching all the way to the north bank of the Dai River, and the growth is incomparably luxuriant. To the south of the water, to the north of the mountains, a place with both mountains and rivers, with abundant sunlight all year round, and an inaccessible place, it is indeed an excellent place for the growth of 7 obsidian grass. Ling Yin never dreamed that there would be so many 7 yao weeds here, and the valley had at least a dozen acres of land, and it was full of it. Looking from a distance. Everywhere. Great credit for you. Ling Yin was overjoyed, raised his hand suddenly and patted Miao Xiaomiao's fragrant shoulder, then took a step forward, rushed over 3,000 meters in an instant, crossed the river bank, and came into the valley. After landing, Ling Yin couldn't help stretching out his arms, and took a deep breath. Because of the existence of these 7 obsidian grasses, the aura in this valley is too strong. Swipe swipe. Immediately afterwards, with a thought, Ling Yin took out hundreds of spirit stones, and set up a super-large spirit gathering formation around the valley, resolutely not letting a trace of spirit energy escape in vain. Brush. Miao Xiaomiao followed closely behind, and came with her sword. After she stopped, she asked in surprise, why were you so fast just now? I think you just took a step forward and appeared directly on the other side of the river. Is this the speed of the 9th level of Qi training? Of course not. At my speed, there may not be 1 out of 10,000 practitioners in the 9th level of Qi training. Ability. Ling Yun is in a good mood now, explaining to Miao Xiaomiao, with a smile. According to Miao Xiaomiao's aptitude, if there is no accident, after she breaks through the tribulation tonight, she will at least be above the peak of the 5th level of Qi training. Ling Yun will tell her about these common senses about cultivation sooner or later anyway, so he doesn't hide it. Just tell her directly. Tianzutong, develop the brain domain. Is this the result of you playing with the black gold demon silk before? If I enter the late stage of Qi training, can I also develop it? Compared with the terrifying strength displayed by Ling Yun, Miao Xiaomiao was obviously not very interested in the Kayakeo in the whole valley, so she caught Ling Yun and asked. Of course it's different. I danced the black gold demon silk, which is indeed helpful to the development of the brain, but the most important thing is to practice handprints. The purpose is to cast spells instantly. As for the development of the brain after reaching the late stage of Qi training, it can whether or not to cultivate supernatural powers, and what kind of supernatural powers to practice, all vary from person to person. For cultivators with average aptitude, even if they have reached the late stage of Qi training, the result of developing the brain domain is nothing more than enhancing the basic abilities of the 5 senses and 6 senses, such as memory, calculation ability, and so on. At this moment, Ling Yun's mind is full of how to deal with this piece of 7 obsidian grass. After explaining clearly to Miao Xiaomiao, he waved his hand to stop the other party from continuing to ask questions, then took Miao Xiaomiao's wrist, and climbed up to the top of the mountain on the left with 1 step. Peak. Miao Xiaomiao was stunned. What are you doing here? Do not talk. As Ling Yun was talking, he began to take things out. First, he used dozens of dragon perch trees, and used them to form a spirit-gathering formation around him. Then he took out the largest Taishu stone, for refining the gods, and placed it directly on Miao Xiaomiao's body. Beside. From now on, you just sit here and practice obediently, preparing to break through at night. Don't worry, this dragon's habitat contains powerful wood aura, but the strange fragrance it emits has the effect of clearing the heart and calming the mind. Shantai Shusher, you don't have to worry about accidentally breaking through the realm, just cultivate your own state to the best. After hearing this, Miao Xiaomiao bit her red lips lightly and remained silent for a while. She had to admit that when it comes to cultivation, whether Ling Yun is by her side or not is really completely different concepts. Also, even if you break through by accident, it doesn't matter, I'll take you directly to find a place to cross the tribulation. Come on, I like you. Ling Yun gave the other party an encouraging look, and with a bang, a large ball of yin-yang and 5-element flames was released, covering Miao Xiaomiao's whole body. I'm going to deal with those 7 obsidian grasses first. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yun's figure flashed and he returned to the valley. Dragon Chimu makes a spirit-gathering array, refines the god Taishu stone, yin-yang, and 5-element fire. What a luxury. After Ling Yun left, Miao Xiaomiao looked around and couldn't help being speechless. She didn't think too much, and directly summoned the top-quality golden silkworm Xiaojin, bathed in the yin-yang and 5-element flames, and accompanied her to prepare for the night's breakthrough. Make final preparations. What a powerful savage atmosphere. After coming to the valley again, Ling Yun had time to observe these 7 obsidian grass carefully. He found that every single 7 obsidian grass in this valley, no matter in terms of the size of the plant, or the degree of aura contained, far surpassed that of Qingshui. The one in the city. There must be a reason for the region, but Ling Yun could see that the more important reason was that the 7 obsidian grass in the valley was affected by the wild atmosphere just like the plants around the Miao village. And this valley is at least tens of miles away from the nearest Qiyu temple. Anyway, let's ripen all the mature and soon-to-mature Qiyao grass, pack them away, and refine them into Qiyao pills. Ling Yun made a decisive decision and did what he said. He used his divine sense to uproot all the mature 7 Yao weeds in the valley and put them into the Taishu ring. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun used the supreme Qingdi tactic to ripen the 7 obsidian grasses that were close to maturity on a large scale, and after the ripening, they took them all away again. In the end, Ling Yun absorbed all the spirit energy in the entire valley, and then put away the spirit stones and withdrew the spirit-gathering formation. You're done. He looked around, and said with satisfaction, the sporadic young 7 obsidian plants scattered on the ground. Ling Yun has long seen that this valley is exactly located at the eye of the 2 dragon veins of the mountains and rivers, and it is full of young energy, and it is a place where the natural 7 obsidian grass grows. Of course, he can't cut the grass and roots, and fish in a dry lake. He kept these scattered young Heptasia spp. In half a year, until the 5th day of May next year, they will once again cover the entire valley, and then they will be able to harvest another crop. Moreover, the Qiyao grass he harvested today, roughly counting, there are at least 500 or 600 plants, which is enough for Ling Yun to refine tens of thousands of top-grade Qiyao pills. But for most of the Ling family, especially the dead men of the Ling family and the 72 disciples of Ling Yun, it is the best medicine for them to hit the realm of qi training. Ling Yun stood on the bank of the big river, thought for a while, and suddenly activated his divine sense. Boom! On the two mountains in front, thousands of basketball-sized rocks rose from the ground at the same time, and were transported by Ling Yun to the surrounding valley in the blink of an eye, suspended in the air. Ling Yun took local materials and used these stones to set up two large formations, the Gathering Spirit Formation and the Huntian Puzzle Formation, around the valley at the same time. The world is isolated, and ordinary people can no longer enter this place. Considering that after the establishment of this large spirit gathering array, as time goes by, the aura will turn into liquid in the valley, Ling Yun raised his hand and photographed a boulder with a diameter of 3 meters, and sacrificed the green shadow flying sword to dig out the inside of the boulder. Empty, made a huge stone urn. He floated into the battle with the stone urn in his hand, randomly selected a place, and used xuanhuan to huang kungfu to bury the stone urn halfway into the ground, with the mouth of the urn facing upwards, and use it to hold the spirit liquid. But that's not enough. After finishing these, Ling Yun stood beside the stone urn, resting his chin in thought, what if it rains? Fortunately, this little trouble didn't bother Ling Yun. He smiled slightly, and once again cast out the Qingying flying sword, carving inside and outside the stone urn for a while. The inner wall of the stone urn is engraved with a spirit-gathering array, and the outer surface is engraved with a water-repelling array, so that it can automatically absorb the spiritual liquid, and rainwater will not fall in. That's where you're really done. After finishing all this, Ling Yun floated out, left the valley, flew to the peak of another mountain, chose an open place, took out the Shinnon cauldron, sacrificed the fire phoenix, and started alchemy directly. After reaching the 9th level of qi training, Ling Yun can now refine this level of pills without any effort, and he can do it easily. But even so, if you want to successfully refine a batch of top-quality pills, there is a minimum time requirement, otherwise, you won't be able to make pills. It took Ling Yun an entire afternoon, nearly 3 hours, to consume all the qiyao grass and refine them into the top-grade qiyao pill. No more, no less, 49,000. Phew. There are so many top-quality qiyao dan, enough for everyone to share. In the evening, Ling Yun put away the last refined elixir, put away the Shinnon cauldron, smiled with satisfaction, and left the mountain. Brush. Silently, Ling Yun appeared on the peak where Miao Xiaomiao practiced. During the process of alchemy, he has been protecting the law for Miao Xiaomiao, and also to observe how long Miao Xiaomiao can last. In the end, Miao Xiaomiao's performance shocked Ling Yun. Miao Xiaomiao has already reached the threshold of breakthrough, and before concentrating on cultivation, she can pierce through the window paper to make a breakthrough at any time, but for more than 3 hours, she just relied on her own perseverance to hold on not to hit the road. The barrier is really commendable. Of course, compared to Long Hauren, who has been at the peak of the 6th level of qi training for more than 10 years, Miao Xiaomiao's persistence for more than 3 hours is nothing, but the problem is, like Long Hauren, Yi Qingfeng, and Zhou Winnie's kind of polishing, they all have suppression methods suitable for their own skills, but Miao Xiaomiao does not. Frankly speaking, sticking to a huge threshold and repeatedly polishing one's own realm is indeed of great benefit to the cultivation after the breakthrough. But this situation, in Ling Yun's eyes, was too deliberate, and it was not a good thing. For Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu's pursuit of realm blindly is a practice deviation. Long Hauren's deliberate suppression of realm is also a practice deviation. Cultivators go against the sky, and it is not easy to compete with the sky. If you are slow, you will be slow, and if you are fast, you will be fast. Only by letting nature take its course is in line with the way of heaven. Xiao Miao, it's almost there, right here, let's break through the border right now. Now that the sky was getting dark, Ling Yun didn't bother to look for other places anymore, so he opened his mouth directly and asked Miao Xiaomiao to break through immediately. It is good. Miao Xiaomiao has also reached her own limit. Ling Yun's words, to Miao Xiaomiao's ears, is simply the sound of nature. She immediately mobilized her whole body's true energy and began to break through. Boom! The moment Miao Xiaomiao broke through, Ling Yun unleashed a long-prepared big move, Ghost Willow. With a movement of Ling Yun's divine mind, he planted the Ghost Willow next to Miao Xiaomiao. In an instant, the entire peak was filled with green light, and the huge canopy of the Ghost Willow completely covered Miao Xiaomiao's body. Miao Xiaomiao broke through the border. This scene was far better than when Miao Xiaomiao broke through the barrier in Longhu Mountain. Miao Xiaomiao instantly stepped into the 4th level of Qi training, and without any hindrance, she directly reached the peak of the 4th level of Qi training. Under Ling Yun's guidance, she was able to break through the barrier next time. The 5th level of Qi training, the peak of the 5th level of Qi training. An hour later, Miao Xiaomiao finally stabilized her realm at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. This achievement is no worse than the realm that the 3 members of the Ling family broke through at the same time on the night of September 15th. The qualifications are good. When Miao Xiaomiao said that her realm was completely stable, she slowly opened her eyes. Ling Yun stood aside and said with a smile, "Finally, I have lived up to my careful cultivation." "Thank you." This time, Miao Xiaomiao surprisingly did not confront Ling Yun. No one knows better than her how much Ling Yun has paid for her in such a short period of time to reach such a state. Miao Xiaomiao silently took out a few flower seeds, held them in the palm of her hand, and silently transported the Supreme Qing Emperor formula. 1, 2, 3. After a few breaths, those seeds germinated and grew in her hands until the flowers bloomed. The 7th state of the Supreme Qing Diju, a flower blooms in a single thought. Miao Xiaomiao smiled sweetly. "Okay, you will have plenty of time to study your new realm in the future, so hurry up and prepare, you will soon cross the tribulation." Ling Yun quickly reminded, "I will protect the law for you, you don't have to worry about anything." Kindness. Miao Xiaomiao nodded obediently, floated up, and looked up at the blue robbery cloud above her head. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Ghost Blowing Lamp Mobile Version Reading URL. It turned out to be a pure blue robbery cloud. Ling Yun smiled and sighed, and said to Miao Xiaomiao, "Xiaomiao, it seems that God treats you well." The robbery cloud above his head did not appear just now, but appeared out of thin air shortly after Miao Xiaomiao broke through the 4th level of Qi training, and accumulated little by little. Now that Ling Yun has the strength of the 9th level of Qi training, he is no longer afraid of the coercion of the heavenly Tao, so he can calmly raise his head to observe the changes of Jieyun. Unexpectedly, until now, the cloud layer of the robbery cloud accumulated in the sky is already very thick, and the range of the cloud layer of the robbery cloud has completely covered the entire mountain peak. The new robbery cloud that continues to emerge in the void is still monotonous blue, even not a trace of black robbery cloud appeared. No one knows better than Ling Yun what the blue robbery cloud means. This is a pure wood attribute robbery cloud, and the wood attribute thunderstorm energy contained in it is no less than the wood thunder energy contained in the 5-element robbery cloud when Ling Yun crossed the 5 elements robbery thunder in the 4th and 9th minor heavens. It's wired. Miao Xiaomiao, who had an outstanding figure, raised her head and stared at the cyan cloud above her head. She suddenly bit her lips lightly, and her black eyebrows frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Ling Yun hurriedly asked. "Didn't you say that during the tribulation, just the coercion of the heavens can make the people who pass the calamity miserable?" Miao Xiaomiao asked doubtfully, "But why can't I feel it?" Ling Yun. "How do you say that? If you compare people, you will die, if you compare goods, you will throw them away." Ling Yun thought about the catastrophe he had experienced, and then looked at the catastrophe of Miao Xiaomiao in front of him. Apart from envy, jealousy, and hatred, what else could he say? But since Miao Xiaomiao had doubts, he, the master of crossing tribulation, had to answer. "Xiaomiao, you don't have to feel strange about this situation. Ling Yin talked eloquently, although it is said that the 49th little heavenly tribulation is the test of heaven that every cultivator who has reached the middle stage of qi training must face, but it's not that we do the exams, everyone has the same set of papers. Thousands of people and thousands of calamities, the road of cultivation is like the road of life. This is what it means to say that the road is open to the sky, and each side walks on one side. Oh. Miao Xiaomiao responded casually. She was still staring at Jieyun above her head, and at the same time, she was running the exercises with all her strength, trying to make herself feel the coercion of heaven. However, as her kung fu was running faster, more and more divine essence in the sea of consciousness between her brows became more and more condensed. She didn't feel the prestige of Tian Dao, but she felt a little affection for the robbery cloud above her head. The situation you encountered, I think it should have something to do with your pure wood attribute physique and only practicing the supreme Qingdi Ju, which is why this kind of calamity cloud came down. Before Ling Yin finished speaking, suddenly, Yunhuan. Miao Xiaomiao was watching Jieyun at the moment. She watched those blue Jieyun, like waves, rolling and changing violently in the air, and soon turned into a giant blue tree. Ling Yun's divine sense was enveloped, and he noticed something abnormal in an instant. He looked up and saw the giant tree of Jieyun, but the diameter of the trunk was tens of meters, at least 1,000 meters high, and the crown at the top was even more terrifying. Completely covered the entire mountain. In the huge tree canopy, streaks of cyan lightning turned into thick branches, with distinct branches. On the thinnest branches, those leaves were clearly transformed by the energy of the cyan calamity clouds, but they were clearly veined and looked extremely real. Standing on the top of the mountain, Ling Yin could see clearly only by relying on his strong divine sense and heavenly eyes, but it would be even more shocking if he looked here from a distance. This kind of scene, from a distance, seems to be a towering giant tree suddenly growing on top of this huge mountain. How miraculous! Ah! Miao Xiaomiao suddenly couldn't help herself, her delicate body rose from the ground, her clothes fluttered, and she floated slowly into the air. Ling Yin strode out horizontally in one step, cast Tianzutong, and left the coverage of the huge tree canopy in an instant. Xiaomiao, you don't have to worry, just run the Supreme Qing Emperor art with all your strength. At the same time, he transmitted his spiritual thoughts. Tell Miao Xiaomiao, let me tell you, when I cross the catastrophe. Before the tribulation thunder fell, Ling Yin quickly told her about his experience of fighting against the wood attribute tribulation thunder, so that she would know well and not panic. I know, I'm fine, I just feel that there is pure wood attribute energy in these scattered roots. Miao Xiaomiao knew that Ling Yin was worried about her, so she responded quickly. She flew higher and higher in the air, and soon rushed out of the huge root system of the Jieyun giant tree, approaching the trunk. Scoff. A cyan lightning struck down, directly hitting Miao Xiaomiao's body, moving Miao Xiaomiao's slender body sideways, and suddenly sank into the trunk of the giant Jieyun tree. Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning, and he noticed that the position where Miao Xiaomiao's figure disappeared was exactly at the junction of the trunk and roots of the giant Jieyun tree. Then, even if Ling Yan's yin-yang divine eye and heavenly eye were opened at the same time, he would not be able to see what was inside the tree trunk. Boom 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 boom. Immediately afterwards, thunder roared, deafening. This way of crossing the catastrophe. Ling Yan came to the peak of another mountain opposite, looked at the giant Jieyun tree in the distance, clenched his fists nervously, and couldn't take his eyes off it. Even if he is well informed, he has never seen such a weird way of crossing the catastrophe. Hey, you don't have to worry about this girl, she has a great opportunity, and the benefits of going through the tribulation are endless. Brush. The human emperor's pen hides the front, and the earth emperor's book keeps the original. The two spirits suddenly rush out at the same time, transforming into human shapes, separating Ling Yin from left to right. Not bad. Shoban of the emperor's book also nodded with a smile, and said approvingly, I never thought that this girl would be favored by the ancient wood spirit, given such a chance. As long as she can survive this calamity smoothly, she will have it. The approval of the ancient wood spirit is equivalent to the inheritance of the ancient wood spirit. This is the ancient wood spirit? Ling Yun. Will Miao Xiaomiao be in any danger? He is most concerned about Miao Xiaomiao's safety. Shoban of the Emperor's Book pondered for a while, slowly shook his head and said, no, at most, he was not recognized, and then he was sent out of the tree. This little girl has the body of a wood spirit. In fact, her physique was not that strong. It was only because she met you and got the powerful Supreme Qingdiju. Fortunately, she didn't practice your miscellaneous exercises. This ability relying on a kind of cultivation method to repeatedly purify the body, and when I broke through the barrier for the first time, I got the help of the ghost willow. Of course, the savage aura released by the statue of Chiyu in these 100,000 mountains revived the ancient Jiuli blood in this girl's body, which is also a major reason for her to be favored by the ancient wood spirits. After the Dihuan Shushoban finished, Ren Huangbi Zongfeng followed with a smile and said, in this way, as long as this little girl succeeds in surviving the tribulation, and she guards the side of the 100,000 mountains, we can breathe a little easier. After Ling Yan listened, she said to Miao Xiaomiao that you must persevere. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Ghost Blowing Lamp Mobile Version Reading URL. Now that his two great weapon spirits have said so, and Ling Yan can't see the situation of Miao Xiaomiao inside the huge tree trunk, he knows it's useless to worry, so he can only wait patiently. However, at least one thing he can be sure of is that as long as the thunder does not stop, it means that Miao Xiaomiao is still going through the tribulation inside and is still alive. But Ling Yun would definitely not stand here and wait. At this moment, several doubts had been added to his mind, so he simply asked to clarify. Seniors, why do you say that the awakening of the ancient Jiuli blood in Miao Xiaomiao's body can attract the attention of this ancient wood spirit? Ji Ling Shoban of the Earth Emperor's Book said with a smile, that's because the ancient wood spirit's own spiritual power is too strong. If the little girl's Jiuli bloodline has not awakened, even if she is extremely talented and the wood spirit's body is pure, she will not be able to survive. If you can't bear the huge spiritual power of the ancient wood spirit, it is naturally impossible to get its inheritance. Even if the ancient wood spirit chooses her, it will be useless. Well, that's the truth. Ling Yan nodded after hearing this, and then asked again, then why the savage breath released by the Chiyu statue can revive the Jiuli blood of Miao Xiaomiao and these Miao people here? This is the biggest doubt in Ling Yan's mind. He wanted to ask in the morning, because this wild atmosphere is too overbearing. Hearing this, Dai Wangshu and Ren Huangbi turned their heads to look at Ling Yun at the same time, both showing surprise. Ling Yun naturally saw the meaning expressed by their eyes, and said in amazement, what's the matter, shouldn't I ask? Mr. Shoban shook his head, no, it's because we thought you knew the answer to this question a long time ago. Ling Yun smiled wryly, you guys think too highly of me, where would I know? Zhang Feng frowned suddenly, totem, the power of totem, you always understand, right? Ling Yun is the kind of person who knows everything at one point. When Zhang Feng mentioned totem, he understood it instantly. You mean that this savage aura is actually the totem power of the ancient Jiuli tribe? Is it this totem power that is violently changing the 100,000 mountains and awakening the ancient blood in these Miao people little by little? Yes. Zhang Feng and Shoban nodded at the same time. The old man Shoban said solemnly, although more than 5,000 years have passed, the totem imprint of the Jiuli tribe contained in the blood of these Miao people is already extremely weak. In addition, after entering the Dharma-ending era, human beings have completely bid farewell to the blood-drinking blood. The barbaric era of the ancient times further curbed the power of these ancient times, and of course there are various other reasons, so these descendants of Jiuli have almost broken their inheritance and completely declined. But even so, these Miao people here still don't forget the legacy of their ancestors. They stick to the 100,000 mountains from generation to generation, and always refuse to intermarry with other races. The totem imprint in the blood of these people has been preserved. They worship their ancestors and use ancient methods to perform sacrifices. Although these things are nothing more than rituals in the eyes of the vast majority of Miao people, the real meaning is indeed not great, but in the eyes of a very small number of people, such as that Miao Fenghuang, is another matter entirely. The fire of the totem is never extinguished. This is called passing the torch from generation to generation. So, the last time you came to Miaojiang, you accidentally used the blood-transforming sword to make Qiyu transform into a phantom of a demon god. After he condensed the phantom, the first thing he did was to release the power of the totem. People can change the environment, and the environment can naturally change people. The most important function of this kind of totem power is to awaken the totem imprint in the bodies of the Miao people of the Jiuli tribe, ignite their totem fire, and let them gradually have the ancient ancestors. The power of the people, and then through the continuous sacrifice and worship of these revived people, it can speed up the resurrection of the demon god Qiyu, until he condenses the real Yuanling and breaks through the seal. In that case, the old man Shoban didn't continue to talk, but Ling Yun had already understood. If that is the case, even if Qiyu is not really resurrected, it is not much different from resurrection. I see. Ling Yun's thoughts flashed, and he asked deeply, but even if it is like this, for a demon god as powerful as Qiyu, it will take a long time to condense a real primordial spirit, right? You are right. The old man Zongfeng nodded in recognition, and then said, but it is because he is too powerful, so he does not need to condense a real Yuanling at all. As long as there is a trace of Yuanling, he can do many things. For example, now, just with that little phantom, he successfully awakened the ancient blood of these Miao people. So what if he is stronger? The old man Shoban added, just think about it, if you were him, what would you do? Ling Yun. Needless to say, if it is Ling Yun, when he becomes stronger, the first thing to do is to summon his old troops as soon as possible, awaken the demon spirits of Qiyu's subordinates back then, quickly strengthen himself, and protect himself until he is completely revived. But I heard from the two seniors that Qiyu's resurrection seems inevitable, and no one can stop it. Renhuang's pen is good, and the old man Zongfeng is silent, which is regarded as acquiescing. The old man Shoban lowered his eyebrows and said in thought, I can only say that according to the deduction of the three emperors, Qiyu will indeed be resurrected, but it will not be now, let alone on earth. Ling Yun curled his lips when he heard this. Where is that going to be? That's a question you can only ask yourself. Zongfeng took over the words and said, except for you, the man who is destined to be robbed, no one knows the answer to this question. Well, just pretend that I didn't ask the question just now. Ling Yun asked and asked, but finally fell on his own head. He could only give up, but changed the subject, and asked again, but since Qiyu had so many people following him in ancient times, it means that he has his own strengths, so why do we have to prevent him from being resurrected? After Ling Yun posed this question, the two spirits remained silent for a long time, apparently unable to think of an answer to the question for a while. Rumbling, rumbling. Click. Thunder roared above the mountain peak in front, and blue lightning bolts on the canopy of the mountain-sized tree continued to split into the trunk one after another. Ling Yun clenched his fists tightly. While communicating with the two great weapon spirits, he also kept an eye on the situation of Miao Xiaomiao's crossing the catastrophe. He noticed that the huge trunk was gradually shrinking, and Miao Xiaomiao's crossing the catastrophe had obviously reached the most critical point time. At this time, Qi Ling of the Emperor's Book said slowly, we really can't give you an answer to the question you asked. However, the great demon god Qiyu is the #1 god of war in ancient times. Every war he wages will cause mountains and rivers to collapse, rivers to stop flowing, and the stars and moons to dim. And the inheritance he left behind is nothing more than the blood-transforming sword and the demon god's battle armor. If you want to become stronger and fight, naturally getting these two inheritances will be more useful than our pen and book, but if you don't want to see people burnt, civilization destroyed, and the world return to the barbaric era. Stop. Ling Yin laughed when he heard this, and hurriedly yelled to stop, preventing Dai Wangshu from continuing. The human emperor left pens, the earth emperor left books, and there was also the Shenong cauldron for alchemy and medicine. What they inherit is civilization. Qi Yu inherited swords and armor, and inherited war and killing. What to choose is self-explanatory. I want to become strong first, become strong enough, and then I will do everything in my power to prevent those bad things from happening. With firm eyes, Ling Yin spoke out his choice frankly. After listening to the human emperor's pen and the earth emperor's book, the two spirits showed reassuring smiles at the same time. After understanding this, Ling Yin actually didn't need to ask any more questions, he just wanted to make himself stronger. Time passed by every minute and every second. After the 4 waves of thunder sounded, the thunder stopped completely and never sounded again. The crown of the huge wood spirit has shrunk by 1/3 compared to the original one, and the branches and leaves on the crown, which were transformed into Jieyun's energy, have completely disappeared. This shows that Miao Xiaomiao has completed her tribulation, but Ling Yin has no idea whether she is alive or dead. Ling Yin waited for a long time, and finally couldn't help asking, "Seniors, can you see what's going on inside the trunk?" The two spirits shook their heads at the same time. The strength of the ancient wood spirit is actually not weaker than ours now, so we can't see through it. Ling Yin was dumbfounded, but he had no choice but to give up. He waited for another half an hour. Suddenly, the huge tree on the mountain peak in front suddenly shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a little blue light, and disappeared suddenly. High in the sky, the figure of Miao Xiaomiao emerged, with outstanding demeanor. Crossing the tribulation successfully. Ling Yin finally let out a long breath and said with a smile, "Please remember the first domain name of this book. Ghost Blowing Lamp Mobile Version Reading URL." Seeing that Miao Xiaomiao was safe and sound, Ling Yin stepped forward and came to her in an instant. "Xiaomiao, congratulations, this opportunity is really not small." Miao Xiaomiao is still immersed in the joy of successfully crossing the catastrophe. Seeing Ling Yin coming, she just nodded with a smile, then stared deeply at Ling Yin for a while, and then asked, "How long did it take me to cross the catastrophe? Have you been waiting for me for a long time?" Ling Yin calculated silently in his heart, then looked up at the position of the moon in the sky, and said with a smile, "The time for you to cross the tribulation this time is long enough, about 3 hours in total." Ling Yin, "Thank you." Miao Xiaomiao said softly. "This is all your own good fortune, thank me for what?" Ling Yin carefully observed Miao Xiaomiao's realm, and said casually, "No." Miao Xiaomiao's eyes were firm, and she slowly shook her head. "If you hadn't told me to run the Supreme Qing Emperor art with all my strength before crossing the catastrophe, I would definitely not have this great opportunity. What's more, when I first started practicing this technique, you told me solemnly that you must let go of your superior attitude, respect these plants from the bottom of your heart, and communicate with them with an equal attitude. Only then will you accept me and listen to me. You are right, everything has a spirit, and everything has a root. It is precisely because of these 2 points that I passed the test of the wood spirit and got the approval of the wood spirit." While talking, Miao Xiaomiao stretched out her hand, waved it lightly in front of her face, and transformed into a forest in the air, with a radius of nearly 100 meters. The branches and leaves of the trees were verdant, extremely lush, full of vitality, and full of aura. Wow! It's amazing. Ling Yin couldn't help looking around, and felt that he was in a real forest, and couldn't help but marvel. "This is not my power, this is the wood spirit's power." Miao Xiaomiao explained with a smile, but now it is in my sea of consciousness between eyebrows, and I can only borrow part of its spiritual power. Ling Yun was stunned at first, and then said excitedly, "You mean, after the wood spirit shrunk sharply just now, it entered the sea of consciousness between your brows?" "Yes." Miao Xiaomiao casually picked up a leaf, held it in her hand and observed it carefully, then loosened her finger, and the green leaf that was about to drip immediately flew back to its original place. "This forest is all transformed by my aura. Every tree and every branch in it listens to my words." Ling Yun nodded. Of course he knew what was going on, which meant that Miao Xiaomiao could transform into a forest at any time to fight for her in the future. "Through the guidance of the wood spirit, I seem to have begun to understand a little bit about the supreme Qingdiju you taught me, the last triple realm." Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful eyes flickered, and there was a clear understanding in her eyes. "Then how far is your current spiritual consciousness?" Ling Yun asked a more concerned question. After hearing this, Miao Xiaomiao immediately let go of her divine sense. After feeling it carefully, she pondered and said, "Only by my own words, I can cover the surrounding peaks, about 9,000 meters away. The range of spiritual thoughts is about 9 kilometers, which is already the limit of the range of spiritual consciousness of ordinary practitioners in the realm of Qi training." You know, when Ling Yun reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, his spiritual consciousness was only 10,000 meters away. This shows that the current Miao Xiaomiao already has the spiritual consciousness of the 9-peak realm of Qi training. Very good. This way I can rest assured. Ling Yun smiled brightly, thinking that it's no wonder the two spirits said that after Miao Xiaomiao successfully crossed the catastrophe, they could guard the 100,000 mountains in Miaojiang. With this realm, coupled with the help of the wood spirit in the sea of consciousness, between eyebrows, Miao Xiaomiao indeed has this strength. Let's go down first." As she spoke, Miao Xiaomiao stretched out her hand lightly, held Ling Yun's palm without hesitation, walked down the sky side by side with him, and directly landed on the mountain peak just now. Then she let go of Ling Yun's palm, walked a few steps, and came to the shade of the ghost willow tree. This ghost willow. Ling Yun was afraid that something might happen to Miao Xiaomiao when he crossed the catastrophe, so he never took it back, and still stood there. When Miao Xiaomiao came under the ghost willow tree, she first stood respectfully, then knelt down on both knees and kowtowed. "Thank you, Senior, for helping me several times. As long as Miao Xiaomiao succeeds in cultivation, she will follow Ling Yun and escort her Senior back to her ancestral land. If she violates it in the future, she will be punished by God." After listening to the previous 2 sentences, Ling Yun still felt normal, because Miao Xiaomiao's 2 major breakthroughs were indeed greatly helped by the ghost willow. It is never too much to thank. But when he heard the end, he was dumbfounded, escorting the ghost willow back to the ancestral land to spread its branches and leaves. Where is this? However, immediately after Ling Yun had a flash of inspiration, he suddenly remembered that this ghost willow was inherited from the Ling family, and was brought out by the ancestors of the Ling family from the Dragon Emperor Palace. However, this is the secret of the Ling family. Ling Yun has never told Miao Xiaomiao about it. How did she know? Could it be that he got the guidance of the ancient wood spirit? But he could only think of so much at the moment, because as soon as Miao Xiaomiao finished speaking, Ling Yun was shocked to see that the huge canopy of ghost god willow shook violently, and at the same time, countless branches suddenly swayed wildly, and the tree body released a dazzling green light. Brush. 3 soft willow branches more than 10 feet long, soundlessly detached from the branches, and fell in front of Miao Xiaomiao. Immediately afterwards, the body of the ghost willow shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a little green light, rushing into Ling Yun's dantian. Here, what's going on here? Miao Xiaomiao straightened her upper body, staring blankly at the 3 willow branches in front of her, very dazed. You made your own ambition, and you will accept it if you give it to you. Ling Yunpiao walked forward and came to Miao Xiaomiao, smiled and pulled her up from the ground, and leaned into Miao Xiaomiao's ear and whispered, tell you, this willow branch is a real treasure, and ordinary swords can't cut it forever. The fire does not burn, the water bubble does not rot, and it is specially used to restrain the spiritual consciousness of the practitioner. It is absolutely wonderful when used in conjunction with the supreme Qingdiju. Ah! Without waiting for Ling Yun to finish speaking, Miao Xiaomiao quickly bent down, picked up the 3 willow branches, and immediately put them into her taishu ring. You can store them like this for the time being, but I suggest that you try to store them in your body for warming, and sacrifice them for use when you need to fight. Seeing this, Ling Yun quickly gave instructions again. Of course he knew that the ghost willow was inherited from the Ling family. People without the blood of the Ling family and those who did not know the Xuanhuan scriptures would not be able to communicate with the ghost willow, but these 3 willows were gifted to Miao Xiaomiao by the ghost willow. It's special, that's why I said let Miao Xiaomiao try it. Miao Xiaomiao nodded one after another, and then looked around at the peak of this dangerous peak. She waved her hand suddenly, and released a lot of spiritual energy using the Supreme Qing Emperor art. The effect is amazing. Miao Xiaomiao smiled sweetly and grabbed Ling Yun's arm. We've been out for so long, my grandparents must be worried, let's go. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Ghost Blowing Lamp Mobile Version Reading URL. Remember in a second. Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao returned to the Miao village in no time. It was almost midnight at this time. Shui Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang certainly wouldn't rest, but they didn't worry too much about Miao Xiaomiao's breaking through the tribulation. With Ling Yun personally protecting Miao Xiaomiao through tribulation, what do they have to worry about? At this moment, Miracle Dr. Shui was sitting by the stone table in the courtyard. Suddenly felt that Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao had appeared in front of him. He immediately stood up with a smile, and was about to speak. Brush. Miao Fenghuang flew down from the roof and stood in front of Divine Dr. Shui. With eager eyes, she asked excitedly, how is it? How many realms has Xiaomiao broken? What realm is it now? Worried, although not worried, but since Ling Yun and the 2 left Miao village in the afternoon, it is inevitable for the 2 old people to feel anxious, especially Miao Fenghuang. Ling Yun and the 2 didn't come back for a long time, and Miao Fenghuang didn't even have the mood to make dinner. After nightfall, she simply flew onto the roof and kept looking around, trying to find the place where Miao Xiaomiao survived the catastrophe. In Miao Fenghuang's heart, Miao Xiaomiao is not only her granddaughter, but also the next saintess of Miaojiang, who she has cultivated with all her heart over the years. Now that such a critical moment has come, it is impossible for her to take it lightly. When Miao Xiaomiao broke through the realm, there was not much movement, until she crossed the catastrophe. The cyan cloud overcame the dangerous peak, and then turned into a giant tree reaching the sky. This kind of vision of heaven and earth may be rarely seen by ordinary people in Miaojiang. But with Shui the current state of the genius doctor couple can not only see and hear, but also perceive. At that time, as soon as the ancient wood spirit came out, Miao Fenghuang couldn't help but flew towards it, but was persuaded by Divine Dr. Shui again. It was useless to tell her to go, but it might affect Miao Xiaomiao's salvation, so she reluctantly endured it. Now that Miao Xiaomiao has finally returned safe and sound, she is naturally eager to know the result. Ling Yun felt Miao Fenghuang's urgency, and just smiled without saying a word. Grandma, I'd even broken the realm, and now I'm at the peak of the 6th level of qi training. Miao Xiaomiao smiled sweetly, telling the truth. Breakthrough? This is really... Miao Fenghuang's beautiful eyes widened, subconsciously clenching his fingers, unable to speak in a moment of excitement. Good. 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 Miracle Dr. Shui felt relieved when he heard it, nodded frequently, and even said a good word, then smiled at Ling Yun. Yuner has worked hard. Everyone sit down and talk. Ling Yun nodded with a smile, and sat down straight away. Miaojiang's side has already dealt with major issues, and he still has to hurry on his way at night, but before leaving, there are indeed still things that need to be clarified. Xiao Miao, please tell me first, what happened to that giant tree reaching to the sky? Why did it disappear later? Miao Fenghuang was still reluctant to sit down after a brief shock. She held Miao Xiaomiao's shoulders tightly and asked eagerly. Grandma, don't worry, let me tell you, slowly. Onlookers are clear, let me tell the story. Grandma Miao, please sit down for a while. Ling Yun quickly took over the conversation, and at the same time nodded to signal Miao Fenghuang to sit down first. On the way back to the Miao village, Ling Yun had already specially transmitted the sound to Miao Xiaomiao. She could tell the two old people about the whole process of breaking through the tribulation, but Miao Xiaomiao didn't mention a word about the ancient wood spirit. Yes. Miao Fenghuang was taken aback for a moment, blushing, quickly let go of his hands, and sat down. Miao Xiaomiao also sat down with a smile. After we left the stockade, we went straight to the valley where obsidian grass grows everywhere. Only then did Ling Yun open his mouth, and slowly explained the whole process of breaking through the realm, but it was concise and to the point. He finished the whole process in a few minutes, and finally explained, as for the giant tree that reached the sky, it is the heavenly Tao tribulation cloud. Therefore, after Xiao Miao succeeded in crossing the tribulation, he will naturally disappear. So that's how it is. Miao Fenghuang suddenly nodded after listening to the narration, but he was still unwilling. He always felt that what Ling Yun said this time seemed to be simpler and more casual. 100 kilometers away, the peak in the distance turned into a giant tree reaching the sky, and the canopy of the tree covered the entire mountain. What kind of miraculous thing is this? Ling Yun just passed by like this? No more comments? Miao Fenghuang was full of doubts, and asked naturally, but why did Dao Jiayun turn into a giant tree reaching the sky that day? This is simply unheard of. It's just 1,000 people and 1,000 calamities. Ling Yun had already responded, and he said with a smile, I said earlier that Xiao Miao has a wood-type physique, and the kung fu he has practiced all along is the supreme Qing Emperor art, so Jiayun must have this miraculous change. With my current state and vision, I can only understand so far. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of Miao Fenghuang's intention to break the casserole and ask the end, and immediately added another sentence, and finally said, in short, such a catastrophe, it will be of great benefit to Xiao Miao's future cultivation. This is tantamount to closing the coffin. Of course, although he concealed something, what he said was the truth. Okay. Regarding Miao Xiaomiao's success in crossing the tribulation, although Miao Fenghuang was extremely excited, Divine Dr. Xue was already certain about it, and he didn't worry about it, he just needed to know the final result. Out of his understanding of Ling Yun, he had guessed that Ling Yun must be hiding something just now, but he didn't point it out, and simply nodded and said yes, interrupting Miao Fenghuang's question. Since Xiao Miao survived the catastrophe safely and successfully, it is our family's top priority. As for the process, there are some details that are difficult to understand, so there is no need to get to the bottom of it. Miracle Dr. Xue said this, of course, for Miao Fenghuang, fearing that she would get too entangled in this matter, which would cause Ling Yun to have an extra pimple in his heart. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Obviously, everyone else at the table could see that Miao Fenghuang's attitude was too eager, almost fanatical. Well, since even the master can't explain it, it seems that no one can explain it. Miao Fenghuang could only accept it helplessly, with an unconcealable regret in his expression. However, she never thought that Ling Yun could see her eagerness just now, including the change in her address to Ling Yun. Yunner, Xiao Miao, you two went out in the afternoon and just came back now, should you be hungry? Divine Dr. Xue suddenly asked with concern. Ling Yun had a good time. I won't eat the rice. Ling Yun smiled and rejected Miracle Dr. Xue's kindness. The main reason for me to accompany Xiao Miao back here is to tell the elders about the situation of Xiao Miao's crossing the catastrophe, so as not to worry you. After a short pause, he directly stated his plan: I will leave Miao village tonight and go to Kunlun Mountain. Go to Kunlun Mountain? Suddenly hearing Ling Yun say that he will leave that night, the grandparents and grandchildren were caught off guard and stunned on the spot. Especially Miao Xiaomiao, her joyful mood was like being poured by a pot of cold water. Flicking his long hair, he turned his head away. Ling Yun also knew that what he said just now was too abrupt, and he didn't prepare well in advance, and pretended not to see Miao Xiaomiao's angry move. Dr. Xue couldn't pretend not to see. He felt sorry for his granddaughter. He hesitated a little, and suddenly he thought about it, and asked Ling Yun, Xiao Miao has just successfully crossed the tribulation, and her realm is not stable. You just stay here for a day or two, help she has stabilized her realm, can't she? Ling Yun shook his head slowly. No need, Xiao Miao's current state is already extremely stable, and I have already told her what should be said, and then I just need to continue to concentrate on practicing the Supreme Azure Emperor art. If Miao Xiaomiao was going through the tribulation normally, with Ling Yun's caution, he would really have to stay one more day to give Miao Xiaomiao detailed instructions on her future cultivation, but now, with the ancient wood spirit in the sea of consciousness between her brows, where is the need? Ling Yun wasting his tongue? Miao Xiaomiao already has her own way. Is there something urgent to go to Kunlun Mountain? Seeing Ling Yun's firm attitude, Master Xue knew that he couldn't keep him anymore, so he could only ask with concern. It's urgent. Ling Yun nodded. It's about Ning Lingyu, so can you not be in a hurry? It's just that this is his own business, and only he can solve it, so he didn't explain much. But master, if you leave, what about Miao Jiang? Miao Fenghuang's thought flashed, and he hurriedly asked a question. While speaking, he couldn't help but glanced in the direction of the Qiyu temple in the village. I'm about to explain this. This is what Ling Yun was waiting for. With a solemn expression on his face, he slowly stood up. First, from now on, all affairs of Miaojiang that you are in charge of will be gradually handed over to Xiao Miao. Especially important matters such as cultivation and sacrifice of Miao people should be based on Xiao Miao's opinions. Second, before I return to Miaojiang and this village next time, all Miao people in the Miao village of Miaojiang's 100,000 mountains will suspend all sacrificial activities. Ling Yun's gaze was sharp, and he looked directly into Miao Fenghuang's eyes, as if trying to see through her defenses. His expression was extremely serious, and he spoke in an orderly tone, resolute and irrefutable. Master, this. After hearing this, Miao Fenghuang froze like a wood carving, and stood there in a daze. His face changed violently, which was obviously unacceptable. I only have these two, and I know that this will make Grandma Miao very difficult. Anyway, the words have already been said. Ling Yun's expression eased, and the corner of his mouth curled up. If Grandma Miao is willing to listen, then I will continue to bear the identity of the Miao co-master you gave me. The smile on Ling Yun's face widened. If you are determined not to accept it, it's easy to handle. You will have the final say in Miaojiang from now on. Just pretend that I, Ling Yun, have never been here before. This. Miao Fenghuang's mind was shocked, and her pretty face turned pale instantly. Master Mingjian, I will accept it. Ling Yun had finished speaking, and Miao Fenghuang finally chose to accept, but Xiao Miao is not yet 19 years old, and she still needs to concentrate on cultivation. Let her handle Miaojiang affairs now, I'm afraid. I'm only 18 years old. Ling Yun interrupted with a smile. He turned his head to look at Miao Xiaomiao, who was equally astonished, then turned around and said, Grandma Miao, I'm not talking too much. You and Grandpa Xue just got married. It is the immortal couple who should concentrate on cultivating together, staying together and staying together. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that Ling Yun's mouth was open, Miao Xiaomiao kicked decisively. Ahem. Ling Yun didn't dodge, was kicked and leaned forward, smiled awkwardly, and winked at Divine Dr. Xue. The Divine Dr. Xue was there, blinking his eyes calmly, expressing his appreciation, and accepting Ling Yun's great favor. Ling Yun really didn't care who was in charge of Miaojiang's 100,000 mountains, but if Miao Fenghuang continued to be so fanatical, Miracle Dr. Shui would not live in the future. When Ling Yun stood up, he touched the table. On the top of the stone table, several bottles of pills of different sizes appeared in an instant. Gone. Without waiting for anyone to react, his figure disappeared in place, soared upwards, cast Tianzutong, and took a step towards the northwest, already dozens of miles away from the Miao village. Miao Xiaomiao, you owe me a kick. Next time we meet, I will repay you twice. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember in a second. Gone. In a short sentence, only 2 words, what Ling Yun said was even more understatement. But when it came to Miao Xiaomiao's ears, it was like a thunderbolt. Even though she was mentally prepared, Miao Xiaomiao still panicked. She didn't have time to think about it, and subconsciously raised her hand like lightning, and grabbed Ling Yun's arm. Ling Yun, I'll give it off. But no matter how fast Miao Xiaomiao was, she couldn't compare to Ling Yun's speed. She naturally caught a gap, and didn't even touch Ling Yun's sleeve. Brush. Miao Xiaomiao didn't say a word, and immediately soared into the sky, reaching an altitude of tens of meters. Unfortunately, the night sky is so vast, where can I find the figure of that cruel guy? Humph, Ling Yun, you sneaky, hidden head and tail, if you have the ability, never set foot in my Miao territory again. Miao Xiaomiao was furious, and in a hurry, she gritted her teeth and cursed in the direction of Ling Yun's last voice. There is no mistake in scolding, Ling Yun came in stealth, and now he goes away in stealth. Isn't this sneaky? Is it above board? In the stillness of the night, Miao Xiaomiao's coquettish voice spread far away, echoing in the surrounding valleys, but unfortunately, Ling Yun seemed to have gone far away, and no more sound could be heard. Xiaomiao, come down. Divine Doctor, Shui raised his head and called softly, Ling Yun is determined to leave, none of us can keep him. Boom. When Miao Xiaomiao returned to the ground, she didn't stop her momentum at all. The momentum of landing was too strong, her feet stomped on the blue stones in the courtyard, and the rocks flew violently. Her mind was agitated, obviously out of breath and extremely angry. He can leave as soon as he wants, who cares about keeping him? After standing still, Miao Xiaomiao was still full of annoyance. She said angrily, but I didn't finish my words, I didn't even say goodbye, and I didn't even let me send it off. What's the matter? The more Miao Xiaomiao said, the more wronged she became, until the eye circles were red at the end, but she stubbornly gritted her teeth, turned her head slightly and raised her head, desperately trying not to let the tears fall. Divine Dr. Shui saw all this in his eyes. Knowing that this time her precious granddaughter was really reluctant to part with Ling Yun, she planned to persuade her gently, but at this moment, Ling Yun's voice reached her ears again. Old man, don't persuade me, just start scolding me, just scold me, the harder the better. Immediately, Miracle Dr. Shui couldn't help but rolled his eyes. I knew your boy hadn't gone far. Ahem. Divine Dr. Shui said, Xiaomiao, Ling Yun must be in such a hurry to leave, there must be something urgent to do at Kunlun Mountain, that's why he left like this, just to prevent us from sending him off. Immediately afterwards, with a snap, Miracle Dr. Shui slammed the stone table in front of him. The conversation changed, and he said angrily, but even if he has something urgent, he shouldn't just leave like this. What's wrong with the High Realm? If you have a High Realm, you don't have to know etiquette? If you have a High Realm, you can be lawless? Ah? It's against him. Xiaomiao, don't be angry, we can't cure him, someone can. Don't worry, Grandpa promises to let you out. If you don't believe me, watch it. When I meet his grandfather and father in the future, see if I don't sue this kid severely. I promise he won't be able to eat and walk around. Come and apologize to you obediently. At the beginning, Miao Xiaomiao's anger had already dissipated when he heard his grandfather scold Ling Yun for not knowing etiquette, but when he heard later, the old man said that the anger was getting bigger and bigger, and he wanted to sue Ling Yun, Miao Xiaomiao panicked. She turned her head, and before she could speak, her pretty face blushed. "Grandpa, if you file a complaint for such a trivial matter, then you can be excused. What is there to be angry? Reluctance is real. Small matter? Girl, you are wrong, this is not a trivial matter." Divine Dr. Shue's eyes widened with anger, and he was furious. Ling Yun came as soon as he said, and he left as soon as he said, "He took our Miao village. What do you think of my Shui family? Do I, Shui Jingqi, want to lose face? I think Shui Jingqi has practiced medicine in China for more than 40 years, and won the name of a miracle doctor." The more miracle Dr. Shui spoke, the more excited he became. His eloquence was eloquent, and he was about to eloquently. "Shut up." Miao Fenghuang stared at the side. "It is good." The whole yard was instantly quiet. Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help laughing through tears, as bright as a peach blossom. High in the sky to the northwest of the Miao village, Ling Yun was invisible, standing in the sky, silently watching the small courtyard all the time. Of course, he didn't have time to stay for a while, and bid farewell to Miao Xiaomiao Bailey. But after all, he just came and left, and Ling Yun couldn't bear the farewell scene, so he simply chose this way to leave. Because of this trip to Miao village, Ling Yun can feel that Miao Xiaomiao's attitude towards him has changed subtly from before. It wasn't until Miao Xiaomiao burst into laughter at last that Ling Yun used sound transmission to enter the secret, said "I'm really gone" to Divine Dr. Shui alone, then turned around and left Yakong. Ling Yun's destination is naturally to the northwest, Kunlun Mountain Pass, and Yushu Peak. On the way, Ling Yun took out the communicator, first completed the positioning and navigation, and then sent 2 messages respectively. A message was sent to Paul, telling him to return home quickly and join Edward and other blood races. The other message was sent to Li Piayang of Ling Yun Sword Sect, just 6 words, "Come quickly to the top of Yushu Peak." Out of Yunnan and into Sichuan, all the way from southeast to northwest, obliquely across the sky over Sichuan province, and then into the sky over Qing province. Not long after, Yushu Peak of Kunlun Mountain was already in sight. After owning Tianzutong, Ling Yun is now so fast that he can use terrorist. Big smiley face, remember in a second. To describe, from the southwest of China to the Kunlun Mountain Pass in the northwest, the distance of nearly 1,000 miles is like strolling in a garden, and it takes only half an hour to hurry. Although he has been galloping on the road, Ling Yun never misses admiring the scenery at his feet. He only feels that the mountains are like dragons, and the rivers are rushing. In a word, the mountains and rivers are magnificent. As he got closer to Yushu Peak, Ling Yun gradually slowed down Yukong's speed. Instead of using Tianzutong, he flew slowly instead. While admiring the scenery of the mountains around Yushu Peak, he fly towards the highest point of the peak. Yushu Peak is based on mountains, standing in the clouds. The peak is covered with ice and snow, and the cold wind is biting. Ling Yun slowly landed on the highest point of Yushu Peak. Looking around, he just focused on admiring the beautiful scenery around him, and he just had to be calm about the ice, snow, and biting cold wind. He has been to higher places than this, and he has stayed in colder places. Kunlun Mountain, known as the ancestor of all mountains, the mountain of all gods, does not know how many secrets it hides? Where is the gateway to the secret realm of Kunlun? The Kunlun Sword Sect, Zheng Kunlun and Li Kunlun, these 2 guard the gates of the Kunlun secret realm, and the Ning family, Lingyu. Ling Yun smiled, and after talking to himself, he withdrew his gaze and began to practice silently, waiting patiently for Li Piayang's arrival. Li Piayang's realm is the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. Ling Yun estimates that if he flies at his full speed, it will take at most an hour to arrive at Yushu Peak from Ling Yun Sword Sect in Tianshan. Sure enough, Ling Yun didn't wait too long, and Li Piaoyang arrived here in less than an hour. After Li Piaoyang received the message from Ling Yun, he immediately put down all his affairs. He flew all the way with all his strength, and when he reached Yushu Peak, his divine energy was almost exhausted. Urgent. Li Piaoyang rushed to the top of Yushu Peak, almost lost his momentum. He stumbled to Ling Yun, saw that Ling Yun was really waiting for him. He was overjoyed, and bowed his head directly. Subordinate Li Piaoyang, pay homage to the suzerain. It's not too late. Are you tired? Ling Yun couldn't help laughing when he saw Li Piaoyang's slightly embarrassed appearance. Li Piaoyang didn't get up, but just wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said in fear, the suzerain has orders, so the subordinates naturally dare not neglect them. Even if they are exhausted, they will have no complaints. Ling Yun raised his forehead and said with an angry smile, I said Piaoyang, with your realm, you can fly more than 1,000 kilometers in one breath. If you say that your spirit is exhausted, I believe it. But this is a world of ice and snow. Your brother makes yourself full. I'm sweating profusely. This scene is a bit over. Li Piaoyang looked embarrassed. This sweat is mainly in a hurry, and the subordinates are afraid of delaying the suzerain's important event. Take it, let's talk about it after recovering xuanhuan. Ling Yun didn't bother to listen to the showman's explanation. He took out a dragon and tiger pill and a big return pill, and threw them directly to the other party. Thank you, suzerain, for the reward. Of course Li Piaoyang knows the goods. Thaxan took the 2 pills without looking at them, so he threw the great returning pill into his mouth, and carefully put away the dragon and tiger pill, and sat cross-legged on the spot to catalyze the potency of the pills. Restore xuanhuan. Li Piaoyang didn't come here in vain, just for this great repayment pill, let alone earning a dragon and tiger pill for nothing. Ling Yun didn't urge him, and quietly waited for the other party to recover his spirit. With the help of the medicinal power of the great returning pill, within a short while, Li Piaoyang had recovered almost all the divine energy he had consumed, and he didn't dare to let Ling Yun wait too long. Before he could recover to his peak state, he floated up. He bowed to Ling Yun and asked respectfully, I don't know what the suzerain has ordered when he summons his subordinates? If I remember correctly, I heard that you are very familiar with the various sects in Kunlun Mountain. The suzerain really has a good memory. Li Piaoyang's eyes lit up when he heard it. You want to know the situation of the various sects in Kunlun Mountain, and you have found the right person if you find me. Li Piaoyang slapped his chest loudly. To tell you the truth, this subordinate is over 60 years old, but he only worked as a guardian for the former Tianjianzong for 10 years. Before he was 50 years old, his subordinate was a casual cultivator in Kunlun Mountain. Can you be unfamiliar with that? Let me tell you, I think back then. Shut up. Ling Yun was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Yes. Kunlun Sword Sect, do you know where it is? That must be known. Li Piaoyang nodded like pecking at rice, expressing his understanding. Ling Yun asked again, the Ning family, do you know where the exact location is? When he was in the Qin family, through long talks with his mother Qin Qiuyue, Ling Yun knew that the Ning family's ancestral house was at the foot of Yushu Peak, but he didn't ask about the specific location at that time. Li Piaoyang nodded even more fiercely, Sovereign, you forgot, the last time you asked someone to invite someone to the Ning family, it was sent by your subordinates. Very good. Ling Yun nodded, and then stepped forward with one step, standing in the air. Go, you lead the way, first follow me to Ning's house. The most important thing for Ling Yun to come to Kunlun Mountain this time is to find Ning Lingyu. Since he was looking for Ning Lingyu, he naturally started with Ning's family. Yes, this subordinate obeys. At around 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 figures floated down from the top of Yushu Peak in Kunlun Mountain. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember in a second. 300 meters into the night sky, Ling Yun hovered and stood silently watching the large house below. This is the Ning family. The so-called Yushu Peak of Kunlun Mountain is just a public statement. Just like the current landmark buildings in the city, they are only the approximate locations known to everyone. In fact, the large house of the Ning family is located in the southeast suburb of Jemmu City. It looks more like a modern small town, with convenient transportation inside and outside, and is very prosperous. In fact, the reason is very simple. No matter how you say it, the Ning family is also an ancient martial arts family. It has been passed down for at least 100 years, and its heritage is as deep as that of the Qin family. How can such a powerful family live in the remote mountains and old forests with harsh environments? According to Li Piaoyang, who is in charge of leading the way, there is also a difference between the ancient martial arts sect and the ancient martial arts family. There is a large array of guards to block it, and it has its own system in the depths of the Tian Shan Mountains. As long as the people in the sect ensure that they have no worries about food and clothing, the rest is to work hard to break through the situation. But even so, the Heavenly Sword sect cannot completely isolate itself from the outside world. At least someone needs to go to the city to purchase the daily necessities of the entire sect. The reason is just 2 words: to save trouble. The relatively pure mountain sects like Tianjianzong, Kunlun Sword sect, Xinjian Villa, and the entire Donghai Loose Cultivation Alliance are all of this kind. Of course, there are also Guwu families, such as the Dugu family in the Hengduan Mountains where Duguimo is located, and the Eastern family, Nangong family, Shimen family, all belong to the mountain. As for the sects under the mountain, there are too many, such as Shaolin, Wudong, Longhu Mountain, etc., are all considered as the sects under the mountain, because they are too famous, and the places where the sects are located are the most famous tourist attractions in China. Ordinary people will flock there to offer incense and pray for blessings. Even if they want to completely isolate themselves from the world, it is impossible. Of course, even if ordinary people go to these places, they will not see such real masters like Zen Master Zhuoyuan, Taoist Chongxiu, and the real Master Long Hushan. There are naturally more ancient martial arts families at the foot of the mountain. The most typical ones are the big families in Huaxia, the Ling family, the Long family, the Yi family, as well as the Chen family and the Sun family. They live directly in the metropolis and have fully integrated into the modern society. Except that there must be some people in the family who practice, all other life is the same as that of ordinary people, without the slightest difference. Therefore, the difference between the mountain and the mountain only depends on the degree of isolation or integration between the sect and today's society. If you are completely isolated, you will be on the mountain. If you are completely integrated, you will be below the mountain, but the essence of the two is the same, that is, inheritance and cultivation. Of course, Ling Yun didn't care about this distinction, because it was too normal. The sect on the mountain is more inclined to practice hard work. The sect on the mountain is more inclined to keep pace with the times and enjoy the comfortable life brought about by social progress. It is just a choice. Li Piaoyang led the way, and after bringing Ling Yun to the sky above the Ning's house, he only said that the Ning's house was below, then obediently shut up, and carefully accompanied Ling Yun, waiting for Ling Yun's orders. Ling Yun stood still, but he had already let go of his tyrannical consciousness, covering the entire Ning family's house, and at the same time running the yin and yang eyes, searching from house to house. His brows became tighter and tighter. Ning Lingyu is not here. Not only was Ning Lingyu not there, but the members of the Ning family who had gone to Tianjianzong to bring back Ning Tianya's body were also not here. Could it be that the Ning family and his party never came back after leaving the Heavenly Sword sect's Tianfeng with Ning Tianya's body? That's impossible. Because of Ling Yan's spiritual sense, he clearly saw the central location of the Ning family's house. Inside the ancient courtyard with the largest area, there was an ancestral hall, and Ning Tianya's memorial tablet had already been enshrined in the ancestral hall. Ling Yan also saw a nearly 70-year-old old man, whose face was somewhat similar to Ning Boping's. His realm was at the peak of the 7th and 8th level, and his face was haggard. Simply sitting dry. Based on the old man's age, appearance, and his expression of self-blame and remorse all the time staring at Ning Tianya's tablet, Ling Yun has roughly guessed the old man's identity. If Ling Yun's guess is correct, he should be Ning Tianya's father, Ning Lingyu's grandfather, Ning Buyuan. The only thing that surprised Ling Yun was that Ning Buyuan's realm was too low. He didn't even reach the 8th level of congenital. Compared with Ning Boping, Ning Tianya's second uncle he had met, the gap was too big. It's like heaven and earth. You know, when Ling Yun first met Ning Boping, he was a real mid-stage qi training man, and his realm was at the peak of the 4th level of qi training. This Ning Buyuan should have suffered consecutive falls. From this point of view, those who went to Tianshan Tianjianzong should be the strongest lineup of the Ning family now. This is the judgment made by Ling Yun, because through the search just now, Ling Yun saw the other members of the Ning family, the strongest ones, that is, the first 6, the first 7, and no more than 5 people at most. Such a lineup, together with Ning Boping's group, is of course stronger than the Qin family, and not by a little bit, but if it is compared with the former Tianjianzong, it is completely incomparable. No wonder Di Xiaozhen was able to act recklessly in the Ning family back then. She didn't need the Heavenly Sword sect behind her. She could destroy the Ning family by herself. The most disgusting thing in the cultivation world, and at the same time the most normal thing, is the situation of one person suppresses one sect. You can either kneel and obey, or stand dead, and there is no other choice. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Naturally, no one understands this rule better than Ling Yun, it is his routine. Since it was all in vain, and it was not easy for Ling Yun to go down to inquire about Ning Lingyu's whereabouts this late at night, then there was no need to waste time here. Let's go. Ling Yun sent a voice to greet Li Piaoyang, and suddenly his figure soared into the sky, soaring to an altitude of 2,000 meters, and then lowered his head to look down at the ground again. What a pure water aura here. On the ground of Jemyu City, there are rivers and lakes scattered everywhere like mirrors, and the water aura is naturally exceptionally pure and rich. Li Piaoyang followed, and he couldn't help admiring. The suzerain's perception of the aura of heaven and earth is far superior to that of others. Jemyu's Chinese meaning is originally the place where rivers meet. Moreover, the source of the Yangtze and Yellow rivers in China all originated from Tanggila Mountain. The aura of water here is really extraordinary. He does not mean that. Ling Yun automatically ignored Li Piaoyang's flattery, but he thought about what he said later. He personally taught Ning Lingyu the 3 major exercises, Dianju Xingju, Supreme Qingdiju, Wanshuixinju. For a long time, Ning Lingyu's main cultivation method used to improve his realm was the Wanshui immortal art. Perhaps, the rapid improvement of the spiritual rain realm has something to do with the water aura here? Ling Yun thought in his heart, but quickly shook his head. It is normal to be fast, but it is absolutely impossible to be so fast. Or is there another adventure? Ling Yun thought about it, but couldn't figure it out, so he simply shook his head, thinking about it. Before seeing Ning Lingyu, these wild guesses were meaningless. Li Piaoyang asked again at this time, Sovereign, what shall we do next? You find a place to practice on your own, but the communicator must be turned on all the time, and wait for me to send a message. Ling Yun gave the order directly, and after he finished speaking, he moved his shoulders, and his figure soared up again, went to the altitude of 10,000 meters, practiced as usual, and waited patiently for the dawn. Now, Ling Yun's Wanqi Yinyang Ju has already been completed, and the Yinyang Qi in the mysterious Dantian is constantly gushing out every second. Unless he breaks through the barrier, he doesn't need to deliberately operate it at all. Shenwu Qingyang Immortal Ju and 5 Elements Slaughtering God Art are all combat skills, and they are of little help to Ling Yun's impact on the Foundation establishment realm. Therefore, Ling Yun's primary goal now is to elevate the Dian Gathering Stars treasure to the Dzogchen, the 3rd realm, and break through the harmless realm as soon as possible, and enter the fourth realm of the treasure, the glazed golden body realm. The body is like glass, and the golden body is not broken. After reaching this state, with this state, you can fly to space and travel with only your physical body. Boom. After stabilizing his figure, Ling Yin enveloped his body with yin-yang and five-element flames, turning his body into a melting furnace, constantly tempering his muscles, bones and skin, and calcining his internal organs. Force. Time passed by, and when the sun rose in the morning, Ling Yin faced the east again, absorbing the great sun Jinghua instead. Until after the sun rises 3 poles. Ling Yin stopped practicing, and stretched his body casually with a set of Tiangang Fumo fist, then descended from the sky and returned to the ground invisibly. He appeared directly at the gate of the Ning family's old house, then raised his hand, and knocked on the door of the Ning family. Ling Yin didn't hide his whereabouts. The old man of Ning's family naturally noticed the movement at the door immediately, and he came out soon. You are? Ling Yin cupped his fists and bent slightly. Hi senior, I'm Ling Yin, mother Qin Qiuyue, and younger sister Ning Lingyu. I'm here to find my younger sister. This self-introduction is straightforward and messy. After hearing this, the old man with a still haggard face widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Ah? Oh. You are Ling Yin? While speaking, the old man suddenly raised his hands, supported Ling Yin's shoulders, and said excitedly, Ling Yin, I know you. You are my Ning family, my great benefactor of Ning Buiyuan. I finally expected you to come in quickly. Of course Ling Yin guessed correctly. The old man who had been sitting in the Ning family's ancestral hall last night was none other than Ning Tianya's father, Ning Buiyuan. Ling Yin, sit down casually, and I'll make you some tea. Ning Buiyuan directly brought Ling Yin to the main room, and after letting him sit down, he began to treat guests. Grandpa Ning, I'm just a junior, how dare I bother you to make tea for me? In my opinion, let's get down to business first. Ling Yin directly stopped Ning Buiyuan. He didn't come here to drink tea. Frankly speaking, according to Ling Yin's opinion, Qin Qiuyue's hardships in the past 20 years are inseparable from the old man in front of her. Desiring to climb high and mess up the Mandarin ducks, not only ruined Qin Qiuyue's happiness, but also killed her own son, and shamed the family for many years. So Ling Yin's impression of this old man is actually very average, which is a more polite way of saying it. Therefore, Ling Yin's plan is very simple. As long as he asks Ning Lingyu's whereabouts, he will turn around and leave, never staying here. This, alright. Ning Buiyuan could clearly feel Ling Yin's attitude. A look of embarrassment appeared on his thin and haggard face, but it quickly turned into determination. But his next sentence was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. Ning Buiyuan took 3 steps back, clasped his fists to Ling Yin, and bowed to the ground. Ling Yin, this old man is bold, please help me, save my Ning family, save our Kunlun 5 schools and 11 schools. Ling Yin. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember in a second. Save the Ning family? Save the Kunlun 5 sects and 11 sects? Ling Yin frowned. Frankly speaking, for the sake of Ning Lingyu or the deceased Ning Tianya, if the Ning family is in danger, of course he will save it, but what about the other sects in Kunlun Mountain? Whether to save or not is another matter, it depends on Ling Yin's mood. Ling Yinxin sighed secretly, this old man Ning Buiyuan is really pedantic. Grandpa Ning, if you have something to say, what happened to the Ning family? Hey. Ning Buiyuan lowered his head slightly, thinking again and again, licked his lips a few times, opened his mouth to speak, but finally parted ways, and sighed in compassion. Seeing this, Ling Yin's heart sank suddenly. Ning Buiyuan was so silent, he already guessed that this matter must have something to do with Ning Lingyu. It's a long story. I don't know what crime I, Ning Buiyuan, have committed. Ning Buiyuan stood there in a daze for a while, and finally spoke again. telling Ling Yun the ins and outs of the matter. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun quickly stood up. "Grandpa Ning, since it's a long story, you should sit down and talk. Ling Yun is a junior after all, it is inappropriate for him to sit and let the old man stand." Ning Boyuan was startled. "All right." After the other party sat down, Ling Yun added without waiting for the other party to speak, "If Grandpa Ning thinks the matter is more urgent, you can make a long story short and just give the outline of the matter. Any urgent matter can be explained clearly in a few words." Ling Yun is not in the mood to sit here and listen to the other party's long speech. No matter how confused Ning Boyuan was, he could hear Ling Yun's impatience, and he didn't want to procrastinate. He just nodded and began to talk. The matter naturally started when the members of the Ning family took Ning Tianya's coffin, left Tianshan Tianjianzong, and returned to the Ning family. Ling Yun remembered very clearly that that day was the afternoon of the October issue, around 2:30. Before setting off, Ning Boping had sent the news back to the Ning family, asking the Ning family to send vehicles to meet him on the road. It stands to reason that according to the strength and footsteps of the members of the Ning family, the journey from Tianjianzong in Tianshan to the ancestral home of the Ning family in Jemyu City is just over 1,000 kilometers away. No matter how slow they travel, they should have arrived home before midnight that night. But in fact, it wasn't until 6 o'clock in the morning on October 4th that the Ning family motorcade sent out by Ning Boyuan picked up the Ning family members and returned to the Ning family's ancestral house together. At least several hours were delayed on the road. His only son, Ning Tianya, endured humiliation in Tianjianzong for 18 years, and was finally tortured to death by Di Xiaoshan. Regret and remorse. Fortunately, there was Ling Yun. On the night of Ning Tianya's death, he wiped out the Tianjianzong in one battle. Not only did he avenge Ning Tianya, but he also rescued Qin Qiuyue, beheaded Di Xiaoshan, avenged his parents, and escorted Ning Tianya's corpse to return to his roots and soul, to his hometown. In the end, he did not become a lonely ghost on the Tianjianzong. In the ancestral home of the Ning family, Ning Boyuan, who was waiting for his son to come home, was extremely anxious, but extremely anxious. Tianjianzong, he naturally has no face to go. But his son's body was about to come back, and he also had no face to face him, and he didn't know how to face his own granddaughter, Ning Lingyu, who had been wandering outside for 18 years. Ning Lingyu followed the members of the Ning family to escort his father's coffin back to the Ning family, not only to see his father off for the last time, but also to recognize his ancestors. Therefore, the slower everyone in the Ning family came back, the more tormented Ning Boyuan felt. He hadn't had any water and rice, and his hair almost turned white all night. He didn't know how he got here that night. In such a state, of course he was not in the mood to think about why Ning Boping and others had been delayed on the road for so long. But what should come will always come, what should be faced must be faced, and there is no way to avoid it. The next morning, when he saw his son Ning Tianya's coffin, Ning Boyuan threw himself on his son's coffin regardless of his identity and image, weeping and crying. He cried for a long time, releasing all the worries, self-blame, and regrets that had been suppressed in his heart for many years. Ning Boyuan cried, and the juniors of the Ning family who were waiting at home with him naturally cried too, but no one noticed that the group of 9 people who escorted Ning Tianya back, especially Ning Boping and the 4 of Ning Tianya cousins of the same generation, but no one cried. Even Ning Lingyu didn't cry, but his eyes were cold, looking at this sad scene, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. Of course, very few people in the Ning family noticed this strange and embarrassing scene, and felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the few people who came back from Tianshan, but no one dared to speak out. After all, they don't need to know Ning Lingyu, but Ning Boping, who stands behind Ning Lingyu, is the well-deserved head of the Ning family. Who dares to say anything to him? Ning Boyuan cried so much that he couldn't help himself, and was finally persuaded by the surrounding Ning family children to pull him up. Then he wiped away his old tears and began to recognize Ning Lingyu. To Ning Boyuan's surprise, or something that was beyond his expectations, Ning Lingyu was very indifferent to him. When the person next to him introduced his identity, the grandpa came from Ning Lingyu's teeth. Squeeze out. Hate? It couldn't be seen on Ning Lingyu's face. Family? That's nothing at all. Although Ning Boyuan was extremely embarrassed about this, he didn't think much about it at the time. After all, this was the first time Ning Lingyu returned to Ning's house, and he, speaking of it, caused Ning Tianya and Ning Lingyu to feel sad. Big smiley face, remember in a second. The instigator of the tragic fate was that he was sorry for his son and granddaughter. It seems that something went wrong on their way back to Ning's house. Hearing this, Ling Yunxin secretly made a judgment, but did not interrupt Ning Boyuan, but kept his face and listened to him continue. On the same day, the Ning family re-established the mourning hall, but they did not hold a large banquet to invite people outside the Ning family to participate in the memorial service. In the afternoon, Ning Tianya was officially buried in the Ning family's ancestral grave. In the ancestral hall of the Ning family's ancestral home, there is one more spirit card of his. During this period, Ning Lingyu only appeared once when Ning Tianya was buried. This day passed, and that night, Ning Lingyu lived in the room that Ning's family had prepared for her. Since that night, Ning Boyuan has been guarding his son's spiritual seat in the Ning family's ancestral hall, sometimes talking to himself, and most of the time he is silent. However, early the next morning, Ning Boping, the real power figure of the Ning family, brought several core members of the Ning family, that is, Ning Tian, Ning Tianai and others who had been to the Tianshan sword sect, to the ancestral hall to look for Ning Boyuan. What Ning Boyuan didn't expect was that Ning Boping and others didn't come to persuade him to mourn, but directly proposed that Ning Lingyu be the new head of the Ning family. Home. Patriarch? Ning Boyuan was stunned, and murmured, I know that Lingyu's child is currently the highest in the Ning family, but after all, she has just recognized her ancestors and returned to the clan, so she doesn't know the situation of our Ning family? Brother, what you said is not important. The important thing is that Lingyu has entered the late stage of Qi training, and with her talent, she will be able to reach the peak of Qi training in a short time. With this level of strength, if you don't become the head of the family, does my Ning family have other candidates? Ning Boping changed from his previous gentleness and innocence, and his words were aggressive, but he was too lazy to talk to Ning Boyuan. Ning Boyuan didn't expect that Ning Boping's personality would change drastically overnight. He was tongue-tied and stared blankly at this brother, not knowing how to argue for a moment. Frankly speaking, the present Ning Boyuan has lost all hope and has no selfishness. It doesn't matter to him who is the head of the Ning family now. He just hopes that the family members will try not to disturb him as much as possible so that he can stay here and guard his spirit. Until he died, he went down earlier to accompany his wife and son. Let Ning Lingyu be the new head of the Ning family, of course he agrees in his heart, but his son was just buried yesterday, and Ning Lingyu just recognized his ancestors and returned to the clan. Ning Boyuan faintly felt that something was wrong. The main reason is that Ning Boping's behavior at the moment is completely inconsistent with his usual personality. Naturally, I have no objection to letting Lingyu be the head of the Ning family. However, Lingyu has just arrived home. Let her get acquainted with our Ning family. After she understands all aspects of the Ning family, let her inherit the Ning family. Isn't it better to be the head of the family? After a while of buffering, Ning Boyuan slowly expressed his thoughts, and then he looked at his cousins behind Ning Boping. What do you guys mean? Uncle, we all support making Lingyu the head of our Ning family immediately. Ning Tian, Ning Tianai, and the others spoke in unison, their eyes burning and determined. That look, as if Ning Boyuan didn't agree, several people would eat him on the spot. This. Ning Boyuan was dumbfounded. The corners of Ning Boping's mouth curled up, and an indescribable expression appeared in his eyes. Since the eldest brother also said that he has no objection, then this matter is settled. Also, big brother doesn't have to worry about this matter. All the preparations are left to us. 4 days later, on the 5th day of the 9th lunar month, Ning Lingyu will officially become the patriarch of our Ning family. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell my elder brother that this date was set by Lingyu himself. Farewell. After listening to Ning Boping's words, all kinds of emotions came to Ning Buyuan's heart in an instant, and he was stunned in a daze. He didn't even know when Ning Boping and others left. But he knew that from this moment on, all affairs of the Ning family had nothing to do with him. Sure enough, from this day on, apart from the servants who were in charge of Ning Buyuan's daily life, no one from the core members of the Ning family came to bother him. Ning Buyuan was physically and mentally exhausted. He gave up everything and accepted the new changes of the Ning family. Finally, he locked the door himself, kept his ears shut and guarded the ancestral hall with peace of mind. Lingyu is the head of the family, at least he won't treat the Ning family badly, right? Occasionally, he would think so. In the next few days, the Ning family's preparations were in full swing until the 5th day of September. Ning Lingyu's succession as the head of the Ning family is the most important thing for the Ning family. Ning Buyuan actually wanted to take a look, but no one came to invite him. Ning Buyuan could only shake his head and give up, no longer thinking about it. It doesn't matter if you don't invite him, but after Ning Lingyu inherits the patriarch, according to the family tradition, he must come to the Ning family ancestral hall to worship. Tell her a few words. However, Ning Buyuan was waiting in the ancestral house of the Ning family, waiting until the afternoon, and Ning Lingyu still didn't come. Ning Buyuan's heart was completely cold. But that was not enough. Not long after, a loyal servant who was in charge of taking care of him hurried home and brought him shocking news. During the succession ceremony, several excellent juniors of the Ning family expressed their dissatisfaction with Ning Lingyu's succession to the position of patriarch. In the end, Ning Lingyu killed 5 people in a row. Big smiley face, remember in a second. What? Ning Buyuan fell to the ground in shock. How did this happen? Miss? No. The new patriarch's original words are, from this moment on, I am the new patriarch of the Ning family, and I will definitely lead the Ning family to the top of the world. Those who obey will prosper, those who oppose will perish. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember in a second. Hearing the old man's story up to this point, Ling Yin couldn't help raising his sword-shaped eyebrows that slanted into his temples. But his biggest reaction was to stop here. During the process of telling the story, Ning Buyuan couldn't help but babble, repeatedly emphasizing how hopeless and exhausted he is now, and repeatedly explaining that he will no longer intervene in any affairs of the current Ning family. This is like a hero, the late old man always rambled helplessly. However, Ling Yun could tell that Ning Buyuan was indeed trying to explain the outline of the matter and the key points of the problem as concisely as he wanted. For example, the inexplicably delayed trip of Ning Boping and his party on the way back to Ning's house, and the abnormal behavior of Ning Boping and others after returning to Ning's house. Ning Lingyu actually offered to be the patriarch of the Ning family, and even set the date of the 5th day of September himself. At the ceremony on the day of her succession as patriarch, some excellent Ning family disciples of the same generation as Ning Lingyu expressed their dissatisfaction with her succession as patriarch. This may be because she is indeed unfamiliar with all aspects of the Ning family, or because in the history of the Ning family, there has never been a precedent for a woman to be the head of the family, but the reason is not important, because they are now dead. Even, maybe these Ning family children are the grandsons of Ning Boping, or in other words, there are the sons of Ning Tian Tian and Ning Tianai, the core figures of the Ning family. But Ning Lingyu killed them without hesitation, like killing a chicken. This shows that the current Ning Lingyu is not only decisive in killing, but more importantly, she does not allow voices of opposition to exist at all. He also doesn't care about the life and death of the Ning family at all, and also doesn't think about the future of the Ning family at all. Ning Lingyu wants to lead the Ning family to the top of the world, to focus, not the top of China. At last, those who obey will prosper, those who oppose will perish. Is this still Ning Lingyu from Qingshui City? Of course not. On the way back to Ning's house with Ning Boping and his group, no, it should be said that Ning Lingyu became a completely different person from the moment she left Tianshan Mountain and out of the sight of Ling Yun and Qin Qiuyue. Conceal yourself again, start to get everything you want according to your own mind and plan. So, the first time Ning Lingyu came to Ning's house, it was completely different from the first time she went to Qin's house, and the scene was completely different, even completely opposite. Sending father off for the last time, recognizing the ancestors and returning to the clan? Do not. With the Ning family as the foundation, it is true to build a force that completely belongs to her and completely obeys her orders. Thinking of this, Ling Yan's face remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "Old man, please continue. However, the accident has already happened. Don't talk about your sadness, disappointment, surprise, and anger, and just talk about what happened next. Including what you saw and heard, everything about Lingyu." Ling Yun had already heard enough of Ning Buyuan's various complicated emotions, but it was nothing more than the incompetent rage of an old man who caused a family tragedy because of a single mistake. Hearing too much was boring and annoying. Of course, Ling Yun also knew that with the strength of Ning Lingyu after arriving at the Ning family, Ning Buyuan could not do anything except passively accept what she did, let alone him, even if everyone in the Ning family standing on his side also can't change anything, only more people will die. Ning Buyuan was speechless. According to Ning Buyuan's own way of thinking, he really wanted to tell his feelings after hearing that 5 outstanding juniors of the Ning family were beheaded by his granddaughter, but he was ruthlessly blocked by Ling Yun. Okay. In the end, the old man held back what he wanted to say next, and he continued to talk about the key points. At the ceremony of being the head of the Ning family, in front of all the men, women, and children of the Ning family, Ning Lingyu killed 5 people in a row, including Ning Boping and other core members of the Ning family. And among the 5 people who were killed, there were indeed 2 of the best, and they were Ning Boping's own grandsons. In the face of Ning Lingyu's absolute strength and extraordinary decisive performance, no one in the Ning family dared to stand up against her, Li Qing. As a result, Ning Lingyu easily became the youngest patriarch in the history of the Ning family, and also the first female patriarch. Next, Ning Lingyu began to retreat. The place of retreat was not in the Ning family, and no one knew where she had gone. A week later, she reappeared in the Ning family. During that week, the core members of the Ning family, headed by Ning Boping, were also cultivating crazily. I don't know if they took some pills that would help their cultivation, or some other reason that Ning Buyuan didn't know. The realm of Ning Boping and others is improving very quickly. These things were not learned by Ning Buyuan through deliberate inquiring, but because Ning Boping and others practiced crazily. Excited, it was as if he had been beaten with chicken blood, and he had long forgotten the 5 new graves added to the family. For practitioners, the improvement of realm and strength is really addictive. Speaking of this, Ning Buyuan couldn't help sighing. Ling Yun didn't say anything, because there was nothing wrong with what he said, it was the truth. The current Ling family and the core people around Ling Yun are all cultivating crazily and raising their own realms crazily. If Ling Yun doesn't care about their unstable foundation, problems in their cultivation, etc., he can do this easily, but Ling Yun wants what is the healthy development of Ling. Big smiley face, remember in a second. What the family wants is the future of the Ling family, and they don't blindly pursue breakthroughs and advance greedily. Obviously, Ning Lingyu completely ignored what he said. She didn't care about the future of the Ning family at all. How terrible. As for the elixir to assist cultivation, of course Ning Lingyu has a lot on her body, all of which were given to her by Ling Yun, but now Ning Lingyu really doesn't know how to refine elixir by herself? Even if she doesn't know how to refine it, doesn't she know how to snatch it? But what about exercises? Did she unreservedly pass on the exercises that Ling Yun taught Ning Lingyu to the Ning family? Old man, after such a long time, do you know what kind of exercises the Ning family is practicing? I'm going to tell you about the exercises. Ning Boyuan said with a deep fear on his face, as if he had lingering fears in his heart. With such a big change in the Ning family, even though Ning Boyuan remained indifferent to the affairs of the Ning family, he couldn't help but secretly inquire about some things. The exercises that Bopping and the others are practicing now are not any family-inherited exercises of my Ning family, but ones that I have never seen or heard of. But from the few words I've heard, I can guess that what they practice is definitely not a decent technique, but a very overbearing evil technique. They only want quick results, and don't care about the consequences. Ling Yun. Things are already obvious. No matter how unbearable Ning Boyuan is, he still has the bottom line of right and wrong in his heart. The current core members of the Ning family are all practicing a kind of magic skill that he has never seen or heard. Knowing that, the Ning family will naturally be destroyed in an instant. At the very least, there will be a battle between good and evil. Now, Ning Lingyu, the new head of the Ning family, is strong enough, but how strong is she? Will she really protect the Ning family? What's more, can she protect the Ning family? Ning Boyuan was unaware of his own realm and strength. He never dreamed that the arrival of Ning Lingyu would lead the Ning family, who pursued indifference and tranquility, to such an extremely dangerous evil path. So as soon as he came up, he asked Ling Yun to save the Ning family. Ling Yun nodded. I understand the current situation of the Ning family, but Kunlun Mountain has 5 sects and 11 sects. What's going on? As he spoke, Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness swept away, covering the entire area of the Ning family in an instant. He frowned and said, also, where are all the top fighters of the Ning family going now? Why haven't I seen any of them? Ling Yun didn't know others, but Ning Bopping, Ning Tianai, Ning Tian, etc., who had been to Tianshan Mountain, and the 9 members of Ning's family, Ling Yun had all met face to face and knew each other, so he asked. Ning Boyuan smiled wryly. Just a few days ago, after Lingyu left the retreat, her realm had obviously improved a lot. Then she appeared in the Ning family, and held a meeting as the head of the Ning family for the first time. Did you participate? I didn't expect that she specially sent someone to invite me to attend this meeting. Out of worry, I went there without any hesitation. For nothing else, I just wanted to see it with my own eyes and listen to it for myself. This child, what are you going to do with so many things going on? Ling Yun nodded to express his understanding, because if that's the case, if Ning Boyuan still doesn't go, then he won't have to worry about anything, let alone stay guard in the Ning family's ancestral hall, just wipe his neck and die quiet. Ning Boyuan shook his head and laughed at himself. Actually, what's the use of me going? I'm not even qualified to speak, I'm just an observer. On that day, Lingyu said without hesitation that she was actually a cultivator, and all she practiced were cultivation techniques. The exercises she passed on to the Ning family are all true cultivation techniques. The time she left the customs, she had already reached the 9th level of Qi training, and she was only one step away from building a foundation. At the same time, she expressed her dissatisfaction with Ning Bopping's slow cultivation speed. At that time, according to her, my cousin Ning Bopping had actually reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. Fields, sky, etc. People are already at the proper stage of Qi training. The other people who participated in the meeting also have their cultivation levels skyrocketed, and they have all broken through to the early stage of Qi training, Except for me, of course. Speaking of this, Ning Boyuan raised his head and looked at Ling Yun with a pair of haggard eyes. On that day, Ling Yu finally said a few words to me again. She said that all the suffering and humiliation her parents suffered were of course related to the stupid decision the Ning family made back then, but she didn't blame me. If you want to blame, it's because the Ning family wasn't strong enough back then, so they would always be bullied and trampled on by others. The only difference is who the other party is. Now, she is the patriarch of the Ning family, and she has the final say on everything in the Ning family. The Heavenly Sword sect in Tianshan Mountain has been destroyed, and Di Xiaozhen has no place to bury her. However, the revenge of the Ning family has not ended here, but has just begun. Next, she will lead the Ning family to eradicate all forces in Kunlun Mountain, and turn the entire sect in Kunlun Mountain, the Guwu family, into vassals of the Ning family and make it a monolith. She knows that I must have other opinions, but my opinion is not important. She just wants me to watch all this silently and watch the Ning family reach the peak step by step. Others, it's best not to worry about it, and don't ask about it. Ning Boyuan looked miserable. I think the last sentence should be Ling Yu's warning to me. For Ling Yu's showdown, I was speechless at the time, and I was powerless to change what they were going to do. I could only leave silently and come back here. Big smiley face, remember in a second. On that night, Ling Yu quietly left Ning's house with everyone present at the meeting. In the afternoon of the next day, news came that the Changchun sect, the Luxian sect, and the two major sects had been slaughtered. I heard that the deaths of the two sects were tragic. Many people were deposed and sucked into mummies before they died. Stop. Ling Yun shouted to stop, then stood up, and said to Ning Boyuan, who stood up at the same time, needless to say. This matter, I will solve it myself. Ling Yan's expression became extremely solemn, and he said seriously, I hope that the current situation of the Ning family will not change in any way until I resolve this matter. Besides, don't let others know that I have been here. This is good for the Ning family. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yan's figure disappeared instantly. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember in a second. Finally. Too lazy to act and no longer cover up? Finally, officially jumped out? Is it the trip to the Heavenly Sword sect, knowing that my realm has really surpassed me, or feeling that even if I want to hide it, I can't hide it anymore? Ling Yan came to the sky above the Ning family's ancestral house, disappeared, and soared straight up, 1,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. Then it was still, suspended in the air, and appeared, overlooking the entire Kunlun Mountains. From such a high position, even if he has great eyesight, he can only see the mountain ranges winding and circling like horned dragons, and he can't see anything in other details. Ling Yan's thoughts flashed, and he was deep in thought. Take home. Even if he doesn't want to admit it anymore, but now that all the facts are in front of him, Ling Yan can only give up his luck and have to face what happened to Ning Lingyu formally. Seizing homes is actually a very common thing in the cultivation world. A cultivator, as long as he has cultivated to the realm of the nascent soul, once the moment of life and death is reached, he will immediately let the nascent soul leave the body and escape, and then as long as he finds a suitable physical body, he will immediately occupy this physical body and transfer the body to the original owner. Soul obliterated. Take home and rebirth. This is not worth making a fuss about, but the problem is that this time, the seizure happened to Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu was taken away. In other words, at least something like seizing a house happened to Ning Lingyu. The soul that dominates Ning Lingyu's body now is definitely not the original Lingyu who grew up with him, but another person. Maid. Ling Yan's face was gloomy. Because this is a very tricky and troublesome thing, at least for the current Ling Yan, it is impossible to solve Ning Lingyu's problem by himself. Even Ling Yan and Ning Lingyu's original soul, have they been completely wiped out by the current enemy? He doesn't know. This was what Ling Yun was most worried about. Don't be in a hurry, absolutely don't be in a hurry, nothing can be solved in a hurry. Ling Yun did not forget to remind himself repeatedly. Running the Qingxingju, Ling Yun quickly calmed down. So, when did Ning Lingyu's change begin? Apart from the ones I have noticed, are there any other details that I have overlooked? Ling Yun began to go back in his mind, and the details of getting along with Ning Lingyu in the past flashed through his mind like a movie. This time, he didn't let go of any subtle changes in Ning Lingyu. 49 small catastrophes, gifts from heaven? The first thing Ling Yun thought of course, was the night he took Ning Lingyu to cross the robbery in Mianshui in Yanjiao. Because before Ning Lingyu crossed the catastrophe, all her behaviors were really normal, and there was nothing wrong with Ling Yun at all. Everything is afraid of the word serious. When Ling Yun thought about it carefully, his heart was shocked. He had an extraordinary memory. As long as it was something he had personally experienced, even if it was just a word from the people around him or a slight change in expression, he could still remember it vividly. At that time, Ning Lingyu succeeded in crossing the catastrophe. She stood proudly in the sky, her long hair fluttered, her expression was cold, and her fairy posture was refined, just like a 9-day fairy descending into the mortal world. Ning Lingyu's temperament changed drastically. Immediately afterwards, flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses surged from the ground, and gifts from heaven came. At that time, Ling Yun was still in a hurry to explain to her that the golden and purple fairy aura was a gift from heaven, but Ning Lingyu said directly, "I understand." He remembered that at that moment Ning Lingyu was holding her hands backwards. But in Ling Yun's memory, before that, Ning Lingyu almost never carried her hands backwards, whether she was walking or standing, she would never carry her hands backwards, she didn't have this habit. Then Ning Lingyu finished receiving the gift from heaven, but even though she was a fairy body, with her strength at that time, she only absorbed 5% of the gift from heaven, but for the rest, she did not invite Ling Yun at all. The meaning of absorbing together in the past. This is very abnormal, because at that time, Jieyun had already dispersed, and those gifts from the heavens did not pose any danger to Ling Yun. Anyone who was around Ling Yun would have called him to go there to pick up a bargain. It turns out that since then, she has rejected, or started to be wary of me? Thinking of this, Ling Yun couldn't laugh or cry. He hunted geese all day long, but was pecked by geese. At that time, he was just happy for Ning Lingyu to get the gift from heaven, and he didn't think about those unreasonable things at all. But if Ling Yun doesn't want it, it doesn't mean that others don't want it either. Human Sovereign, Earth Sovereign's book came out unexpectedly, and began to plunder that rich gift from heaven. When this scene happened, Ning Lingyu's icy chick sounded immediately beside Ling Yun, obviously extremely dissatisfied with it. At this time, Ling Yun was showing his might for the Human Emperor's Earth Emperor's book, and he was in the midst of excitement about snatching the gifts from the heavenly Tao. Ning Lingyu's subtle performance was ignored by him again. He still remembered that Ning Lingyu asked him a question next, and Ling Yun also explained it seriously. Now that he thinks about it, since then, Ning Lingyu has started acting with him, pretending to be false. As soon as you think about it, and it will continue continuously. Thinking about it again, although the Human Emperor and the Earth Emperor Shu at that time were separated from the world and were busy helping Ling Yun snatch the gifts from the heavens, they would glance down from time to time. Ling Yun was concealed from the past. Now Ling Yun has pondered the taste. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Here it is. Fear. The vortex and the void, the thunder and lightning, the Human Emperor's Earth Emperor's book sealed the void, shook the heaven, and the words that the Human Emperor said several times. Isn't it just to take some spiritual energy from you, and you still don't give up, it's endless. Get back. Seal up. This is all said by Renhuang Qiling. At that time, Ling Yan thought that Ren Huang was trying to shake Tianwei hard and kill him, so he was talking to himself. Now that I think about it, those words of his were not just for fun, but to actually talk to the other party. Of course, the opponent here is definitely not Ning Lingyu, nor is it the heavenly Tao of nothingness, but someone else. The person who turned into a thunderbolt. Master of Thunderbolt. And those gifts from the heavenly Tao are not the real gifts from the heavenly Tao, but more like the private goods that the Master of Thunder and Lightning brought Ning Lingyu to her for the first time through the tribulation. Know everything, all questions are easily solved. Therefore, 95% of the gifts from the heavens were snatched by the Emperor's book, which aroused the fury of the Thunder and Lightning Master Lei Ting, who had been secretly observing, and there was that shocking battle. So, apart from those gifts of private goods, what did the Master of Thunder and Lightning give Ning Lingyu? Taking advantage of Ning Lingyu's crossing the catastrophe, direct soul invasion, let Ning Lingyu quietly change another person? It's not difficult to seize the house, but to seize the house during the tribulation, I'm afraid that even an immortal can't do it. Even if it's just a small catastrophe. Thinking like this, Ling Yan talked to himself unknowingly, and said it, because it was unbelievable to be true. Of course not. In the ear, a voice suddenly sounded. Ling Yan suddenly turned his head. The human Emperor Qi Ling suddenly appeared, with golden eyes shining, staring at Ling Yan with a distressed expression, shaking his head and sighing, "Boy, you finally figured it out, but you are suffocating me." Brush. Immediately afterwards, the old man Shouzhua, who was the spirit of the Emperor's book, also appeared beside Zhang Feng, still looking indifferently, looking at Ling Yan with a smile. Seeing that the two spirits appeared at the same time, Ling Yan said angrily, "You too, it's hard to hide from me." This is the truth, Ling Yan is really annoyed now. The clumsy old man smiled and said nothing. Zhang Feng didn't care, looked up at Ling Yan, and said, "It's no use telling you, Ning Lingyu succeeded in crossing the catastrophe, even if we leave by then, it's already too late." Ling Yan was surprised, "Even you guys left late? So what's going on?" He was actually very shocked. If the Renhuang Di Huang Shulian at that time could not stop the incident from happening, then what can he do to Ning Lingyu now? The old man Zongfeng laughed and said, "Actually, what you said is quite right. Even ordinary immortals can't do it when they are crossing the catastrophe, because that is the real contempt and offense against the way of heaven. The most taboo thing for immortals is, how could you do such a thing? That's not a fight at all. It's not duoshi? Then what's going on? Don't you tell me that Lingyu was forcibly changed during the process of crossing the catastrophe? That's why he became what he is now." The old man Shouzhua said, "That's not the case, but it's not far from your guess. It's impossible to seize the house. The so-called country is easy to change and the nature is hard to change. So it is even more difficult to change the nature with a mere 4 or 9 small catastrophes. If you have cultivated into someone else, is it still true?" The old man Zhang Feng explained lightly, and then asked, "Boy, you have 2 souls, have you heard of it?" Ling Yun. One body with 2 souls, one person, 2 souls. In other words, it is the situation where Fairy Zixia and Fairy Qingxia share the same body. Ling Yun only had one greeting in his mind at the moment, and he didn't know whether to say it or not. Because compared to seizing the house, changing the character, or having another person's memory, having 2 souls is the most troublesome thing. Looking at Ling Yan's expression, he knew that he understood, and the old man Zhang Feng didn't bother to say much, so he said directly, "Boy, the Master of Thunder and Lightning, of course, didn't seize the house, and he didn't reshape Ning Lingyu's character." After a short passage, Ning Lingyu crossed the catastrophe and awakened another soul of Ning Lingyu. It's just that the body of the other soul is too powerful, so even if it was just awakened, the Ning Lingyu who grew up with you was instantly suppressed and could no longer communicate with the outside world. Ling Yun understood in seconds, and remained silent for a long time. The truth came out. After a while, Ling Yun spoke. So it's not about Ling Yu's crossing the calamity at all, no matter whether she crosses the calamity or not, or even embarks on the path of cultivation. Once the body of another soul wants to awaken another soul of Ling Yu, he must have Duan wakes up. This is why what the two old men, Zhang Feng and Shouhua, said was useless even if they joined forces. Ling Yun didn't become an immortal, and his strongest was only at the ascension stage, but he knew that from the golden core stage to the ascension stage, there are countless ways to accomplish this, let alone those above immortals. Zhang Feng and Shouhua nodded at the same time, obviously acquiescing. So the problem with Ning Lingyu's soul is not on the day of crossing the catastrophe, but earlier, even before she was born. The moment he analyzed this point, Ling Yun broke out in a cold sweat. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Because, at this moment, he remembered the long talk he had with his mother, Qin Qiuyue, at the Qin family back then. P.S. I have a showdown, Ning Lingyu's true identity will be revealed soon. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember in a second. After knowing the crux of the matter, Ling Yun broke out in a cold sweat after thinking about it again. Because the whole thing is really not trivial. Ning Lingyu received a gift from heaven, of course. Now Ling Yun clearly knows that it is not a gift from heaven, but a person with strength above that of a fairy, as she grows step by step, give her private goods for cultivation and growth. However, this kind of gift was not the only one when she survived the 49 minor catastrophes. When Ning Lingyu was just born, she already received a gift in the form of heavy rain from the sky. Qin Qiuyue once said plainly that it was all spiritual rain, transformed by aura. The torrential rain poured down in Qingshui City for a day and a night, causing the aura in the entire Qingshui City to be so thick that it couldn't be melted away. This is also the origin of Ning Lingyu's name. Now that I think about it, before Ling Yun used the human emperor to transform her fairy body, Ning Lingyu was the real body of the heavenly spirit. Her physique can absorb all kinds of spiritual energy in the world. That is to say, no matter whether Ning Lingyu embarks on the journey of cultivation or not, since the day she was born, she has already absorbed the spiritual energy of the world every second. Obviously, that rain of spiritual energy was specially prepared for her future growth by the power of Ning Lingyu's other soul, or the female fairy. A rain of spirits, even if it does not hesitate to change the structure of the world in Qingshui City, will fall for her. Why? Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun thought of another thing. It was when Ning Lingyu was at the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow, and she was about to break through, but hadn't broken through yet. At that time, one night fairy illuminated Qingshui, and Ling Yun hadn't recovered from his serious injury. The brother and sister really opened up their hearts, completely explained, resolved, and erased the grievances that had happened in the past 6 years. See Chapter 104 for details. On that day, the two took the initiative to chat about the trivialities of life when they were growing up together, especially the gradual separation between the two brothers and sisters in the past 6 years. Ning Lingyu has gradually been soaked and influenced by another soul hidden deep in his mind, so some of Ning Lingyu's questions to Ling Yun that day seemed curious, but there was a certain inevitability. At that time Ning Lingyu took the initiative to ask what Ling Yun went through before running like crazy on the playground, and could you tell her that this is Ling Yun's biggest secret? Of course he didn't tell her clearly, but in that situation, Ling Yun couldn't avoid this problem. So he intentionally or unintentionally. But he also said something inexplicably. The fairy caressed my head, tied my hair, and gave me longevity. Unexpectedly, it was precisely this sentence that moved Ning Lingyu greatly, breaking through in an instant, from the acquired realm to the innate realm, causing the Qingshui River to flow backwards, and the fairy rainbow hangs in the clear sky. The vision is amazing. Thinking about it carefully, Ning Lingyu has walked all the way, although Ling Yun taught her all the exercises, but her realm has never been left behind by Ling Yun. Instead, step by step, every time she breaks through a key realm, she is in front of Ling Yun. Acquired into the innate, 4 or 9 small heavenly tribulations, this is the case, and it is different from Ling Yun being struck by lightning at every turn. On the contrary, every time she breaks through, it is extremely easy, as if with divine help. Fuck. The Dujia who fished Turtle Island, the 9 colors Jieyun. There is no way, now that things are going on, Ling Yun has to connect the inexplicable Jieyun fishing on Turtle Island with the thunderbolt who snatched Ning Lingyu's gift from Tiandao. Hearing this sentence, the old man Zhang Feng and the old man Shouxuo looked at each other meaningfully, stroked their beards at the same time, and laughed endlessly. Clever. According to our judgment, the 9-color robbery cloud fishing for Turtle Island and the thunder and lightning that appeared when snatching the gifts from the heavens should come from the same source. The clumsy old man's expression became serious, although we can't be sure who is the behind-the-scenes man who is bound to kill you and then quickly, but according to our cultivation and vision, we can see that you were struck by lightning 5 times for no reason. It is this existence that wants to kill you. The old man Zhang Feng couldn't help punching Ling Yun. He laughed and said, "Boy, admit it, what kind of evil have you done to get hit by people wherever you go?" Did someone catch you for stealing some female fairy's underwear? Come on, we won't blame you. The old man Zhang Feng showed an expression that men could understand, and he actually made a joke about Ling Yun at this moment. I'm not, I don't know. Ling Yun came to a quality company, and at the same time he didn't forget to roll his eyes at the other party. Steal me, the strongest I have is the Ascension Realm, de Zheng, okay? A real female fairy has never been seen before, and it turns into ashes. This is Ling Yun's inner complaint. But at the same time, he also absolutely agrees with what the 2 spirits said. There is a powerful existence above the immortal. If you have to get rid of him and then hurry up, you will never give up until you achieve your goal. And at this moment, he also verified one point, including that in the big world of comprehension, every time he was struck by lightning for no reason, it was not the favor of heaven, but that the other party was trying to exploit the loopholes of heaven, or within the scope of the default rules of heaven. Inside, exhaust all available means, but also completely obliterate him. So what is it? Of course not hatred. This is the battle for the great Tao. After understanding all the causes and consequences, Ling Yun was silent for a long time before making his own conclusion. I have a dispute with Ning Lingyu, or Ning Lingyu's other soul body. There is no second choice. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu, fate. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Fate is too entangled. Human sovereign Zongfeng looked down at the Kunlun mountain below for a long time. After a long time, he raised his head and asked seriously, Ling Yun, after you know this, are you afraid? Afraid? When Ling Yun heard this, he sneered, showing the disdainful look he hadn't seen for a long time after breaking through the late stage of Qi training, and raised his eyebrows recklessly. It's just a battle for the Tao, what do I have to be afraid of? After a pause, Ling Yun smiled again. The tighter she chases and kills, the more she fears me, so the person who is really afraid should not be me, it should be her. Good. 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 After Zongfeng Shuzuo listened, he applauded at the same time, and couldn't help but applaud Ling Yun. With this ambition in mind, and not afraid of the layout of immortals, you really deserve to be the one who is destined to be robbed by the master. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you are an immortal, you have already received the inheritance of the ancient emperor, and we have our protection. As long as you grow up as soon as possible, even if you are a real immortal, you can fight with all your strength. The latter sentence was said by Qi Ling of the Emperor's Book. I see. Ling Yun nodded. In fact, no one can brag. Ling Yun is definitely not afraid, because fear is useless, but there must be worry. After all, he has now confirmed that the person who really wants to deal with him is at least a real fairy. And she's a fairy. But at the same time, Ling Yun has now confirmed that before Ling Yun really ascended to become a fairy, this female fairy had very little way to deal with him. Anyway, I have already experienced it once in the great world of cultivation. Yes, now, no matter how stupid Ling Yun is, he still knows the real reason why he failed in the big world of cultivation. Just say there is a problem. Then what Ling Yun has to do next is very simple. Before ascending to immortality, strive to live. As for after becoming a fairy, everyone will be a fairy at that time, and the other party is still a female fairy with a small belly, so he is afraid of it. If you're dead, you're done. Apart from killing Ling Yun with the tribulation thunder whenever he can catch it, another way for this female fairy is her layout on the earth. One thing Ling Yun has to admit is that this female fairy is able to count the heavens, and even has the ability to cover some sky. The reason is actually very simple. Ling Yun was 18 years old when he failed to cross the tribulation in the great world of cultivation and transmigrated into this body. But Ning Lingyu was born 18 years ago. Before Ling Yun was reborn, the one who was really entangled with Ning Lingyu's fate was not him, but his predecessor, Ling Yun. If she hadn't been able to calculate the way of the sky, how could she have made arrangements in advance 18 years ago? Or, besides, there is a key point that Ling Yun couldn't figure out at the moment. It must be related to time and space, and the long river of time. 2 souls in one body? Then I will kill 1 soul for her. After figuring out everything, Ling Yun's eyes became firm instantly, and he said without a doubt. Ning Lingyu is his younger sister, and the younger sister has to be saved. Now that Ning Lingyu has suppressed his younger sister's soul, Ling Yun must spare no effort to destroy another soul of Ning Lingyu, so that his younger sister's soul can regain his body. Just in case. If the soul that really belonged to Lingyu has been completely wiped out at this moment, Ling Yun swears, even if he falls into the underworld, he must find out the female fairy who arranged it, and destroy her soul. This eventuality is of course the worst outcome, but Ling Yun knows that with Ning Lingyu's cultivation base that has not yet established a foundation, if she wants to kill another soul with 1 soul, even if she has the immortal stage, it will be difficult to do so. Even if it can be done, injuring the enemy 1000 and self-defeating 800, obliterating Ning Lingyu's soul for 18 years, and then causing his own soul to be severely injured, no matter how hard it is to improve his cultivation, according to the current character of Ning Lingyu, she sure doesn't do it. It is said that there are 2 souls in one body, but in fact the 2 souls share 1 soul. It is just a matter of who dominates the body. Therefore, Ling Yun is sure that now, the real soul belonging to Ning Lingyu is completely suppressed, and there is no chance of resistance. As long as she has created a chance, with her stubborn and resolute character, she may be able to turn things around. As for how to create the society, how to suppress, seal, peel off, and even obliterate another soul, it is of course up to Ling Yun. What's more, each realm of Ling Yun has a different level, and with the help of the 2 great weapon spirits, it's not difficult. For the next battle, please ask the 2 seniors to help me. Ling Yun is considered a senior, and he spoke earnestly with a rare sincere attitude. Now Ning Lingyu below, I don't know how many combat skills he has, and how strong he is. If I want to save my sister, I must beat her completely unconscious and let her soul fall into a deep sleep. Only then can we save her. I can't let her escape, and I can't really kill her. It must be done in one battle. I'm afraid it will be difficult to do it with my own strength. Because it was related to Ning Lingyu's life and death, Ling Yun made the matter very clear. Save Ning's family? Save the 5 and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain? Go away. What Ling Yun wants to save now is Qin Chuyua's daughter, Ning Lingyu, the younger sister who had beautiful eyes and a sweet smile before crossing the catastrophe. Of course, what is equally important is that he wants to carefully arrange the work of that certain female fairy who is full and has nothing to do. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Game, completely broken. What kind of bullshit battle for the avenue? Before Ling Yun starts, he will kill it in the cradle. Don't worry, we will do our best and we will be safe. The old man who hides the front of the emperor, folds his sleeves with both hands. At the same time laughed. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember in a second. Having received the promise from the two great weapon spirits, Ling Yun felt at ease. When he was listening to Ningbo Yuan's narration just now, with a little bit of enlightenment in his heart, he had roughly figured out the joints that he couldn't figure out before, and at the end of hearing it, he was almost in chaos. That's why he left the Ning family's ancestral house in a hurry, and went directly to an altitude of 20,000 meters, in order to be calm and calm. Now that Ling Yun understood everything, he finally began to truly and calmly face the most difficult situation at present. Ling Yun has never been afraid of trouble, but he is afraid that his eyes will be darkened, he will be confused, and he will not know anything. In fact, speaking carefully, Ning Lingyu was able to hide from him until today, not because of her superb acting skills, nor because of Ling Yun's blindness, or even the darkness under the lights. It's because Ling Yun has always been lucky, and has always been unwilling to admit, or accept that his sister has suddenly become another person, a stranger, and a strange enemy, this reality. Yi Xingchen saw Ning Lingyu's problem at a glance, and she pointed it out specifically for Ling Yun. Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu had been separated for half a year. Even after half a year, Ning Lingyu appeared in front of her at the 6th level of Qi training. She could tell it at a glance, and she had specially reminded Ling Yun. Even since Ning Lingyu successfully crossed the catastrophe, Zhang Feng has hinted or even expressed to Ling Yun whether in words or actions, this Ning Lingyu is no longer the Ning Lingyu before the catastrophe. For all the above, Ling Yun either responded vaguely, or kept silent, or simply pretended not to know, and has been covering his ears and stealing the bell until now. Even in the early hours of yesterday, when the Emperor urged Ling Yun to go to Kunlun Mountain in the sky above Miaojiang, he almost told Ling Yunming everything in his eagerness, but he still refused to let the two spirits interpose the matter of Ning Lingyu. For a long time, after realizing that something was wrong with Ning Lingyu, what Ling Yun did repeatedly was to investigate and test. Even, in Ling Yun's subconscious mind, there is another kind of psychology: as long as you act well, as long as you can keep everyone from hiding, then I will treat you as the original Ning Lingyu. In other words, as long as you can give me a reason not to hit you, then I will not hit you. One will do. Ling Yun knew clearly. He was drinking poison to quench his thirst, but he drank this pot of poisoned wine one mouthful at a time until now. This is because Ling Yun kept his mouth shut at the beginning, and the reason why he didn't want to admit it was that Ning Lingyu was taken away by someone, and if it was really taken away, then Ning Lingyu's soul would have died at the moment of the takeover. All that survived was her physical body. Tao is ruthless, but who can be truly ruthless? Even the Puritan leader in the list of gods, he is not willing to let his own disciples be on the list of gods. Ling Yun really didn't want his fist to hit Ning Lingyu's body, and he didn't want his sword to slash Ning Lingyu's body, even though the current Ning Lingyu, only her physical body belonged to her. Again. As long as you can give me a reason not to hit you, then I will not hit you. The above is Ling Yun's true state of mind after confirming that Ning Lingyu had a problem. But now, you are no longer acting, you are too lazy to hide it, your other soul has started to stir up troubles in China, doing whatever it wants, and starting to be my enemy. Then, the reasons for not hitting you no longer exist. If I don't hit you, then I am not Ling Yun. I'm sorry, Ling Yu, it hurts my heart to hit you. But I can't help it. If my brother doesn't hit you, I can't save you. Thinking about it, you, whose soul has been completely suppressed, must have thought the same way, right? A body with two souls. Fortunately, he has two souls. Fortunately, it was not taken away. Fortunately, you jumped out early enough. As long as the expectations are not bad, Ling Yu will definitely be saved. Thinking of this, Ling Yin sighed deeply in his heart, and then took another deep breath. The Qingxin art was working again, and his complicated expression returned to calm. After the mood calmed down, a little spark lit up in his body, and the explosion burst out. Ling Yin was full of fighting spirit in an instant. Ling Yin is like this. As long as he doesn't regard a person as an enemy, then he can do whatever he wants, and Ling Yin can turn a blind eye. But once Ling Yin regards a person as an enemy, no matter who the opponent is, he must try his best to defeat him, otherwise he will never give up. Ling Yin looked directly at the two spirits, and said seriously, "Seniors, now let's formulate a detailed battle plan and how to deal with various unexpected situations. The premise is to prevent Ning Lingyu from escaping, and the bottom line is not to kill Ning Lingyu. Lingyu's body is complete. It's just strategy. What Ling Yin is discussing with the two Kailings now is detailed tactics. The enemy is real, but after the battle, the rescued Ning Lingyu is also real. This battle cannot allow Ling Yin to be negligent. Wan Shui Xian Ju, Dian Gathering Stars Ju, Supreme Qing Emperor Ju, 9 Kill Sword Art, well, there is also Dragon and Elephant Divine Strength. Ling Yin snapped his fingers, counting the powerful exercises he personally taught to Ning Lingyu, counting the treasures, but he was biting his teeth with a headache. The so-called self-inflicted, lifting a stone and smashing it. Big smiley face, remember in a second. My own feet are the current Ling Yun. But Ling Yun was just expressing his depression. Because it is obvious that the soul that dominates Ning Lingyu's physical body now is a real fairy soul. Even if it is just a thought of the fairy, the fighting skills she possesses are no worse than those taught by Ling Yun to Ling Yu. It should be only strong but not weak. This point, Ling Yin can be sure with only two things. First of all, a group of 9 members of the Ning family went to Tianshan. On the way back, they were delayed for an hour. After returning, their temperament changed drastically and they practiced quickly. This must be the cultivation method that Ning Lingyu specially taught them. A magic skill that can forcibly plunder the skills of others. Moreover, Ling Yin judged that Ning Lingyu also controlled the minds of the 9 members of the Ning family through some means of controlling the mind, which made them obey Ning Lingyu, even if his own son or grandson died, can be indifferent. Secondly, in Miaojiang in the early hours of yesterday, Renhuang Zongfeng had already said that the seal he left in Ning Lingyu's body had been broken by Ning Lingyu. This in itself proved Ning Lingyu's current strength and what she possessed. Strong segment. Therefore, the Ning Lingyu that Ling Yun is about to deal with is definitely the strongest enemy he has ever encountered. Ling Yun was extremely mentally exhausted, and took out his entire life's combat experience. After discussing with the two spirits for an entire hour, he finally came up with a battle plan approved by Ling Yun. Of course, this is just a battle plan after all. In a real fight, it depends on improvisation and adaptability. However, through this discussion, Ling Yun did not have other gains. At least he now has a general understanding of the general combat power and fighting methods of the two great weapon spirits, the Human Emperor and the Earth Emperor book. Individuals, squatting at an altitude of 20,000 meters, facing each other in twos, and discussing everything that needs to be discussed. Ling Yun suddenly raised his head, looked left and right, his eyes swished brightly, and he could see clearly. The two spirits are a little hairy. Zongfeng was already tired of squatting. He frowned and asked, "What else?" "Dare to ask the two seniors, before coming to Kunlun Mountain, I feel what you mean. Do you want me to kill this Ning Lingyu directly?" Zongfeng. A pair of eyes flicked around, avoiding Ling Yun's question. The old man Shobin is a real person. He nodded directly and said, "That's what I mean. If you still refuse to make a decision after you come, the two of us will unite and unleash a thunderous blow to kill her completely. Why? As you said, because she and you are fighting for the great Tao, and it is a real dispute for the Tao. If you let her practice all the way, your Tao will be in danger. In that case, the ancient emperor's layout, it makes no sense. Ling Yun was silent for a long time after listening, and finally asked, what if I clearly express my objection? This. All of a sudden, it was the turn of the two spirits to be in trouble again. Zhang Feng, Shobin, the two old men looked at each other for a long time, perhaps after a secret exchange, they finally sighed at the same time. The Emperor's book, the old man Shobin replied, of course it depends on what you mean. That's good. Ling Yun finally felt reassured. The conversation between the two sides just now seemed plain, but it was actually a fierce confrontation. When it comes to major issues of right and wrong, or when things cannot be done, it is very important to Ling Yun, who has the final say. The plan is set. At this time, it was almost noon. Gone. Ling Yun stood up, greeted him, then became invisible again, descended from the sky, and went straight to the top of Yushu Peak. The Emperor's and Emperor's books naturally turned into two beams of light and returned to Ling Yun's body. Landing on the top of Yushu Peak again, Ling Yun took out the Tianzu's communicator and directly contacted the chief elder of the Tianzu, Zhou Yi. Chief. Ling Yun, where did you go, brat? I've been looking for you for several days, but I haven't been able to contact you. Did you throw the communicator into the space ring again? I need you urgently. Zhou Yi's voice came from the communicator immediately, like a cannonball. It was obvious that he was in a hurry now. Is there something urgent for me? Then you should talk about it first. What happened again? Kunlun Mountain. Something big happened in Kunlun Mountain. From the night of the 10th to last night, in only one night, 9 of the 5 schools and 11 sects in Kunlun Mountain have been massacred. And, whoever came out is absolutely unexpected. I know, it's the Ning family, right? Ling Yun was very indifferent. Zhou Yi's voice was stuck, and he almost choked to death. After a long while, he asked, how do you know? I'm blowing on the top of Yushu Peak, in Kunlun Mountain right now, it's very cool. Huh. Zhou Yi let out an undisguised breath after listening, and his voice slowed down significantly. This incident has a great impact on the Tianzu, and it is also extremely bad. This day, several elders have joined hands to invite. I'm going to lead a team over there to thoroughly investigate the matter. Zhou Yi first told Ling Yun the basic situation, and then lowered his voice and said, because I know the relationship between the Ning family and you, so I joined forces with the Yi family to force this matter to the sky. If I can't contact you today, I can't hold it anymore. There's nothing to pressure. Whoever wants to lead the team, you can let them come anyway, but I can tell you, whoever comes will die, as many come as they die. Zhou Yi. Silence for a while. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Afterwards, he whispered, now that you're there, I'm relieved, at least I have a reason to stop them. By the way, what's going on here? What kind of madness is the Ning family going? This is my family business, I don't want anyone from Tianzu to intervene. Ling Yun said directly, however, I can guarantee that within a few days, I will definitely give you a result. After I finish dealing with it, I will give you a good reason to shut everyone up. Within a day, 9 sects in Kunlun Mountain were massacred one after another. This has already affected the balance of the Chinese cultivation world. Naturally, it is impossible for Tianzu to turn a blind eye. Of course, Ling Yun approached Zhou Yi, this time not just to ask him about these things. I need all the information about the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, including the specific location of their sects, the number of people in the sects, the number of high core members, etc. With strategy and tactics in place, the next most important thing is naturally to find Ning Lingyu first. finding Ning Lingyu is actually not difficult. Ling Yin has a feeling that the Kunlun sword sect should not have been slaughtered. He just needs to let Li Piaoyang, the leader of the party, lead the way for him, and go to lie around the Kunlun sword sect in advance to ambush and guard. However, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. Ling Yin wanted to take advantage of this afternoon to follow the sects that Ning Lingyu had slaughtered, follow the vines, find them one by one, and use this to get to know the enemy. You want information about the 5 schools and 11 schools, right? Well, there's no problem, I'll pass it on to you right now. P.S. In the previous chapters, the name of Qi Ling in Daiwanshu was wrongly written, it should be, Old Man Shobin. Lao Bu covered his face in embarrassment. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember in a second. As the saying goes, if you have difficulties, find a team. Well, this is not a common saying, this is what Ling Yin himself said. Of course there is nothing wrong with that. Why did Ling Yin join the Tianzu? The original intention was to obtain resources, but now, the little resources obtained from Tianzu are nothing to him. Information, useful information for him. Say the important things. For example, when Ling Yin went to Nanyang, he wiped out the 4 major sects in the first battle, completely erasing the great trouble of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance. In this battle, it must be said that the information provided by Zhou Yi definitely played a considerable role. The information that Zhou Yi provided to him was accumulated little by the Huaxia team over the years. At critical moments, even if only one piece of information is useful, it can save a lot of trouble. For Ling Yin, he only needs an address, and the rest is just to kill him and get it done. In previous battles, the soldiers did not move, and the food and grass went first. However, in today's global informatization, the soldiers have not moved, and the information comes first. Since there is even information about foreign cultivation sects, the big and small domestic sects are naturally not a problem for Tianzu. Not long after the call was over, Zhou Yi sent him detailed information on the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain. Changchun School, located at the Changchun Peak at the junction of the Kunlun Mountains and the Qinling Mountains, the location of the satellite navigation is. The total number of sects is 16, to be updated. Zheng advocates Shaolin, the peak state of the first level of Qi training, and the names of the elders are all in the early stage of Qi training, and there are 5 Dharma protectors, ranging from the innate level to the 9th level. There are 12 true disciples, whose realms range from the peak of the first level of innate to the peak of the 6th level of innate. 10 outer disciples, the realm. There are 2 miscellaneous sects, the realm. Overview. The Changchun sect is a sect that has been passed down for thousands of years in China. The established sect is in charge of teaching Changchun Zi, who majors in Changchun Ju. In pursuit of longevity, sect disciples generally live in seclusion, seldom enter the world, and even more rarely participate in sect battles, and have nothing to do with the world. Remark. Supplement, this sect has been exterminated, more than half of the dead, and the missing number is unknown. Others, the specific data will be updated after investigation and confirmation. 6 profound gates, located at. Next is Northwest Tiecheng Lei family, Shenkwamen, Xinjian Villa. And then the Ning family. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Wuxingzong, Xiafeixinmen, Luxianzong, Xiaoyuwomen, Xiwangzong, Wulingzong. Until, Kunlun Sword Sect. Fuck. Awesome. Ling Yin swiped his finger, glanced at 10 lines, and quickly browsed the detailed information of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, and was shocked at that time. What is a profession? This is called professional. Organization, the power of organization. Each sect, its location, the position of the satellite positioning, the total number of people, the composition of the members of the sect, the realm, the main cultivation method, and so on, everything that one expects to find. Even if there is none, there are clear remarks on the information, such as temporarily unknown, waiting for update, pending investigation, pending confirmation, etc., clearly stated. Even for such an important sect as the Kunlun Sword sect, even the realm, skills, and even the general character of the core characters in it are introduced. Damn, isn't this the sect household registration book? Ling Yan laughed at the time, this is too detailed. In fact, I just want a position, and you have given too much. However, Ling Yan likes it, really likes it, because it saves him a lot of unnecessary trouble, as long as it works. From this point of view, Huaxiao Group's communicator is really more than just a dedicated line, it has so many uses. The higher the authority in the Sky Group, the greater the merit value, and the more valuable information you can get. And Ling Yun happened to be one of the few people with the highest authority in the Tianzu. As for meritorious service, he only temporarily ranked second. Well, it seems that Tianzu's communicator must be taken out and used frequently in the future, and it cannot be left in the Taishu ring to eat ashes. At noon, Ling Yun sent a message to Li Piaoyang, telling him to come and join him. Sovereign, something is wrong, something happened in Kunlun Mountain. This was Li Piaoyang's first words after seeing Ling Yun again. Ling Yun nodded, indicating that he already knew it, and it was also a kind of recognition for Li Piaoyang. When the two parted in the morning, Ling Yun sent him away, and the reason he gave was to let him find a place to practice, but he could bring useful information as soon as he came back, which showed that Li Piaoyang was a caring person. It's someone who can do things. Let's go, I'll take you to have a full meal first, and then we'll get to work. Li Piaoyang was overjoyed, being able to have a meal with the suzerain. This is something that can last a lifetime after returning to Lingyun Sword sect. Not to mention, what Li Piaoyang thought was really not an exaggeration at all. The two left Yushu Peak, flew in the sky for a certain distance, and landed in a relatively large city at random. Ling Yun carefully selected a restaurant and had a serious meal. Since parting from Morong Feishue, Ling Yun has not seriously eaten for several days. Although in his current state, it is not a problem to eat bigu for 2 weeks, but in order to meet the upcoming big battle, Ling Yun must have a big meal besides. Around 1 p.m., the two arrived at the first destination. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Changchun Peak, Changchun School. As expected, the Changchun School was empty. Sure enough, it was destroyed. The dead bodies have already been disposed of, and the rest should have escaped. Landing on the small square where the disciples of the Changchun School usually practiced, Ling Yun let go of his consciousness and covered almost the entire mountain, looking for the dead body. He came here mainly to confirm some things by looking at the traces of the fight, or through the autopsy, and deduce some things in reverse. For example, Ning Lingyu's true temperament and taste now, and for example, what the core figures of the Ning family led by her have become now. Of course, if there are still people alive, it would be best to directly ask about the process of the matter. Sovereign, I see that the houses here are intact, and there are no traces of fighting, is it? Li Piaoyang walked around the house of the Changchun School twice, but he didn't find any signs of fighting, so he asked in surprise. No. Ling Yun shook his head indifferently. The people from the Changchun faction were killed in seconds, and there was no time to resist. Li Piaoyang thought about it carefully, then nodded suddenly. The suzerain knows the details, and it is far beyond our reach. Ling Yun couldn't help but glanced at him twice, and asked, the information will not be wrong, and this is the case here again, didn't you really expect it? Li Piaoyang said seriously, after being reminded by the suzerain, I figured it out soon. Ling Yun was very helpless, he just picked up a leading party at random, he never thought of calling an acting school, why didn't he see it in the days when he was in Lingyun Sword sect? Follow me. Suddenly, Ling Yun soared into the sky, and his figure shot straight into a cliff valley next to the small square, and fell straight to the bottom of the 100-meter valley. Ling Yan put his feet on the ground, stabilized his figure, and lowered his head to look at a corpse in the grass and rocks. This person was thrown from the cliff and fell here. The location is very secret, apparently the person who handled the corpse missed it. This is a mummy, skinny, with wide eyes, mouth open to the extreme, the bones of both arms and legs are almost smashed, and the death is extremely miserable. Sovereign, who is this? What kind of death is this? Li Piayang also came down, and asked in shock. It doesn't matter who it is. He was first tapped on his acupuncture points, absorbed all his strength and blood energy, and then fell off the cliff. For Ling Yun, he only needed to see this corpse to get enough information. Ling Yun also absorbs the true qi in the enemy's body, but it is only limited to the true qi. He absorbs power, which can be interpreted as waste recycling, because anyway, Ling Yun's enemies must die, and Ling Yun absorbs it without any sequelae. This person's death method is more like the death method of being sucked out of the blood by the blood-transforming magic knife, but he has no other trauma from the sword except the fall injury from falling from the cliff. But there is one thing, Ling Yun can be sure that this is definitely not done by Ning Lingyu, because Ning Lingyu is a fairy body. Even if she takes the initiative to absorb other people's skills, it will only absorb true energy, not blood energy. If it wasn't done by Ning Lingyu, it was naturally done by other Ning family members. Devil skill. It must be magic skill. And it is extremely terrifying, extremely domineering magic skill. Li Piayang's complexion really changed. Yes, this is an extremely overbearing magic skill. While speaking, Ling Yan performed the xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kung Fu, and the mummy instantly submerged into the rocky soil below and disappeared. Wherever you die, you will be buried there, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Li Piayang watched the mummy, like a stone dropped into a lake, submerged into the ground in an instant, and suddenly felt dazed. Sovereign, is this so simple? Ling Yan glanced at him. There is an easier one, but unfortunately there are no other corpses here, so I can't demonstrate it to you. Cough cough, cough cough. Li Piayang coughed loudly. Ling Yan just smiled. It's good to take Li Piayang with him. This old man is much more interesting than Wang Chongxiao, at least he won't be lonely. With a thought in his mind, he put on an extra bottle of elixir, and threw it to Li Piayang. Eat slowly. If you have nothing to do, stop flattering and practice more. You should be able to break through the bottleneck soon and enter the late stage of qi training. Li Piayang was stunned, and suddenly burst into tears, and couldn't help but make a gesture to kneel down to Ling Yun. Let's go to the next stop, Liaxuanmen. Ling Yun had already soared into the sky, and when Li Piayang followed, wiping away his tears, the two quickly left the Chongqun school. You said, Chongqun Sexley faction headmaster is at the Jingdan stage. How can he be so poor that he doesn't even have a mountain protection formation? On the way, Ling Yan discussed with Li Piayang the question that he had been pondering for a long time. The suzerain looks at the problem from a different point of entry. Say what you think. Ling Yan knew that even though Li Piayang finally chose to go to Tianshan Tianjianzong to settle down, but he is an out-and-out Kunlun master, and he can even be called Northwest Master. The undisciplined sword cultivator at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training is definitely a veteran in the cultivation world. For the same thing, the government has the official version, and the folks have the folk explanations, which are different. Li Piayang looked serious, and said after thinking, to be honest with the suzerain, it is said that the Chongqun faction was once a big faction in the Chinese cultivation world, but hundreds of years ago, the real Chongqun faction had moved away. Will you move out together too? Legend, it's just a legend. Li Piao. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Young added. Ling Yan's mind moved. Where did you move? Kunlun. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember in a second. I don't know if you have noticed, suzerain. The 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, except for the ancient martial arts sect that has just emerged in the past 1 or 200 years, some other sects all have a small character in front of them as a prefix. Speaking of the Cultivation sect in Kunlun Mountain, Li Piayang had an expression that he couldn't sleep anymore, his eyes were shining, and he was eloquent. Not to mention, Ling Yin really noticed this when he first saw the detailed information about the sect sent by Zhou Yi. Considering the speed of Li Piayang's Yujian, Ling Yin took the initiative to slow down, so as not to make him fly too hard and consume too much. Fly slowly, talk slowly, anyway, Ling Yin is also happy to listen to these, saving the boring journey. But Ling Yin waited for a long time, but he didn't hear it. After sweeping his consciousness, he found that Li Piayang was looking forward to him, and turned his head to look at him. There are only 5 big characters written on the forehead, you ask me quickly. Wanna die? Cough, cough, cough. Li Piayang almost choked, and explained directly, that's not because they are self-effacing. According to the legend, be careful, it's still a legend. I don't know if it's true or not. Still talking nonsense? Small 5 Elements sect, Shaofeixian sect, Shaoyuhua sect, etc. They were all the top sects in Kunlun Mountains and even China 1,000 years ago. There is no prefix of small in front of the names of the sections. They are directly 5 Elements sect, Feixian sect, etc. The door, the feathered door. So? They are all the same as the Chongqun sect. The sect moved away directly. Legend has it that they all went to Kunlun, but the time they moved was hundreds of years earlier than the Chongqun sect, so most people don't know about it, and even many people who came later, the ancient martial arts sect, even ridiculed them. Ming sect's name is very domineering, but they added a small one in front. Hee, those small sects who don't know the truth are really stupid. They don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Well, why did you relocate? This? Li Piayang wanted to show off again, but he was in a cold sweat immediately, and quickly said, first of all, it is because their sect is strong enough, they have reached a certain standard, and they have been invited by Kunlun. The reason, of course, is that the aura on this side of the earth is gradually exhausted, and it is not suitable for the disciples of the sect to cultivate. So there is no other way but to move. Hearing this, Ling Yin remained calm, but they still left a legacy in Kunlun Mountain. Bullshit inheritance. As soon as the sect moved, the mountain guard formation also moved away. The head teacher, elders, Dharma protectors, true disciples, and further disciples all went to Kunlun together. Handymen, they can inherit a hammer. Li Piayang couldn't hold back his anger. Thinking back to when he was young, he was also a sword repair genius who caused a sensation in Kunlun Mountain. He reached the realm of qi training in his 20s, but because he didn't have a suitable technique to inherit, he could only I stumbled all the way to today, but in the end I only felt hopeless, so I chose Tianshan Tianjianzong. It was said that it was hard work, but in fact it was just finding a place with many swordsmen to retire. You know a lot. Ling Yun nodded in admiration. He was very glad that he got a lot of really useful information through this questioning, so Li Piayang became more and more pleasing to the eye. The suzerain is absurd, this matter, but for those who have cultivated to the level of qi training and above in the Kunlun Mountains, you don't know if you want to know, because the people around you will talk about it when you get together. And because of the relationship between realms, I also believe that these are true, but because the times are different now, everyone talks about it as a legend, and those who listen to it also listen to it as a legend. Perhaps it was the bottle of elixir that Ling Yun took out just now that really moved Li Piayang. Now he finally opened up his heart and told Ling Yun a lot of secret things. Being willing to take orders from someone and being willing to open up to someone are 2 different things. Ling Yin remembered another thing. He remembered that when Tianshan rescued his mother, Kunlun not only sent 4 foundation establishing disciples out, but also brought people in. so he asked another question. Li Piayang, do you want to enter Kunlun? Idiots don't want to. Speaking these words with anger, Li Piayang suddenly remembered that he is now a member of Lingyun Sword Sect, and the person next to him is also the suzerain of Lingyun Sword Sect, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Lingyun didn't take it seriously. Then why didn't you join the Kunlun Sword Sect? If you were in the Kunlun Sword Sect, wouldn't it be more likely to join the Kunlun Sword Sect? Hearing this sentence, Li Piayang raised his head, with a rare look of arrogance on his face. It's just a watchdog, don't do it. Oh? Lingyun couldn't help turning his head, and carefully looked at Li Piayang a few times. This is a bit interesting. I am willing to enter Kunlun, but I am determined not to be Kunlun's watchdog. Take it. Just when Lingyun looked at him furiously and thought that he had said something wrong, Li Piayang saw Lingyun take out another bright elixir and threw it to him. Li Piayang quickly caught it with both hands, and wanted to keep it in a precious place. Just eat it. The suzerain, isn't he going to kill someone to silence him? Li Piayang asked cautiously. Lingyun admired the scenery under his feet, and said with a casual smile, is it a waste of medicine to kill you? Give it back to me if you don't eat it. Li Piayang threw the elixir into the mouth violently, and felt a surge of medicinal power full of majestic vitality explode in his abdomen in an instant. He clearly felt an incredible change in his body. The bottleneck of many years has been broken in an instant. Straight into the late stage of Qi training. Practicing Qi layer. Practicing Qi. Big smiley face, remember in a second. The pinnacle of the layer. 8 levels of Qi training. The 8th stage of Qi training. Li Piayang froze for an instant, and was stunned. Lingyun also stopped long ago, casually looking down at the scenery below. The 6 profound gates had already arrived. Of course he knew that after Li Piayang took the elixir, he would break through immediately, so waiting patiently was also protecting him. After waiting for a long time, he found that there was still no movement around him. Lingyun turned his head to look, and suddenly burst out laughing. It turned out that at some point, Li Piayang raised the flying sword he was stepping on, and was using the sword as a mirror, shaking it left and right in front of him. Seeing Lingyun looking over, Li Piayang flashed his figure and came to Lingyun, retracted the flying sword, grabbed Lingyun's shoulders with both hands, and shook violently. Sovereign, I don't care what method you use, you must get me a mirror now, immediately, immediately. God reacts. Reliable. Ling Yunqing said, you, Li Piayang, are the first among so many people who have eaten Zhuyan pill to have this kind of reaction after eating it. Breaking through a big bottleneck, and being able to break through 2 realms in succession, and only a little bit short of reaching the peak of the 8th level of Qi training, as a sword cultivator, this effect is really good. Ling Yun praised. I don't care, I want a mirror now, a mirror. How can there be a suzerain like you who doesn't prepare a mirror for people when they are rejuvenated? Li Piayang was so anxious that he almost cried. Don't shake it, you'll fall apart if you shake it again. Ling Yin yelled angrily, kicking the opponent away with one kick, and pointing down, the mirror you want is right below, find it yourself. After finishing speaking, he no longer cared about the crazy Li Piayang, and landed at Liuxuanmen first. According to Tianzu's data, although Liuxuanmen is an ancient martial arts sect, its strength is much stronger than that of Chongqun School. Therefore, not far from Liuxuanmen, there are not only many new graves, but also several a living person. It was not easy, but I finally saw a few survivors. At this time, these 6 people were gathering together, all of them had dull eyes and numb faces, and they were gathering together, not knowing what to talk about. Ling Yun descended from the sky and appeared directly beside them. In broad daylight, suddenly there was another person beside him, 6 disciples of the 6 profound sects, but none of them reacted much. They all raised their heads numbly, looked at Ling Yun numbly, then got up mechanically, and then kneeled mechanically in front of Ling Yun down. Forgive the fairy, forgive the devil, let us obey. Ling Yun. Fuck, what is it like to be frightened? Were you all dumbfounded by the tragedy that happened that night? No wonder they survived. Brush. Li Piayang landed on the ground. Without saying a word, he grabbed a person and asked, "Young man, help me, can you take me to find a mirror?" So that person nodded numbly, and really took him there. Ha 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 ha. Handsome. So handsome. Old man, no, Li Piayang, a handsome young man, is back again. Soon, Li Piayang's extremely excited laughter came from a nearby house. Ling Yun sighed, and was not in a hurry to ask any more questions. With a flicker of his figure, he came to the outside of the Luxian gate, in front of the pile of new graves. Eyesight. Ling Yun cast his eyes, his gaze penetrated the grave, and he directly saw the corpses buried inside. Sure enough, all of them were mummified corpses, and their death conditions were miserable. Since there was no coffin, these corpses were directly mixed with the soil, which made it even worse. Can't read it. After seeing this scene, no matter how ruthless Ling Yun is. Too much, really, too much. It's no wonder that Zhou was anxious, and it's no wonder that the elders of Tianzhu volunteered one after another, willing to take the initiative to lead a team to thoroughly investigate the matter. Even if the members of Tianzhu are all from the Cultivation sects, they have intricate ties with the Cultivation sects of Huaxia, and they ask for a fight with the idea of public welfare in their hearts. But even if there is no incense, but the mortal nature is still there, after seeing the death of these people, they can't help but shoot the case. How tragic is it to be able to scare 6 people who are in the 5th and 6th levels of the postnatal realm into stupidity? The soul of a female fairy can do the ultimate magic way. So risking the dissatisfaction of the world, what on earth does she want to do? To raise goo? Or is it to anger Kunlun? Ling Yan's eyes flickered, and while suppressing his anger, he secretly made possible speculations. In fact, these 2 conjectures are very reasonable. If you raise goo, of course, it is to cut the leaks by yourself in the end. To anger Kunlun, it is to reopen the portal of Kunlun's secret realm, and then there will be a new crop of leaks. Ning Lingyu led the core members of the Ning family to sweep across the major sects of Kunlun Mountain, and did not hesitate to anger the whole world. There must be a big conspiracy. In short, this is the catastrophe of China. It is often difficult for people who are in the middle of a big event to make an accurate judgment on the overall situation of the matter. They often wait for the whole big event to end, and then let future generations summarize and draw the results. But Ling Yun is not. One leaf falls, and the world knows autumn. Sovereign, where are we going next? The Wuling sect and the Xinjian villa are the closest to here. Li Piayang flew over. He went from madness to returning to calm, that is, after looking in the mirror, he came to Ling Yun again, only asked about the matter, and did not thank him. No thanks. At this point when the aura is exhausted, a casual cultivator, in the absence of pills and skills, can. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Only relying on one's own talent, one has cultivated to the peak level of the 6th level of Qi training. Even if one stumbles on the way of cultivation, one is still a person with extreme talent. How can one be stupid? Ling Yun shook his head. There's no need to investigate any more. The day has passed, and those who should have escaped have already fled. No matter how many investigations there are, it's just a few more times to watch such tragedies. The suzerain is very right. According to their advancing speed and calculating the time, it will be the Kunlun sword sect's turn tonight. We will repair here, and when it gets dark, we will go straight to Kunlun Mountain. Dear, this chapter is over. I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember in a second. Ha 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 ha. He 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 he. Hey hey hey. Hearing that he was resting on the spot, Li Piayang started again, and even worse. This guy asked the 6 disciples of the 6 Xian sect to find him a big mirror. Each of them held his hands in front of his chest, and stood side by side in a small square in an arc fan shape for him to look in the mirror. Li Piayong stood there, looking from left to right. Well, in every mirror, there is a young, brand new Li Piayong, also looking at him in various poses. Sometimes with the back on the back, sometimes with the hips akimbo, sometimes with the chest in the arms, and sometimes a golden rooster stand alone. At the same time, it was accompanied by all kinds of laughter that made people unable to help but want to hit people. They got carried away and howled like ghosts and wolves. The 6 people in front of him who held the mirror for him backed away involuntarily in fright. Ling Yun was so disgusted by him that he didn't want to, and was ashamed to be with him, and had long since hid far away. "Ma Da, with a Zhuyan Baodan, how did you cultivate such a bastard?" This made Ling Yun doubt his decision for the first time. At this moment, Ling Yun had already hit on the edge of the cliff, but Li Piayong's mean laughter kept coming over from the small square. "Li Piayong, what the hell are you going to do?" Ling Yun suddenly appeared in front of Li Piayong, blocking his sight. At this time, Li Piayong has performed all the chic poses he can think of. He is facing the mirror, holding his elbow with his right hand and pinching his chin with his left hand. A stagger. The cheap laughter was interrupted and immediately turned into a violent cough. Cough cough, cough cough cough. Sovereign, cough cough, suzerain you, Ming Jian, I also want to try not to laugh, but hee, I'm so happy, hee, I really can't hold back my face, hey. Rejuvenation. Sovereign, this is rejuvenation, sovereign. I still can't believe that all this is true. I'm afraid that after a while, I will change back again. What should I do? Ha. Your lord has a lot, just let me be happy all at once, okay, suzerain. Ling Yun's face was tense, but for a moment he really didn't know how to refute his words. He deliberately frowned, his face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, no. Li Piayong's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed. Sect master, what's wrong? Ling Yun thought about it and said, after taking Zhuyan pill, you will suddenly look 40 or 50 years younger. It's normal to be happy for a while, but I think your performance just now is a bit too much, very similar to this Zhuyan pills. The power of the medicine has not completely dissipated in your body, which is why you have some mental problems. Li Piayong suddenly panicked. Sovereign, what should we do then? How can we completely dissolve the power of the medicine? The elixirs are all the same, but everyone's age and constitution are different, so it's hard to dissolve and absorb the power of the medicine that you couldn't dissolve just now, so you need external help. Performing a full set of plays, Ling Yun's expression was particularly dignified, serious, with a hint of worry and regret. Li Piayong turned pale with shock. Please ask the suzerain to come out. Help me dissolve the power of the medicine. If you ask me to do it, it's not difficult to dissolve the power of the medicine, it's just. What's wrong? Hurts a little. Don't worry, suzerain, I'm not afraid of pain. That's good. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yun punched Li Piayong firmly on the left side of the face, directly sending Li Piayong flying upside down. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun followed him closely and punched again. Bang 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 bang. Ling Yun swung his bow left and right, his punches were like lightning, and he hit Li Piayong with a blow. Li Piayong screamed miserably. In fact, he thought about it as soon as Ling Yun punched. Knowing that he was deceived, he was already running away with all his strength, but how could he dodge Ling Yun's fist? After punching Li Piayong dozens of times in one breath, Ling Yun felt a lot more comfortable. He stopped punching, Xian grabbed it, and threw Li Piayong back to the original place. Well, it's so enjoyable. Ling Yun was relieved, but Li Piayong cried. Well, I think the power of the medicine should be almost dissolved, you can look in the mirror again. Li Piayong squeezed his eyes open with all his might, only glanced at the mirror, closed them immediately in fright, and then covered his face with both hands. The man in the mirror, with a bruised nose and swollen face, has completely turned into a pig's head. Sect Master, it's melted away, I feel that the power of the medicine has melted away. Li Piayang wanted to cry, but regretted it to death. Ling Yun asked with a smile, do you want me to lend you another knife, perform a night battle in front of the mirror, and then test it? No, I'm fine. Li Piayang shook the pig's head like a rattle. Really don't need it? I really don't need the suzerain. I'm already healed. Really? Li Piayang grinned his teeth in pain, the regret in his heart. No matter how embarrassing you are, is it too much? What is extreme joy begets sorrow? This is the most standard extreme joy begets sorrow. Here is a day that Li Piayang has never dreamed of in his life. As soon as I saw Ling Yun, I got a dragon and tiger pill and a great return pill. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Accompanied Ling Yun for a trip to the Changchun school, and inexplicably got a bottle of elixir, which was said to help him break through the late stage of qi training. Then on the way to Liexuanmen, after chatting with Ling Yun for a few words, he got another magical pill. After taking it, he not only broke through the bottleneck of more than 10 years of cultivation in an instant, but also rejuvenated himself. Suddenly 40 or 50 years younger, even if they stand with their suzerain, Ling Yun, no one else can tell who is older and who is younger. How many lifetimes will it take to cultivate such a relationship? Such a suzerain is a qualified suzerain. The only shortcoming is that it hurts to beat someone. Do you still look in the mirror? Ling Yun's smiling voice sounded. No, I'm a big man. I'm a swordsman at the 8th level of qi training, and the guardian of the Lingyun sword sect. What's the matter just thinking about looking in the mirror? Li Piayang sternly refused, and then shouted to the 6 people, you 6, quickly throw that mirror away from me, as far away as possible. The disciples of the 6 Xian sect seemed to be fighting with their joke just now, which brought back some horrible memories. Their faces were sallow with fright, and their movements became more violent. The 6 of them held up the mirror and turned around violently. Walk away, slowly. Wow. Wow. Not long after, there was the sound of glass breaking in the distance, and the mirror shattered all over the place. After the mirror was shattered, Ling Yunshun took out a healing talisman, slapped Li Piayang on the forehead, said not to move, and then called Lin. Li Piayang felt a comfortable coolness in his mind for a while, and his face returned to its original state. It can not only turn you into a pig's head, but also turn you back to the original in an instant. Nothing else, Ling Yun is purely to make himself look more pleasing to the eye. Li Piayang touched his face with both hands. Thank you, suzerain, for your kindness. Hee. Sovereign, I never exaggerate, but I really want to say that your Zhuyan pill is really an amazing panacea. Not only can it make people look decades younger, but it can also change people's mentality at the same time, rejuvenate people physically and mentally. Okay. Ling Yun nodded calmly. Isn't this nonsense? A woman can become confident immediately just by being a facelift, let alone Zhuyan Baodan. Beat to beat. But Li Piayang successfully proved his Jianxin. For words, Jianxin is clear. Sword repair geniuses are not imaginary. This Zhuyan pill is really not in vain. There are quite a few people who have taken Lingyun Zhuyan pill, or even Zhuyan Baodan, but none of them can perform like this after taking it. Of course, there are other factors, such as the real age of those people, and the most important issue of seniority, so of course they have to be restrained in front of Ling Yun. As for women, it is even more impossible for them to be like Li Piayang. Isn't that a joke for Ling Yun to show? Li Piayang suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. After the 6 broken mirrors, they didn't know how to be good disciples of the 6 Xian sect, and their faces showed pity. Sovereign, what will happen to these 6 people once we leave? Treatment must be given to them, but not now. Ling Yan thought for a while. Well, later, you send a message to Guoping and ask him to send a few people to come here quickly and bring these 6 people back to Tianshan. Let them recover slowly first, and then wait for this matter. I'll go there to get treatment. The suzerain has a kind heart, so I'll do it now. Ling Yan nodded, and then said, I'm going to leave here for a while, and I'll be back before evening. What? Li Piayang was taken aback. Didn't he say he wanted to fix it? Ling Yan smiled, not hiding anything from him, and explained, tonight's matter is very important. According to what we've seen about the Changchun school and the Liaxuanmen, the people of the Ning family have grown to a terrifying level, and as they become more and more enchanted, it's unpredictable that they will still maintain a bit of humanity. So? Li Piayang answered quickly, it's possible that I'm not their fault. How many more people does the suzerain need to find? It's not just that simple. Ling Yan shook his head and said, if I'm not wrong, every time my sister destroys a school, she should kill a batch and take a batch. In this way, after killing 9 sects, she will have at least 2 demons under her. Hundreds of people. Once we meet tonight, it will be a life and death battle. My sister will naturally be dealt with by me, but she has so many demons who are possessed by demons. I'm afraid it's not enough for you alone, or with the scraps from the Kunlun sword sect. The suzerain really thinks deeply. Gone. Ling Yan turned invisible, cast Tianzu Tong, stepped out in 1 step, and had already left the Liaxuanmen far away. After reaching the high altitude, Ling Yan took out the communicator and got in touch with Paul, asking him to inform the other 4 blood clans and Wang Chongxiao to gather at Dongao Island. The servants of the 5 blood clans, together with Wang Chongxiao, are his direct descendants, and they are also Ling Yan's top combat power. Most importantly, the servants of the 5 blood clans are not afraid of death. After receiving the communicator, Ling Yan immediately summoned the spirit of the Emperor's book, the old man who kept the book. Please, Senior, give me a ride and bring a few people back. No problem. The old man Shoban agreed with a smile, but without any movement, he directly led Ling Yan to shrink the ground into an inch, and in a short while, he crossed Igua Mountain from northwest to southeast. Big smiley face, remember in a second. River. Follow me. There is a big fight. Arriving at Dongao Island, after meeting Wang Chongxiao and the others, Ling Yan said this, and then took them back to Liaxuanmen without bothering to explain. After letting go of the 6 people, Ling Yan didn't stop, turned invisible again, and went straight to Yakong, mausoleum of the first Qin emperor, Qin family. At around 5:30 in the afternoon, Ling Yan quietly appeared in the small courtyard where Qin Chuyue lived alone. P.S. Brothers and sisters who are still watching, please leave a note about this chapter. Let me see everyone, thank you. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember in a second. Ling Yan already had a thorough understanding of Ning Lingyu's current situation. Ling Yan has already formulated a solution to this matter and a battle plan. Ling Yan has also made arrangements for those who will participate in the operation tonight. Everything is ready. Before moving, Ling Yan could ignore the Tian group, not inform the Ling family and the Qin family, let alone explain anything to the Ning family, but there was only one person, and Ling Yan had to inform the other party. It was Qin Chuyue. So, after all the arrangements were made, before going to the Kunlun sword sect, Ling Yan came here. Anyway, a distance of several hundred kilometers is just enough time for Ling Yan to drink a cup of tea. At this time, Qin Chuyue was standing quietly in the lake pavilion where the two had talked all night, as if admiring the lake and water, and thinking about something. When Ling Yan appeared in the pavilion, he was afraid that he would disturb Qin Chuyue if he spoke directly, so he tapped lightly on the pillar next to him. Yuner is here? Without looking back, Qin Chuyue guessed Ling Yan. After saying this, she turned around slowly, looked at Ling Yun, and said with a smile, "Your aunt just left here." "Mom. Yuner, are you not in a hurry?" "If you are not in a hurry, just sit down and talk." Qin Chunyue waved at Ling Yun and motioned him to sit down. "Not in a hurry." Ling Yun immediately sat down, still in the same seat as before. Qin Chunyue gently sat across from Ling Yun, first looked at Ling Yun carefully, then nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Is it about Ling Yu?" Ling Yun. After lowering his head and then raising his head, Ling Yun said, "It seems that mother knows all about it." Well, Chongqun sect and Liuxuanmen are at the westernmost end of the Qinling Mountains, not too far from our Qin family, even closer than the Ning family. Qin Chunyue nodded. He explained a sentence, and added at the same time, "Besides, because of you, if such a big incident happened, the Tianzu must definitely notify the Qin family." Ling Yun nodded. "I just don't know how much you know." Qin Chunyue smiled and said, "The Qin family generally knows what happened to the 5 sects and 11 sects in Kunlun Mountain, but it is similar to what Tianzu knows. As for the current situation of Ling Yu, I don't know at all." Ling Yun bowed his head. "So you wait here for me?" "I wish you didn't come." What this sentence means is that if Ling Yun does not come, it means that Ling Yun can easily deal with all this, but now that Ling Yun is here, it means that things are beyond his control, and Ling Yun is not absolutely sure. "Yuner, so the worst-case scenario we guessed before actually happened?" "Yes." Ling Yun could only nod his head, and then he took a deep breath. "But it's okay, even though it's the worst case, Ling Yu, there is still hope." The more insipid Qin Chunyue behaved, the more uncomfortable Ling Yun felt. He was afraid that his mother would be worried, so he hastened to add something. "Yuner, tell me the truth, is she still Ling Yu?" Qin Chunyue withdrew her smile and asked the question she wanted to ask the most, with her heart wrenching. "Yes, and no." Ling Yun desperately thought about the words in his mind, and then quickly explained after answering, "The current Ling Yu has 2 souls." Now that the conversation has reached this point, next, Ling Yun doesn't need Qin Chunyue to ask again. He puts everything he knows, the situation he judges, and what he plans to do tonight, word by word. She told Qin Chunyue everything from the beginning to the end. When he came here, he wanted to tell Qin Chunyue all these things. Originally, he was thinking about how to open his mouth so that Qin Chunyue would not suffer too much impact, but now he didn't have to think about it at all. In Ling Yu's body, there is also the soul of a female fairy? Qin Chunyue listened quietly, and didn't ask questions until Ling Yun had finished speaking. That's right, and from the moment the mother conceived, the soul of this fairy already existed. It is precisely because of the soul of this immortal that Di Xiaozhen's palm did not hurt your life. Since the immortal has a plan, he has his own way to save his life. The last time the mother and son had a long talk, Qin Chunyue once said that she had doubts about this matter, and now Ling Yun finally has the answer. If Ling Yu is not the body of the heavenly spirit, even if she has been hidden in Ling Yu's body since she was a congenital fetus, if the mother is pregnant for 10 months, if she gives birth, she will explode and die when she is born, and you, mother, it might be dangerous too. This is also the reason why the mother suffered from dystocia when she gave birth back then. This is Ling Yun's final explanation for Ning Ling Yu's dual souls. Of course, it is also the most reasonable explanation, because it is the case. Qin Chunyue nodded suddenly. It's just that in the past 18 years, this fairy soul has not participated in Ling Yu's growth, so Ling Yu has a completely independent soul in this world. Then he said, however, as Ling Yu grows older and the body of the heavenly spirit gradually grows, that immortal soul also grows naturally, which must have some influence on Ling Yu's character. Qin Chunyue pondered, so in the 6 years since the age of 12, this child Ling Yu has gradually ignored you and drifted away from you. Is this the most fundamental reason? Good. Ling Yunjing key point. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Head, the two souls coexist and grow together. The only difference is that the immortal soul was not awakened at that time, but it was too powerful, so it still affected Lingyu's Xinqing. Understood. That's how it is. Qin Qiuyue's face turned pale, with a hint of indescribable bitterness. When my child was still in the womb, there was already a strange and powerful fairy soul in his body, and 18 years later, he completely replaced the child who had worked so hard to grow up and became a completely different child. A person. This kind of experience, even Qin Qiuyue, who has experienced great grief in her life, can't accept it after she fully understands it. But why? Qin Qiuyue gradually raised Yuan Shan's eyebrows, and a pair of beautiful eyes showed grief and anger. Even if she occupies Lingyu's body, she just doesn't recognize me as a mother anymore. Why does she go to harm the Ning family and slaughter the world? Isn't she a fairy? Why does she specialize in this evil thing? When it came to the end, Qin Qiuyue couldn't suppress the complicated emotions in her heart, so she slammed the desk table. Lingyun didn't answer this time. It wasn't until Qin Qiuyue calmed down that Lingyun slowly said, I don't know if my mother still remembers that when Uncle Ning was dying, he turned back to the light and had a horrified expression, saying that he saw the spirit reign, and then there was something like what you say dies forever without being able to say it. Of course I remember. Later you told me that it might be that Uncle Ning was on the verge of death, or that he might have hallucinations. Now it seems that it is not. When people die through psychics, they often see some very real things, just like the heavenly eyes of Buddhism, and Uncle Ning is Lingyu's biological father, so I think that Uncle Ning may have seen the original soul of Lingyu's other soul at that time. Or maybe he has seen what happened to the Ning family after his death, so he was so horrified, but he didn't have time to say it. This. Qin Qiuyue recalled the situation at that time, combined with the facts that have happened now, and felt that Lingyun's judgment was right. But those are not important now. Lingyun immediately said, what I want to tell you is that Lingyu's other soul doesn't care about the Ning family at all. Maybe she just thought it would save trouble, so she did it. As for how many people in the Ning family will die, she won't even think about how to gain a foothold in Huaxia in the future. Lingyun sneered, since even the Ning family doesn't care about it, let alone talk about the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain. Why? You also said that she is a fairy, not a demon. Fairy? Lingyun looked up at the sky, with a look of sarcasm in his eyes, thinking of words in his heart, and then looked away. Mother, you must remember, never confuse immortals with good people. Immortals, in essence, are nothing more than a realm of cultivation. Unless you are born an immortal, otherwise, which immortal didn't step on thousands of corpses, go through disasters, and cultivate step by step. Dao Qian, to the immortal, as long as he can achieve the Dao, everything else doesn't matter. Lingyu's current soul doesn't look down on me at all, and looks down on all creatures in this world. In other words, you can't use the word look down on, but, indifferent. It's like people and ants. When walking alone, he doesn't care how many ants he trampled to death along the way. He doesn't know, let alone think about it. He just walks. You understand this analogy? I understand what you mean. Qin Qiuyue understood, she was very stunned, but she also really understood the indifference that Lingyun said, just how indifferent it is. So it's ridiculous for us to ask this soul of Lingyu why he went to the ultimate magic path. It's like ants on the ground asking us humans, why don't you walk well, and trample us to death every now and then, just as ridiculous. Qin Qiuyue. This time I completely understood. In fact, Lingyun was talking about the difference between immortals and mortals. How big is it? Then Yuner, since there is such a big gap, will your fight tonight be in danger? Qin Qiuyue began to worry about Lingyun. There will definitely be danger. Lingyun didn't need to hide anything, but he continued with a smile, but I have 2 great weapon spirits to help me, so I definitely won't die. The most difficult thing is not this, but whether we can beat Lingyu into a coma without harming her body, and we must prevent her from escaping. Lingyun couldn't help but get a headache when he mentioned this. Qin Qiuyue stood up abruptly, walked around the table slowly, came to Lingyun's side, and gently stroked Lingyun's shoulder with her palm. Yuner, I know your purpose of coming here before the war to tell me these things. Just do it with confidence and boldness. I believe you will be able to successfully bring your sister to see me. If things are really impossible. Qin Qiuyue gritted her teeth, but in the end she still didn't say those 4 words, but changed the wording. You can make up your own mind, Mom will never blame you. P.S. The update is basically back to normal. Don't ask for anything else, one person, one article. This chapter says, I really miss everyone, please everyone. In addition, Laobu will definitely explain the reason for the broken update to everyone in a separate chapter, but for now, we should try our best to update it first, and fill in Ning Lingyu's pit first. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. If things are really unacceptable, you should kill, then kill. This is what Qin Qiuyue originally wanted to say, but she is Ning Lingyu's biological mother after all. No matter how cruel she is at this moment, it is impossible to say the following 4 words. Lingyun naturally understands that Qin Qiuyue is handing over the power of life and death over Ning Lingyu to him, so as to save him from worrying about the future. So he also stood up, slowly turned to face Qin Qiuyue, his eyes were firm, and the corners of his mouth were pursed, giving him a reassuring smile. Mother's words are serious, don't worry, things haven't reached that point yet. However, before I leave, there is indeed a small request, and I implore you to give special permission. Qin Qiuyue, who has been worried for several days since hearing the news of Kunlun's shocking change, finally hardened her heart and handed over Ning Lingyu's life and death power to Lingyun. Although she said the cruel words, tears welled up in her eyes. It fell like a broken pearl. But Lingyun is a sensible person, seeing his firm eyes and listening to his comforting words, Qin Qiuyue immediately felt relieved. Not because of big heart, but because Qin Qiuyue saw how Lingyun rescued her in Tianshan Mountain with her own eyes. As long as she saw that kind of battle with her own eyes, it was impossible not to believe what Lingyun said. Qin Qiuyue believes that as long as Lingyun can say it, he can do it. Therefore, when Qin Qiuyue heard that Lingyun still had a small request and begged her for special approval, she almost burst into tears. So he said, Yuner, I have already left Lingyu's life to you to decide, let alone other things. No matter what I need to do, just say it. Lingyun pondered for a long time, then scratched his head, and said with some embarrassment, tonight, I can't find Lingyu, but if I see it, it will be a life and death battle. She is the soul of that fairy now, don't worry about it. I can also guess that she must have very few flaws, so when fighting, I must use any means. Qin Qiuyue nodded again and again, it's natural. Then? Emotion, or rather anger. Isn't she a fairy? Isn't she superior and ignoring the world? Then I will try my best to arouse her anger, and it is best to make her lose control. Once she is really fooled, then I will have a chance, and I will return, there will be an extra helper immediately. Good way. Yuner is really smart. After Qin Qiuyue listened, she first praised Lingyun with admiration, and then asked in surprise, Yuner, I understand you said you have a chance, but why would you have an extra helper right away? Of course it's the spiritual rain. Lingyun was confident, and explained with a smile, Mother, don't forget that the 2 of them have 2 souls. No matter how high one of them is, the other is also at the same level. Once the female fairy's soul loses her mind, the one who is suppressed by her will die. Lingyu, don't you have a chance? Qin Qiuyue was stunned when she heard it, and it took a long time to come back to her senses. This time a smile appeared on her brows, and she clapped her palms suddenly. That's right. Yuner, tell me quickly, how do you plan to provoke her? Well, this. Ling Yun was really a little embarrassed to speak. Say it quickly. Qin Qiuyue stared at her beautifully, as if wanting to fight. She's a fairy, of course it's just teasing, humiliation and other unsightly methods, but I think it will definitely work. Ling Yun had no choice but to bite the bullet and speak out the plan in his heart. That's all? Hearing Ling Yun finished speaking, Qin Qiuyue was stunned when there was no more to say after waiting for a long time. As the saying goes, when two armies are at war, attacking the heart is the best strategy. Yuner, you are the best policy, why can't you get on the stage? Ling Yun smiled bitterly and said, but she is still my younger sister after all, how decent is it for me to say such words to her? So that's what you're worried about? Qin Qiuyue almost laughed angrily. After she asked a rhetorical question, she stopped talking, but stared at Ling Yun, looking at him very nervously, and feeling terrified. Mom, don't just look at me, do you agree or disagree? Qin Qiuyue didn't answer, but suddenly raised her hand, slapped Ling Yun on the shoulder, and cursed, you brat, how dare you pretend to be a fool with me here, I'll beat you to death, you little fool. Egg. Ling Yun. If a mother beats her son, what else can she do besides standing still obediently? The only thing Ling Yun could do was to withdraw all his skills in an instant, worrying that Qin Qiuyue's palm would hurt. Qin Qiuyue still really hit, and slapped Ling Yun several times in one breath, then stopped, raised her eyes and asked, do you know why you hit you? Mother can hit as much as she wants, why do I need any reason? Ling Yun said honestly. You're going to piss me off. Annoyed Qin Qiuyue, let me ask you, who do you think she will marry after you rescue Ling Yu? Who else can she marry? Huh? Qin Qiuyue stretched out her slender fingers, and poked Ling Yun on the forehead. Ling Yun, my mother left the talk here today. If you have the ability to find a suitable husband's family for Ling Yu, I will do it without further ado. Marry her off. I'll see if you regret it then. Also, when I meet your mother in the future and tell her about it, I want to see how your mother handles you, you little fool. Huh? Aren't you good at talking? Talk, why are you dumb now? Qin Qiuyue was furious and showed great power. Ever since she was a child, this was the first time Qin Qiuyue scolded Ling Yun like this. Ling Yun's face turned pale, and he was so frightened that he didn't even dare to breathe, but after this battle, he became much more certain about the night's battle plan. Look, it's better than anything else to piss off a woman and make her lose control of her emotions. Qin Qiuyue continued, what? Is my daughter not beautiful anymore, or is Ling Yu treating you badly? It's not that I'm bragging. No matter how you compare those Jingyi and Jianyans that you hang out with outside, which one can compare with Ling Yu? Oh, of course, that girl Yi Xingchen can indeed be compared with Ling Yu. Ling Yun couldn't stand it anymore, so he had no choice but to argue in a low voice, Mom, no matter what, Ling Yu is my sister. In the end, it was better not to say this sentence, but Qin Qiuyue was even angrier after saying it. Hey, sister? Ling Yun, stop talking nonsense to me. Is there any blood relationship between the two of you? At most, you just grew up together. I admit that it's good for you to be an older brother, but you also have to have a consistent heart. Don't take your older brother at every turn. My sister is here to lie to me. Today, I will tell you clearly that before Duji's accident, Ling Yu's feelings for you in his heart have long since stopped treating you as an elder brother. That girl likes you in her heart, do you know that? You've been promiscuously outside all day, and you can't even see Ling Yu's obvious little thoughts. You still practice the 9th level of Qi, you still cultivate truth, and you still have divine eyes. I think you have practiced in vain. Machine gun, chug chug. Qin Qiuyue went into a rage endlessly. Ling Yun was sweating frequently, his head was as big as a bucket, and he thought it was wrong. Didn't we just discuss how to deal with that female fairy soul? Why is it all directed at me? He never dreamed that Qin Chuyue's reaction would be so dramatic, and it would erupt suddenly, like a violent storm. Humph, it's fine if I wasn't at home before, but now I'm at home, so let's put the words here. If you can't save my daughter Lingyu, then I will accept my fate. As long as you have the ability to save it, I will let you go. She will be your daughter-in-law. Besides you, there is no way anyone else wants to marry my daughter. Also, if you really feel that you can't get around this, then I can sever ties with you now and transfer your household registration back to your Ling family. Then I will talk to your parents about your marriage. I think in Huaxia, who dares to make irresponsible remarks to us? Qin Chuyue was so angry that she put her hands on her hips, completely disregarding her image. That designation is that no one dares to make irresponsible remarks. Mom, look at what you said. I didn't mean that. You are not in good health now, so don't be angry. Ling Yan stepped forward to help, wanting Qin Chuyue to sit down and calm down, and then run away quickly. Qin Chuyue's attitude no longer needs to be asked, it is obvious. Seeing that Ling Yan spoke soft words, and then took the initiative to help her, Qin Chuyue lost most of her anger and sat down. Don't even think about running away. Qin Chuyue glared at Ling Yan. Is what I said just now clear enough? Did you understand? Ling Yan smiled awkwardly. It's clear enough, I understand it. Then you agree or not? Children are everything, but it's up to the mother to decide. That's about the same. Qin Chuyue raised her hand and knocked Ling Yan again violently. Silly boy, remember, this battle of yours is not to save your sister, but to save your own wife. Your own wife, you can bully as much as you want, molest it as much as you want. If that female fairy soul can't stand it, just let her get out of my daughter's body. As for the matter after rescuing Lingyu, don't worry, you don't need to worry about anything, I will decide everything for you. Qin Chuyue finally showed a beautiful smile. The child understands. This is considered to be Yiji's Ling Yun. Mom, there is one more thing, baby. Say it, I promise you 10 or 100 things. Ling Yan looked serious. It's urgent, I won't see the rest of the Qin family this trip. But before I leave, I still want to go to the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang to practice. It can help me improve my realm and increase my combat power in a short period of time. Now that Ling Yan has reached the 9th level of Qi training, when he came here, he passed the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang from a very high place, and he faintly felt that the suppression of his spiritual consciousness by the mausoleum protection array had loosened a lot, which made him feel emotionally. Yuner, it's unnecessary for you to ask. Qin Chuyue smiled and said, your grandpa Qin has already known about the entire Qin family. You can enter Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum at will, and I guarantee that no one will stop you. The child will take his leave first. Go, I'll stay here until you bring Lingyu and the two of you come back together. P.S. Brothers and sisters, come to this chapter to talk about it. I don't ask for anything else, I just hope that everyone can express some opinions, otherwise I don't know how to write it. Is it to everyone's appetite? Get some creative motivation, ho ho. Vertex. When parting, Ling Yan seriously warned that this is a catastrophe in the Chinese cultivation world. No matter who gets involved, death will be for nothing, so he will not let anyone from the Ling family and Qin family participate in this battle. Then, Ling Yan bowed slightly, bid farewell to Qin Chuyue, and then raised his hand to withdraw the small imperial god formation set up in the future tense. Of course, only Ling Yan and Qin Chuyue are qualified to discuss such an important matter. It is impossible for outsiders to know, not even the Qin family, because it may bring disaster to them. As for whether Qin Chuyue would tell others after Ling Yan left, such as Qin Chongqing or Qin Dongxue, that was of course up to her to decide. Before leaving Qin's village, Ling Yun did not forget to visit Mo Wudao with his spiritual sense, and found that this guy was sleeping more and more comfortably, and he was even fatter than half a month ago, so Ling Yun was naturally relieved. Counting the time, Mo Wudao has been lying here for 28 days, nearly a month. Sleep, you can sleep here, brother, there are at most 21 days, you should wake up. 49 days, Ling Yun has been silently counting the days in his heart. Next moment. Brush. Ling Yun came to the old location in an instant, which was 900 meters in front of the main gate of the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. Consciousness is still there. Ling Yun is still in an invisible state. Ling Yun was overjoyed immediately, it was really different. Just 17 days ago, in this mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin, Ling Yun spent 3 days rushing to the peak of the 6th level of Qi training with the help of the majestic dragon, Imperial and Yin energy from the mausoleum of Qin Shi, and then left up. But even if Ling Yun rushed to the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, after he came to this position, his divine sense was still completely suppressed, and he couldn't use invisibility at all. Based on this, Ling Yun made a judgment that there must be a critical point for the mausoleum protecting array to suppress the spiritual thoughts of a cultivator. As long as he can't break through that critical point, no matter how high or low his level is, he will be restrained here. But now, Ling Yun has reached the 9th level of Qi training, and his current spiritual sense is so strong that he can even easily crush the enlightened state. Compared with the peak of Qi training at the 6th level, there is a difference between heaven and earth, cloud and mud. That tipping point. It has already been broken through by Ling Yun. Thinking of this, Ling Yun couldn't help but screamed up to the sky. With a move of his divine sense, he took a light step forward, crossing a distance of 500 meters in an instant, approaching the main entrance. Coming here, Ling Yun felt that his spiritual consciousness was suppressed again, but the effect was still not great. After the first trial, Ling Yun probably had a clue in his mind. He smiled, remained invisible, and suddenly stepped forward again. 300 meters across. Boom. Ling Yun's tyrannical divine sense seemed to hit a solid wall of iron and steel, and it rolled back like a tide. If there is no formation to block it, Ling Yun's current range of consciousness has already exceeded 100 miles. But now, his consciousness is only 100 meters away. Because, at this moment, he is exactly 100 meters away from the main entrance of Qin Shi mausoleum. Enough. This has already verified Ling Yun's conjecture. Although his current divine sense cannot break through the barrier of the mausoleum protecting formation, although he is still suppressed, he already has the capital to contend with the mausoleum protecting formation. Ling Yun's heart became ruthless, he gritted his teeth violently, activated xuanhuan again, teleported forward 50 meters, and the sudden change occurred. An ancient, huge city wall appeared out of thin air, 100 meters high, its sides were invisible, thick, majestic. Looking at the city wall, Ling Yun felt that it was very similar to the Great Wall, the only difference was that it was taller, bigger, and incomparably majestic. In front of the eyes, in the middle of the city wall, are 2 huge bronze city gates, which are closed tightly at this moment. Whether it's the city walls or the city gates, they are densely engraved with mysterious and complicated gray-black runes, which are flickering and flowing all the time, running non-stop. On both sides of the city gate, on the left and right, stood an extremely tall golden man, at least 10 feet tall, both wearing golden armor, one holding a golden weapon, and the other leaning on a golden sword. His whole body was dazzling with golden light, glaring into the distance, and never moving. I don't know how many years I have stood here. The shock in Ling Yun's heart is really indescribable. Of course he understood that the majestic city wall, the huge city gate, and the 2 golden armored guards in front of him were nothing but the concrete manifestation of the mausoleum guarding formation of Qin Shi mausoleum. It's just that this method is too shocking. What kind of method is this, to evolve a city with formation? And it is still such a real city? Ling Yin asked himself, even if he was in the big world of cultivation, before he crossed the catastrophe, it would be difficult for him to achieve it with his formation skills at that time. Because this is simply not something that one person can create. It can only be said that Qin Shi Huang is really strong. Ling Yan's heart is full of convincing. At this moment, he could no longer move forward, because he was standing under the bronze city gate now, and he could touch the thick city gate in less than 10 steps. Obviously, Ling Yin advanced 50 meters in an instant just now, just in time to trigger the formation prohibition of the Mausoleum Protection Formation, which made the formation suddenly manifest. After the shock was over, Ling Yin noticed that the Mausoleum guarding array began to manifest, and the thick dragon, imperial, and yin energy that had been everywhere just now had all disappeared, and he could no longer absorb a little bit of it. Suddenly there are 10,000 alpacas galloping past in my heart, which is embarrassing. Ling Yin thought for a while, and instantly stepped back 50 meters. The city wall, the city gate, and the guards in golden armor disappeared at the same time. All kinds of spiritual energy poured into Ling Yan's body again. It was evening, and the tourists who hadn't left around, the staff of the scenic spot, reappeared, just at the main entrance of the scenic spot, shuttling back and forth non-stop. The formation of the Mausoleum Protection Formation forms its own space, and it overlaps with the space of the real world, but it does not affect each other. Ordinary people or those who are not strong enough to trigger the formation prohibition at all, so they can move freely in it. This city is a small world created by formations, or in other words, a space formation at the level of a small world. Ling Yin made an accurate judgment, and his interest suddenly increased. It's a pity that it was too late, because he stayed in Qin Chuyua's small courtyard for more than half an hour, and it was almost 6:30. Ling Yin promised Li Piaoyan that he would be able to rush back to Liuxuanmen in the evening, and by this time, the sun had already set. According to the situation, it seems that I can't enter the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang tonight? Ling Yin was a little depressed. With his current state, it was difficult for him to significantly improve his state in a short period of time, relying only on the various auras gushing out from the entrance of the scenic spot. And his original plan was to enter the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang tonight, and use the massive amount of breath inside to reach the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. Is that the way to go? Ling Yin was very unwilling, and returned empty-handed after entering Baoshan, which was not his style at all. But the problem is that the 2 city gates are closed. Senior Zongfeng? Senior Shobin? Are you there? If you are, tell me, I found the treasure. Ling Yin communicated with the 2 spirits with his heart. But who knows, the 2 great weapon spirits seemed to have disappeared, and they didn't give Ling Yin any response at all. Damn, sure enough, no one can be found at the critical moment. Ling Yin was very helpless, he knew there was something wrong, so he just complained and stopped counting on them. Try again. Ling Yin decided to try again, because he had already arrived at the city gate just now, and his divine sense was still there, and he didn't feel any danger at all. Knock knock on the main office, right? You can't kill anyone if you knock on the door. If no one opens the door, I'll just leave. Having made up his mind, Ling Yin first drifted away from here, found a secluded place, took out the communicator, contacted Li Piaoyan, and told him that he might go back later. Then Ling Yin immediately flew back, still invisible, released the tyrannical divine sense, and rushed forward in an instant. Boom! The city walls, city gates, and golden guards all appeared again at the same time. He first came to the foot of the golden man on the left, which is indeed the foot, and patted the guard with his hands. Brother guard, can you please open the door and let me in? I will go in and stay for a while before leaving. The golden guard stood still and did not respond at all. Ling Yin waited for a long time and had no choice but to dodge to the right again, and did the same, but there was still no response. Then I'll knock on the door. It has to be said that Ling Yun's courage is really great. After he seemed to be talking to himself, his figure flashed, he approached the huge bronze gate, and he raised his hand to shoot. As a result, at the moment when Ling Yun's palm touched the giant bronze gate, the mutation happened again. Not from the outside, but from within Ling Yun's body, the sea of Dantian Qi. Boom! Ling Yun's miraculous Dantian suddenly spun at an unprecedented speed, and the five-clawed golden dragon in the Dantian opened its teeth and danced its claws, shining golden light. In an instant, countless streaks of golden light shot out from Ling Yun's Dantian. This was pure dragon aura, which enveloped Ling Yun's whole body, and poured into the giant bronze gate along his palm. Rumbling, rumbling. A huge bronze door opened in response to the sound, unexpectedly opening a gap for Ling Yun to enter. Ling Yun was a little dazed at the time and thought, that's it? It's that simple? But now is not the time to ponder these things. The key now is, when the door is opened, should we enter or not? Ling Yun tilted his head, and looked in along the gap. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. Hi, is anyone home? May I come in? Ling Yun yelled, but his voice was like a stone sinking into the sea, without even an echo. The unknown world is scary, but Ling Yun is not afraid. After a moment of contemplation, without much hesitation, Ling Yun stepped in with one step. Fools don't enter, the huge bronze gate is just a gap opened, the terrifying dragon, imperial and in aura is already dozens of times thicker than the outside, let alone inside the city. Wouldn't it be 100 times 1,000 times? Not only is it thick, but it is also pure, so pure that even Ling Yun feels extremely intoxicated. For Ling Yun, who has mastered the yin and yang art, such a temptation is simply impossible to refuse. Rumbling, rumbling. Behind him, the sound of closing the giant bronze door sounded. The mausoleum protection formation was closed now. Ling Yun didn't care much about it. After he came in, if the formation was not closed, it would be really abnormal. The strange thing is that when Ling Yun was digging through the cracks in the door, it was still pitch black inside. He couldn't see anything with his celestial vision and yin and yang eyes, but when the huge bronze door was closed, he could see things normally. Inside the city, it is neither day nor night, and as far as the field of vision is concerned, there is hazy gray everywhere. At Ling Yun's feet, there was a blue stone avenue tens of meters wide, leading straight into the distance. He could see the end of the avenue vaguely, as if it was a stretch of palaces. Ling Yun looked back again, and found that the huge bronze gate was still there, without any change. His divine sense is still there and has not been suppressed in any way, but within this city, it can only cover a range of 100 meters. This is more than enough. Ling Yun has limited time and has no intention of exploring this mysterious city. He keeps in mind his purpose of coming here. After carefully observing the surrounding environment, Ling Yun didn't feel any danger, so he was relieved. With a flash of his figure, he was only 50 meters away from the huge bronze gate, and sat down cross-legged on the spot. He was not polite, and began to run a yin-yang formula, and practiced frantically. Colorful flames are emitted from the body, covering a range of 30 meters around the body. The vortex of yin and yang qi also overflows the body, and it is also controlled within the same range. The two are superimposed and become a huge flame vortex, swallowing, tempering, and absorbing. Regardless of whether it is dragon qi, emperor qi, or yin qi, once it enters this range, it will be transformed into the purest yin and yang qi. It is too fast. Ling Yun's realm is rising steadily at an astonishing speed. In less than an hour, Ling Yun successfully reached the peak of the 9th level of qi training. In the sea of consciousness between the brows, the spirit is full, and in the dantian of the sea of qi, the two qi of yin and yang have already melted into liquid, just like the waves of the sea, surging agitation. Ling Yun remained unmoved, and continued to practice until he felt some kind of Tao foundation brewing in his body, then he could barely stop. It is only a layer of window paper to break through the foundation establishment realm. Of course it is impossible for Ling Yun to build a foundation here, the place and timing are not suitable. What's more, there are many important items used for foundation building, such as 5-color soil, the roots of Buzhou mountain, a drop of Gongong's blood, etc., and he couldn't take out any of them. Ling Yun stopped absorbing outside breath, and began to concentrate on stabilizing his realm. At the same time, Ling Yun sacrificed all the battle magic weapons such as Qingying Feijian, Yinyang Gongqi sword, Golden Dragon spear, Human King seal, etc., suspended them around his body, and continuously tempered them with colorful flames. After the realm is stabilized, Ling Yun began to concentrate on practicing Golden Emperor Guanglongzhan. There is no way, the dragon energy here is too violent and pure, it would be a pity to miss it. What if I can't come in next time? It didn't take long for Ling Yun to cultivate the Golden Emperor Guanglongzhan to the state of Dzogchen. Ling Yun slowly opened his eyes, smiled and stopped, and stood up. Looking again at the Lianlian Palace at the end of the avenue, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you," regardless of whether there was anyone there. "Can you open the door?" Rumbling, rumbling. Sure enough, the giant bronze gate opened again. "Farewell. I will definitely visit you again after I finish my work at hand." Ling Yun clasped his fists again, and after leaving a word, his figure flashed and flew out from the crack of the bronze door. After Ling Yun left, the gate immediately closed again. Where Ling Yun was, a general in white robe suddenly appeared. The technique is good, and the courage is also good. It's just too weak. This is his evaluation of Ling Yun. Brush. A slender figure rushed out from the crack of the huge bronze door, without looking back, just a flicker, and disappeared from the spot. As if someone was chasing him behind him, he panicked. The ancient city walls, the huge city gates, and the golden guards disappeared in an instant. A moment later, Ling Yun reappeared, located in midair 10 kilometers away to the west of Qinci Huang's mausoleum. He looked a little embarrassed, but his face was full of joy, more like a survivor after a catastrophe, with lingering fears in his heart. Bet big and go big. Bet right. This is the most real thought in Ling Yun's heart right now. The moment he entered the huge bronze gate, Ling Yun was actually trembling with fear. At that moment, he really thought about countless possibilities. For example, what if the bronze door disappears? What if I can't get out? What should I do if I encounter a huge monster? Even, what if we really see the legendary Emperor Shi Huang? Do you want to shake hands and say hello? Fortunately, none of the things Ling Yun was worried about happened. He went in smoothly, cultivated smoothly, raised his realm smoothly, and then left there unscathed. All of this was like a dream, until now, Ling Yun still couldn't believe it. But now, these are not important anymore. The peak of the 9th level of Qi training. Moreover, he has already come to the gate of the Foundation establishment realm, and he only needs to take a light step, and he can easily cross over. Among the 5 elements God slaughtering art, the most lethal skill, Golden Emperor's Guanglongzhan, also easily reached the state of Dzogchen. Ling Yun has reaped a lot. As for the huge formation city, what is going on, what is the situation inside, is there anyone in the palace in the distance, and so on. These are not what Ling Yun should consider now. They are issues that he needs to seriously consider when he wants to go in next time. Anyway, this trip. Ling Yun has earned it. After silently reciting the Qingxin formula several times, Ling Yun completely settled down, and quickly forgot what happened just now. Reality is more important. Ling Yun certainly did not forget his mission. It's not yet 9 o'clock. Ling Yun looked at the time and knew that he had only stayed behind the bronze gate for more than 2 hours. He thought for a while, identified the direction, and went straight to Shouyang Mountain. Shenwu Chunyang Immortal Art. This is Ling Yun's most powerful technique. Previously, Ling Yun had already cultivated to the peak of the first realm. Now, he has reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. It's time to make a breakthrough. Ling Yun quickly came to the top of Shouyang Mountain, found the place where he had practiced before, and set up a large formation for gathering spirits. After finishing the arrangement, Ling Yun took out the Qiyao pill, Dragon Tiger pill, Yang Qi pill, etc. that were stored in Taishu's ring, as long as they were pills that could provide him with Yang Qi, and of course the magic gourd filled with dragon saliva. He took them all out and put them in his body. Lined up. Then Ling Yun calmed down and sat down cross-legged. He raised his hand, first took the magic gourd into his hand, and gulped down the dragon saliva. After feeling that it was almost done, Ling Yun put away the magic gourd, and first used the yin-yang formula with all his strength, and then reversed yin-yang. The vigorous yin energy in the body was transformed into yang energy, and the next moment, the 9 yang meridians in Ling Yun's body shone simultaneously. Ling Yun closed his eyes, and then began to run the Shenwu Chunyang immortal art with all his strength, violently breaking through. Suddenly, his dantian turned into a blazing little sun. Boom! The second largest realm of Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue broke through almost instantly, and above Ling Yun's head, a little sun appeared out of thin air. However, this is a matter of course. Ling Yun is not satisfied. His spiritual thoughts moved slightly, the medicine bottles in front of him were opened one by one, all kinds of pills flew out automatically, and under the terrifying high temperature, they instantly gasified and turned into new yang energy. With the help of these elixirs, Ling Yun soon made another breakthrough. The first small realm, the second, the third. Time passed quickly, and when all the pills in the medicine bottle in front of Ling Yun were consumed, Ling Yun could almost reach the 5th small realm. It was almost there. Ling Yun slowly opened his eyes, thought over and over again, and gave up the idea of making another breakthrough. Of course there are still pills, but if we break through further, the potency of these pills is no longer effective on Ling Yun, and if we continue to use all the pills to pile up 1 or 2 small realms, it will definitely be a loss-making deal. The gain outweighs the loss. Of course, it's not that Ling Yun doesn't have better pills now. He still has the golden dragon pill that Yin Jiuyo left for him, but Ling Yun didn't dare to try it, because the medicine is too strong, and if he breaks through the foundation establishment realm after taking it, he will be at a loss up. Another reason is that Ling Yun felt that he had cultivated Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue to the 5th small realm of the 2nd largest realm, and the attack power was almost enough. At the peak of the consecration realm, even ordinary masters in the fusion period, Ling Yun can slay him with a single sword now when he activates the immortal art. This is the terrifying attack power of Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue. Ling Yun raised his hand and put away all the empty medicine bottles, and at the same time withdrew the spirit-gathering formation. Looking at the time, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. At this time, she should probably make a move, right? I hope the people of Kunlun Sword Sect can hold on for a while longer. Ling Yun left in the sky, and returned to Liexuamen within a few breaths. Honorable Master. Metropolitan. Before Ling Yun landed, Li Piayang, Wang Chongxiao, and the servants of the 5 blood clans immediately flew into the air to welcome Ling Yun. Ling Yun swept his mind. Where are the disciples of the 6th profound sect? Li Piayang said with a smile, report to the suzerain, they have been brought back to Tianshan. Ling Yun nodded, without asking any further questions. He looked at the other 6 people. You all know the situation, right? Are you ready? Yes. Everyone shouted yes. Ling Yun looked serious. Let me emphasize again, this battle is different from the past, because Ningling has the strength to kill you in seconds. So, before I entangle her, you'd better not get up. The other 7 people, especially Wan Chongxiao and the 5 blood clans, all had changes in their complexions, because they had been with Ling Yun for a longer time, and they had never heard Ling Yun speak like this before the great battle. Everyone's reaction was normal, so Ling Yun didn't care. He made a reminder to make them be more careful. Ling Yun quickly smiled again. Don't worry, you are not the main force in the battle tonight. At this moment, the surviving masters of the 5 sects and 11 sects should all be in the Kunlun sword sect. Let them take the lead first. Li Piayong laughed and said, what the suzerain said is very reasonable. Ling Yun didn't bother to talk to him, took out the communicator, located the Kunlun sword sect, and turned on the navigation. Set off. Kunlun Mountains, Death Valley. This is a huge canyon. Although the grass is lush, it is ancient and silent. In the canyon, there are corpses of wolves and bear skeletons everywhere, conveying a gloomy and dead atmosphere to the outside world, making people involuntarily daunted. According to scientific research, the geomagnetism of this canyon is extremely abnormal, which will trigger thunderstorms at every turn, and the climate will change even more, and sometimes thunderstorms will be accompanied by snowstorms, which makes the herdsmen around the canyon, everyone talking about the valley. Very few dare to set foot here. 18 miles away from the canyon, at the foot of the southern slope of a tall mountain, there is a huge old manor, built against the mountain, with endless pavilions and pavilions, hidden among the green trees. Here is the sect of the Kunlun sword sect. At this moment, in the huge meeting hall, masters from various cultivation circles, ancient martial arts circles, and the surviving leaders of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain are gathered together, discussing a lot. It's too strong, that Ninglingyu is really too strong. The 3 remaining elders of our little Ascension sect who were in the Foundation establishment realm were killed by her. That's right, our little 5 elements sect's mountain protection formation is a legacy formation that was passed down back then. The 5 elements are intertwined, and its defense power can easily withstand the attack of the sword cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. A palm. If our suzerain had not had the foresight to cut off the wrist of a strong man, I am afraid that we would also become the puppet vassals of that female devil. Humph, you are all wrong. The strongest thing about that female devil is not attack, but defense. You should all know that our Zaiwangzong has a fairy sword with extremely powerful killing power. With the help of the mountain guard array, the attack power is enough. But against the sky, she was stabbed on her body without any injuries. According to the surviving disciples, that scene was really desperate. The most hateful thing is that her strength is already so terrifying, but she still forces our outstanding disciples to practice magic skills and kill them if they don't learn. The strangest thing to me is that the Huaxia team has known about this for so long, so why didn't they send people to rescue? Could it be that the Huaxia team is really because Ninglingyu is the sister of Lingyun, regardless of the life and death of our Kunlun Mountain 5 sects and 11 sects? Humph, what you guys are talking about that female devil is too mysterious. Isn't she just a peak of the 9th level of Qi training? How can she be so strong? It's fine if she doesn't come tonight, if she dares to come. Hear this. The huge meeting hall fell silent in an instant, and everyone looked at the speaker one after another, and found that he was only a disciple of Luxianzong who had practiced Qi at the 8th level, and burst out laughing. The Luxian sect, the sect closest to the Kunlun sword sect, heard that several major sects were slaughtered one after another, and even sent all the disciples of the sects away. They disappeared, and only sent a few core disciples to the Kunlun sword sect. No one cares about him. It can only be said that the ignorant is fearless. But after he made such a fuss and everyone laughed, the atmosphere did change a lot. Humph, I think that female devil is just looking for death. She dared to slaughter our Kunlun Mountain, so is she really not afraid of our ancestors? A core disciple of a sect, with a small prefix, proud and fearless. What this fellow Taoist said is very true. In fact, our ancestors don't need to take action. I think the 3 mountain protection formations headed by Li can kill that female devil on the spot. Li Jiangang, the head of the Kunlun sword sect, sat in the middle with a solemn expression, looking at the heads and elders of the various factions on both sides, and listening to their fear and worried quarrels, he felt more and more annoyed. Last time it was my brother, this time it's my sister. Our Kunlun sword sect has a bad year. P.S. This chapter is difficult to write, the update is late, sorry everyone. There will be an update tonight. Calculating the time silently, from the Mid-Autumn Festival on August 15th to now, it has only been more than a month. On the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Wind and Thunder Valley, and the Demon Conference. This is Li Jiangang, the master of the Kunlun sword sect, and his heart will always be in pain. That night, the shadow Ling Yun cast on him was really too great, like a dark cloud entrenched above his head, lingering and turning into a nightmare. Ling Yun is really invincible. At that time, Ling Yun had been training Qi for several levels. Li Jiangang couldn't be sure, but he knew that Ling Yun at that time must not have survived the 49 minor catastrophes. In the initial stage of Qi training, the limit is only the peak of the third level of Qi training. But these are not important. One-on-one is invincible, group attack is useless, not afraid of consumption, and the more you fight, the stronger you get. The most frightening thing is that Ling Yun's whole cards emerge one after another, making any enemy terrified and desperate. Li Jiangang may not be able to figure out how powerful the four great masters are in the Qing Palace on Longhu Mountain, but he knows the true realm of the two great masters of Kunlun, Zheng Kunlun and Li Kunlun. Both of them are at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi training. Holding the immortal sword, Ling Yun slashed out, driving the two immortal masters into the ground. They were both seriously injured, and then fled in embarrassment without looking back. Killing people across 6 realms without any effort, still talking and laughing happily. It was that shocking sword that made Li Jiangang completely lose the courage to fight against Ling Yun, and could only let the opponent slaughter him. As for the backbone and face, it was completely useless in front of Ling Yun. That night, those who had the backbone and face were all dead, and there were no bones left. No one remembered it anymore, and no one dared to take revenge. Ziqiao and Zichen have 2 lives. Li Jianlong's merit value of 32.98 million, his natal flying sword, and his treasure bag. The merits, weapons, and treasure bags of the other 18 members of the Kunlun sword sect. He could only watch helplessly and let Ling Yun search and clean up. Distressed must be distressed, because all these resources add up. Almost equivalent to the century-old accumulation of the Kunlun sword sect. But the strange thing is that even today, Li Jiangang doesn't feel ashamed of what he did. Moreover, after returning to the Kunlun sword sect mountain gate, Kunlun did not blame him for it for so long, as if he had forgotten about it. Nothing to worry about. This made Li Jiangang very relaxed for a few days, and even felt a rare half-day leisure in a floating life. If the meritorious value is gone, it will be gone, save Ling Yun from worrying about it. The flying sword of fate is gone, and I will refine another one when I have time. Compared with these two, that treasure bag is nothing. Anyway, unless Kunlun himself took action and sent someone to deal with Ling Yun, if he still wanted Li Jiangang to deal with him, he would definitely not say a word, wipe his neck decisively and kill himself. I can't afford to mess with that person. Sure enough, just 7 days later, Li Jiangang received the news that the Heavenly Sword sect of Tianshan Mountain had been wiped out overnight by Ling Yun, and none of the 4 disciples sent by Kunlun to fish escaped, and all the lights of life were extinguished. Those are the 4 Foundation Establishment realm, including the Foundation Establishment peak. After hearing the news, Li Jiangang was not shocked, and his reaction was flat. His evaluation was just 2 words, normal. After that, Li Jiangang, who had already chosen the sword embryo and planned to refine a natal flying sword, simply gave up and stopped practicing. Who knows if Ling Yun will show up one day and take away his flying sword? Didn't see Ling Yun and still look forward to him holding the next demon subduing conference as soon as possible? Li Jiangang had already been lying on his back, and he was so flat and stable. Of course, as the head of the Kunlun sword sect, Li Jiangang did not slack off on how to manage the affairs of the sect. As long as you don't mention Ling Yun to him, no one can mention it, and whoever mentions it is in a hurry. After the disastrous end of the Fumo Conference, among the 5 sects and 11 sects in Kunlun Mountain, especially the members of the 5 sects, many people with real power came over to inquire with him about the situation that night, and they did not believe that Ling Yun would be so strong. No, a few people urged Li Jiangang to climb up and call out to seek revenge on Ling Yun. If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't do it yourself, don't look for me. Believe it or not, I will commit suicide for you? This is what Li Jiangang said after getting impatient. No way. Among the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, the Kunlun Sword sect can only be regarded as a sect, not among the 5 sects, especially in terms of sect background. It is completely incomparable with the 5 sects. Just look at Li Jianang's realm. He didn't enter the late stage of Qi training at the 6th level of sword cultivation. But there are 5 sects in Kunlun Mountain: Little 5 Elements sect, Little Feishing sect, Lucian sect, Shiwang sect, Wuling sect, and even Shaoyuhua sect and Shaofeixian sect. The character sits in town? The heads of the 5 sects, the elders, and the Dharma protectors, none of them are below the 9th level of Qi training. Is it because the Kunlun sword sect is weak? Really not. This is due to the special status of the Kunlun sword sect. The Kunlun sword sect is guarding the Kunlun sect. Among all the sects in Kunlun Mountain, its status is very high, and it has nothing to do with its strength. In other words, the Kunlun sword sect doesn't need to be so powerful. As Li Piayang said, it's just to check the door. It's a gatekeeper, not a thug. In essence, Kunlun's positioning for the Kunlun sword sect is the gatekeeper and the messenger room, who do odd jobs. The supremacy of the Kunlun sword sect comes from Kunlun behind it, rather than relying on its own strength. There are 2 main reasons. Every once in a while, about 5 years on average, Kunlun will give certain rewards to the Kunlun sword sect, which are very generous, mainly medicinal pills, and occasionally magic weapons, flying swords, combat skills, and life-saving talismans, etc. This is actually the remuneration of the gatekeeper, and it can't be done in vain. Secondly, every once in a while, about 20 years on average, Kunlun will give Kunlun sword sect 5 to 10 places to enter Kunlun. The head of Kunlun sword sect will recommend them independently, and after Kunlun inspection and screening, they will generally be selected. It is these 2 major reasons that have determined the supremacy of the Kunlun sword sect and also led to their current embarrassing situation. Very high status. Strength, but it is not as good as every year. Because Kunlun draws blood every 20 years, the disciples of the Kunlun sword sect, as long as they have good talents and high comprehension, and they show up a little bit, they all go to Kunlun. The Kunlun sword sect has quotas. Of course they give priority to their own disciples, and rarely give them to outsiders. But the problem is, the disciples who were selected to successfully enter Kunlun never came back. After such a generation after generation, how strong can the Kunlun sword sect be? Of course, each generation of Kunlun sword sect's head, after passing on the throne, will definitely be able to enter Kunlun after retiring. The above is the reason for Li Jianang's embarrassment at the moment. In the huge conference hall, he, the head of the sect, has a very high status, but his own state is not as good as that disciple of Luxianzong who can't speak brains. Usually it doesn't matter, but how critical is it now? Ning Lingyu may appear outside the mountain guard formation at any time to attack the Kunlun sword sect. Ning Lingyu didn't appear at the demon subduing conference, nor did Li Jiangang, but he knew the identity of the other party clearly. Other identities are not important. What is important is that Ning Lingyu is Ling Yun's younger sister who grew up together. Regardless of whether Ning Lingyu is strong or not, Li Jiangang knows that Ling Yun is really strong, invincible. Every time he thinks of this, Li Jianang's head hurts. The younger sister is a female devil, but her brother is a murderer. Unstoppable, the sect was destroyed. Block it and face Lingyun. The most speechless thing is that until now, Li Jiangang still can't figure out why all this happened. After all, the Ning family also belonged to one of the 5 and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain. There was no deep hatred between them and the major sects of Kunlun Mountain for more than 100 years. Somehow they wanted to slaughter all the sects of Kunlun Mountain? Could it be what Lingyun meant? Li Jiangang couldn't figure it out. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Li Jianlong's greatest hope now is that Ning Lingyu will not come. If they really came, they would not be able to break through the Kunlun Sword sect's triple mountain guard formation. Li Jiangang is still very confident about the mountain protection formation of the Kunlun Sword sect. Unlike those other sects, their mountain protection formation was specially arranged by Kunlun. This is of course the biggest reason why other sects in Kunlun Mountain, those sect leaders led their disciples to flee here. Therefore, Li Jiangang, who has been a salted fish for more than a month, sighed that the Kunlun Sword School is not good for the time being. At this moment, in the huge meeting hall, the bigwigs from all sides are still arguing, but the focus of their discussion has changed from discussing how strong Ning Lingyu is to the Kunlun Sword sect's 3rd level. Protect the mountain formation. Most of them were full of confidence, and finally tended to be unanimous, firmly believing that the female devil could not break through even the first formation. Ahem. Li Jiangang finally opened his mouth. He coughed twice to silence the entire conference hall, and glanced at everyone. First of all, let me tell you that at this moment, my Kunlun Sword sect's 3-level mountain protection array has been activated. When everyone in the meeting hall heard this, they all let out a sigh of relief. The 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain all have the same root and origin, and they have been connected with each other for hundreds of years. Even if there were occasional fights between the various sects, they could be successfully resolved in the end, but I didn't expect this time to cause Xiaochang. This is a catastrophe on Kunlun Mountain. Since everyone believes in my Kunlun Sword sect and came here to fight against the enemy together, even though I, Li Jiangang, am just a small sect leader, even if my realm is low, I am willing to advance and retreat with everyone. Only. Li Jiangang deliberately paused, glanced at everyone and asked, if I can hold the mountain protection formation, then everything will be fine, but if it is broken by Nanang Lingyu? Master Li is too humble. Impossible. I've heard that the Kunlun Sword sect's mountain guard formation can block a full-strength blow from the Golden Core realm. How could this be broken? There were 2 heads in the meeting hall. They immediately stood up and said one after another. I mean, just in case. Li Jiangang didn't give an answer as to whether the Great Mountain Protector formation could resist the Golden Core realm. He just said to himself, what if it is really breached, what should we do? In the entire meeting hall, there was an instant silence. Should we stay and fight to the death in blood, or run away separately? I also ask all the masters, elders, to give me Li Jiangang a definite explanation. The 2 masters who stood up just now sat down again immediately. Everyone in the chamber looked at each other, but no one responded for a long time. After a long while, someone whispered, since I'm here, I naturally trust Sect Leader Li. No matter what the outcome is, Sect Leader Li will be the master of everything. The voice did not fall. Boom. 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 The entire Kunlun Sword sect was shaken. Li Jianlong's divine sense swept away, and his expression changed drastically. The Kunlun Sword sect, the 3-level mountain protection formation, the 1st level, has been breached. Vertex. Not good. The 1st layer of the mountain protection formation has been breached. Li Jianlong's face changed drastically. He did not hide it, and announced on the spot. If you want to hide it, you can't hide it. After all, there are nearly 100 people in this conference hall. There are more than 20 people in the Foundation building state, half of them are at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, and the rest are above the 8th level of Qi training. Everyone has spiritual consciousness, and they can know it at a glance. What's more, Li Jiangang didn't intend to hide it. In case the formation is broken, will we fight to the death in blood, or run for our lives? He just finished asking this question. In fact, he didn't need an answer. He understood everything just by looking at the expressions and reactions of everyone just now. Ants are still alive, let alone a cultivator who is cultivated to this level. There is only one answer: as long as there is a way to survive, no one wants to die. Otherwise, these people would have died the moment their sect was breached, and they would not have escaped to his Kunlun sword sect. Li Jiangang has his own answer in his heart, and he doesn't need to force others. Therefore, in the huge conference hall, although Li Jianlong's realm was the lowest, he immediately regained his composure after his expression changed. The reason is very simple: since Ninglingyu really attacked the mountain gate, regardless of whether the masters of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain are here, tonight, the Kunlun sword sect will have to deal with this calamity. It is better to ask for others than to ask for yourself. What? The formation is really broken. How is it possible? Even the Kunlun sword sect's mountain guard formation can't resist. What should we do? Go out and have a look. In the violent shaking of the conference hall, after hearing Li Jianlong's announcement, everyone's expression changed immediately, and their reactions varied. However, fortunately, only the first major formation has been breached at present. Although everyone panicked, there was no chaos. After everyone reacted in a hurry, they all tried their best to stabilize their figures and looked at Li Jiangang. After all, this is the Kunlun sword sect, the mountain guard formation belongs to others, and the leader here is Li Jiangang. Since the door has already been knocked on, it's useless to talk too much. Let's go out and have a look together. Finished speaking. Li Jianlong's figure fluttered, and he was the first to fly out of the conference hall. He didn't stop, and went straight to the air, and quickly came to the sky above the large square in front of the Kunlun sword sect. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Immediately afterwards, the heads of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, elders, protectors, Yukong of Yukong, Yujian of Yujian, like crucian carp crossing the river, flew out of the conference hall one after another, in groups of 3 and 4, are also here. Among them, Su De, the head of the Little 5 Elements sect, Yu Junshan, the head of the Little Feishing sect, Ding Hong, the head of the Lucian sect, Wang Bao, the head of the Shiwang sect, Xu Tai, the head of the Wuling sect, and so on. Came straight to Li Jianlong's side, standing against the sky, each with a dignified look, looking out of the formation. Once the mountain protection formation is opened, it will be difficult for people outside the formation to see what's going on inside, but people inside the formation will not be affected regardless of whether they see or hear. Otherwise, as soon as the formation is opened, everyone inside the formation will become blind and deaf. Li Jiangang took a look at the situation outside, frowned immediately, and said in a deep voice, "This kind of formation-breaking method is really unseen and unheard of. The first formation of the Kunlun sword sect's mountain protection formation is actually a maze. This formation is based on the mountain that the Kunlun sword sect relies on, and uses trees, rocks, flowing water, clouds, and mist as materials, and combines the 5 elements to form an formation. This formation was built to prevent the surrounding herdsmen and their domesticated animals from intruding. Once they accidentally break into the formation, they can only see huge mountains, dense forests, wide flowing water, and sky-filled mountains. In the heavy fog, as a result, he could only spin around in place, unable to get out no matter what. Of course, when the time comes, there will naturally be disciples of the Kunlun sword sect to escort them out. And once an enemy from the Kunlun sword sect comes, if they don't understand the formation, even if the opponent is a cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment, the sight will be the same after entering, and they will still be trapped in the formation, and it will be tiring. Death or starvation depends on the mood of the Kunlun sword sect. But Ning Lingyu came from nowhere, suddenly appeared, and just waved her hands. Taking the place where she was standing as the origin, the surrounding vegetation grew wildly, and quickly spread to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it invaded the range of the Kunlun sword sect maze. Immediately afterwards, those forming the eyes of the maze, the rocks were forced to displaced, the water dries up inexplicably. A perfect maze that could trap the peak of Foundation establishment was destroyed by Ning Lingyu in 7s and 88, and then with a movement of her divine sense, a few golden lotuses that had been circling around her all the time came out suddenly, completely overwhelming her. The maze is broken. Supreme Qingdi Ju, Wanshuixian Ju. Ning Lingyu stood still outside the formation, and with the combined force of the two major techniques, he easily broke through the Kunlun sword sect's first heavy mountain protection formation. After breaking the formation, brush. Ning Lingyu flew up and came into the air, facing Li Jiangang, who was in the formation far away, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were extremely cold, looking down at everyone indifferently. She has a graceful figure, long hair flying, and 81 golden lotus flowers blooming all over her body, flying around her non-stop. The hem of the white dress flutters, and the purple fairy aura rises under her feet, just like a fairy from the 9 heavens, descending to the world. Li Jiangang, surrender to me, or die. Ning Lingyu's voice without a trace of human fireworks suddenly resounded and spread to everyone's ears. Yes, that's the sentence. Surrender to me, or die. That's what the female devil said when they attacked our mountain gate. It's the same when you hit us. As long as you don't agree, you will start killing people. For a while, people behind Li Jiangang began to whisper and discuss. After all, the Kunlun sword sect still has 2 major formations, and they are safe for the time being while hiding in the formations, so I dare to say. Of course, Li Jiangang was not afraid anymore. He stared at Ning Lingyu carefully for a long while, only to feel that the other party had an indescribable strange feeling, and in a flash of thought, he began to care about it. Miss Ning, if you have something to say, if you don't move at all, you are surrendering, life and death or something. Once you come up, you have smashed my mountain protection formation. At least tell me what you want. Suddenly, Ning Lingyu raised her drooping eyelids and glanced at Li Jiangang. The 2 eyes were like 2 bolts of lightning. As long as you, and those behind you, all surrender to me. Li Jiangang was stunned by Ning Lingyu's 2 cold eyes, and then opened them. He smiled and asked, what about after surrendering to you? Nothing to do with you. Li Jiangang immediately rolled his eyes. Damn, you made me surrender to you, and it has nothing to do with me? Co-authoring means you can do whatever you want? Then surrender to the fart? By coincidence, Li Jiangang suddenly missed Ling Yun at this moment. Although that killing god was ruthless, at least he was reasonable. Miss Ning, this won't work. If you make people submit to you, you must give them some benefits, right? Who will do anything that doesn't benefit you these days? The more Ning Lingyu was too lazy to talk, the more Li Jiangang did the opposite, and began to break his mouth. Give you the way. There was already impatience in Ning Lingyu's cold eyes. Li Jiangang smiled and asked, what is the way? I'm stupid, so I'd like to ask Miss Ning to clarify first. Die. After Ning Lingyu finished speaking, her figure moved instantly, and she flew straight towards where Li Jiangang was. Same moment. A huge, translucent mask suddenly appeared, emitting a pale golden light, directly covering the entire Kunlun sword sect. Ning Lingyu's body collided with the huge mask without any fancy, and she immediately slapped the mask hard with both palms. Boom. Gold shines. The naked eye could see that the huge mask was violently shaken by Ning Lingyu, causing ripples to spread out in all directions. Oops. Coming. When the Kunlun sword sect saw this scene, many people immediately exclaimed and clenched their fists, fearing that the formation would be broken again. At that moment, Li Jiangang was also sweating. Although he was quite confident in his own defensive formation, he didn't know the details of the opponent, so he could only grit his teeth and bear it. Fortunately, the formation resisted and was safe and sound. Boom boom boom. Ning Lingyu didn't succeed in one move, but he was not in a hurry or annoyed. He didn't say a word, but just threw out both fists, bombarding the golden mask non-stop. Miss Ning, Mr. Li is not talented, please stop and listen to what I have to say. Seeing that Ning Lingyu couldn't break through the defensive formation for a while, Li Jiangang felt relieved and spoke again, in a tone of discussion. Boom 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 boom. Ning Lingyu didn't seem to be able to hear it, and just punched lightning like lightning, hitting the golden light curtain, smashing the big burst of wailing. Master Li, this female devil will not listen to you. What she said to you before she did it just now is already an exception. That's right, this female devil is very evil. She doesn't seem to bother talking to others at all. She just breaks the formation and kills people before giving orders. Li Jiangang nodded his head, but his eyes flickered endlessly. Master Li, in my opinion, it's better to use the killing formation. Since she can't break through your defensive formation, then you can't let her smash it like this blindly. Why don't you take this opportunity to activate the killing formation and kill this female devil? Behead it outside the formation. That's right, Master Wang is right. If she can't break through the defensive formation, then she can't stop the killing formation, so she can just behead it and kill her, and avenge the dead of our Kunlun Mountain 5 sects and 11 sects. Li Jiangang smiled wryly in his heart. Why didn't he think so? But the female devil in front of me is not just an ordinary female devil. Let's talk about whether she can be killed by opening the killing array. If she is really injured or killed, Ling Yin will come to her. What should I do? But, of course, Li Jiangang couldn't just watch Ning Lingyu's unscrupulous attacks. Miss Ning, please stop for now, I have something to tell you. Ning Lingyu shook the mountain protection formation hard, and punched hundreds of times in a row. Although every attack shook the golden mask violently, it still couldn't completely penetrate the mask. It seemed that he knew that he would not be able to break through this large formation in a short period of time. After hearing Li Jianlong's words, Ning Lingyu stopped attacking and flew backwards. Without further ado. After stopping her figure, Ning Lingyu's face was still indifferent, her beautiful eyes swept towards Li Jiangang, and said in a deep voice. Seeing this, Li Jiangang felt a sense of awe in his heart. Just looking at Ning Lingyu's appearance, he vaguely felt that his own mountain protection array was not as strong as he imagined, and it was not that the other party had no means of breaking the formation. Taking a shot is at most just a trial. But fortunately, at least now, Ning Lingyu is finally willing to stop and listen to him. Li Jiangang just wanted a chance to negotiate. Miss Ning, don't worry, Li understands, there is no nonsense. Li Jiangang Yekong took 2 steps forward and got closer to Ning Lingyu, who was outside the formation. He pondered for a while, and then said, according to what Miss Ning just said, the purpose of attacking my Kunlun sword sect this time is to let us wait surrendering to you and granting me the Tao. Li really wants to know what the Tao is that Miss Ning is talking about. The topic just now got stuck here. Li Jiangang was afraid that Ning Lingyu would fight again if he disagreed, and then added, I've seen how powerful Miss Ning is, but if Miss Ning doesn't even bother to answer such questions, if so, I think that even if you break through this great formation, the people here will definitely fight to the death with all their strength, and no one will be willing to be captured or killed without a fight. What do you think? Li Jianlong's meaning is very clear. The reason is very simple. If you don't want to say a word to others, who would dare to believe your promise? When Ning Lingyu heard the first sentence, she was really impatient, but after listening to all of them, her eyelids drooped and then suddenly raised again. Li Jiangang, if you open up the formation and surrender to me, I will teach you a set of cultivation methods, which can ensure you to build a foundation, form a golden core, and embark on the real road of cultivating immortals. Hiss. With just this sentence, Li Jiangang heard a sound of breathing from behind, followed by a burst of discussion. Jia Jindan? Golden Core Realm. How many years has no one in China been able to reach this level? Being a golden elixir is a position for our generation. To achieve a golden elixir, you can have a lifespan of at least 500 years, and you will be eligible to enter Kunlun. Shut up, don't listen to her drawing big cakes there, who can't brag. I also said that I can guarantee you to become a nascent soul, don't you believe it? That's right, you dare to believe what this female devil said, casually. Now that the aura is exhausted to this point, if the golden core state is as simple as she said, there are countless golden cores in Kunlun Mountain now, and she still needs her to teach it. La? Master Li absolutely cannot trust her. Li Jiangang listened to all the discussions behind him, but he was unmoved. He raised his hand to signal the silence behind him, then looked at Ning Lingyu with clear eyes and said, Golden Core Dao, Li has to admit, Miss Ning, the conditions given are indeed exciting, but I still want to ask, should the exercises be passed on to me alone, or to everyone present? Ning Lingyu didn't even think about it, and said coldly, when you open the big formation, naturally only you will be passed on. The fate of the others depends on their own performance. These have nothing to do with you, so you don't need to worry about them. Li Jiangang. Master Li, don't listen to the nonsense of the female devil. At this moment, there was a loud shout from behind Li Jiangang, and Zhu Tai, the head teacher of the Wuling sect, suddenly floated over. Master Li, this female devil has slaughtered my 9 sects in Kunlun Mountain before, and has hardly encountered any obstacles. After she broke through the mountain gate, she killed indiscriminately and didn't care what other people think. That's right. Master Zhu is right. Yu Junshan, the head teacher of the little Feishan, also flew forward, and said in a deep voice, my little Feishan has a deep understanding of this. After this female devil broke through my mountain gate, it was only because the 3 elders of my sect were dissatisfied with her that she killed people at will and resisted a little, she took her life. Zhu Tai and Yu Junshan, one on the left and the other on the right, quietly sandwiched Li Jiangang in the middle. Although they were trying to persuade him, as long as he showed the intention of opening a large formation, they would definitely join hands and kill him on the spot. These are 2 major foundation-building realms. If they really want to turn their faces and do it, killing Li Jiangang is like playing for fun. The enemy is still outside the formation, and the killing intent is imminent. Li Jiangang smiled wryly in his heart, and was even more awe-inspiring in the dark. This Ning Lingyu just threw out a golden elixir bait, and completely divided his own camp that was originally in the same hatred as the enemy. At this time, as long as he was not careful in his response, maybe Ning Lingyu hadn't made a move yet, he would go to see Hades himself first. Teachers, don't worry, a mere golden core realm, even if it's tempting, won't impress me, Li Jiangang. Don't forget, my Kunlun sword sect's responsibilities over the years. As soon as Li Jiangang said this, the murderous intent beside him disappeared immediately. His last words are more useful than anything else. The Kunlun sword sect is the Kunlun sect, and Li Jiangang is the head of the sect. If it is so easy to go out to meet the enemy, Kunlun will definitely not spare him. Another one, Li Jiangang can enter Kunlun practice 100%, he doesn't need Ning Lingyu's skills. He still has the opportunity to set foot on the Golden Alchemy Road. It is self-evident what Li Jiangang will choose between the 2. Zhu Tai said, Sect Leader Li, we naturally understand this, otherwise, the world is big, we have our own place to go, and we will not choose to hide with you. Yu Junshan wondered and asked, but since this is the case, why is Headley still talking nonsense with this female devil? Why don't you just start the killing array and kill her directly? Even if the big array kills her, as long as she can be seriously injured, when so many of us rush out of the formation, we can kill her even if we risk our lives. Several headmasters, don't worry, she asked me to open the big formation, it is absolutely impossible. I am talking to her now, naturally I have my plan, even if I start the killing formation, I must explain all these words clearly after that, otherwise, even if Ningling can be killed tonight, the disaster will be even greater in the future. Yu Junshan frowned and said, if we kill her, what troubles can there be? The strength of this female devil is already so terrifying, can anyone be stronger than her? Dare to avenge her? Trust me, there is. After the digital teachers quickly communicated through their hearts, Li Jiangang stopped talking to them, but smiled freely. Miss Ning is really good at it. If you say that you only pass it on to me, I'm afraid that even if I want to open up the big formation, the few headmasters around me will not agree. Ningling seemed to have already guessed the result, and she didn't care, but her eyes were cold and she smiled coldly. Li Jiangang, you don't want to give you a chance, do you really think I can't break your turtle shell? Ningling didn't intend to talk about it, but now she's already impatient. Li Jiangang knew that there was no possibility for the two sides to talk anymore. With a serious look on his face, he said proudly, since Miss Ning is unwilling to talk, then Li has nothing to do. As for whether or not I can break my mountain guard formation, Miss Ning will have to wait and see. Just try it out. However, before that, Li has one last question. I wonder if I can ask for advice. You ask. Li Jiangang suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, and asked the question he wanted to ask the most. You even slaughtered 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, and attacked our Kunlun sword sect tonight. Does your brother Lingyun know about this? Hearing this sentence, Ningling's face froze immediately, and his figure froze indistinctly. When talking about Lingyun, Li Jianlong's eyes were also watching Ningling intently, not wanting to miss any changes. Ningling's changes at that moment did not escape his eyes. Ningling raised her eyebrows, her tone was cold. Li Jiangang, what do you mean by asking this? Li Jiangang remained calm, and Shiran said, it's nothing interesting, I just want to make it clear to you that your brother Lingyun and I just parted ways in the Wind and Thunder Valley of Longhu Mountain. Between elder brother Lingyun, the grievances have been settled, and there is no debt. You have come to attack my Kunlun sword sect for no reason this time, destroying my formation and making me surrender. If this is his intention, we will naturally settle accounts with him in the future. If it wasn't what he meant, then my Kunlun sword sect activated a large formation to protect myself. If you were to be beaten badly, it would be your own fault, no wonder us. After finishing these words in one breath, Li Jiangang almost burst into tears. It's not easy, I finally said it out. As long as there are words like this, even if Lingyun comes to him in the future, he will have something to say. Lingyun, it's your sister who is bullying others unreasonably. We just want to protect ourselves, protect ourselves, protect ourselves, I say the important thing 3 times. Ha 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 ha. Ningling was suddenly furious, and laughed wildly. Li Jiangang, let me tell you plainly, he is him, I am me, I do things, and I don't need to care what Lingyun thinks. However, what you just said just sent you to a dead end. When I break your tortoise shell, you will be the first to kill. The voice has not yet fallen. With a movement of Ningling's mind, 81 golden lotus flowers all over her body burst into dazzling golden light at the same time. After a short pause, all lightning struck towards the protective mask. Boom 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 boom. With the sound of an earth-shattering explosion, the golden lotus flowers all hit the defense mask, and the golden mask collapsed directly. The Kunlun Sword School is shaking the ground, and the mountain guard formation is in danger. Make it to me. At the same moment, Li Jiangang fell back to the ground, his feet firmly on the ground, and with a slight movement of his divine sense, he saw that the precarious protective light shield seemed to thicken several times in an instant, from light gold to pure gold. Covered by gold, the collapsed part of the lotus flower bounced back in an instant and returned to its original state. Li Jiangang raised his right hand, and there was a simple sword in his hand. The sword body was only as long as a dagger, but it was engraved with various mysterious runes, and the golden light flowed non-stop. Miss Ning, since you are an enemy and not a friend, you are offended. Kill. After repeatedly confirming that it was not Ling Yun's instruction, and even Ling Yun might not know about it, Li Jiangang resolutely launched the Kunlun sword sect's killing array. Okay. This female devil is lawless and bullying too much. Sect leader Li has finally started the killing array of the Kunlun sword sect. Seeing Li Jiangang take out that simple little sword, Su De, the head teacher of the Little Five Elements sect, immediately floated forward, nodded and smiled. Yes, I have heard for a long time that the Kunlun sword sect's mountain guard formation was created by the founder of the Kunlun sword sect. Afterwards, it was carefully arranged and modified by the Kunlun sword sect's successive masters according to the mountains and rivers of Kunlun Mountain. The formation was finally formed. The eye of the formation is the huge mountain that the Kunlun sword sect is backed by, and it takes the aura of the Kunlun mountains, which has been accumulated over the years and turned into this golden shield. Wang Bao, the head teacher of the Zaiwangzong, also flew forward and talked freely. At this moment, his expression was obviously relaxed, and it was obvious that he had great confidence in the imperial formation of the Kunlun sword sect. Headmaster Wang is right, but what I am most looking forward to is the Kunlun sword sect's killing formation. Zhu Tai, the head teacher of the Wuling sect, also added with a smile, according to the elders of my sect, the location of the Kunlun sword sect is actually very particular. It happened to be the place where several dragon veins gathered in Kunlun Mountain. The Kunlun sword sect was built on top of its largest dragon vein eye. That quaint little sword in sect leader Li's hand. Now that sect leader Li has his feet on the ground, it is equivalent to personally controlling the imperial formation. Even the 81 golden lotuses of the female devil can't do anything about it, and he holds the killing formation hub in his hand, and he only needs to activate the formation with his spiritual thoughts. If you can't move it, you can infinitely mobilize the aura of the dragon's veins and eyes, and turn it into a flying sword to kill the female devil on the spot. It's too late to say it. While the few people were chatting, Li Jiangang started the killing array. He raised his hand, and suddenly a golden sword appeared in front of him. The golden light was blazing and murderous. In a fit of anger, the headmaster of the foundation building realm was so oppressed that he could no longer speak. After a while, he had to float back, away from where Li Jiangang was. Li Jiangang is only at the 6th level of Qi training. Just now, he sat alone in the conference hall, facing the elders of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain calmly. Nothing else, the Kunlun sword sect's mountain guard array is controlled by him, which is one of his greatest reliance. This is not Longhu Mountain Wind and Thunder Valley, this is his sect, his territory. Kill. Li Jiangang looked dignified, and waited patiently for the golden sword to become extremely solid, then he drew the sword formula and pointed it out. Go. Brush. The golden sword flew across the sky in an instant. It turned into a golden rainbow, passed through the mask of the imperial formation without hindrance, and stabbed towards Ninglingyu in the air outside the formation with terrifying murderous intent. As soon as the golden sword came out of the formation, Ninglingyu felt that she was locked by the sword energy and felt the murderous intent, but she didn't move, just watched the golden sword stabbing with a sneer. The golden rainbow pierced through the night sky, and instantly came a foot in front of Ninglingyu. Hearing only a few loud clanking sounds, he could no longer move forward. Under Ninglingyu's feet, the purple fairy aura rose strongly, and at this time it turned into a purple shield with a radius of 3 feet, easily resisting the attack of the golden sword. With Ninglingyu's body as the center, the surroundings are filled with immortal power. What? How is this possible? Oops, I haven't seen you for a few days, and the strength of this female devil has increased terrifyingly. Inside the big formation, those leaders who were still full of confidence just now, firmly believing that as long as Li Jiangang came out of the killing formation, he would be able to kill Ning Lingyu outside the formation. The elders of the various factions were dumbfounded, and they didn't believe what they saw. Arrived. Li Jiangang was also shocked. Although he only used 50% of the power of the killing array just now, he knew that even if it was only 50% of the power of the killing array, he could easily break through the defense at the peak of the enlightened state. Get seriously injured and run away. But I didn't expect that Ning Lingyu resisted, not only resisted, but also so easily. The golden sword couldn't even penetrate within 3 feet of her body. Li Jianlong's pupils shrank suddenly, and naturally he was no longer merciful. He suddenly became ruthless, and instantly increased the power of the killing array to 70%. Clank. There was a clanging sound of the sword, and the golden sword really moved forward by 2 feet, but the closer it got to Ning Lingyu, the slower its speed became, as if a person was trapped in the mud, until it was covered by the purple color of Ning Lingyu's body. Shanli blocked the ground and couldn't move an inch. How can that be? Li Jiangang finally started to be shocked. He couldn't believe that Ning Lingyu's defensive power had reached such a terrifying level. 70% of the killing power was enough to kill fusion masters, but he still couldn't touch Ning Lingyu's body? No wonder they dared to slaughter the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain alone. With such a defensive method, Ning Lingyu was already invincible. Miss Ning is indeed a fairy. Li Jiangang opened his mouth and couldn't help but praise, but his eyes were fixed, and he simply waved the simple sword in his hand, pointing at Ning Lingyu in the air. 100% power. It is enough to kill a master in the heartbeat period. Brush. As if stuck in a quagmire, the golden sword, which had already been unable to move an inch, suddenly exerted force again, piercing Ning Lingyu's body. Chi. It is good. Sharp. As expected, it is the ancient killing formation of the Kunlun sword sect. This will definitely hit the devil head hard. Seeing that the golden sword finally pierced Ning Lingyu's body, the masters of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain couldn't help but get excited and applauded loudly. They applauded loudly. Li Jiangang saw Jianglong, but his heart tightened suddenly. He had no idea that he suddenly increased the power of the killing array to 100%, and actually stabbed the opponent, hurting Ning Lingyu's body. Obviously, the killing array was 100% powerful and successfully broke through Ning Lingyu's defense limit. Li Jianlong's confidence increased greatly, and he was about to speak, trying to persuade Ning Lingyu to leave this place, so that she would retreat in spite of difficulties. He had no intention of killing Ning Lingyu. Of course the main reason was that he didn't dare. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Ning Lingyu, who was stabbed by the golden sword and had to fly back, suddenly burst into blazing light. The Kunlun Mountains were high above the sky, and the bright moon was hanging high. Lingyu's body wrapped her up. A strange scene appeared. Ning Lingyu was completely enveloped by the power of the sun, releasing a blazing light. 1 foot away from her body, it was pitch black. People could see with the naked eye that the sky full of stars turned into countless lines. Silk thread, sprinkled from the boundless starry sky, connected to Ning Lingyu's body. The power of the lunar moonlight, the power of hundreds of millions of stars. This is naturally the Diyan gathering star treasure. How can that be? Li Jianlong's divine sense had already fully activated the formation, and brought out 100% of the power of the formation, that is, the attack power of the golden sword, but it only caused Ning Lingyu to suffer minor injuries. Li Jiangang, who controlled the golden sword with his divine sense, knew this most clearly. Ning Lingyu's methods are not as varied as her brother Ling Yun's, but they are really powerful. What kind of realm has she reached now? Li Jianlong's heart was already turbulent, knowing this, but he couldn't stop, so he had to attack with all his strength. Anyway, what he wanted to say just now was swallowed by him. At this moment, With the help of the formation, Li Jiangang mobilized the huge aura of the dragon veins of Kunlun Mountain, and attacked Ninglingyu with all his strength. Ninglingyu relied on the fairy power transformed by the purple fairy spirit energy, and fully urged her own bodyguard with the Great Evolution gathering star treasure art to resist the attack of the golden sword. The two sides stalemate for a moment and began to fight. After a while, Ninglingyu's beautiful eyes flashed, as if she could no longer withstand the attack of the golden sword. She began to fly back into the distance. Li Jiangang thought that Ninglingyu could not hold on anymore, and seeing the victory in sight, he naturally activated the golden sword. The big sword pursued with all its strength. After chasing and retreating, in an instant, Ninglingyu had gone 20 kilometers away from the Zomen of Kunlun Mountain. The people in the formation could no longer be seen with the naked eye. And the 81 golden lotuses that had been madly bombarding the golden mask just now were taken away by Ninglingyu at some point. That female devil has finally been repelled. The Kunlun sword sect protects the mountain with a large formation, which integrates offense and defense, and its power is indeed infinite. Sect leader Li, everything happened too fast just now. I don't know if the killing array has seriously injured the female devil head. Can I go out and hunt her down now? At this moment, Li Jianlong's divine sense was still urging the hub of the formation with all his strength, that is, the simple sword in his hand, so he had no time to care about the praise of these people behind him. Because Ninglingyu's speed is getting faster and faster, and it is almost beyond the attack range of the killing array. At that time, even if the golden sword is only 1 foot away from the opponent, it will be difficult to hurt Ninglingyu at all. Ninglingyu was chased by the golden sword and came to the sky above a huge valley and lake, surrounded by dense forests. Humph! Suddenly, Ninglingyu stopped suddenly. She floated in the air, stretched her arms, and raised her hand suddenly. In an instant, all the huge trees, flowers, and plants in the dense forest were uprooted and flew towards Ninglingyu's body. From all directions, 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside, she and the golden sword were tightly surrounded. Not even the light of the moon can penetrate. It was as if a thick forest suddenly appeared outside Ninglingyu's body. Not to mention, after the dense forest was formed, all the vegetation grew wildly, almost cutting off the world, forming a small world of its own, almost cutting off the connection between Li Jiangang and the golden sword. At least he couldn't operate the golden sword as he wished. Supreme Qing Emperor Art. Rise. At this time, Ninglingyu's outstretched arms suddenly lifted up. The mirror-like lake under the feet suddenly had huge waves, and the lake water rolled up into the air, completely wrapping the impenetrable dense forest. Ka. Ninglingyu's divine sense was activated, and there was a dense sound of freezing immediately around, and the lake water rolled up high in the sky, almost instantly turning into an iceberg. Not good. Li Jiangang, who was tens of kilometers away, suddenly lost contact with the golden sword. He exclaimed in shock, and his expression changed drastically. Li Jiangang gritted his teeth, spat out a mouthful of blood, and immediately severed the connection with the golden sword. He gave up the golden sword without hesitation. Condensation. Regardless of the surprised question coming from behind, Li Jiangang urged his divine sense, and hastened to gather the aura of the dragon vein again, and gather a new great sword again. But this time, it was obviously slower than the first one just now. Li Jiangang is slow, but someone is faster than him. Just when the new golden sword had just condensed into shape, everyone in the formation felt a blur in front of their eyes, and Ninglingyu's disdainful figure appeared outside the formation again. Everyone was shocked to find that Ninglingyu was holding a big golden sword, which was the one that stabbed her body just now. The great sword condensed by the Kunlun sword sect's killing formation was easily refined by her. Humph, Li Jiangang, how dare you hurt my fairy body, let's see how I break through. Although Ninglingyu was angry, she was still indifferent and without a trace of human fireworks. The mountain protection formation is integrated with offense and defense, so what if I use your spear to attack your shield? Ning Lingyu sneered and whispered, then swung his sword. Dragon Elephant is powerful. 9 kill swordsmanship. With lightning speed, she stabbed 10 times in a row. The indestructible golden shield of the Kunlun sword sex mountain guard array couldn't bear it at all and shattered. Ning Lingyu used the secret technique of Dragon and Elephant Divine Strength, and used the golden sword condensed from the Kunlun sword sex killing formation to display the 9-kill sword technique, directly piercing a big hole in the mask of the Kunlun sword sex imperial formation. Puff puff. The moment the defensive formation was breached, Li Jiangang, who was in control of the formation, suffered heavy injuries and spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His heart sank, and he stepped on the ground suddenly, wanting to repair the formation immediately and let the golden shield close again. It's a pity that he has already suffered heavy injuries, his body is not in the peak state just now, and he has to desperately urge the killing array. Although the big hole in the golden shield is quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, it is far from enough. For Ning Lingyu, it was far from enough. Because she was right where the golden shield was broken, and although the hole was big enough for her to get in, Ning Lingyu's delicate body stood proudly upright, completely disdainful of it. She has already broken this imperial formation once, so naturally she can break it a second time and a third time. Ning Lingyu just let out a cold snort, using his spiritual thoughts to urge more than half of the golden lotuses around him, slammed into the edge of the damaged hole, and stuck there. Receive. I don't know what kind of secret method she activated, but after the dozens of golden lotuses stuck to the edge of the hole in the mask, they began to quickly absorb the aura of the earth veins that made up the golden mask like living things, which made the golden light. Not only can the mask fail to close, but the hole is getting bigger and bigger, and the entire golden mask is getting thinner and thinner. It's over. Seeing this situation, Li Jiangang immediately closed his eyes, and then suddenly widened his eyes. He opened his mouth and yelled, "The 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain live and die at this moment. If you don't want to be slaughtered, please join hands and help me stop this person." Just now, the moment Ning Lingyu's 10 swords broke through the defensive formation, Kunlun Mountain's 5 sects and 11 sects, especially the elders of the 5 sects and 2 sects, most of whom have reached the level of foundation establishment, have sacrificed their own magic weapon, half of which protects Li Jianang's body and protects his safety. The other half flew to the damaged part of the shield to prevent Ning Lingyu from breaking into the formation. This is because, although the imperial formation was breached, Li Jiangang was still trying his best to maintain it after all, and the killing formation sword he had just condensed had also been condensed into shape. Although most people don't know how the first flying sword that Li Jiangang controlled fell into the hands of Ning Lingyu. But the golden sword stabbed Ning Lingyu, but they saw it with their own eyes. If Li Jiangang was instantly killed by Ning Lingyu, no one would be able to control the Kunlun sword sect formation anymore. It is self-evident what will happen to them. Of course, at that moment, there were also some who were terrified by Ning Lingyu's divine intimidation. In order to save their lives, they immediately wanted to escape with the sword, but they were instantly killed by the top experts of the 5 sects and 2 sects together. The 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain have the same root and the same spirit, and at this moment, facing the terrifying Ning Lingyu, they are unexpectedly united. Zhu Tai, the head teacher of the Wuling sect, sacrificed 3 natal magic weapons at once, and landed them not far from Li Jiangang. "Don't worry, Headley, we will have no way to retreat when the mountain gate is destroyed and the sect is slaughtered. If you die, fight to the death with all your strength." That's right. I'd rather die in battle than live. Since the female devil can break even the Kunlun sword sect's mountain guard formation, where in this world is there room for me to wait? The little Feishing sect was in charge of teaching Yu Junshan, and Yekong came to the front, staring fiercely at Ning Lingyu at the entrance of the damaged cave, as if death was at home. "Hey, this time, even if I destroy the Tao foundation of the foundation establishment peak, I will hurt her a little bit. The head teacher of Zheng, Wang Bao, landed with a large spear in his hand. He stood on the ground, tall and straight, as majestic as a mountain. In addition, he also controlled a dozen flying spears with his spiritual thoughts and intercepted them at the entrance of the cave. Those who wanted to escape had already been killed, and those who were left had already made up their minds to die. The Imperial formation was broken, the killing formation was still there, and a brand new great sword was condensed into shape. Li Jiangang raised his hand and swallowed a pill. His injuries were completely healed, and his condition returned to peak. He said to the surrounding voice transmission, "Li Maoan, I never thought that you guys really have such a heart to fight to the death. If so, then I, Li, will naturally lead the way." In fact, just 3 days ago, after repeatedly weighing Ning Lingyu's strength, Li Jiangang had resolutely sent his only son, Li Kunwu, away from the Kunlun sword sect. This was his only blood, and with Li Kunwu's fighting power, it is useless to stay, it is simply to die. The Kunlun sword sect is the sect of Kunlun, and Li Jianong's duty lies in it. In front of the enemy, anyone can leave, but he cannot. Now that he has nothing to worry about, he can't be a salted fish, so what if he dies? Listen to me, everyone. I don't care what level this Ning Lingyu is, but her absolute strength is really unfathomable. My Kunlun sword sect kills the formation, and I control it. 100% of the power can kill the heart-throbbing stage of the golden core. A master, but he could only stab her slightly. And I dare to conclude that the purple aura protecting her body is by no means ordinary aura, but purple fairy aura, which can be converted into immortal power by her. Therefore, with everyone's realm and strength, magic weapons can't hurt her at all. So, next, I will urge the killing formation to force her back again with the killing formation method. At that time I will ask you to protect me. When she is far away from the big formation, I will try to repair the Imperial formation as soon as possible. Waiting for rescue. Li Jiangang quickly told everyone about Ning Lingyu's true strength, so that they would know what to do when fighting, and at the same time told them his plan, so that they could fully cooperate. Leader Li, don't worry, I'm prepared to die, and I will protect you well. You only need to push the formation with all your strength. Zhu Tai, who was closest to Li Jiangang, said loudly. The voice did not fall. I'll come first. Brush. A figure rises from the sky, and at the same time uses his divine sense to urge his own flying sword, pierces through the hole like lightning, and directly stabs the vital point in front of Ning Lingyu. Everyone swept away their spiritual thoughts, and suddenly discovered that the one who Yukong sacrificed his flying sword to attack Ning Lingyu was the one who uttered wild words in the meeting hall just now, saying, Ning Lingyu is just the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi training, disciple of the immortal sect. He only has the 8th level of Qi training, not even the peak of the 8th level of Qi training. The flying sword flew out of the cave, and came to Ning Lingyu in an instant. Ning Lingyu grabbed the flying sword without hesitation, and directly grabbed the flying sword in his hand. With just a slight shock, the flying sword turned into scrap iron. Ning Lingyu sneered and said, pearls of rice grains also emit brilliance? That Luxianzong disciple's natal flying sword was destroyed, suffered backlash, and vomited blood profusely. He was already on the verge of collapse. At this moment, a golden lotus flew in from outside the formation, and instantly hit the man's celestial cap. Before he even had time to groan, he died from exhaustion. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Ning Lingyu used more than half of the body-protecting golden lotus to adhere to the edge of the hole in the golden shield, absorbing the aura of the Imperial formation, and the remaining 30 golden lotus, under her urging, entered from the hole and began to fly all over the sky, madly attacking people from the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain. These 81 golden lotuses are Ning Lingyu's weapon. Boom 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 boom. In less than a moment, the 30 golden lotuses had already collided with all kinds of attacking or protective magic weapons of the people in the formation. Those with high realms could barely withstand the attacks of golden lotuses, but those whose realms were not as good as Qi training the disciples at the peak of the 9th floor suffered disaster. They couldn't block the blow of those golden lotus flowers at all, and they were killed or wounded in just one round, completely losing their fighting power. Those at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, and even the masters of the Foundation Establishment realm, in addition to self-protection, are also responsible for protecting Li Jianlong's safety, so they can't care about their own disciples, and can only watch them die. Ningling, aren't you afraid of the wrath of gods and humans when you kill innocent people so indiscriminately? Li Jianlong's eyes were about to burst. He suddenly swung his ancient little sword and pointed at Ningling. Brush. The golden sword came out suddenly, and the terrifying murderous intent was far better than the first one just now, and it went straight to Ningling's body. Ningling was unmoved, but just sneered coldly, "It's really overpowering, come here." She swung her sword, slashed at the flying sword, and sent the new flying sword flying horizontally. Li Jiangang, who had just taken the elixir, only felt the sea of energy in his dantian and the sea of consciousness between his brows. At the same time, there was a bang, and he almost fell unconscious. He bit the tip of his tongue suddenly, spewed out a mouthful of his own blood, and sprayed it on the simple little sword. On the blade. Li Jiangang swung his sword backhand again. Brush. The golden sword suddenly flew back and stabbed at Ningling again. Li Jiangang was so desperate that even Ningling had to flicker and leave the original position. At the same time, she threw the golden sword in her hand, and fought with the killing sword. Boom! Ningling raised her brows and waved her hands. A wave of golden immortal power instantly rolled towards the damaged hole, enveloping the golden lotuses attached to the edge of the hole. Those golden lotus flowers suddenly doubled in size, and the speed at which they absorbed the aura of the golden shield was naturally faster. In an instant, the hole that was originally only 2 feet in diameter instantly became a radius of 1 foot. Li Jiangang, die. Ningling stepped into the formation calmly, with piercing eyes, glanced left and right at the many masters in the formation, and came to Zhu Tai with just a flicker. Zhu Tai was shocked, and was about to activate the magic weapon to attack, but saw Ningling's eyebrows, and rushed out a flying sword, filled with immortal power, and the murderous intent was terrifying. This is of course Ningling's own flying sword. Roll. Ningling's divine sense was activated, and the flying sword disappeared in a flash. It first shattered Zhu Tai's defensive magic weapon, and then penetrated his body, sending him flying hundreds of meters horizontally. One of the defensive magic weapons in front of Li Jiangang was missing immediately. Devil, I will fight with you. Wang Bao grabbed the big gun in his hand with both hands, and pushed it with all his strength, sweeping away Ningling. Ningling didn't dodge, and took a hard blow. She was motionless and unharmed, but Wang Bao was sent flying horizontally by the terrifying countershock force. Li Jiangang is already in danger. At this critical moment, dozens of attack magic weapons suddenly attacked Ningling from all directions at the same time, and dozens of defensive magic weapons blocked Li Jianlong's body again. Li Jianlong's mind was shocked. Fellow Kunlun mountain Taoists, you don't have to protect me like this. The Kunlun sword sect has been breached. Please run for your lives while I can still control the mountain protection formation for a while. At this time, Li Jiangang already knew in his heart that Ningling had already come to the formation, and none of the 5 sects and 11 sects in Kunlun Mountain was her general. Can escape one as one. This female devil is much stronger than the original Ling Yun, and she is even more ruthless and unreasonable. Whoever escapes first will die first. Those magic weapons that attacked could not break through Ningling's immortal power defense at all. Ningling didn't care, walked forward slowly, and spoke indifferently. She came in front of Li Jiangang, and was about to raise her hand to shake all the magic weapons in front of Li Jiangang, but her color suddenly changed. I saw a red flying sword shining red light appear out of thin air, appearing in front of Ning Lingyu as if teleporting, ignoring her defense, and stabbing her directly between the eyebrows. Ning Lingyu didn't care about Li Jiangang, she disappeared suddenly. In an instant, the natal flying sword that shuttled wantonly within the formation, constantly harvesting lives, and the 81 body-protecting golden lotus disappeared, and were taken away by Ning Lingyu. The next moment, when Ning Lingyu reappeared, he was already 10 kilometers away. Demon girl, if you slaughter my juniors from the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain like this, do you really think that there is no one in Kunlun? Immediately afterwards, a young voice resounded loudly, resounding within 100 miles around the Kunlun Sword Sect Mountain Gate, and everyone could hear it clearly. Kunlun. Kunlun is here. The sound was loud, covering a range of hundreds of miles around the Kunlun Sword Sect, reaching everyone's eardrums, but it was gentle and soft, not harsh, and it sounded very comfortable. As soon as they heard that it was someone from Kunlun, the members of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain knew that the real reinforcements were coming, and they were all overjoyed at once. Finding nothing, and finally looking high into the sky. However, the moon and stars were sparse, and the Milky Way was bright, and they still saw nothing. Brush. At this moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere in the field, and everyone immediately turned their heads and looked towards that person. I saw that the person who came was very young, plump and handsome, with a face as white as jade, wearing an ordinary Taoist robe with wide sleeves. After he landed, he strode away and walked straight towards Li Jiangang. Hey, it seems that the Kunlun Sword Sect is not as good as the next generation. You boy, your realm is too low. You can't even exert half of its power in a big mountain guard formation. It's really frustrating. I also. The face of the young Taoist seemed to be at least 30 years younger than Li Jiangang, but he called Li Jiangang a boy. He quickly walked up to Li Jiangang and snatched the simple little sword from his hand. Go away. The young Taoist scolded Li Jiangang with a smile, but he didn't see any movement. Li Jiangang felt wrapped by a gentle force, his feet were off the ground, and he was sent tens of meters away. Boy, keep your eyes wide open and watch carefully, to see how I use this mountain protection formation. The young Taoist gave Li Jiangang a sideways look, and then lightly stepped on the ground with both feet. Just go down here. All the members of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, one counted as one, felt that there was a thick and indelible aura of earth veins in the ground under their feet, suddenly drilled out of the ground, and for a moment, everyone seemed to be bathed in the aura in the ocean. These auras suddenly rushed towards the pale golden shield in the air. The pale golden shield was absorbed by Ning Lingyu's golden lotus, absorbing the spiritual energy crazily, and it had already become only a transparent film, but now it was supplemented by the spiritual energy of the earth veins, and it became more than an inch thick in an instant. You need to feel it with your spiritual sense, and you can see how strong the mountain protection formation is just by scanning it with your naked eyes. On the golden shield, the huge hole that was breached by Ning Lingyu was healed in an instant, and it became intact as before. At the same time, everyone could still clearly feel that the huge amount of spiritual energy from the earth's veins was still emerging from the ground, and soon filled the entire formation, becoming more and more intense. Seeing this, everyone from the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain was dumbfounded. If the Imperial Array had such an effect during the battle just now, not to mention that the 1-inch thick golden mask on the top of the head could not be broken at all, even if it was broken by Ning Lingyu, it would be instantly supplemented by the rich aura in the array, and it would be able to maintain a thickness of more than an inch. They don't have to think about it at all. Such a defensive array can naturally withstand the full blow of the Jindan Master. Boy, show me what is the real killing formation of our Kunlun Sword Sect. The young Taoist holds a simple sword in his hand, with one stroke. In an instant, around the Kunlun Sword Sect, There were several dragon veins, shining with golden light at the same time, turning into a golden dragon shape, rising from the ground, trying to escape into the sky, and every gas eye of these dragon veins is like a volcano. Like an eruption, golden aura spewed out, directly turning into a several-meter-long golden giant sword, and then dozens of giant swords crossed the sky at the same time, coming to the top of the golden mask, and the huge sword tip pointed in all directions. Dozens of golden giant swords exuded terrifying murderous intent, and even the people inside the mountain guard formation were chilled by the terrifying sword energy, and couldn't help shivering. The young Taoist seemed to do it on purpose. He was triumphant, turned his head to look at Li Jiangang, and asked, "Boy, did you see it?" Li Jiangang has been stupid for a long time, not because he was scared stupid for the rest of his life after the catastrophe, let alone because the Kunlun Sword Sect's mountain guard array, in the hands of this young Taoist, presented such a terrifying scene. The identity of a young Taoist. Plop. Li Jiangang suddenly knelt down on the ground, touched his head to the ground, and asked in a crying voice, "Master Shizu, is it really your old man? Your old man, why are you back?" The current head of the Kunlun Sword Sect, Li Jiangang, of course has never met the young Taoist, but in the Patriarch Hall of the Kunlun Sword Sect, there are portraits of the ancestors of the past generations. Li Jiangang judged the identity of the young Taoist through looking and guessing. It is the 33rd head teacher of the Kunlun Sword Sect, Qi Yunzi. 60 years ago, Qi Yunzi, the head of the Kunlun Sword Sect, passed the headship to Li Jianong's master, and then entered Kunlun as a sword cultivator at the peak state of the integration period, and naturally he was gone forever. And at that time, Li Jiangang was not born yet. "Hey, boy, I didn't expect that although your aptitude is average, your eyesight is really good. You even recognized me at a glance." Okay. It seems that my incompetent apprentice, although his mind is dull, but his apprentice's vision is top-notch. Li Jiangang. Now it's my master scolding other people's apprentices. As a disciple, what else can I say besides listening obediently? You grandson, you still asked me why I came back. If I don't come back, this Kunlun Sword Sect will be smashed. Qi Yunzi floated in front of Li Jiangang, frowned, and said, "If this Kunlun Sword School really kills people, how can you let me mess around?" Li Jiangang prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing his head like pounding garlic. "Master, don't be angry. All this is due to the incompetence of the disciple and grandson. I wish to be punished by the master." Qi Yunzi made a movement of raising his hand and twirling his beard, and suddenly remembered that he had no beard for a long time. He coughed dryly, grabbed Li Jiangang who was lying on the ground, and picked up Li Jiangang who was lying on the ground. Glancing at him, then sighed helplessly, "Hey. I can't blame you. Our Kunlun Sword Sect has places for generations, and all the seedlings with good aptitude have gone into practice, and the rest are you crooked melons. Jujube, I can only pull out radishes from the dwarf, plus the lack of spiritual energy now. Naturally, it is not as good as the next generation." After Li Jiangang got up, he didn't dare to raise his head, so he quickly bowed his head and said, "Master Mingjian, it is indeed so." He stood up, but at this moment, there was a large area of kneeling on the surrounding ground. There were older cultivators from various factions, who had already known Qi Yunzi's identity through the dialogue between the two, and naturally took the lead in kneeling down. Kunlun Mountain 5 sects and 11 sect headmasters, elders, Dharma protectors. I pay my respects to the former headmaster of the Kunlun Sword Sect. Thank you for saving my life. In the world of comprehension, strength is the most important thing. Qi Yunzi's seniority is there, and he came from Kunlun, so there is no need to ask about his realm's strength. So even if the centenarian elders of various factions knew Qi Yunzi before and could discuss friendship with Qi Yunzi in the same generation, they can't now. Do not kneel. Not to mention anything else, he still saved his life after all. Qi Yunzi has been in Kunlun for 60 years, and he has rejuvenated. Others can't recognize him, but he can still recognize a few people who used to be friends of his peers. Everyone is up, what is this? No one got up. Yunzi was hiding in the arena and there was nowhere to hide, so he simply moved his mind, raised his hands in the air, and directly lifted everyone up. Then he swept his mind, took out a bottle of elixir, and threw it to Li Jiangang. I can't help those who have already died in battle. You distribute these elixirs to those who are injured. As long as they are not dead, they should be killed soon, will recover. Yes, thank you master for giving me the medicine. Li Jiangang took the elixir and immediately started distributing it. He didn't dare to delay for a moment, because he remembered the scene where those people in the field disregarded their own lives and blocked their own magic weapons in front of him at the moment of life and death. After Yunzi took out the healing elixir, he no longer cared about these people in the formation. He released his consciousness, covering a range of 100 kilometers in an instant, and then saw Ninglingyu, who was being chased by his red flying sword. It's just the peak of the 9th level of Qi training? It hasn't been established yet, but has such a majestic fairy energy? And it can be transformed into fairy power? This? Yunzi didn't look at it, he just took a serious look at Ninglingyu, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because Ninglingyu is really strong. Even at this moment, Ninglingyu was dodging around being chased by his red flying sword, but she was still able to handle it with ease, very calm, not chaotic. Even, from her expression, it can be seen that she doesn't really care. Just now Ninglingyu went away in an instant, just because the red glow flying sword appeared too abruptly, and made her feel threatened, and running away was just her temporary means of coping. Outside of Kunlun, when did such a super genius appear? And judging by the exercises she performed, it has nothing to do with the demon sect at all. Yunzi's brain is not strong enough, it is simply unbelievable. He suddenly remembered something, and said through a sound transmission in the distance, Wang Kunlun, Zhao Kunlun, 2 immortal masters, come back, don't chase after them, even if you chase them, you will not be able to catch up. Longhu Mountain Wind and Thunder Valley, at the Demon Subduing Conference, Lingyan cut 2 Kunlun gatekeepers to serious injuries with a single sword. After Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun fled back, they immediately went to Kunlun to recuperate. Kunlun naturally sent 2 more people out. After hearing the report of Lingyan's strength by Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun, this time he simply sent 2 masters at the peak of the fusion period to guard the Kunlun gate. After all, these 2 immortal masters were guarding the Kunlun gate, so Yunzi had to be tactful, saying that they couldn't catch up, but in fact they couldn't beat them, and they would die if they caught up. The foundation building period, the consecration period, the fusion period, the heartbeat period, and the golden elixir period. After a monk builds a foundation, although the consecration period, integration period, and heartbeat period are just the process of comprehending the golden core Tao before forming the golden core, they do not have much substantial improvement in the combat power of the monk, but they are necessary for the monk to form the core. The road. Otherwise, even if the foundation is successfully established, it will not be able to form a pill, and it will not be possible to embark on the real golden road. To form a golden alchemist is to be my generation. Yunzi has entered Kunlun for 60 years, and he has just completed his golden core. He is also the former head teacher of Kunlun Sword Sect, and he has controlled his own mountain protection formation for many years. Killing power. Cultivators below the golden core stage, even the peak cultivators of the heart-beating stage, can be killed if they don't escape with all their strength. But Ninglingyu not only did not die, but broke through the mountain protection formation. With this combat power, she can fight even against ordinary golden cores, and even at the worst, she can escape calmly. After Yunzi showed up, he was busy with work. Although he was distracted and only used his flying sword to chase Ninglingyu, he was not an ordinary golden core realm swordsman, but a golden core realm sword cultivator. After 60 years of painstaking training in Kunlun, he reached the golden core realm. Qi Yunzi has already known many secrets in the cultivation world, and knows that reaching the Golden Core realm is just the beginning. Before being backed by the mountain, it is absolutely impossible for him to kill Ning Lingyu with all his strength, because at this moment, even if Ning Lingyu enters Kunlun, he will crush all the existence of Kunlun genius monks. Such a character, how can he be a small Jintank dare to kill casually? If he really kills Ning Lingyu here, the power behind her will blame her. A small Kunlun sword sect can't protect him at all, and he can be handed over to take the blame in minutes, as a scapegoat. Qi Yunzi wouldn't do this kind of business even if he killed him. Headache. Am I stupid? I've worked hard for 60 years, tearing down the east wall to make up for the west wall. It's hard to form a golden core. It's not good to stay in Kunlun properly. Why come out? Isn't this full of food? After calling back the two immortal masters from Kunlun, Qi Yunzi stepped forward and chased in the direction of Ning Lingyu, and at the same time couldn't help cursing himself secretly. The sect of the Kunlun Sword Sect is within the Mountain Protection Formation. The current head of the Kunlun Sword Sect, Li Jiangang, pays homage to the two immortal masters, and thank the immortal masters for their help. After Wang Kunlun and Zhao Kunlun came back, Li Jiangang immediately opened the formation, invited the two immediate bosses into the formation, bowed and clasped their fists. The Kunlun Sword Sect is responsible for guarding the Kunlun Gate, but Wang Kunlun and Zhao Kunlun are real Kunlun people, and they are specially sent by Kunlun to guard the Gate of Kunlun. From this point of view, Wang Kunlun and Zhao Kunlun are naturally higher in status than Li Jiangang, and they can completely replace Kunlun in giving orders to him. Naturally, they can be regarded as Li Jianong's bosses. Like the original two immortal masters, Wang Kunlun and Zhao Kunlun did not live in the Kunlun Sword Sect, but honestly lived in a hut next to the Gate of Kunlun, and practiced hard for many years until the term of office expired. Will be replaced by new guards. In Kunlun, they are usually called gatekeepers. They change every 10 years and are paid well. They are both hard work and fat work. It's bitter because they have to leave Kunlun and go outside, guarding a gate for 10 years, just to prevent the practitioners from the earth from intruding indiscriminately, and life is extremely boring. Of course, the main reason is that the spiritual energy on the earth is exhausted, and the density of the spiritual energy outside is far from that in Kunlun, which will definitely delay the practice. Speaking of fat, it is because the term of office has expired. After returning, the remuneration received is really eye-catching, including exercises, pills, spirit stones, etc., and all kinds of cultivation resources. The gatekeeper can not only make up for the 10 delays years, and generally can quickly break through 2 to 3 big realms. Of course, there is also a premise, that is, don't die outside. Therefore, in Kunlun, the job of gatekeeper is the kind that the true disciples of the big sects look down on, and the disciples of the small sects and the fat jobs of various orthodox casual cultivators. The gatekeeper's name, of course, is just a code name, that is, to uniformly use their respective surnames, plus the word Kunlun, to use it for 10 years, and throw it away immediately after returning. Paying the price of 10 years can be exchanged for a steady improvement of 2 to 3 major realms, so there are many people in Kunlun who sign up to keep the gate, and it is better than year after year, the realm is lost and the path of practice is broken. There is another factor that has to be mentioned, which is safety. The gatekeepers of Kunlun are too safe. At least in the past 300 years, no one has dared to break into or attack the gate of Kunlun. Years, and then go back to get paid. Break through easily. It is precisely because of this that the level of the gatekeepers sent by Kunlun is getting lower and lower. Even Zheng Kunlun and Li Kunlun, who are at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, are sent out. Factors in which those in charge leave the benefits to their own families. After all, it's just a janitor's job, and it's very safe, who can't come to see it? Are there still people who don't have long eyes and dare to jump out and challenge Kunlun's authority? As a result, someone really jumped out this year, and it was naturally Ling Yun. Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun were scared off by a sword at the Fumo conference. After reaching the peak of the 2 integration periods, he has raised 3 great realms in one fell swoop. The new 2 immortal masters are Wang Kunlun and Zhao Kunlun. Finally, it was the turn of the 2 of them. As long as 10 years later, they will enter Kunlun again, and the Jindan Avenue will be in sight, and the 2 of them will naturally be very happy. But who would have thought that less than a month after the demon subduing conference, Ning Lingyu would attack outrageously, slaughtering several sects in Kunlun Mountain from east to west, killing people like hemp, with no sign of stopping. After Li Jiangang received the news, after a little thought, he immediately judged that Ning Lingyu's ultimate goal must be the Kunlun sword sect. In any case, most of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain are those sects that entered Kunlun. Bao, he made a decisive decision and reported the matter to the 2 immortal masters, asking them to inform Kunlun and send someone to help. This is Li Jianan's other biggest reliance, besides the mountain protection formation. That's why Qi Yunzi could arrive in time, no matter whether Qi Yunzi was the former head of the Kunlun sword sect, or he just reached the realm of Golden Core. Kunlun sent him out to deal with this matter. It was the most appropriate. Hearing that Li Jiangang revealed the identities of the 2 immortal masters of Kunlun, the elders of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, etc., naturally immediately went up to pay homage to the 2, and thanked them endlessly. Wang Kunlun and Zhao Kunlun are both wearing bamboo hats and ordinary clothes. They look like 2 old farmers. Their bamboo hats almost cover most of their faces. They don't pay any attention to the thank you from the other heads, but just point to Li Jiangang. Nodding, it's polite. Their identities and realms are all there. Of course they have the capital to be proud of, but there is no way. The ancestor of Li Jiangang is a real Golden Core sword cultivator. In Kunlun, that is already the existence they can only look up to. Can't afford it. Wang Kunlun said, Master Li, this time you have made an accurate judgment and reported it in a timely manner. It is really a great achievement. Just wait for this matter. The 2 of us will definitely report the truth to Kunlun. There must be a generous reward. It's just a favor. Li Jiangang clasped his fists again, and said neither humble nor overbearing, this is a matter of the next division, thank you 2 immortal masters. That Zhao Kunlun was not good at words at first glance. After showing up, his face was expressionless and he kept silent. Although Wang Kunlun and Zhao Kunlun looked calm, in fact, their hearts were already turbulent at the moment, and they could even be said to have lingering fears. They went to hunt down Ning Lingyu just now. With their speed, not only could they not get close to each other, but they chased them farther and farther away. Moreover, they saw that Ning Lingyu was able to do a job with ease under the flying sword of Jindan swordsman, and they were already terrified. It's a pity that the responsibility lies, so I have to pursue it. Fortunately, Qi Yunzi called them back in time, otherwise, life and death would be unpredictable. On the earth where the spiritual energy is exhausted, there are so many cultivators who are against the sky, which makes them feel scared, but at the same time it is unbelievable. Of course, it's impossible for them to tell the people in front of them about these things. Anyway, Qi Yunzi has already gone out to hunt down the demon girl. No matter what the solution is, he will naturally stand up for it. After the shock had settled, Wang Kunlun and Zhao Kunlun couldn't help but look at each other, and they both saw the sadness in each other's eyes. It seemed that their life in the next 10 years would not be as easy as they imagined. Suddenly Li Jiangang asked, dare to ask the 2 immortal masters, what kind of state is my master ancestor now? Li Jiangang didn't ask via sound transmission, but the question was quite level. The master is so powerful. He is very capable at first glance. He asked this question just to let the people around him hear that my Kunlun sword sect is not weak, and I have someone above me. What's wrong with my low level? What's wrong with the mountain guard formation being breached? I am qualified to enter Kunlun. The present of my ancestor is my future. Senior Qi Yunzi is now in the Golden Core realm, and he is a sword cultivator with great lethal power. Wang Kunlun was not stupid. He immediately understood Li Jianlong's purpose, so he also smiled, and directly told Qi Yunzi's true realm. He was his master, and there was nothing to hide. Wow! Gold Core realm. It's still a Golden Core sword cultivator. The real combat power is far superior to ordinary Golden Cores. Senior Qi Yunzi is amazing, now that female devil is dead. After hearing about Qi Yunzi's state, the members of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain were all excited, and they all admired him. When they looked at Li Jiangang again, their eyes were naturally different. Who dares to say that the Kunlun sword sect is not strong? The great powers of others are all in Kunlun, and there is only one door separated from the Kunlun sword sect outside. Li Jianlong's status was immediately established. He was proud of himself, but he asked calmly, "Dare to ask the 2 immortal masters, what should we do now?" Wang Kunlun turned his head, glanced at the direction Qi Yunzi was chasing, and said with a smile, "Senior Qi Yunzi has made a move, so it shouldn't be a big problem, we just need to wait here." Everyone was excited at the moment. No one noticed Wang Kunlun's words at all. What he said was, "It shouldn't be a big problem." At this moment, Qi Yunzi, who came out to hunt down Ning Lingyu and shouldn't have a big problem, just encountered a big problem. After leaving the battle, Qi Yunzi accelerated and flew across a distance of 100 miles in an instant, and soon caught up with Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu didn't run away in a straight line. Although she was hunted down by the Chimane flying sword, she kept wandering around within 100 miles of the Kunlun sword sect, and even sacrificed her natal flying sword to fight back against Chimane from time to time. He kept testing how strong Qi Yunzi's killing power was. Now, Ning Lingyu returned to the sky above the huge lake where she had dealt with the flying sword, and stopped directly. The red flying sword suddenly turned around, turned into a streamer of crimson light, and directly penetrated into the center of Qi Yunzi's eyebrows. In the air, Qi Yunzi and Ning Lingyu were facing each other at a distance of about 10 feet. Qi Yunzi's eyes and spiritual thoughts locked on Ning Lingyu at the same time, observed carefully for a while, and suddenly smiled. "Young lady is so brave. It's just a Golden Core sword cultivator, what's there to be afraid of?" Ning Lingyu said with disdain. "Qi Yunzi. District, mere golden elixir? Pay it off? How can this bitch continue to talk?" Qi Yunzi was so angry that he almost wanted to slap himself on the forehead, wondering if this girl could speak human language. "Do you know basic respect? I entered Kunlun at the peak of the integration period, and worked hard for 60 years. I managed to cultivate to the Jindan realm with a lot of effort, but how did I become a mere Jindan when I came to you? This which is really crazy." However, after looking at Ning Lingyu's 81 golden lotuses, looking at the blazing immortal power permeating her body, and thinking of the other party's peak level of Qi training, Qi Yunzi forcibly endured this breath. "After all, I am an old man over 100 years old, so why be angry with a girl doll? Girl, do you know that I have shown mercy, just now? It can be seen, but I am merciful. After all, in this shabby place, it is not easy to see a golden core, even if it is a paper golden core." Qi Yunzi is going crazy. It has been 60 years since Qi Yunzi entered Kunlun. Golden Core realm. As long as you don't get killed, you can live 500 years of life. In the world of comprehension, there is a saying, called, "Swallow a golden pill into the stomach, and my life is up to me." In Kunlun, calling the Golden Core realm a great power, although it is indeed a little bit reluctant, but it is absolutely well-deserved to be called a real person, and any Golden Core realm can afford it. And Qi Yunzi is a Jindan sword cultivator with great lethality. If he is willing to give up his status as a sword cultivator, with his talent and the density of aura in Kunlun, from the peak of the fusion period to the Jindan realm, it only takes him it's just a heartbeat period, so how can it take us 60 years of cultivation? However, no matter who came to persuade him, Yunzi never changed his sword heart and insisted on forming a golden core as a sword cultivator. When communicating with him, he was only willing to call him a friend of the Taoist. This is because a golden core sword cultivator not only has great killing power, but also within his lifespan of several hundred years, it is almost a sure thing that he will reach the nascent soul realm after cultivating a sword infant. Nascent soul realm sword cultivator, then he cannot be called a sword cultivator, but a sword immortal. The real sword fairy in Kunlun. The nascent soul realm sword immortal can walk sideways in Kunlun. Wherever he goes, he is regarded as a guest of honor and is an existence that no one wants to provoke. After Yunzi's golden core was cultivated, everyone in the Kunlun sword sect, inside Kunlun, flattered and made friends with him. His position in the Kunlun sword sect was like riding a rocket. Even though he had already had a clear sword heart, it was hard to avoid being very proud for a while. But who knew, now that he came out of Kunlun and returned to the earth, he was said to be a golden pill made of paper. The most exasperating thing is that the other party is obviously a girl who is only 20 years old and only at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. A papery golden elixir? It is tolerable or unbearable. If he still doesn't make a move like this, then Yunzi will be sorry for his sword heart, which will inevitably lead to the dust of the sword heart, and there is no hope of entering the nascent soul from now on. Brush. A little crimson streamer emerged from the center of Yunzi's eyebrows, and instantly turned into a 1-foot sword edge, and the sword energy locked Ningling firmly. Girl doll. Just now, I saw your talent and cherished your talents, so I couldn't bear to kill you. Don't be an old man who dares not. The corners of Ningling's lips were lightly pursed, his eyes were cold, and he still looked completely indifferent. You can try it and see who we kill who. Girl baby, you are so crazy, dare you tell me about your background, so that when I see them in the future, I can tell you why I taught you a lesson today, lest people say that I am a big bullying the young, being disrespectful to the old. Yunzi actually had concerns, and it was not as simple as thinking about the backer behind Ningling. Ningling, less than 20 years old, only at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, and she is still a girl. Yunzi, over 120 years old, is a golden core realm sword cultivator. Fighting at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training at the Jindan state, it is disgraceful to win, and not shameful to lose, because if you lose, you can just find a piece of tofu and kill yourself. What is there to be ashamed of? Yunzi really couldn't get past this test in his heart, so he kept suppressing his anger and talking. Of course, when he asked just now, he really wanted to inquire about the backing behind Ningling, which would determine the severity of his attack. As a result, Ningling's just a few words made Yunzi twist his nose in anger. Humph, you are a little golden core, you don't deserve to know my origin. Court death. With a movement of Yunzi's spiritual thought, the red flying sword disappeared in a flash, piercing through Ningling's immortal power defense one after another, the golden lotus for body protection, and the defense of the harmless state of Diyan gathering stars treasure, piercing through Ningling's defense in an instant. Lingyu's right shoulder. From the beginning to the end, Ningling didn't have time to react. The distance is too close, the flying sword is too fast. Ningling's blood spilled into the sky. Girl doll, are you still bragging? If I really want to kill you, why wait until now? Just now I controlled the Kunlun sword sect's mountain guard formation, and I can use a killing formation flying sword at will to kill you. After Yunzi stabbed Ningling with his sword, most of the anger aroused by her disappeared immediately, so he let Feijian hover and asked with a smile. It's not that the old man really wants to hurt you, it's that you talk too crazy. People can't hear you. Before Ningling could answer, Yunzi said again, it's not that I'm ignorant. Under normal conditions, even in the huge Kunlun, there has never been a precedent for the peak of the 9th level of Qi training to kill the golden core realm. He was pointing out where Ning Lingyu was wrong and which sentence was wrong. The normal state that Qi Yunzi mentioned naturally refers to the situation where they are all at their peak, one-on-one duels. Of course, it cannot be a situation where one is at the peak and the other is on the verge of death and cannot move. This is actually the truth. The peak of the 9th level of Qi training, no matter how strong it is the level of the 9th level of Qi training. From Qi training to foundation building is a qualitative leap in itself, and then from foundation building to Jindan is a huge leap in life level in the true sense. How could it be possible to kill him? On the other hand, if a Qi training level can really kill the Jindan level, then he is not in the Qi training level in essence, otherwise, the level is meaningless. Ning Lingyu did not refute. She disappeared from the air without a sound, and when she reappeared, she had already stepped on the lake. Injured by the red-glowed flying sword, blood gushed out of the wound on her right shoulder, and quickly stained the lake surface red, but she didn't care, as if her body wasn't hers. You're right. I have never heard of a precedent for killing a golden core at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. Ning Lingyu opened her mouth, then she pursed her lips and asked, coldly, so, now? Wanshuikshan Judzogchen. The lake began to surge. In such a big valley, there is a large lake with a radius of several thousand meters. At this moment, all the lake water is piling up towards Ning Lingyu's feet at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it has piled up into a mountain of water. The huge lake surface is shrinking rapidly, until it is less than a kilometer in radius, exposing the mud at the bottom of the lake, and there are countless large and small lake fish, jumping around in the mud. Only that mountain of water, pushing Ning Lingyu up steadily, came to the sky again. Followed by rising steadily, it is the realm of Ning Lingyu. Foundation building. The pinnacle of foundation building. Consecration. The pinnacle of enlightenment. At night, in the huge valley, the lake disappeared, but a huge white water mountain appeared. Ning Lingyu stood on the top of the mountain, using the Wanshui immortal art, and broke through one after another until the height of the water mountain was the same as that of Qi Yunzi. At the same height, the water mountain stopped rising, and Ning Lingyu also stopped breaking through. I just said that I can kill you, but I didn't say that I can kill you at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. Qi Yunzi was dumbfounded. Is this okay? Ning Lingyu smiled bitterly, and with a movement of his divine sense, a white glow shot out from the center of his eyebrows, also disappeared in a flash, pierced Qi Yunzi's right shoulder in an instant, then turned around and flew back. Piercing Qi Yun again's left shoulder was like threading a needle. After 2 sword stabs, it returned to Ning Lingyu's body, suspended in the air without moving. Qi Yunzi stabbed Ning Lingyu with 1 sword, and Ning Lingyu immediately returned 2 swords. I still don't believe that you are a piece of paper. Your killing power is indeed good, but it's a pity that your defense is too poor. Did Qi Yunzi defend just now? Defense, of course. Even if he was stunned by Ning Lingyu's breakthrough against the sky, the Jindan realm is the Jindan realm, and the sword heart is already clear. As long as there is a crisis, there is no need to activate the mind, and the sword element shield will be opened immediately, automatically protect the whole body. Qi Yunzi was stabbed by Ning Lingyu's flying sword, but he didn't care about his own wounds. He said in amazement, "The old man's eyes are dumb, so your natal flying sword has reached the level of a Taoist weapon." Flying swords at the level of ordinary treasures are difficult to damage the Jindan realm, so Qi Yunzi tried it out at once. Ning Lingyu's natal flying sword is already a grade above the Taoist weapon. It's still a bit of eyesight, and the refining of Xianli is naturally at the level of Dao artifacts. Ning Lingyu nodded slightly, and took a look at Qi Yunzi. For the sake of you not wanting to kill me just now, I will give you a chance now. Although Qi Yunzi was injured, he didn't panic. He silently looked at this terrifying woman who casually created a huge water mountain, and wanted to hear what she had to say. Surrender to me, take me into Kunlun, and I will give you a great fortune. Ning Lingyu stood with her hands behind her back, standing on the top of a huge water mountain, that kind of posture overlooking the world from above, like an empress parading. Qi Yunzi, at the Golden Core realm, unexpectedly felt Ning Lingyu after the breakthrough, which brought him a huge oppressive force. His heart tightened, and he asked in amazement, "You, who the hell are you?" Ning Lingyu sneered, "I said, you don't deserve to know." It's still the same sentence, but people have now proved it with facts. This is not crazy, it is the truth. It is true that there is no precedent for killing golden cores at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, but there are many people who kill golden cores at the foundation establishment level. And Ning Lingyu, in front of him, is definitely one of them. Qi Yunzi was silent for a moment, turned his head and left, and disappeared in place, and returned to the mountain protection formation in a short time. Ning Lingyu smiled coldly, and didn't chase after him immediately. Anyway, the Kunlun sword sect was there, and no one could escape. She sat down cross-legged, sitting alone on the top of the water mountain, raised her bare hands lightly, picked up a piece of dead wood, and moved slightly with her spiritual thoughts. The dead wood turned green, sprouted, and grew branches and leaves at a speed visible to the naked eye. Supreme Qingdiju, the 8th great realm, turning death into life. Supreme Qingdiju, I don't know which Qingdi's exercise it is, but it is also miraculous. Ning Lingyu casually threw the dead wood with branches and leaves back into the forest, and then took the Wanchuixian Ju. The mountain of water under my feet collapsed suddenly, like the sky falling apart. The huge water flow fell down the valley, and the whole valley, together with the surrounding peaks, shook for a while. Just this moment, countless lives died in this valley, but Ning Lingyu didn't care, and even felt a little happy. Now, the purple fairy energy around her is obviously much less. With the improvement of her realm, it has been injected into her fairy body and has become her own power. Ning Lingyu looked inside, frowned slightly, stretched his arms, and shouted softly, "Take it." Kunlun Mountain, within a radius of 100 kilometers, all the auras of heaven and earth flew towards this place as if they had received an order. After Qi Yunzi left the sky above the lake, he flew away at a very high speed, and he returned to the Kunlun sword sect very quickly. He didn't need Li Jiangang to form a formation for him, and directly appeared in the mountain protection formation. He is the former head teacher of the Kunlun sword sect. If he can't even get in his own mountain guard formation, then it's just a joke. "Master, are you back?" "Haha, Senior Qi Yunzi came back so soon, it's amazing. Senior Qi Yunzi really deserves to be in the Golden Core realm." Of course, Senior Qi Yunzi is a sword cultivator at the Golden Core realm, so you don't even need to use a sword to kill a female devil who is at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. That female devil must have been beaten to death by now. Hey, why is Senior Qi Yunzi bleeding from his shoulder? Ah, Senior Qi Yunzi seems to be injured. "Master, are you really injured?" In the end it was Li Jiangang who made the confirmation, because Qi Yunzi was standing directly in front of him. He stared at him for a long time with his eyes wide open, and said in disbelief. The audience fell silent for an instant. I'm afraid that the air will suddenly be quiet. Go away. Qi Yunzi snatched the killing hub from Li Jianong's hand, and kicked him aside. What kind of state of mind is Qi Yunzi's golden core sword cultivator? Whether it was the flattery of the people around him at the beginning, or the injury that shocked him later, it had no effect on him, and they all ignored it. He held the ancient small sword and strengthened the mountain protection formation again, and at the same time said in a deep voice, "All of you listen to me, now that Demon Girl has broken through the foundation building, and has reached the peak of the enlightenment state." Hiss. After everyone listened, they all took a breath of cold air. To break through 2 realms in such a short period of time. Is it so simple to build a foundation? Don't you need to take any foundation building pills, and find a place to retreat for a few months? Don't you need someone to protect the law? Could it be possible to directly break through the foundation establishment realm in front of an enemy at the Golden Core realm? Then why has none of us reached the enlightened state? Everyone thinks their brains are not big enough. Totally unbelievable. With her current combat power, not only can I not kill her, but I will be killed by her if I am not careful. Qi Yunzi is an extremely pragmatic person, and he doesn't think about face at all, so I decided that now I will control the mountain protection formation, and we will stick to the formation and try our best to make that witch retreat in the face of difficulties. Yes. Hearing Qi Yunzi explain the matter so clearly, everyone immediately calmed down. Qi Yunzi didn't care what these people were thinking at all. Anyway, he was protecting all these people around him, and there was no one here who could be useful. 2 fairy masters. Wang Kunlun flew over immediately. I don't dare to be a fairy master, please just give orders, senior. With the enemy at hand, Wang Kunlun didn't care about his identity as a Kunlun immortal master. Anyway, he was nothing in front of Qi Yunzi. The real purpose of that witch is not the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain. What she is doing now is just for fun. She slaughtered all sects in this way to force people from Kunlun to come out, or to say, to enter Kunlun for herself. What? When Wang Kunlun and Zhao Kunlun heard it, they were dumbfounded at the time and forced to break into Kunlun? Why did they encounter something that hadn't been encountered in hundreds of years? So I hope you too don't take chances, and must find a way to send this news back to Kunlun as soon as possible. This matter has a lot to do with it. When Wang Kunlun and Zhao Kunlun heard this, they immediately looked at each other, and then nodded heavily at the same time. Then let's go now. Wait. Just as the two were about to go out, they were stopped by Qi Yunzi again. He raised his hand and pointed to the southeast direction. I have already mentioned the strength of that demon girl, and I think you two know it well. In that direction, 100 miles away is a stable realm, so after you leave the formation, it is best to go in the opposite direction first, and when she comes to attack the mountain gate here, you can use the strongest escape method to hide your whereabouts, and then return to the Kunlun gate formation. Thank you, senior, for your advice. After a while of fear, the two realized that Qi Yunzi had a reason for being able to reach the golden core with sword cultivation. And also, Qi Yunzi used the technique of sound transmission this time. According to my estimation, the female devil head is very likely to be the reincarnation of an immortal, so please tell the people in Kunlun this sentence no matter what, so that it can be heard. They take it seriously. Hearing this, Wang and Zhao looked at each other in amazement and remained silent for a long time. Senior, take care. Farewell. The two bowed very solemnly to Qi Yunzi, and left hand in hand, heading northwest. After watching the two leave, Qi Yunzi sat down cross-legged, operated the golden elixir to stop the shoulder injury, took another healing elixir, continued to strengthen the formation, and waited for Ning Lingyu's arrival. Qi Yunzi is in the Golden Core realm and a sword cultivator, and he relies on flying swords to kill people, so his divine sense is extremely strong. At least within 100 kilometers, his flying swords can operate smoothly, and he can send and receive freely. Therefore, even if he came back here, Ning Lingyu's every move in the distance was under his nose. Until now, Qi Yunzi couldn't tell whether he was sad or happy. The sad thing is that as a sword cultivator, after breaking through the Golden Core realm, he was defeated by a girl who was in the Qi Cultivation realm in the first battle. I'm afraid everyone will laugh at me if I say it in the future. The good news is that the witch just now, after breaking through 2 realms in a row, easily broke through his defense without taking advantage of his flying sword to sneak attack, but she didn't take his life directly. He is still alive. Is it a survivor? A sword cultivator at the Golden Core realm, in the hands of a girl at the peak of the Consecration realm, survived by virtue of the other's kindness? Although he didn't know whether he was sad or happy, Qi Yunzi still didn't care too much, and accepted it calmly in his heart, because he understood that realm and strength were 2 different things. When the opponent is at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, he can fight with his red flying sword with ease. After breaking through the 2 realms in a row, how can he not kill him back? That is a flying sword at the level of a Taoist weapon, and it can even be called a fairy sword. When a sword cultivator confronts the enemy, once the defense is broken, and his flying sword cannot kill the opponent in seconds, then it is useless to say anything, only body, the fate of death. Yunzi knew very well that in fact, he was able to save his life not because of the benevolence of the female devil, but because he never killed her, whether it was the first time he used the sword or when she broke through. It was my own kindness that saved my life. Then what should we do next? The opponent has broken through 2 realms in a row, and his strength has made a qualitative leap, but he has also controlled the mountain protection formation, and maybe the 2 sides will have a stalemate. Thinking of this, Yunzi's head began to ache again. But he couldn't allow him to think too long, because Ninglingyu had already left the lake and set off to come. With her arms open, Yukong walked slowly, like a fairy coming out of the moon palace, inspecting the earth. The appearance is amazing. Look down on the world. Every step that Ninglingyu takes can induce the aura of heaven and earth within 100 miles of Kunlun Mountain, frantically gather around her body, forming a huge vortex of aura, which is selected, tempered by her, and then collected for her own use. Yunzi was terrified when he saw it, and vaguely felt that the girl who built the foundation seemed to choose the way of devouring. Choosing such an avenue, if she really gets into Kunlun, then. Yunzi stopped thinking as soon as he thought about it. It was too terrifying, and he didn't even dare to think about it. Ninglingyu walked faster and faster, and finally stopped playing at all. Her tender body flickered and appeared outside the mountain protection formation. She didn't launch an attack immediately. Instead she said with a coquettish smile, Yunzi, you won't be able to resist me for long with your broken cover. Why don't you just withdraw the formation? Everyone in the formation was stunned. All looked at each other in blank dismay, dumbfounded. Laughing. Laughing? For the first time. Ever since Ninglingyu slaughtered the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, the impression she left on people is that her eyes are cold, cold as ice, and she is too lazy to say a word of nonsense. But now, not only did he laugh, but he also seemed to talk more. With a fairy appearance, she smiled sweetly. All those below the foundation establishment realm were stunned for a moment, completely forgetting what she had done. Yunzi was also a little puzzled, thinking that this consecration can also change people's personality drastically. It's just that this change has come too fast. Has it become too big? Girl, you and I are in the opposite direction. I am responsible for this formation. Forgive me for not being able to open it for you. Yunzi refused sternly. He thought for a while, the girl is so beautiful, she is so high above the world, and she is favored by the heavens. She doesn't lack skills, and she doesn't lack medicine. Why do you make things difficult for me, and those who are rebellious? Why don't you just leave quickly, everyone? Is it okay to live in peace? Hearing this, the people in the formation couldn't help raising their thumbs up, thinking that the Golden Core Realm is worthy of the Golden Core Realm. Seeing what they said, how beautiful it is. After Ninglingyu listened, she really couldn't help but sneered. She was as charming as a girl, and once again looked at everyone dumbfounded. Then he slapped the 2-inch thick golden mask with a sudden palm. Boom! The smashed Hushan trembled violently. At the same time, he pointed at Yunzi with his slender hand, and said coquettishly, "Can you open it?" "Not open." Yunzi shook his head resolutely. "Young lady, Hugh is pressing you hard. If you attack the big formation again, I will have to start the killing formation." Ninglingyu squeezed her waist with both hands. "Humph, so what if you start the killing formation? It's just to give me more dragon vein aura. Just wait and see how I can break your mountain protection formation." At this time, many people in the formation cast their eyes at Yunzi, and some of them couldn't help but say, "Senior, I see this female devil. No, this girl's heart has changed, don't we? You can talk to her. Roll." Before the man could finish speaking, Yunzi waved his hand and shot him 100 meters away. Zheng. Qi Yunzi then swung the simple little sword, and the killing formation was instantly opened, and those huge golden swords flew out of the ground from the eyes of the surrounding dragon veins, and came to the air, aiming at Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu immediately floated back and mobilized 81 Golden Lotus for body protection to protect her whole body. Brush. A white glow flew out between the eyebrows. An offensive and defensive battle is imminent. At this moment, everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes, and when they looked again, they found that there was another person in the air. The visitor was tall and slender, with a handsome face, a faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth, and the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly. As soon as this person appeared, he stood between Ning Lingyu and the mountain guard formation. At this moment, there are only two people on both sides of the battle who know him. Li Jiangang and Ning Lingyu. Ling Yun. Li Jiangang knew that Ling Yun was coming almost as soon as he saw the figure. He immediately felt bitter in his heart, and then sank suddenly. I should have guessed it a long time ago. Behind Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun is indeed standing. What's ridiculous is that I naively thought that this matter must have nothing to do with Ling Yun. Then he heard Ling Yun speak. Sister, why didn't you call me for such a fun thing? It's time to hit me. Ling Yun turned his head, smiled and questioned Ning Lingyu, and then said, with such an unremarkable and shabby formation, is there still a need for a strong attack? Look at my brother. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already standing inside the mountain protection formation. What? Qi Yunzi was so frightened that his butt was on fire, and he flew straight up. He never dreamed that before the female devil left outside, an even fiercer one would come. And as soon as he came up, he came to the formation, and copied his old den. No matter how good the state of mind is, Qi Yunzi can't stand such a shock. Can you not be afraid? The mountain protection formation that he personally controls, someone came in easily. If Qi Yunzi was not sure that he had never seen this person, he would have 100% thought it was some of his ancestors who was following him. Kidding myself. You, who are you? How could you break into my mountain guard so easily? Qi Yunzi was really taken aback. He was still in shock, but fortunately, after the other party came in, he didn't intend to kill. But what the other party said was really not very nice. Are you deaf? Ling Yun glanced at him, then raised his hand and pointed at Ning Lingyu outside the formation. I said I was her brother. Then he turned his head and glanced at Li Jiangang, and said with a half smile but not a smile, that sect masterly said my name is Ling Yun. Finally, he looked at Qi Yunzi. Didn't you hear all this? The audience was silent. Fierce. Really fierce. Calling him deaf in front of Jindan swordsman, how violent is this? Are you the girl's brother? Qi Yunzi looked at Ning Lingyu outside with his eyes, and then at Ling Yun carefully. His heart sank in an instant. He subconsciously clenched the quaint little sword in his hand, his knuckles turned white, although he knew in his heart that since the other party had already entered, the mountain guard formation was completely meaningless. Qi Yunzi remembers very clearly that his younger sister said he was a golden pill made of paper. What his elder brother said just now was an unrefined and tattered formation. And he came in after speaking, just like visiting the garden of his own home. The most important thing is that until now, Qi Yunzi has not seen Ling Yun's cultivation level. How can I fight this? No matter what, Qi Yunzi could see clearly whether Ning Lingyu was at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, or broke through the 2 major realms, and reached the peak of the Enlightenment realm. But after Ling Yun appeared, even though Qi Yunzi used his divine sense to the limit, he still couldn't see through Ling Yun's realm, let alone his Qi Si Dan Tian. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you that the 2 Kunlun gatekeepers who left here just now have been restrained by me, and I have thrown them in a ravine 100 kilometers northwest. Don't forget to look for it. Ling Yun smiled and said to Qi Yunzi. Now that he was going to solve Ning Lingyu's major issue, how could he allow those 2 Kunlun gatekeepers to return to Kunlun to report and move troops? The golden core sword cultivator in front of me is not worth anything, as long as Kunlun is not stupid. The ones who will be sent here will be big bosses at the nascent soul level, and there may even be several nascent souls at once. Mess? So Ling Yun wasted a little more time and asked the two gatekeepers to sleep for a while before talking. You. Qi Yunzi was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. It was his last hope to let those two immortal masters rush back to Kunlun for help, and now even this little hope is gone, and it has turned into despair. It's like an old woman crossing a single plank bridge and walking to the middle of the bridge. A wolf comes in front and a tiger comes behind. How can she get across? That can only be fainted. Ling Yun no longer cared about him, but took 2 steps forward, raised his head to look at Ning Lingyu, and blamed him. Sister, you see that you are still so careless in doing things. 2 people don't know when you run away. Ning Lingyu smiled sweetly. Run away, anyway, the Kunlun sword sect can't run away, and monks can't run away from the temple if they run away. Ling Yun sighed. You can see it openly. Then he asked with a smile, how is it, brother, did you handle this matter well? Is it fun? Fun and fun. Ning Lingyu actually applauded, but asked curiously, how did you get in this formation? Hey. Ling Yun smiled, triumphantly, didn't I say it just now? This kind of unrefined and tattered formation can't catch my eyes at all. Don't forget, brother, I am the patriarch who plays formations. Boast. Ning Lingyu pouted, expressing her disbelief. Don't believe me? Then watch. After Ling Yun finished speaking, the figure disappeared in place again, and the next moment, it appeared outside the formation again, still in the original position, as if it had never left. This. Qi Yunzi, as well as everyone in the formation, had run out of brains. Ling Yun came in, didn't do anything, and then went out again? What kind of medicine is sold in his gourd? Qi Yunzi was about to go crazy, holding the killing hub in his hand. He didn't know whether to keep holding it, or just throw it away. Ling Yun, who came outside the formation, still grinning, took 2 steps forward calmly, stretched out his hand towards Ning Lingyu, and said expectantly, how about it, do you want my brother to take you in? Just grab my hands are fine. Ning Lingyu was also smiling, and took 2 steps back calmly, keeping a distance of 6 feet from Ling Yun all the time, shaking her head and saying, I don't want to. Ling Yun withdrew his palm, regretful on his face. Hey, you don't think about such a fun thing. Ning Lingyu rested her chin on one hand. I'm already very tired now. I don't want to do anything anymore. These people inside are disobedient. Why don't you go in and kill them all for me? Ling Yun frowned and said, killing people is not fun, it's meaningless. Lingyu, you've been out for too long. Our mother misses you. Why don't you go home with me now? Mom? Go home? Hearing this, Ning Lingyu's beautiful eyes quickly flashed a touch of confusion and trance, and she was slightly absent-minded. What Ling Yun was waiting for was this moment, what he wanted was this moment. Changes in the blink of an eye. Do it. Ling Yun shouted violently, and he cast Shenlong Xiao. A little golden light burst out from between Ling Yun's eyebrows, and at the same moment, a little yellow light burst out from Ling Yun's dantian. The golden light soars to the sky. Yellow light enters the ground. The human emperor's pen is equipped with a spirit to hide the front, and the earth emperor's book is equipped with a spirit to keep the book. They shoot at the same time, instantly separating the world for hundreds of miles. Ling Yun's divine sense was released to the limit all of a sudden. Countless flint stones flew out from his Taishu ring, and the sky was full of red light, scattered around Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu. I don't know how many weights were laid formation. The most important one is the fire spirit formation. Water and fire restrain each other. Ning Lingyu's Wanshui Xianjue has been cultivated to the state of Dzogchen, and even the supreme Qingdiju has reached the 8th state, turning death into life. Ling Yun has to guard against it. Looking at Ling Yun again, the blood-transforming sword was already in his left hand, but his right hand was still empty. The Shinnon cauldron was floating above his head, and the dense fairy energy inside was hanging down, protecting Ling Yun's whole body. Swipe swipe. The green shadow flying sword, the Yinyang stellar chi sword, the golden dragon spear, and the human king seal all flew out and arrayed in front of Ling Yun. After finishing all this and confirming that Ning Lingyu was trapped, Ling Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Senior Qi Yunzi, the matter is urgent. I offended you just now. Please forgive me. Next, please strengthen your mountain protection formation. Remember not to come out, so as not to be affected by the war and lose your life in vain. After reminding Qi Yunzi and the others, Ling Yun was no longer distracted. He fixed Ning Lingyu with a pair of sharp eyes, using Yin and Yang divine eyes. Ning Lingyu was surprised at first, then his face turned pale, and then he looked so clear, and then he became furious after being teased, and finally his beautiful eyes became cold, like a god on high, looking down at Ling Yun. Ling Yun lifted the corner of his left lip, and also stared at her with a sneer. The two looked at each other for a long time. Good means. Good means. Suddenly, the same words were spoken and closed at the same time. The two looked at each other, and they were silent for a long time. In the end, it was Ling Yun who broke the unspeakable silence. I thought the first thing you were going to say to me was to surrender to me or die. He made a joke first. Ning Lingyu shook her head slowly. Of course not, this sentence can be said to anyone, but it will definitely not apply to you. Because you have no choice but to die. Oh, is it so? The smile on Ling Yun's face gradually widened, and his eyes were full of disdain and sarcasm. But I happen to have something to tell you here, and you also have no other choice. Ning Lingyu smiled. Tell me. Before you leave Lingyu's body, I will put you to sleep. Ning Lingyu's smile stagnated, her beautiful eyes gradually widened, and she burst out with uncontrollable anger. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Are you deaf? Ling Yun sneered and said, I said, I'm going to sleep you, and at least 360 times. Did you hear clearly this time? Laugh. What answered Ling Yun was a white streamer, which flashed and disappeared, piercing Ling Yun's eyebrows. It's really too fast, it's too fast to describe, and the distance between the two is only 6 feet, which is even closer than Ning Lingyu and Qi Yunzi back then. Even Ling Yun couldn't dodge it, even if he activated the magic weapon to defend, it was too late. However, Ling Yun didn't dodge at all, and didn't need to dodge, let alone retreat. With the same snort, the Golden Dragon Emperor's sword automatically rushed out of Ling Yun's eyebrows, and greeted that point of white light without any fancy. Ning Lingyu has a flying sword with a Taoist grade, and Ling Yun also has it, and it was earlier than her own. Gold against white, sword point against sword point, tit for tat, collided fiercely together. Boom. These are two flying swords of Taoist level. They clashed firmly within such a short distance, and the terrifying sword energy suddenly exploded. Ning Lingyu flew upside down, and Ling Yun also flew upside down. Chi 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 chi. The infinite sword energy almost split the void, and rushed in all directions, most of which hit the golden mask of the mountain protection formation. Then everyone in the formation was horrified to see that the golden mask that had been blessed by Qi Yunzi to a thickness of more than 2 inches was like plexiglass that had been severely smashed by a sledgehammer, producing radial lines. Densely packed, everywhere. Only Qi Yunzi, who controls the mountain protection formation and communicates with the formation with his divine sense, can feel how terrifying the explosive sword energy is. Just this one blow almost split the golden mask into countless pieces. Do you want to be so ruthless? Jindan swordsman Qi Yunzi felt his scalp go numb, grinning and sighing. Now he finally understands why Ling Yun specifically reminded him to bless the mountain protection formation just now. If he hadn't followed suit, then other than him, everyone in the formation would have been torn to pieces by the terrifying sword energy. What kind of battle is this? What shocked Qi Yunzi even more was that the two people at the center of the sword energy explosion were unharmed. The two flying sword magic weapons of the Taoist level confronted each other and fought hard with all their strength, resulting in an explosion of sword energy, which was extremely lethal. Even the self-defense of the Jingdan realm couldn't withstand it, and he would definitely be seriously injured. What's more, the two were at the center of the explosion. The Taoist flying sword is a Taoist weapon after all. Although Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu can use them to hurt the enemy, they cannot withstand their destructive power with their own defense, even if it is just an explosion of sword energy. This is because their current realm is limited, and there is always a limit to defense. But both of them were at the center of the sword chi explosion, and they were unscathed. It turned out that even though Ning Lingyu shot in anger, at the same time as he sacrificed the flying sword, he took the initiative to shatter a golden lotus flower in front of him, turning it into an arc-shaped golden shield, blocking in front of him. But Ling Yun was even more fierce. At the very moment, the Dragon Emperor's sword rushed out between his eyebrows, and Ren Wangyin immediately blocked him, and suddenly turned into a size of 10 feet, firmly blocking Ling Yun behind him. At the moment before the two flying swords collided, both of them had already foreseen what would happen and prepared defenses in advance. Therefore, both of them can be unharmed. Such a short distance, such a short time, attacking, defending, precise prediction, and protecting oneself in advance, all of these must be completed in an instant. What kind of heart, what kind of vision, how fast the reaction to the battle, and absolutely sufficient means are required to do this. What Qi Yunzi was shocked was actually this. He asked himself that under the same situation, he would never be able to do it. Otherwise, when Ning Lingyu succeeded in breaking through and attacked him, he would have been able to escape and not will foolishly be stabbed twice by the opponent. But these two people in front of them actually did it. Qi Yunzi could tell that for these two people, fighting was already an instinct, but he didn't know how many life and death battles they had to go through, how many times they had to walk out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, to have such an instinct. And what about myself? Although he insisted on cultivating the alchemy with the sword, no matter whether he was on the earth or entered Kunlun later, the fights were really pitiful. But when it comes to fighting, I'm afraid at most it can be used to suppress people. So this is the battle. With his gaze, Qi Yunzi, using his spiritual thoughts, he firmly locked on the two people outside the formation. For fear of missing any details, he was excited and felt a lot. In terms of fighting, these two people outside are both master level, and in front of them, I can't even be considered a primary school student. He had a vague feeling that no matter who wins the battle, as long as he can watch it all and return to Kunlun alive, he will not only be able to enter the nascent soul realm properly, but also break through the realm. Time, at least 100 years ahead. The benefit is really great. Of course, among the people in the formation at this moment, the only one who can clearly see the details of the battle between the two is Qi Yunzi, the golden core sword cultivator, and the others only saw the explosion of sword energy. Especially Li Jiangang, he didn't even care about these things at all, because he was almost on the verge of tears now. Ling Yun suddenly appeared, and Li Jiangang's heart was hit hard. He didn't expect that he really made a mistake in his judgment, thinking that the person behind the scenes who allowed Ning Lingyu to attack the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain was Ling Yun. Ling Yun entered the battle easily. Li Jiangang was completely desperate. He had already closed his eyes and waited to die. Unexpectedly, the peak will turn around. Ling Yun went out again. The two brothers and sister chatted for a few words as if they were chatting about family matters, and then Ling Yun made a bold move. Ling Yun has become one of his own. This makes Li Jiangang not excited. He is already excited to jump up to cheer Ling Yun. As for why the brother and sister suddenly became enemies of life and death, Li Jiangang didn't bother to think about it, and he didn't have time to analyze it. All his thoughts now were Ling Yun, the murderous god, who actually stood by his side this time and joined him. fight side by side. To put it bluntly, the encouragement brought to Li Jiangang by Ling Yun's participation in the battle was even far greater than that of his ancestor, Jingdan swordsman Qi Yunzi when he arrived. It's not easy. I actually have the opportunity to fight side by side with that killing god. This kind of incomparably solid sense of security is really indescribable. Outside the mountain guard formation, Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu flew upside down, separated by a distance of at least a kilometer before barely stopping. For them, this distance is the most suitable for them to fight, and it is already considered close, almost equivalent to an ordinary person's face-to-face fight. Both of them hovered in the air, facing each other, from a distance, but the fighting did not stop. The two flying swords were still fighting each other in the air, coming and going suddenly, attacking and defending each other, and entangled together. Ning Lingyu controlled the flying sword to attack non-stop. She raised her eyes and glanced at Ling Yun, mainly to see the magic weapons that Ling Yun sacrificed in an instant. In such a short period of time, you really got some good stuff. It sounded like she was dismissive, but there was inevitably a hint of jealousy in her words. Blood-transforming sword, Renhuang brush, Dihuang book, Shenong cauldron, Renhuang seal, and of course Ling Yun's own Qingying Feijian, Yinyang Gongqi sword, golden dragon spear, and even the Dragon Emperor's magic sword. Of course, there are also those flint materials used in the formation of Ling Yun. In order to deal with Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun took out so many housekeeping magic weapons at once. Ning Lingyu has seen some of these trump cards before, but she has never seen some of them, let alone heard from Ling Yun. The number of times he fought with Ling Yun is really too little, so his understanding of Ling Yun is far less than that of Ling Yun. Night stars. Especially after Ning Lingyu crossed the catastrophe, Ling Yun realized something was wrong. Since then, Ling Yun has reserved her intentionally or unintentionally. The Supreme Qingdiju is the last exercise that Ling Yun passed to her before Ning Lingyu crossed the catastrophe. Ling Yun sneered in his heart when he heard this, and said in his heart that I haven't brought out one of the cards that I really used against you. This is where it is. He responded lightly, I never thought that you could transform fairy energy into fairy power before building the foundation, and refine and use it at will. Ling Yun could see that the reason why Ning Lingyu was so crazy and dared to expose herself completely now was not due to the arrogance of the female fairy soul, but because she possessed a secret method, which could directly transform the fairy energy into fairy power. This is the biggest reliance on her daring to be so arrogant. Ordinary monks can only use true qi during the qi refining period, the so-called refining qi to transform into gods. After the foundation was established, all the true energy in the body began to be gradually transformed into true essence. When the true essence was fully accomplished, coupled with the cultivation of the state of mind, it was possible to form the golden elixir. After the golden elixir, there was also the nascent soul, which was pure innate vitality. For a humanoid baby, nascent soul is the young god, and after going out of the body, distracted, and reunited, he is qualified to comprehend the real Tao and transform mortals into immortals. But crossing the tribulation and ascending, after successfully crossing the tribulation, you will be a real immortal, for the Mahayana, and then ascend to the fairy world. Therefore, it is impossible for an ordinary cultivator to possess immortal power before refining the emptiness, let alone use it. Even if it is a physique like Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu, the talent and understanding are far superior to ordinary people, at least they must reach the nascent soul realm, only then is it possible. Practicing qi to nascent soul, how many realms are there in between? Therefore, Ning Lingyu can use the immortal power at will, and must have a secret method, and it is a very powerful secret method in the fairy world. Regarding this, Ning Lingyu was unabashedly proud, speaking of which, I have to thank you, thanks to the fairy body you created for me. She did not forget to stimulate Ling Yun all the time, but it was a pity that Ling Yun completely ignored it, and he never regretted it at all. Your fairy body? Hee hee. Ling Yun glanced at her with disdain on his face. Then when you created such a big scene to make a breakthrough just now, you obviously had enough energy to break through the integration period, so why did you stop at the peak of the enlightened state? I'm afraid this is not your character. This problem is fatal. Who is Ling Yun? He used to cultivate seriously to the transition period, even though his soul is still a powerful soul in the transition period. Of course he knows what a cultivator has to face in every realm, what he has experienced, and how to break through and enter the next stage safely. A realm. With Ning Lingyu's physique, from the qi refining period to the foundation establishment, it was indeed extremely easy, almost like riding a rocket all the way, without any obstacles. But after the foundation establishment realm, and then to the golden core realm, the middle opening light realm, the fusion realm, and the heartbeat stage, these three realms, for Ning Lingyu now, are hurdles one step at a time, and every step is thrilling. This has nothing to do with physique, talent and understanding, but because Ning Lingyu now has two souls in one body. Ling Yun said before, one body, two souls share. As long as the body reaches the state, the two souls will naturally share. The enlightenment state is the state where the cultivator realizes his own way and gradually becomes enlightened. The soul of this female fairy naturally does not need any enlightenment the process, but after she reaches this state, the real Ning Lingyu must go through this enlightenment process. Otherwise, when she reached the next level, the fusion realm, she would not be able to integrate body and spirit, mind and thoughts, essence and consciousness, that is, she would not be able to fuse. The fusion realm can't be merged, so what is the Jindan Dao? No matter where the soul of this strong and heaven-defying female fairy is, she will still be restricted by the law of heaven here. If she cannot merge, she will not be able to form alchemy, and she will stop here forever. So before solving this big problem, this Ning Lingyu didn't dare to break through brazenly, and could only stop at the peak of enlightenment state. All she needs is time, but Ling Yun refuses to give her this time, absolutely impossible. After reaching the peak of the consecration realm, Ning Lingyu's personality changed drastically, which was incomprehensible to everyone in the formation. Because of this, Ling Yun deliberately talked about Qin Chuyue just now, and it was also because of Ning Lingyu's confusion and trance. Sure enough, after Ling Yun said those words, Ning Lingyu couldn't help showing anger on her face. Obviously, Ling Yun found her weakness very accurately. You think too much. I stay at the peak of the consecration realm just because of this realm. Killing you is enough, there is no need to go higher. Really? Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun looked up to the sky and laughed loudly as if he had heard the biggest joke. P.S. First of all, let me tell you that Laobu is definitely not lazy today. The reason for the late update is that the chapters on subduing Ning Lingyu are really difficult to write, because the content is related to the main line of the book and involves too much, including the real origin of Ning Lingyu, explaining all the realms from foundation establishment to ascension, and it needs to be considered the wonderful battle process is enjoyable for everyone to watch. Laobu has been brewing for many days, and today I carefully listed the outline. I only started writing it late at night when the inspiration is the best. Other than that, I hope you enjoy watching it. After laughing, Ling Yun suddenly lost his expression. He asked coldly, now that things have come to an end, you don't have to hide them anymore. Tell me, who are you, where are you from, and why does your deity insist on chasing me so hard? Ling Yun asked 3 questions in succession, each of which was crucial. In fact, Ling Yun has his own judgment on these 3 issues. Ning Lingyu's soul, just looking at the power of that thunder and lightning hand, knows that her deity must be a real immortal, and she is the one with the strongest status and the strongest strength. Kind. Immortals are undoubtedly from the fairy world. So Ling Yun mainly wants to know that his highest state is only in the tribulation stage. Where did such a terrifying enemy appear? No matter the 9 heavens and 10 places, he will try everything to kill him. Since you are so strong, wait patiently for Lao Tzu to ascend to the immortal realm in a safe and sound manner, and everyone will have a big battle face to face. Wouldn't it be good to just divide life and death? I have come to the earth from the big world of comprehension, and you still have to plan and use all kinds of insidious means. If you get the chance, you will strike me with lightning, and you will provoke you? While Ling Yun was asking, he stared hard at Ning Lingyu, carefully observing the changes in her face, trying to see some clues. I saw a smile on the corner of Ning Lingyu's mouth, and then the smile widened until he looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. You finally figured it out. After laughing, Ning Lingyu stared at Ling Yun fiercely. But you can't get any answers to these 3 questions, even after you die. No one will ever tell you. Yours. Aren't you smart? You just guess to your heart's content, think to your heart's content, whatever you think. When it came to the end, Ning Lingyu's face was full of teasing, and Ling Yun could tell that she was really proud at this time. Too lazy to guess. Ling Yun sneered, you deal with me so crazily. It can only prove that you are afraid of me, and you are afraid of me to death. What can I guess? Ning Lingyu froze suddenly. It seems that Ling Yun's words reminded her of bad things, and her eyes instantly became violent. In my eyes, you are just a little bigger. It's just an ant with a little bit of luck. It's just a daydream if you want to survive the catastrophe and ascend here. Die. Ning Lingyu yelled violently. And with a movement of her divine sense, 4 flying swords of different colors flew out of her body, attacking Ling Yun with terrifying sword energy. Clank! Seeing this, Ling Yun sneered, and unceremoniously urged his 4 magic weapons to meet them, blocking the 4 flying swords again. Different from the flying sword just now, these 4 flying swords are only top-grade treasures. They are of the same rank as Ling Yun's natal magic weapons. After they meet, they immediately fight each other in the air. The top-grade treasures all have mature weapon spirits. As long as they are sacrificed, they can obey the master's will and fight on their own, with almost no need for the master to distract and control them. How many magic weapons are left? Just use them all. I will accompany you to the end. You keep saying that you want to kill me, but I want to see if you have the ability. Ling Yun continued to stimulate her. Until now, the entire battle situation was actually under Ling Yun's control, and it was carried out according to his carefully formulated battle plan. The current Ling Yun is still in the stage of strategic defense. This is because it is impossible for Ling Yun to take the initiative to attack the opponent before finding out the real strength of the opponent. After all, that body belonged to Ning Lingyu. If Ling Yun hit her too hard, she would be crippled directly. After obliterating this soul in the future, how would Ning Lingyu deal with herself? Therefore, what Ling Yun is doing now, including constantly provoking the other party with words, is just means. He doesn't care what answer he gets, because it is something in the future. Ling Yun just wants to do what he should do right now. He needs to understand the other party before he can prescribe the right medicine. Of course, to do this, the first thing is to be able to defend against all of Ning Lingyu's attack methods. Ling Yun is absolutely confident about this. The country is easy to change and the nature is hard to change. You really never know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Ning Lingyu made 2 shots, and Ling Yun easily resisted both times. Although she didn't want to admit it, she could only accept it, because Ling Yun had too many natal magic weapons. As you wish. Swipe. The 3 golden lotuses in front of Ning Lingyu suddenly turned into 3 flying swords, flying towards Ling Yun in an instant. I see what magic weapon you have to resist now. I see. Ling Yun sneered, and immediately figured out Ning Lingyu's real trump card. It is those 81 golden lotus flowers. Flowers are falling from the sky, and golden lotuses are springing up from the ground. This is what Ling Yun saw with his own eyes. Of course, he knew that these golden lotus flowers were actually transformed by the purest golden fairy spirit energy. Unexpectedly, they were all refined by Ning Lingyu and became her biggest trump card. These golden lotuses, after being refined, can be transformed into ever-changing, offensive and defensive, which are actually equivalent to 81 magic weapons, and can continue to provide her with golden fairy aura as Ning Lingyu's realm improves, until her realm is high enough. Until it can be fully incorporated into the body. As for those purple fairy auras, no need to ask, after Ning Lingyu reached the peak of enlightenment state, most of them have been incorporated into the body. That's it? Why use magic weapons to resist? Lingyan sneered, and rushed forward with his saber in hand, teleported to the 3 golden flying swords, and swung the saber like lightning. The blood-melting sword. It used to be the weapon of the great god Qiyu, a magical weapon that could forcibly shake the Emperor's pen and the Earth's Emperor's book, and it was even stronger. With Lingyan's current tyrannical divine thoughts, coupled with the development of the brain domain at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, the divine consciousness has already reached the state of nuanced or even micro-controlling. Facing the 3 golden flying swords, Lingyan slashed them down. Dang, 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 dang. 3 loud noises were deafening, and the 3 flying swords were directly smashed by Lingyan and flew out. Lingyan dared to play like this, mainly because the speed of these 3 flying swords was much slower than that of Ning Lingyu's flying sword when he first started. There are 3 main reasons. First of all, there are already 5 magic weapons chasing and fighting between the 2 at this moment. Even when the 2 are exchanging words, the 10 magic weapons are also fiercely catching and fighting, which must involve some spiritual thoughts. Secondly, Ning Lingyu was obviously extremely angry, and her emotions were affected. Maybe the real Ning Lingyu had already started to fight against her, which made her lose part of her mind. In the end, the 2 of them are now in the small world created by Lingyan's 2 great weapon spirits, and they are still in the multi-large array created by Lingyan. It can be said that they are Lingyan's home field. It is impossible to move an inch. It is precisely because of the last point that Ning Lingyu said that Lingyan has a good method. Of course it's a good method, all of Lingyan's layouts, using so many whole cards, are all to deal with her, just to be foolproof. Immediately after the 3 flying swords were chopped off, they made a sharp turn in the air, and once again slashed towards Lingyan from 3 different directions. Well done! Lingyan rose up, shouted violently, and cast the Mietian saber technique, making the blood-transforming sword dance impenetrable. I only heard the sound of gold and iron clinking for a while, and finally, I only heard 3 loud bangs, and the 3 golden flying swords were all smashed by Lingyan, turning into a golden fairy aura that filled the sky. The golden fairy aura is not fairy power. Even if Ning Lingyu deliberately refines the flying swords they transform, they are qualitatively different from her first natal flying sword. Cut. Senior Zhongfeng, the goods have been received. After Lingyan chopped Ning Lingyu's 3 flying swords into pieces, he laughed and shouted at Renhuang's pen tool spirit. Well, good work, keep going. The sound of Renhuang's pen tool spirit sounded, and at the same time he appeared in the appearance of an old man, and just opened his mouth to inhale, and inhaled all the 3 golden fairy spirits into his stomach. Ning Lingyu lost 3 golden lotuses at once, and she felt very distressed. She was very angry, but there was nothing she could do. This scene couldn't help but remind her of when Lingyan snatched her gift from heaven, so she lost her mind in an instant. She made a move with both hands, and immediately 2 golden lotus flowers flew into her hands, turning into 2 golden long swords. Ning Lingyu grasped it in her hands, and she came to Lingyan in a flash, and she came up with the 9-kill sword art. The killing intent is empty. Use the sword technique I taught you to deal with me? Lingyan smiled, and with a thought, a white dragon Excalibur appeared in his other hand, combining swords and swords to fight against Ning Lingyu. His battle plan went really smoothly, and what Lingyan was looking forward to was for the 2 to fight in close quarters. He didn't have immortal power, and he also lost the opponent's 2 realms, but he has the blood-transforming sword. I cut. After Ning Lingyu got close, Ling Yan's plan entered the second stage, the war of attrition. Magic weapon attack. As long as the defense is broken, life and death can be separated immediately, so Ling Yan doesn't want to use magic weapon to deal with Ning Lingyu, but with Ling Yan's blood-transforming sword in his hands, he can take it more calmly. Ning Lingyu holds 2 swords, except for using the 9-kill sword technique back and forth, the rest is purely relying on the high-level, slashing and hacking. The reason is very simple: female fairy. I don't know how many years I have been a female fairy, maybe it is possible for tens of thousands of years, and I still need to kill people with my own sword? So Ling Yan is more than capable, he does not lose to the opponent in body training, and the yin and yang in the dantian are constantly flowing, just fight. What a fierce battle. In this close fight, Ling Yan not only smashed more than 20 long swords of the opponent, but also smashed more than a dozen golden lotuses of her body. Half an hour. Ning Lingyu's 81 body-protecting golden lotuses had already been shattered by Ling Yan for more than half. After they turned into golden fairy spirit energy again, they were all sucked away by the Zongfeng of Renhuang's brush, without exception. But the old man Zongfeng was overjoyed. One ebbs and another, seeing Ling Yan's victory is in sight, can you not be happy? Ling Yan is fighting more and more courageously now. If she continues to fight at this pace, at most half an hour, Ning Lingyu's body-protecting golden lotus will be completely wiped out by her. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. At that time, Ling Yan separated the long sword stabbed by Ning Lingyu with a sword, and slashed towards the opponent's front door. Before this, facing such an attack, Ning Lingyu either swung her sword to resist or flew back, but this time, she neither resisted nor dodged. Ning Lingyu's expression changed, his eyes were mournful, with a hint of confusion and struggle, mixed with panic about being stabbed in the face, and called Ling Yun, "Brother, it's me." Ling Yan's heart sank, and he immediately withdrew the knife without hesitation. Chi. The 2 golden lotus flowers turned into 2 golden flying swords, which were extremely swift, and directly pierced Ling Yan's chest and lower abdomen, passing through his body. Ling Yan snorted, pain appeared on his face, he didn't wait for the 2 flying swords to turn back, he gritted his teeth suddenly, and disappeared in place. The next moment, he appeared 1,000 meters away. Ning Lingyu severely wounded Ling Yan with one move, she didn't chase after him immediately, but just stood there looking at Ling Yan, giggling coquettishly, "Does it look like it?" Ling Yan remained silent, but silently took out 4 7th-level healing talismans, and used them on his wounds, so that the injuries could recover as soon as possible. Although it was a level 7 healing talisman, the injury was not an ordinary injury. It was stabbed by a long sword transformed by the golden fairy aura, which would have a damaging effect on Ling Yan's body and meridians, so it was impossible to heal the wound immediately. "Do you want to guess whether it was she or me who called you just now?" Seeing Ling Yan's silence, Ning Lingyu was even more proud. She lost more than half of her body-protecting golden lotus, but she also found a way to deal with Ling Yun. There is no doubt that it is very effective. The opponent's move, Ling Yan actually thought of it when he was repeatedly formulating the battle plan, but after discussing it with the 2 spirits for a long time, there was no way in the end, he could only adapt to the situation. Throwing rats. Of course he knew that at the moment the opponent gave up resisting, with the speed of his knife, as long as he slashed along the trend, even Ning Lingyu at the Golden Core realm would not be able to avoid it, and he would definitely be able to severely injure the opponent. This battle is naturally over. But Ling Yun really couldn't afford to gamble. No need to guess at all, the one who called his brother just now. Naturally, it was a fake Lingyu, because if it was real, Ling Yun believed that it was impossible for her to call out brother Ling Yun and at the same time sacrifice her flying sword to seriously injure Ling Yun. If you can't do it, you can decide for yourself. While recovering from his injuries, Qin Chuyua's instructions sounded in Ling Yan's ears again. Killing the spirit rain? How is it possible? He is obviously here to save her. Ling Yan swept Ning Lingyu away with his divine sense, and found that there were only 36 golden lotuses left for her body protection. Just now she chopped 45 flowers in one breath. It seems that I was really in a hurry. I don't care if you are true or not. A female fairy who lives above the 9 heavens and looks down on the world is willing to call me brother. It sounds really useful. Do you want to call me a few more times? Ling Yan shot back with a sneer. It will be more enjoyable for me to listen to, and I believe that it won't be long before you will change your expression and call me in a softer voice, but it's not here, but in my bed. Ning Lingyu finally couldn't laugh anymore after listening to it. Her complexion changed drastically, her teeth were gritted, and her eyes wanted to devour someone. However, anger was useless, she really couldn't help it. No one knows better than her how miserable the end will be if you fall into someone else's small world and have no ability to break this small world. The human emperors penned Qiling and the Daiwangshu's Qiling worked together to isolate the world within 100 miles. One controlled the sky and the other controlled the earth, so she couldn't escape at all. Even if she wants to use Wanshuixian Ju and Supreme Qingdi Ju, she can't use it, because this small world is controlled by others. The water is on the ground, and the flowers, plants, and trees are also on the ground. Even if she can really use it, the effect will be greatly reduced. Ling Yan didn't threaten at all. In this small world, her fairy body is useless, and she can't absorb much aura of heaven and earth at all. The various auras stored in her body are consumed less and less. Zhang Feng, Shobin, and the 2 great weapon spirits, although they didn't attack directly, Ning Lingyu knew from the very beginning that she was not fighting Ling Yan alone, but 3 of them. Otherwise, she didn't need to use her strongest killing move as soon as she came up, and wanted to kill Ling Yun with one blow, because only after Ling Yun was killed, and the 2 great weapon spirits lost their masters, could she leave here calmly. It's just that she never imagined that Ling Yun possessed a Taoist flying sword that could not lose to the flying sword of her own destiny that she had expended her immortal power to refine. In the past 7 days, she has slaughtered 9 sects in a row, occupying the mountain gate with the most aura in Kunlun Mountains. Not only has she absorbed a large amount of aura from heaven and earth, she has the capital to break through the realm, and she has actually killed many monks in the Foundation realm, and gained countless with the help of fairy aura. She further refined the flying swords at the level of top-grade spiritual weapons, turning them into top-grade treasures. Unexpectedly, Ling Yan also had top-grade treasures, and had them earlier than her, and in larger quantities. The 81 body-protecting golden lotuses are actually golden fairy aura in essence, which was enough for her to break through the golden core realm, because breaking through the golden core, she must go through a catastrophe, commonly known as the Golden Core Catastrophe, which is 6 or 9 days of catastrophe. She can naturally get more gifts from heaven. But now, those body-protecting golden lotuses were split into more than half by Ling Yunxing, and then sucked away by Renhuang's brush. The blood-transforming magic knife in Ling Yan's hand is really blocking and killing gods and Buddhas. It is too overbearing. After successfully crossing the catastrophe and awakening the immortal soul, she doesn't care whether each of her realms is firmly established, let alone afraid of any inner demons, and of course she is not afraid of the test of heaven. To obliterate the other soul in the body, and then destroy Ling Yan's body and spirit, even if you're done, all that's left is to use this body to ascend in this world and let this soul return to the fairy world. Because her true self is the immortal emperor. And one of the strongest immortal emperors in the fairy world. The strongest female fairy emperor, bar none. But even if it is the strongest immortal emperor, this trace of soul has to obey the laws of heaven when she comes to this world. She can be opportunistic and bring private goods, but she can't violate the will of heaven. No matter how strong she is, she can't do it. The backlash suffered by this deity is too great, and she will fall crazily. She cannot afford this kind of price. She shed her identity disguise too early and had to use the secret method of the fairy world to break through the seal of the Emperor's pen. In fact, there is another extremely important reason. It wasn't Ling Yun, but Yi Xingchen. She met Yi Xingchen for the first time in Tianshan Tianjianzong. Even if she is only a trace of the soul of the immortal emperor himself, she can still feel an extremely familiar aura from Yi Xingchen, because she is her eternal nemesis, the strongest empress in the devil world. Here she is, and here she is. Here she is again. Really haunted. It's just that when Tianjianzong met Yi Xingchen in Tianshan, the other party hadn't awakened yet and didn't know his true identity. But even if she hadn't awakened yet, Yi Xingchen regarded her as a natural enemy just by relying on her powerful soul brand, even if she was the daughter of the Ning family and sister of Ling Yun at that time. Moreover, the strength displayed by Yi Xingchen at that time was not much inferior to her. Ning Lingyu knew very well that just like herself, Yi Xingchen would awaken immediately as long as she successfully crossed the tribulation. At that time, she would immediately know her identity as the Devil Emperor, and she would also know her identity and layout. It is inevitable to face the battle of life and death, and there will be no end to death. Of course she would not tell Ling Yun what was going on. But that female Devil Emperor doesn't care. As long as she wakes up, she might join forces with Ling Yun to kill her right away. Ling Yun is the one who should be robbed by destiny. His own strength is already strong enough. If you add that female devil who has been an enemy of him for thousands of years and never loses the wind, Ning Lingyu can only accept this arrangement, the result of total failure. If those two joined forces, let alone kill one of them, it would be great if Ning Lingyu survived. Therefore, Ning Lingyu had to kill Ling Yun before Yi Xingchen awakened, and then fight Yi Xingchen with this world as the battlefield. It is precisely because of this that she followed Ning Tianya's coffin to the Ning family. As soon as she left Tianshan, she couldn't wait to make a move. Mountain 9 Sects. There are only two goals: to seize the spiritual energy to break through the realm, integrate all the cultivation forces in Kunlun Mountains, and take the opportunity to alarm Ling Yun, let him come to him on his own initiative, and after killing Ling Yun, he will fight fiercely with the demon sect led by the awakened Yi Xingchen. Let's fight hard, and there will be another battle between immortals and demons. Yi Xingchen herself is the saintess of the demon sect. Once she awakens, the entire demon sect will undoubtedly belong to her. But thousands of calculations, Ning Lingyu did not expect that Ling Yun would be so strong. Of course she knew that Ling Yun ran around every day, picking up leaks in this dilapidated place where the aura was thin and the birds didn't shit, and she did catch a lot of treasures. But she was never in a hurry, and instead was happy to see the results, because in her opinion, no matter how many benefits Ling Yun picked up, he was just a silly porter. She only needs to concentrate on improving her realm, and when Ling Yun comes to kill him, won't everything Ling Yun owns be hers? After all, when she left Tianshan Tianjianzong, Ling Yun had only cultivated qi at the 6th level. No matter how fast he cultivated, could he still be faster than her? That fool has a lot to do. Yes, after awakening, the immortal emperor's soul regarded Ling Yun as a fool. Tonight, she had figured out that it was almost time for Ling Yun to come, so she played with the Kunlun sword sect slowly, waiting for Ling Yun to show up. In the end, Ling Yun really came, but he didn't expect that Ling Yun had already reached the peak of the 9th level of qi training. Due to the mysterious Dantian, others cannot see through Ling Yun's realm, but she possesses the secret technique of the fairy world, so she can see through it at a glance. It's not slower than her at all. This really surprised her. She put off her plan to instantly kill Ling Yun as soon as they met each other, and played with Ling Yun for a while. Cat and mouse. Even if Ling Yun separated the world with the help of 2 great weapon spirits, and set up a huge formation to trap her, she was not worried, because she firmly believed that as long as the distance between the two of them was close enough, she would sacrifice the magic weapon that she refined with immortal power. At the moment of chopping the cloud sword, everything was over. Then Ling Yun sacrificed his Dragon Emperor sword. And then she has been suppressed and beaten by Ling Yun, and the initiative of the battle is completely in Ling Yun's hands. Until now, she has fallen into this field. She couldn't believe it. Ling Yun's whole cards were really ridiculously strong, except for the 2 realms she just broke through. Ling Yun didn't lose at all. So at this moment, listening to the other party's wanton humiliation, she has already begun to doubt both of them. Who is the cat and who is the mouse? Ning Lingyu suddenly realized that she really knew too little about Ling Yun now. In the past, she always stood by Ling Yun's side as a bystander, knowing that he was strong, and that he was strong against the sky. He had gone through countless battles, big and small, and never lost. The most intense and dangerous battle the two of them experienced together was in Villa No. 1 in Qingshui City. Suddenly, he took advantage of the opportunity to break through the first level of Qi training, attracting heavenly tribulation, but finally survived. It's just that at that time, she hadn't awakened yet, and fighting side by side with Ling Yun was another soul in her body, whose identity was Ling Yun's younger sister, and she was the party protected by Ling Yun. After Dujia awakened, Ning Lingyu aimed to kill Ling Yun as soon as possible. Naturally, she had to study her opponent. Whenever she thought of that battle, no matter how she deduced it, she would draw the same conclusion, under the same realm. Ling Yun is invincible. The same realm here does not mean that it is only on the earth, but that she pulls Ling Yun out with her vision and memory of the strongest immortal emperor, and compares her strength with the cultivation geniuses of countless races in the major fairylands, even including herself. It can be said that it took Ling Yun less than half a year on the earth to cultivate the strongest body training state. Even if it is her own self-respect and new practice, it is impossible to do better. If she fights with Ling Yun, it will be evenly matched at best, and no one can do anything to the other. Because each level of Ling Yun's realm is too stable, each level is the strongest, and then enters the next level, so that the layers are superimposed, and when it reaches the peak of the body refining level, it is naturally the strongest. Strong is really strong, which is an advantage, but there are also disadvantages, that is, it is slow. If it was her who came to cultivate, she would have already broken through the foundation establishment realm in the same amount of time, so how could she have been wasting time in the body refining realm? No matter how strong your body refining realm is, in front of the foundation building realm, you can only be killed instantly, so what's the use? Therefore, Ning Lingyu doesn't bother to do this kind of cultivation method at all. He fights for the front, strives to be the first step by step, and is ahead of every step. No genius in cultivation is willing to let others stand in front of him forever. Of course, if Ling Yun is said to be slow, it is compared with a cultivation genius of the level of Ning Lingyu himself. If he is compared with ordinary practitioners, his cultivation speed is of course very fast, and I don't know how many times faster. As for Ling Yun's willingness to cultivate like this. In other words, Ning Lingyu also generally knew the reason why he was able to cultivate like this. That is, Ling Yun's cultivation environment is really great. It is true that the Earth's aura is exhausted. From Ning Lingyu's point of view, this place is a shitty place, but also because of this, almost no one here competes with him for resources. In other words, no matter what level he cultivated to, as long as Ling Yun can see and use resources, they are all in his pocket. In fact it is. As long as Ling Yun can find it, that's fine. Only he despises the bad resources, and disdains to use them, and absolutely no one else will grab them. There will never be that kind of situation. In a certain secret realm, a treasure of heaven and earth that is of great benefit to cultivators appeared. A foundation-building genius rushed over there, and then saw Jindan nascent soul flying all over the sky, and there was even a catastrophe. The situation where the boss suddenly appeared, made a big move, packed up and took away. On other planets with sufficient aura, Because of this situation, there are too many comprehension geniuses who died in vain, and they died in vain. Many of them were not even killed in battle, but were affected by the battle between the big bosses. He hit himself well, and then his body and spirit disappeared. So from this point of view, Ling Yun's cultivation environment is really good. As for some crises, such as life and death battles, that is precisely a kind of tempering, and the opponents are all stepping stones on the road of cultivation. Moreover, although the Earth's aura is exhausted, it is still a living and very young planet. The aura produced by such a planet is too much to dare to say. Add up all these auras and pile up 10 or 8 ascension realms, which is enough use. That's why Ling Yun is willing to cultivate slowly in this way, and the environment of the Earth also allows him to practice in this way. To create the strongest in each realm, at least one has to reach the limit that one can reach before calmly stepping into the next realm, the kind of cultivation method that will come naturally. Ming Lingyu of course knew that Ling Yun chose this method of cultivation, because that's what he always said and did. Therefore, Ming Lingyu after Dujia awakened clearly knew that she was not sure of killing Ling Yun, who was in the strongest state, so she carefully worked out a solution to Ling Yun. If you want to be the strongest, then I want to be the fastest. Crush with Realm. When you were still in the early stage of Qi training, I had already reached the peak of the middle stage of Qi training. When you entered the middle stage of Qi training, I had already reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. As for consecration, fusion, heartbeat, etc., these transitional realms that focus on cultivating the mind, is there still a waste of time for the immortal soul? If you crush your 6 realms or above, even if you are the strongest realm, so what if you have countless cards? It's still like trampling an ant to death. However, when Ming Lingyu was at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, when he arrived at Tianjianzong, he found that Ling Yun was also training at the 6th level. Didn't even get rid of it. Tonight, under the pressure of Qi Yunzi, the golden core swordsman, Ming Lingyu had to break through from the peak of the 9th level of Qi training to the peak of the enlightenment state. When he saw Ling Yun again, he was surprised to find that he was also at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. It turned out to be the same realm as hers. Not only did he not get rid of it, but was caught up by Ling Yun. As for the 2 realms that had just broken through and left Ling Yun behind, Ming Lingyu knew in his heart that Ling Yun just didn't want to break through. If he wanted to, or could be said to be forced by the pressure of life and death, to break through the Foundation establishment realm, it must be a matter of one thought. What happened to Ling Yun? Why did the realm suddenly improve so quickly? This is a question that Ming Lingyu has just begun to think about at this moment. She had never thought about it before, because she didn't believe it at all, unless Ling Yun suddenly changed his temper. And even if he really changed his temper, in such a short period of time, there is not enough aura to provide him. According to Ling Yun's cultivation method, Ming Lingyu roughly knows how much spiritual energy is needed to go from the 6th level of Qi training to the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, which is only a lot more than herself. Unfortunately, she will never know. During the days when she was attacking the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, thanks to her true self, Ling Yun's 4 or 9 heavenly tribulations saved 1 in a million, the most terrifying 5 elements tribulation thunder. Ling Yun conquered Nanyang in the first battle. How many late-stage Qi training, and above the 9th level of Qi training, absorbed and refined all the true Qi of how many foundation-building monks, including enlightened monks. Even this evening, before Ling Yun came here, he entered the real mausoleum protection formation in the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. Relying on the Yinyang 5-element flame and the Yinyang true Qi vortex, Ling Yun has obtained much more aura these days than she has obtained during this period of time. Ming Lingyu's strongest reliance is that there is a secret method that can directly convert immortal aura into immortal power for use. Until now, she didn't even know that Ling Yun could do the same. And it was he who had just broken through the mid-stage of Qi training. When he was passing the 49th minor catastrophe, he did it. The difference is that the method is clumsier and more troublesome. See Chapter 1536 for details. What's even more frightening is that from the beginning of the battle between the two to the present, Ling Yun has never taken out a new magic weapon. It is absolutely impossible for Ling Yun to only have these cards now. Thinking of Ling Yun's personality, that he either doesn't do things, or he doesn't do them, and he must do them well. Ning Lingyu felt a palpitation. The person in front of me, who couldn't be killed no matter how hard he tried, was always so annoying, and always so difficult to deal with. It turned out that what I saw and thought of was all fake. Only after I became Ling Yun's enemy and fought against him can I understand how terrifying Ling Yun is. Is it because I have been invincible for too long after I became an immortal emperor, and I have forgotten what an opponent is and what an enemy is? That's why he only thought about how powerful he was, and never thought that his opponent might be stronger. Ning Lingyu suddenly woke up, only to feel an indescribable feeling, from the spine of the back, straight to the back of the head. This is fear? Did he get distracted during the battle? I am the soul of the immortal emperor, even if it is only 1 in a million, but now I have fully awakened, how could I be afraid and distracted? She immediately swept away her spiritual thoughts, but found that Ling Yun was still concentrating on recovering from his injuries in the distance, still staring at her with a half-smile, and had no intention of attacking her at all. You're going to die, my brother will figure out a way to deal with you soon. Suddenly, another voice sounded in Ning Lingyu's mind. This is of course the real soul consciousness of Ning Lingyu. You shut up. Ning Lingyu snarled coquettishly. She originally said this sentence to another soul in her mind, but she didn't expect to shout it out loud, and she suddenly didn't realize it. But of course the real Ning Lingyu will not shut up. My brother can't bear to hurt my body, you make good use of this. It's a pity that you forgot that you imitate everything about me and call him brother, which is tantamount to you are telling him that you are afraid, and you have no better way to deal with him. You have no way to deal with him, but he still has ways to deal with you. Give me town. Ning Lingyu was extremely angry, and gave another coquettish sound, urging the soul-suppressing secret method to completely suppress the real Ning Lingyu consciousness. At this moment, Ling Yun, who was recovering from his injuries in the distance, suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Ning Lingyu. Tiangang Fumo Fist. Ling Yan's fist, wrapped in a terrifying red gold fist, tore through the air, and smashed hard on Ning Lingyu's sky cap. Boom! Ling Yun fist gang and body protector immortal power collided together, making a loud noise. Ning Lingyu's head was thrown back, and her figure flew upside down. Ling Yun had already noticed Ning Lingyu's lack of focus just now. In the world of comprehension, there is a common name for this kind of situation, loss of Dao Xian. But Ling Yun didn't make a sneak attack, not because he was recovering from his injuries, but because he did so deliberately. From the beginning of the battle, every word Ling Yun said was to humiliate her and irritate her in order to make her lose her heart. Now that the goal has been achieved, how could she take the initiative to alert her and drag her back? The more she thinks, the better, and the longer she is absent-minded, the better. Anyway, she has plenty of time. The more you think, the more thoughts you have, the weaker your fighting spirit will be, and the more beneficial it will be for Ling Yun. You shut up. Of course Ling Yun knew that this sentence was not addressed to him, so obviously, she was speaking to another soul in her mind. The effect of Dao Xian's loss was immediately manifested, her suppression of the real Ning Lingyu's soul was loosened. It's normal for a body with two souls to ebb and flow. Younger sister Ning Lingyu must also be desperately resisting her oppression, constantly stimulating her. Then let Lingyu stimulate her as much as possible for a while. After all, the enemy often disintegrates from the inside. How perfect is it to subdue the enemy without fighting? Give me town. Hearing this sentence, Ling Yun knew that the opportunity had come. If he didn't make a move at this time, it would be a missed opportunity. Therefore, without hesitation, he shot instantly. Invisibility, Tianzutong, Tiangang Fumo Fist. Jiang Jigang. It was her head that was smashed. Swords have no eyes, but Ling Yan's fists are definitely already superb, and they can be sent and received freely. This punch, Ling Yan didn't keep his hand, it was really ruthless. He punched with all his strength, with a force close to 20,000 kilograms, and it hit Ning Lingyu's Tianling Gai firmly. Ling Yan was not worried. Because through the melee attack for more than half an hour just now, he has already grasped the strength of the opponent, and he has a good idea of it. Ning Lingyu was smashed and flew upside down 1,000 meters away. Even with the protection of immortal power, the whole person was stunned by the smashing. His consciousness was shaken, the gold stars flashed in front of him, and he couldn't see anything clearly. During the inverted flight, she was terrified in her heart, desperately opened her eyes, but what she saw was Ling Yan's fist, falling from the sky. Boom! Tianling Gai of Ning Lingyu was punched again, and his body was smashed and fell to the ground. With a bang, a human-shaped crater appeared on the ground, extremely deep. Boom boom boom. 3 golden lotus flowers rushed out of the pit, and no matter where Ling Yun was, they all exploded. Ling Yun succeeded with 2 punches. He already knew that the opponent would definitely fight for his life. He was not greedy for merit, he resolutely withdrew his hands, and the moment he punched the second time, he had already used his strength to soar into the sky. With a sweep of spiritual thoughts, Ning Lingyu's figure in the pit has disappeared, and she is nowhere to be found. Invisibility. Ling Yan sneered, he was too lazy to look for her, because he had more important things to do now. There is an extra round mirror in his hand, which is the precious mirror of light obtained from Kunzhanel, the light protector of Wanfaman. Ling Yan remembered that when he was fighting Wanfaman, Kuan Zhanle held this mirror in his hand, and the beam of light from it sent his 4 magic weapons flying everywhere, almost losing their effectiveness. This is an extremely powerful magic weapon. Hey! Ling Yan circulated the yin and yang art with 1 qi, and suddenly poured yin and yang into the precious mirror. There was no response from the mirror. Damn it, it doesn't work. If one method doesn't work, you can change it to another one. In just a split second, Ling Yan poured the energy of the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth all over again. The mirror remained unresponsive. Buddha power. Where can I find pure Buddha power to serve you at this time? Ling Yan sighed helplessly, and was about to take back the Guanming mirror into the Taishu ring, but at this moment, a blessing came to his heart. Shenwu Chunyang Immortal Art. Without hesitation, Ling Yan activated the Shenwu Chunyang Shanjua suddenly, injecting the purest blazing yang energy into the precious mirror. Brush. A blazing and dazzling white beam of light, like a straight bolt of lightning, pierced through the dark night sky, shining as bright as day in the surrounding kilometer range. Damn it, baby! Ling Yan was overjoyed. He grabbed the precious mirror, and pointed at Ning Lingyu's top-quality flying sword in the air. The beam of light can still have an unhappiness, point and hit. The white beam of light swept onto the blue flying sword at once, and there was a chirping sound, and the blue flying sword, which was fighting against the blue shadow flying sword, stagnated instantly and violently trembled a few times in the air. And then fell headlong towards the ground. Haha, it's fun. Ling Yan discovered something extraordinary, and was immediately overjoyed. I'll take a photo. I'll take a photo. I'll take a photo again. Wrist shook one after another, and the white beam of light quickly hit the other 3 flying swords, respectively, knocking them all out of the air. I see. Ling Yan soon knew what was going on. The beam of light emitted by the mirror of light normally had 2 functions. One was to cut off the link between the magic weapon and its master, causing the master to temporarily lose control of the magic weapon. The other one is even more ruthless. Once its white beam of light hits, the weapon spirit inside the magic weapon will be severely injured and fall into a dormant state. Ling Yun immediately cast Tianzutong, brushed and brushed, put away all 4 flying swords that fell on the ground, and threw them directly into the Taishu ring. After doing all this, Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately set his sights on Ning Lingyu's natal flying sword again. Refined with immortal power, this is a flying sword that is not inferior to the Dragon Emperor's magic sword. I will take a picture. When Ling Yun was having fun, he raised his mirror to take a picture. It's a pity that before the beam of light swept over, the Taoist flying sword had already broken away from the entanglement of the Dragon Emperor's sword, turned into a white light, and fled away. Humph, can you escape? Ling Yun set foot in the sky and directly casted his celestial eye. Ning Lingyu's invisibility technique immediately failed, and she appeared under Ling Yun's celestial eye. She had already escaped dozens of miles away, and she was teleporting towards the south at an extremely fast speed. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth smiled slightly, and he didn't bother to chase after him. After thinking about it, he felt that Ning Lingyu couldn't escape, and he would almost fight him desperately when he came back, so he moved with his divine sense. You can really hold your breath. The old man's teasing voice sounded, and then, a huge willow tree with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of more than 20 meters appeared in front of Ling Yun out of thin air. It is the inheritance of the Ling family, Ghost God Willow. Now this ghost willow is absolutely luxuriant, with thousands of branches. The relatively long willow branches are more than 10 meters long, and the whole body is full of green light. Although it is green, it does not look scary at night, but the kind of very emerald green, representing the light of infinite vitality. Senior, please help me. I will lend you 9 longer wicker sticks and 3 thinner branches. How long and thin, boy, please explain clearly. Guishan Lu responded with thoughts. Ling Yun immediately rolled his eyes, thinking that I said how long and thin, can you understand me? But since Ghost God Lu asked, he still said it directly. The 9 willow branches are about 10 meters long, the 3 sections of willow branches are about 1 meter long, and the thickness of the little fingers is the best. I can give it to you, but remember to bring me with you when you enter the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor. Ling Yun. Of course he knew why Ghost God Lu made this request, he was hungry. Senior, are we going too far with the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor? Ling Yun discussed carefully. Beimeng Mountain is also fine. There are countless lonely souls and wild ghosts there, and no one cares about it. It's enough for me to have a full meal. Ghost God Lu immediately mentioned another place. Ling Yun laughed happily, then it's settled. Okay. Take it. Swipe. 9 soft willow branches about 10 meters long, 3 sections of willow branches 1 meter long and as thick as a little finger, silently separated from the crown of the tree, and lay horizontally in front of Ling Yun. Thank you, Senior. Ling Yun's divine thought moved, entanglement. I saw that the 9 willow sticks, automatically without wind, entangled with each other like 9 spirit snakes in an instant, and soon weaved themselves into a 10-meter-long whip. At the same time, the 3 sections of willow branches were also twisted together like twisted flowers, turning into a section of rattan. Ling Yun raised his hand and first grabbed the 1-meter-long cane in his hand, and shook it vigorously, feeling very convenient. From now on, you are called Daxiambian. Then he grabbed the 10-meter-long long whip, waved it casually, and danced like a flying spirit snake. Your name is Jia Shensua. Hit the fairy whip and tie the fairy rope. The willow of ghosts and gods has a special restraint effect on intangible things such as souls, spiritual ideas, and divine consciousness souls. Also useless. Jiangxia, have you heard of it? Taoist patriarch Jiangxia, the weapon in his hand is a magic whip. The main material is this kind of wood. Ling Yun remembered very clearly that this was the boy Mo Wudao, what he had said to him the first time he saw Guishan Lu, and then the two were so excited that they ran around in the middle of the night on the 15th of July on the Ghost Festival. tree. Now, Ling Yun has long been convinced of this, because this is the spirit of the Emperor's book, and the old man Shobin told him personally. Ning Lingyu, in the final analysis, is still a matter of soul. To deal with her, this is the best weapon. If someone else treated Ling Yun like this, he wouldn't need to spend so much effort. He would have killed the Dragon Emperor's magic sword, Chunyang Immortal Sword, Blood Transforming Sword, Golden Dragon Spear and so on. But this won't work. Just now Ling Yun punched twice and was reluctant to fight. Such a terrifying punch, such a domineering punch. What if Ling Yu's head was broken? The current weapons are so good, they are only made of wood. You don't have to worry about missing arms or legs when you draw them on your body. They also specialize in hitting your consciousness and soul. Ling Yun can fight as much as you want. Boom. As soon as Ling Yun finished making the new weapon, he heard a loud bang from far away, and the ground shook violently under his feet, truly shaking the ground. It turned out that after Ning Lingyu fled incognito, he fled along a straight line to the distance, and bumped into the invisible boundary of Xiaoxiandi. Then it was bounced back hard. Human Emperor's pen, Earth Emperor's book. When she crossed the catastrophe, she was already able to isolate the world and fight against the thunder and lightning hand, not to mention that after snatching so many gifts from heaven, she has grown to this day? Ling Yun's mind moved. The Dragon Emperor's magic sword returned to the eyebrows. The 4 magic weapons were all retracted into the body. The Shinong Ding, the Bright Mirror, and the Blood Transforming Sword are all included in the Taishu ring. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he held the fairy whip in his left hand, and danced the fairy rope with his right hand like a snake swimming in the air, and flew towards Ning Lingyu's footsteps in an unhurried manner. When Ling Yun arrived, he saw Ning Lingyu sitting cross-legged on the ground, raising his head slightly. His beautiful eyes were cold and knife-like, staring at him fiercely. Her long hair was a little disheveled, she was slightly out of breath, and there were a few fingerprints clearly printed on her mirror-like forehead, which was already extremely embarrassing for her. "Hey, who is this? Why are you sitting on the ground? Did you fall? Or did you panic and accidentally hit the wall?" Ling Yun landed and stood about 10 feet away in front of Ning Lingyu, a little overjoyed, gloating all over his face. But he was indeed a little shocked. Tiangang Fumo fist, with a force of 20,000 kilograms, smashed firmly on the opponent's forehead. 2 consecutive punches left only a few light red fingerprints. This kind of defense is really against the sky. Ning Lingyu hit Xiaoxiandi's barrier with all her strength just now, and she knew that with her strength, she would definitely not be able to break through it, so she didn't waste her strength anymore. "Ling Yun, do you dare to open up this small world and fight me fairly?" "Don't dare." Without hesitation, Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. "I didn't come here to fight with you. Didn't I tell you at the beginning? My mother said that you have been here for too long. I have to take you back." Hearing the word mom, Ning Lingyu slightly lowered her eyelids. "You can tell her when you go back, that I am no longer her daughter, and I have my own origin. However, for the sake of borrowing my belly, I will give her a great opportunity to ensure that her practice will be unimpeded in the future, and she will be able to ascend to the fairy world." After Ling Yun heard it, her eyes were full of disdain. She glanced at her, and said with a sneer, "My fairy, I think you're thinking a little too much now. First, I wasn't talking to you just now, I was talking to my sister Ning Lingyu. Oh, no, I should call my wife now. Secondly, I trouble you to seriously think about your situation right now. If you still have the opportunity to cultivate in the Tao, and you can practice unimpeded, it's hard for you to protect yourself now. How dare you speak so boldly? How can you protect others?" Ning Lingyu sneered after hearing the words. "Ling Yun, don't think that you have already won the victory. Don't forget that your younger sister shares the same sea of consciousness with me at this moment. If you dare to force me again, believe it or not, I have an idea, can completely obliterate her soul, let her soul be scattered, and she will never be reborn." Ling Yun was so frightened that he immediately raised his hands, threatening me? I'm so scared. Then he seemed to smile again. Pretend to be puzzled and asked, but as far as I know, in your current situation, if you want to continue breaking through, there seem to be only 3 ways. First, negotiate with my sister so that she will not make trouble for you and stop resisting your suppression. But I think it is impossible for my sister to agree. Second, through some kind of secret method, slowly devour her soul. You can unite the 2 souls into one, and you will have no worries from now on. But this one is not only time-consuming, but also requires a very reassuring person to protect you. Dare to operate. But I think, you seem to be in a hurry, and it is difficult to find someone who can reassure you. Third, you have some sort of supreme secret technique that can suppress my sister's soul so hard that she won't affect your cultivation breakthrough, and then you can practice all the way to the xuanhuan state or even the state of distraction stage, and then use distraction to directly separate her soul from this body. The last one, I believe that the female fairy sister must be able to do it, but do you think I will give you a chance to cultivate to the distraction stage? After hearing the 3 things Ling Yun said, Ning Lingyu's face finally changed. Of course it was because Ling Yunquan was right. Ning Lingyu will never agree to the first one, and the second one is the most ideal for her, but she really doesn't have the time, because Yi Xingchen will awaken at any time, and once he awakens, he will come directly to her without hesitation. Life and death, so it seems ideal, is actually the most dangerous and impossible to implement. And the third, Ling Yun is right in front of her eyes, of course it is impossible to give her a chance. If what I said is wrong, please ask this female fairy to point out the inadequacy to me, or if you are really willing to give up your cultivation and stop at the peak of enlightenment, then you can just do it now. My sister deserves to be like this, I can't help it either. Seeing the other party's complexion change drastically, Ling Yun added with a cheap smile. Instantly wipe out Ning Lingyu's soul? If it can be done without backlash, why should Ning Lingyu wait until now? According to her character, after Du Jia awakened, she might have wiped out the soul of Ning Lingyu's body long ago. Everyone is an old Chinese doctor, so don't prescribe that medicine to anyone. Ling Yun sneered and said, you understand, and I happen to understand too. He turned to look serious, however, since you still remember your mother's love for you, I can give you a chance now. Either you leave my sister's body now and give it back to her, if you can't do it, then obediently capture it and take the initiative to sleep. When I reach the realm, I will naturally have a way to separate your souls and go your separate ways from now on. What do you think? What Ling Yun said was extremely serious and convincing. And the method he said was absolutely feasible, and it was a lie. Just kidding, the other party is the one who will chase him to death regardless of the 9 days and 10 places, and separate their souls? The other party's soul, Ling Yun will destroy it for her no matter what, and must make her true deity incomplete, and pay a heavy price. Of course, what Ling Yun said above is all the truth, but they are not speaking to the female fairy soul, but telling the suppressed Lingyu that she is very safe now, and Ling Yun has plenty of ways to save her. Let her not be afraid. Sure enough, Ning Lingyu sneered as soon as he heard it. Ling Yun, you can use this kind of nonsense to deceive anyone, but to deceive me, it is simply nonsense. Then she suddenly lowered her head and said in a very unwilling tone, I take the initiative to admit defeat in this battle. But it is absolutely impossible to fall into a deep sleep, but I can guarantee that from now on, I am willing to stay by your side until the realm surpasses me, has the absolute strength to crush me, and then go to hell. All of a sudden, the 33 body-protecting golden lotuses around Ning Lingyu disappeared at the same time, and all of them turned into golden fairy aura and sank into her body. Yunjian rushed out between the eyebrows at an unbelievably fast speed. The white light was blazing, and it turned into a huge fairy sword, straight for Ling Yun's head. At this moment, the two are 10 feet apart. And obviously, Zhang Yunjian's current power is at least 10 times stronger than when it first appeared, and its speed has also increased by 10 times. Ning Lingyu actually urged the dragon and elephant's magical power to the limit, directly activated 10 times the combat power, and wanted to kill Ling Yun. This was her last blow. Yun Zhongjian had already locked onto Ling Yun, and she was full of confidence. Even if Ling Yun urged the dragon and elephant power now, it would definitely be too late. Even nascent soul realm might not be able to react at such a speed. Ling Yun really can't react, not only can't react, but he has put away all the magic weapons except the fairy whip and the fairy binding rope in his hand. It is meaningless to use the xuanhuan sword with 10 times its power. Maybe before the Dragon Emperor's magic sword rushed out of the eyebrows to protect the Lord, he would be hit back into Ling Yun's head by the cloud-chopping sword, and the sword's energy would explode, and Ling Yun would only die physically and mentally. However, boom, boom, boom. 3 earth-shattering bangs in succession. The golden light is dazzling. Buddha power permeates. The khaki fairy aura is so strong that it cannot be melted away. The human emperor's pen appeared in its true form, with golden light shining brightly. It was the first one to stand in front of Zhenjian, and was knocked into the air. The Bodhisattva, the supreme treasure of Buddhism, appeared silently, with boundless dharma, blocking the way of Zhongyun's sword, but was also directly knocked away by the huge sword tip. The Emperor's book also appeared in its original form. It was a simple and huge book, extremely heavy. It appeared in front of Ling Yun out of thin air, and was stabbed fiercely by the Zhongyun sword. Ning Lingyu at the peak of the consecration realm absorbed all the fairy energy and transformed it into fairy power, and then urged 10 times the dragon and elephant divine power, and sacrificed the Dao weapon Zhongyun sword, a lore blow. It was too fierce. It is not an exaggeration to say that this sword, in terms of power alone, is already equivalent to the peak blow of the nascent soul realm sword Cultivator. This sword has split the void. The Emperor's book was also stabbed by the Zhongyun sword, but because it was too big, it was not knocked into the air, but was carried by the Zhenjian's tip, and slammed into Ling Yun's body fiercely. With Ling Yun's current defense power, even if he was not directly stabbed by the Zhongyun sword, but just hit by his Emperor's book, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Ning Lingyu saw that the Zhongyun sword she sacrificed broke through the 3 strongest magic weapons of Ling Yun. Her eyes shone with an indescribable brilliance. Finally, kill you. But at this moment, another dazzling golden light appeared in front of Ling Yun. It was a page of a golden book. The light was so blazing. The light of the magic weapon is completely covered up. Boom. Zhenjian's sword tip pointed at the Emperor's book, and it slammed into that page of the golden book. The golden book does not move at all, as stable as Mount Tai. Zhenjian was blocked. No matter how hard Ning Lingyu pushed it, the golden page remained motionless, only the golden light that bloomed became more and more prosperous. What? Ning Lingyu was extremely angry, and at the same time, her beautiful eyes burst into incredulous eyes. How can you have a magic weapon at this level? Originally, she had already made a plan. Although she was sure of winning this killing blow, if she missed it, she would directly use the 10 times more powerful Zhongyun sword to cut open this small world, and then leave calmly before making plans. She firmly believed that with her burst of fighting power at this moment, absolutely no one here could stop her from leaving. But when she saw that page of the golden book, she resolutely gave up the idea of leaving, but directly flickered, ignored Ling Yun's other magic weapons, and raised her hand to grab that page of the golden book. So fast, she caught it. However, he didn't notice that Ling Yun's figure also disappeared behind that page of the golden book. Snapped. An emerald green willow vine twisted into a twist was firmly pulled on her head. Boom. Ning Lingyu, who had pushed the dragon elephant's power to the limit, only felt a sharp pain in his soul, as if being pierced through his mind by 10,000 steel needles at the same time. Snapped. Ling Yun was holding a fairy whip in his hand, with a blank expression on his face. He came again firmly. Ning Lingyu felt that his soul suddenly shrank, and the sea of consciousness between his brows seemed to be hooped, and his spiritual sense froze suddenly, and disappeared in an instant. Snapped. Firmly, neither light nor heavy, the third stroke. Ning Lingyu froze suddenly, as if she had turned into a puppet all of a sudden. She just rolled her eyes desperately, then completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Lingyan didn't wait for her to fall to the ground. He waved the fairy binding rope lightly with his right hand, and saw that the fairy binding rope was like a snake, binding Ning Lingyu tightly. After finishing all this in one breath, Lingyan let out a long breath, eyes full of exhaustion, and sat down next to Ning Lingyu, who fell to the ground. He turned his head, a complex look flashed in his eyes, and finally his eyes gradually softened, and he spoke softly. Lingyu, don't be afraid, brother will take you home right away. P.S. After all, she is the strongest female fairy emperor, so there must be a lore blow. The writing is a bit strong, but in order to fill in the pit of a golden book, it has to be like this. Also, it's not that Ling Yun was unprepared for this final lore. The emperor's writings and emperor's scripts had all been laid in ambush long ago. But the Bodhisattva and the Golden Book really came out to protect the Lord by themselves, as long as everyone enjoys reading it. Xuanhuan. After resting for a while, Ling Yan picked up Ning Lingyu's Dao weapon-level natal flying sword, which was refined with pure immortal power. In fact, when Ling Yan hit Zheng Ning Lingyu with the whip for the first time, Zhang Yunjian's offensive immediately weakened, and the Emperor's book immediately gained the upper hand. When he hit Zheng Ning Lingyu for the second time, Ning Ling the rain spirit disappeared, and immediately lost contact with Zhang Yunjian. The 10 times the power of Zhang Yunjian disappeared in an instant, leaving only the instinct of the sword spirit, and the power was less than half of that when fighting with the Dragon Emperor's sword. In the next moment, Ning Lingyu lost consciousness, and the sword spirit of Zhang Yunjian was also severely injured, and fell into a deep sleep directly, falling beside Ning Lingyu. In the end, it failed to return to Ning Lingyu's sea of eyebrow consciousness. The Yunjian sword that the sword spirit fell into a deep sleep, displayed at this time, is naturally the size of the body when Ning Lingyu successfully refined it, which is about the same size as Ling Yan's Yinyang Gongqi sword, 1 foot and 3 inches in length, still dazzling white light. The eyeballs are the rays of light that flowed from the sword body. Even if ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators just stare at these white lights for a while, they are very likely to fall into them, causing their minds to lose control and affecting their Dao hearts. Xuanhuan. Ling Yan cast his celestial eye, looked at the sword body through the flowing white light, and immediately discovered the 2 large characters engraved on the sword body, which were specially engraved on the sword body at a huge extra cost during refining, and immediately endured. I couldn't help curling my lips, my scalp was numb. Don't underestimate these 2 words, only those who don't know how to do it will think it's nothing. The real masters of refining weapons know that even if they use pure immortal power to refine 2 identical flying swords, the cost will be higher than the current one. The flying sword with lettering is cheap. The reason is that when refining this flying sword, the extra 2 characters will inevitably change the arrangement of the runes and formations inside the flying sword. Can the difficulty not be increased, and it is not an ordinary multiplication, but exponential soaring. Therefore, after seeing these 2 characters on the sword, even Ling Yun had to shake his head in admiration, calling it amazing. It is worthy of being produced by immortals. Xuanhuan, don't even think about it, it must be the meaning of killing Ling Yun. However, what Ling Yun is thinking now is, does the purpose of this fairy need to be so pure? You worked so hard to refine a Taoist flying sword just to kill me? Ling Yun asked in his heart, what virtue and ability can I have to attract the favor of that supreme female fairy? Every time you go through the tribulation in the big world of comprehension, until the last time you go through the tribulation. If you fail to cross the tribulation, a trace of primordial spirit is immortal, travel to the earth, continue. Not only is GLA more terrifying than when he was in the big world of comprehension, but also the layout was made 18 years in advance, and a soul was born on the earth early, waiting for his arrival. Also, don't underestimate this trace of soul, no matter if this trace of soul is 100,000th or 1 millionth of that supreme female fairy, as long as this trace of soul cannot return to the deity's body in the future, there will inevitably be a crack in her avenue, incomplete, and the higher the opponent's realm, the greater the impact on her. Sooner or later, it will inevitably lead to damage to the cultivation base and a decline in the realm. How much hatred and hatred? I have never been to the fairyland. Okay, what about you? So Ling Yan's gaze towards Ning Lingyu was really complicated. He couldn't figure it out. With Ling Yan's current strength, he still couldn't erase the prohibition and spiritual imprint left by Ning Lingyu on the Yunjian sword, so after a little thought, he directly included it in the Taishu ring. Now Ning Lingyu has been beaten by the fairy and has completely lost consciousness. Not only the female fairy's soul, but both souls. After all, their two souls share the same head, and Ling Yun has no way to treat one more favorably than the other. If he really can, if it is done, the female fairy's soul can be extracted from Ning Lingyu's head directly, without such a hard fight. Limited to his own realm, Ling Yun does not dare to rescue Ning Lingyu now. As the saying goes, saving one is saving two, so Ning Lingyu has to pass the level of regaining consciousness, and no one can help her. As for which of the two souls recovers first, it doesn't matter at all, because as long as one of the two souls cannot be extracted or wiped out, it will not help Ning Lingyu much. But in Ling Yan's mind, it may take a long time for the female fairy's soul to regain consciousness this time. After all, she was beaten unconscious by Ling Yun while she was in the state of 10 times the power of the dragon and elephant. The damage caused by the soul, coupled with the sequelae of opening 10 times the power of the dragon and elephant, caused her soul to be seriously damaged. This situation is almost the same as Ling Yun's situation after he activated the dragon-elephant power, was struck unconscious by the golden god lightning, and after a night of fairy light shining on the clear water, there is not much difference. Ahem. The human emperor's pen is powerful, and the old man, Zongfeng, suddenly appeared in front of Ling Yun. At this moment, his figure was obviously much darker than usual, and he was ashamed, and sighed, "Hey. I didn't expect that this fairy soul did it for you. Killing you would be so crazy. You have two souls in one body, and just broke through 2 realms in a row. You have already used the dragon-elephant divine energy secret technique once before, and you dare to mobilize your whole body's immortal power to perform the secret technique with all your strength." Tonight, Ning Lingyu, the female fairy soul, activated the dragon-elephant divine power twice. The first time was to break through the Kunlun sword sect's mountain guard formation, and the second time was naturally to kill Ling Yun just now. An hour. Seniors don't need to blame themselves. Ling Yun said with a smile. The first time she used the secret method of dragon and elephant magic power, she only used 3 times the combat power at most. With her state and physique, opening the triple combat power basically has no effect on her, and I guess she must have other secret methods to protect herself, so she can open it for the second time in a short time. Ling Yun is incompetent. The bodies of the 2 seniors have only returned to the peak rank of Taoism until now. Facing a magic weapon of the same rank, if someone controls it and exerts 10 times its power, it can be matched with 10 times its power. Speed. Even if we have been prepared and ambushed in advance to wait for work, it is normal for us to be unable to resist. After all, if I am willing to mobilize 10 times the strength of the dragon-elephant god and sacrifice the dragon emperor's magic sword, I believe she will not be able to resist it, and she will definitely die. Just now, before Ning Lingyu, the soul of the fairy, made the final kill, the conversation between the two had already killed the sky. The two of them were bound to decide life and death, but it was just a question of who would make the first move. As for Ning Lingyu pretending to be unwilling to admit defeat to Yun Yun in the end, and deliberately showing weakness to Ling Yun, it was just to try to paralyze Ling Yun and improve his chances of winning before the final blow. Naturally, Ling Yin had been prepared for a long time, because this is what he thought of when he carefully formulated the battle plan, but Ling Yin has now reached the threshold of the foundation building, and there is only one layer of window paper. He broke through the environment 100% instantly. In that case, all the resources for foundation building would be wasted. This female fairy's final blow is indeed terrifying. With the power of that sword, if she uses it later to break through our little world, she should be able to leave calmly, but for some reason, she was killed. This page of the Golden Book attracts you. After you hit her 3 times, before she is completely unconscious, she still wants to hold on to this page of the Golden Book and put it in her pocket. At this time, the old man Shobin, who is a powerful tool in the Emperor's book, also came over. He pinched the golden page of the book with 2 fingers, handed it to Ling Yun, and added with a smile, "If I knew it would come out to protect you, there is no need to ambush in advance, it can resist the Taoist flying sword by itself." Ling Yun smiled and took the page of the golden book. He felt the golden light was dazzling, and he couldn't see anything else, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. The Tao artifact, the flying sword of fate, is 10 times more powerful, but it can't shake this page of the golden book in the slightest. No one can control this page of the golden book, and although the Xuanhuan sword was intercepted 3 times by the Emperor's pen, Badizi, and the Emperor's book, it was not the end of the battle, because Ning Lingyu had been using it 10 times. His divine sense is urging it. Every time Zhenyanjian is intercepted, Ning Lingyu will immediately push it to reach its peak state again. This is the reason why the 3 magic weapons can't resist Zhenyanjian, because what they are facing, all it is the cloud-slashing sword of peak power. But in the end, that page of the golden book was blocked, and it was as stable as Mount Tai without anyone in control. There is only one explanation: this must be a fairy treasure, and the grade is extremely high. The corner of Ling Yan's mouth twitched, and he put it into the Taishu ring without hesitation. Well, after breaking through the foundation establishment realm, he will try to recognize the master with a drop of blood. The blood-transforming sword, the white dragon sword, and 3 bottles of top-quality pills that can only be taken after reaching the foundation building stage. But he never expected that this page of the golden book is the strongest magic weapon that Yin Jiuyo left for Ling Yun. No wonder Yin Jiuyo gave the imperial decree that those who want to obtain his treasure must enter Kunlun to find the whereabouts of Jiuding. It turns out that this mysterious golden book is an amulet for the coffin opener. It's just that this amulet is really too strong. After receiving the golden book, Ling Yun raised his hand and put away the Bodhi seed that was blown away. Then he got up and asked, "After I came here, everything that happened here, what happened in the Kunlun Sword Sect's Mountain Guard formation? People, can't you see it?" It is more than 100 miles away from the Kunlun Sword Sect's Mountain Guard formation, so Ling Yun mainly asked whether Qi Yunzi could see it. "Don't worry, this is in our small world, which has long been isolated from sight and hearing, and no one outside can see everything here." The old man, Shobin, gave confirmation to reassure Ling Yun. "Okay then, I ask the 2 seniors to work hard for a while, and maintain this small world for a while, and I will go say hello to the people in the formation." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun retracted the fairy whip, and with one hand, he pinched Ning Lingyu under his armpit. He cast Tianzu Tong, traveled a distance of 100 miles in the blink of an eye, and came to the outside of the Kunlun Sword Sect's Mountain Guard formation. After arriving here, Ling Yun raised his hand again, removed all the large formations he had set up, and took back all the items used to set up the formations. Taishu Ring then raised his hand and lightly tapped the golden light of the mountain protection formation. "Cover. Senior, please feel free to open the door, Ling Yun has something to say." "Remember in a second." Qi Yunzi, who holds a simple small sword and controls the mountain guard array, looked up at Ling Yun, who had disappeared for a long time and then suddenly appeared, and then looked at Ning Lingyu under his armpit. "Mountain array. It has been proved just now that people can come in, and this time they stop outside the formation and take the initiative to knock on the door. It is purely polite. After the formation was withdrawn, Ling Yun hugged Ning Lingyu with both hands, stepped forward, and soon came to Qi Yunzi, and everyone from the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain. Senior, and everyone, I can see clearly that this is Ning Lingyu who attacked the Kunlun Sword Sect's mountain guard just now, and is also the one who slaughtered the 9 sects of your Kunlun Mountain. I have knocked her out now, and brought her here. Without waiting for others to speak, Ling Yun continued, she is my sister, and she has indeed committed a terrible mistake. I will never shirk this. But first, I want to explain to you here that my sisters, that's why I did such a thing. As a brother, I didn't know what was going on before tonight, but after the battle just now, I think there should be a very special problem in her head. As for the end, what is the problem? Even I can't figure out the situation in a short time, so I can only knock her out first, and then try to find out the reason. In order to save unnecessary trouble, Ling Yun gave a simple explanation as soon as he came up. Of course, what he said was the truth, but it was very general. This was just a reason to appease them. In a word, these days, my sister attacked the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, and indeed killed and injured many people from each major sect, and caused huge losses to all sects and sections. For this account, Ling Yun is willing to bear it all. You can all be blamed on me, Ling Yun. If you want revenge, you can do it now. After Ling Yun finished speaking in one breath, he stood there quietly, waiting for everyone on the other side to respond. The heads, elders, guardians, etc. of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain looked at each other, as if they wanted to say something, but they all wanted others to speak first, and they themselves had to think about it. How fierce is Ning Lingyu? He single-handedly slaughtered the 9 sects of Kunlun Mountain. The killing formation of the Kunlun Sword Sect's Mountain Protection Formation could not kill her at all, but was easily broken by her. Jingdan swordsman Qi Yunzi was stabbed by her flying sword. After returning, he personally took control of the Mountain Protection Formation, and he dared not say that this place is as solid as gold. He has a natal flying sword of the Taoist level. If Ling Yun hadn't come, I'm afraid that everyone here, including Qi Yunzi, would have died long ago. How could it be possible to stand here safely and listen to Ling Yun? But now? That invincible female devil had already been knocked out by Ling Yun, and was tightly tied up, lying quietly in Ling Yun's arms. Ever since Ning Lingyu was hit in the head by Ling Yun's punch and she ran away in stealth, no one here knew what happened afterwards, but before that, the life and death battle between the two outside the mountain guard formation, here most of the people here have seen it with their own eyes. The terrifying magic weapon confrontation and the dangerous close combat are definitely not fake. Ning Lingyu even wanted to kill Ling Yun. If she said that there was nothing wrong with her head, who would believe it? Ahem. Everyone, be careful. Be careful with your words. Suddenly, Li Jiangang suddenly flew into the air, 2 meters above the ground. He turned to face the people from the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, and shouted loudly. Everyone must think carefully, Ling Yun saved us just now. Li Jiangang was very anxious at the moment, the atmosphere just now was too oppressive. He was really afraid that someone with a bad brain, or a stupefied young man with no eyesight, would suddenly open his mouth and say something about revenge for the murderer. According to Li Jianan's understanding of Ling Yun in the Battle of the Fumo Conference, he has 100 reasons to believe that whoever speaks that kind of words will die, and he will be instantly killed on the spot, and there will be no chance to speak. Ling Yun just said a lot in one breath, and the words in the scene were beautiful enough, and he explained Ning Lingyu's abnormal behavior, and said that he had to bear it all, and those who had revenge could take revenge. But he didn't say that he would fight back if he wanted to hit or kill. Is it possible that Ling Yun will not fight back? No, if anyone made him feel unhappy, he would absolutely ignore it. This one in front of him is the real god of killing. It is no exaggeration to say that now is the real life and death moment of the Kunlun sword sect. If it is not handled properly, and Ling Yun's thoughts are slightly skewed, he will really take action immediately and raze this place to the ground. So can Li Jiangang not be in a hurry? He is standing in the air now, winking and gesturing at everyone. I, Li Jiangang, am ashamed to be the head of the Kunlun sword sect. It's been saved. If everyone is willing to trust me, Li Jiangang, how about letting me handle this matter with full authority? In this catastrophe on Kunlun Mountain, I was able to survive by relying on the two masters of the Kunlun sword sect to preside over the formation to protect the mountain. We, the martial spirit sect, are willing to hand over this matter to the head master Li. Zhu Tai, the head teacher of Wu Lingzong, was the first to speak. When Ning Lingyu broke through the formation earlier, he was seriously injured. After taking Qi Yunzi's elixir, his injuries have been relieved a lot and he can speak. Zhu Zhangjiao is right. Everyone has talked about it from the beginning. No matter what the outcome is, everything depends on Li Zhang. Now it is natural to change it at the Dragon Boat Festival. Shi Wangzong taught Wang Bao, with a big spear in his hand, and with the rest of his eyes. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Guang quickly glanced at Ling Yun in front of him, and said immediately. Yes, it's all up to sect leader Li. Someone started it, and it will be easier to deal with later, because every leader can hear Li Jianong's voice. Ling Yun is not as easy to talk as you think, but shut up and don't cause trouble. Okay. Now that everyone has said that, then I will leave it to my ancestor and I to discuss with Ling Yun. After this matter is over, I will definitely give you a reasonable explanation. Fearing that his qualifications were not enough, Li Jiangang decisively pulled on his master Qi Yunzi. But now, it's getting late, and many people were seriously injured just now. I think everyone should go back to their respective guest rooms to recuperate. How about that? Li Jiangang hurriedly found a reasonable reason, let everyone go back to the room first, and left here. After all the people dispersed, Li Jiangang breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and smiled at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, it's dark and dew here, so it's not a place to talk. Now that you've come to the Kunlun sword sect, after all, I am also the master, why don't we change places and temporarily settle down with Ling Mei, and then we have a long talk, what do you think? Of course it's up to the customer. Regarding Li Jianong's outcry just now, Ling Yun wanted to laugh a long time ago, but he really couldn't find any faults and was very satisfied. Seeing that Ling Yun agreed, Li Jiangang immediately turned his head to look at his ancestor. Master, what do you think? Since Ling Yun came in, Qi Yunzi has never spoken again, because Ling Yun's appearance this time is obviously to deal with the aftermath, in order to resolve the grievances between Ning Lingyu and the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain. He is now representing Kunlun, it is really inconvenient to say more. Seeing that Li Jiangang dared to take the initiative, Qi Yunzi admired this disciple in his heart. Although he took advantage of him, he was able to take care of things after all. It's up to you. Qi Yunzi casually threw the quaint little sword in his hand to Li Jiangang, and nodded. Therefore, Li Jiangang led the way, first found a secluded guest room, and asked Ling Yun to put Ning Lingyu away, and then took the two of them straight to a secret room of the Kunlun sword sect, and after some politeness, they each sat down. After the three of them were seated, Ling Yun's spiritual thought moved, and immediately many spirit stones flew out, and a small imperial formation was set up to prevent others from visiting and eavesdropping. Qi Yunzi was not surprised to see Ling Yun setting up the formation casually, because this is a common thing in Kunlun, but after the formation was completed, he deliberately sensed it and found that there was nothing abnormal, so he asked in wonder, I don't know what kind of formation you have set up just now, little friend Ling Yun? Ling Yun smiled, I call it the small royal god formation. It is to prevent people outside the formation from visiting with their spiritual thoughts. It can also isolate the sight and sound, but it will not affect the people inside the formation to observe the outside. A small method is not worth mentioning. After hearing this, Yunzi opened his mouth slightly. This is really amazing. There are many formations that can be used to isolate spiritual thoughts and audiovisual, but there are very few formations that are only effective against people outside the formation, but do not affect those inside the formation. Yunzi is naturally amazed. The old man, Yunzi, was the head of the Kunlun sword sect 60 years ago, and he is also the ancestor of this kid. Without Li Jiangang opening his mouth, Yunzi introduced himself very simply. I have been in Kunlun for 60 years, and I have just formed a corps. These days, I have faintly heard the name of Lingyun in Kunlun. If you don't want to be famous, it is better to meet. My little friend's supernatural power tonight really opened my eyes. It has to be said that Yunzi is really a pragmatic person. He speaks in a clean and crisp way, and never drags his feet. All of what Lingyun wanted to ask was explained immediately. Lingyun nodded slightly when he heard this. In fact, before he showed up, he had already heard and guessed, and he already knew about it. He also admired Yunzi's style of doing things very much. It can't be this attitude. Lingyun pondered for a while. Senior Yunzi, can you represent Kunlun? Yunzi laughed and waved his hands. Little friend Lingyun's words are really flattering me. I can at most be regarded as someone sent by Kunlun to handle errands, but I definitely can't represent Kunlun. Senior, you have heard my name in Kunlun? Of course I haven't heard of it before. The first time I heard your name was after Zheng Kunlun and Li Kunlun were injured and returned to Kunlun. As for the second time, of course it was because of Lingmei. Speaking of this, Yunzi looked at Lingyun with meaningful eyes. According to the relationship between Xiao's family and Kunlun, Lingmei has no warning this time, and inexplicably slaughtered all the sects of Kunlun Mountain. It is inevitable that people will think of you. What Yunzi said was extremely cryptic. Lingyun laughed aloud when he heard it. I, and our Ling family, have a relationship with Kunlun. Seniors don't need to keep secrets, everyone can get straight to the point. Dear, this chapter is over. I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember in a second. At the beginning, in the Laoi Temple waters of Poyang Lake, Lingyun once talked about Kunlun with Yi Qingxin, but that time, Yi Qingxin mainly talked about the past grievances between Kunlun and the Ling family. When Lingyun asked where Kunlun was, Yi Qingxin deliberately avoided this topic. But she said that Kunlun is an ideal place for cultivators to yearn for. Lingyun naturally didn't ask too much. After all, he hadn't stepped into the Qi training period at that time, so the result of asking was meaningless. But now, Lingyun has reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, and can break through the foundation building realm at any time. Counting all the whole cards that can be used, his real strength can already kill Jin Dan in an instant. This is no exaggeration, because the peak battle with Ning Lingyu, the soul of the female fairy, has fully proved this point. What's more, now he also has the immortal whip, the immortal binding cord, and the mysterious golden book as a talisman. What about Kunlun? In front of him is a Jindan swordsman who has been in Kunlun for 60 years and has come out again. His strength is nothing more than that. As long as he goes one step further, breaks through the foundation building realm, and creates a foundation building realm that he considers to be the strongest, then Lingyun will have the strength to fight against Yuaning, and that's when he enters Kunlun. So now Lingyun, speaking of Kunlun, has no sense of mystery, and just wants to know as much as possible. This moment is of course an excellent meeting. Yunzi smiled. Little friend Lingyun, of course I understand what you mean when you say that. You can say whatever you want about Kunlun, but I'm still from Kunlun after all. I can say what I should and can say, I must know everything and say everything, but what should not be said, the old man must abide by the rules of Kunlun, so I can only keep my mouth shut to you, and it is useless for you to make insinuations. Lingyun. Damn, this rejection is too straightforward, isn't it? But fortunately, Yunzi didn't reject people thousands of miles away all at once, and there are still some things that can be said. Then, Senior, what can Senior say about Kunlun? Can you tell me clearly? Qi Yunzi curled his lips immediately, and said with a wry smile, I really can't. But you can ask what you want at your discretion, and I will answer as soon as I can. If I can't answer, I have no choice but to keep silent. Okay. Ling Yun didn't want to force others to be difficult. So far, except for Qi Yunzi, no one from Kunlun is willing to talk to him like this. What more bicycle do you need? Master, please have some tea. At this moment, after entering the room, Li Jiangang, who started to walk quickly and kept busy, came over with the brewed tea. First, he offered Qi Yunzi a cup, and said respectfully, Ling Yun, please drink some tea too. After Qi Yunzi took the teacup, Li Jiangang immediately handed Ling Yun another cup. Thank you. Ling Yun took the tea, thanked him first, and then looked at Li Jiangang with a smile and said, Master Li, I almost forgot the business. I think we should settle the business first, shall we? Li Jiangang sat opposite Ling Yun with a smile. Without restraint, he said calmly, that's fine. Since you said that on behalf of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, you will discuss with me about resolving the enmity between my sister and them, then you can tell me your thoughts, or just ask for it. Ling Yun didn't have time to beat around the bush, so he chose to go straight to the point. There is no request. Li Jiangang obviously already has a plan in mind. As long as you can guarantee that your sister will not attack the major sects of Kunlun Mountain in the future, and everyone can live in peace, after you leave here, I will have a way to make them give up the idea of revenge, and then go back to their own homes. Shan Men, what was in the past, it will be in the future. This. Li Jianlong's words stunned Ling Yun. Ling Yun stared at Li Jiangang and said in disbelief, it's that simple? No demands? Just pretend, nothing happened? You don't even want compensation? Li Jiangang smiled wryly and spread out, your strength is there, so naturally you can do whatever you want, what request can I make? I have tried my best to save their lives, and I have a clear conscience. What else can I ask you for? Ling Yun was very embarrassed when he heard this, and touched the back of his head, thinking that Li Jiangang made me beat me up like this? What kind of attitude is this? Lay down obediently, whatever? To put it this way, wouldn't everyone be able to enter with swordsmen in the future, let the horse go to Nanshan, and be friends? Ling Yun turned his head and looked at Qi Yunzi next to him, only to find that his old god was there, with his eyes closed and rested, completely out of the way. No, there must be a big pit, and you must not be fooled. Ling Yun thought for a while, and said seriously, Master Li, there is something, I might as well tell you in advance. I think you should be able to see that I will enter Kunlun in a short time. I heard that your Kunlun sword sect is the Kunlun sect. Since the other party is so frank, Ling Yun must speak clearly first. This is called villain first, gentleman second. Just because you don't ask for anything, you can't feel that I owe you a big favor, and I'm embarrassed to enter Kunlun. After hearing this, Li Jiangang turned his head to look at his master, and then said to Ling Yun, you are right, I can see that you will enter Kunlun sooner or later. But that's your business. If you enter Kunlun, it's my responsibility. If you can stop it, you can stop it. If you can't stop it, there is nothing you can do. I only hope that if my Kunlun sword sect insists on blocking you. Big smiley face, remember in a second. When it's time, you can show mercy to my disciples of the Kunlun sword sect. Facing Ling Yun, Li Jiangang is now really counseled completely. His implication is that our Kunlun sword sect is responsible and must do what should be done, because he wants to give Kunlun an explanation. But the strength gap between the two sides is too great. Just don't kill us all when the time comes. Don't kill people if you can. You enter your Kunlun, and I also do my errands. We must have a tacit understanding. Qi Yunzi next to him still kept his eyes closed, expressing that he didn't hear or see anything. Ling Yun laughed. Don't worry, Headley, I can guarantee that when I enter Kunlun, first of all, I won't force you to tell me the location of the Kunlun gate. Secondly, I'm afraid that even the two immortal masters guarding the Kunlun gate will not be sure. Know how I got in, and make sure it's quiet. Li Jiangang raised his eyes. A gentleman? Ling Yun smiled resolutely. A 4-horse is hard to catch. Li Jiangang stood up. That being the case, let me, on behalf of the major sects of Kunlun Mountain, guarantee that my sister will attack the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, and we will all be safe and sound from now on. Ling Yun also stood up, and said seriously, okay. From now on, I don't care whether your Kunlun sword sect is the Kunlun sect or not. If you want to do things for Kunlun, as long as you don't come to trouble me, I will keep your Kunlun sword sect safe and sound. Worry, and even from now on, the sect will prosper. Li Jiangang is a coward, but this matter has been handled absolutely beautifully, and this gift to Ling Yun is really not small. After all, Ling Yun also holds the status of the Great Elder of the Huaxia group. With such a big incident happening in Kunlun Mountain, with his current status, he has to give an explanation to all parties. Even if he just goes through the motions, it will take him a lot of time and energy. But now that Li Jiangang chose to deal with it in this way, it was tantamount to taking over for Ling Yun and saving Ling Yun a lot of trouble. So Ling Yun immediately reciprocated, and gave the other party a reassurance. Not only did he guarantee that he would not embarrass the Kunlun sword sect in the future, but he would also ensure the prosperity of his sect. But it's not enough to just talk nicely, there is a master sitting there. Ling Yun thought for a moment, took out a space ring, and put it in front of Li Jiangang. Not much to say, since the head of Li is so honest, then I, Ling Yun, can't be stingy. This is a space ring, I will give it to you. Li is the head of the sect, so it's a little repayment. This interspatial ring should have a space of 10 meters square. It will be much more convenient for sect leader Li to go out and walk in the future. Li Jiangang was dumbfounded. Look, the road has widened, right? There is nothing to do here, just expressing some kindness to Ling Yun, and a treasure of the cultivation world has arrived. Space ring. This, master, do you see? Li Jianlong's speech was incoherent. He didn't dare to make decisions without authorization, and turned his head to see his master's attitude. When Ling Yun took out the space ring, Qi Yunzi hadn't closed his eyes to rest for a long time. After all, he is a golden core sword cultivator, so he doesn't need to observe deliberately, he can feel the space fluctuation caused by the ring with only his divine sense. His eyes widened at this moment. Qi Yunzi couldn't help touching his waist. It was a very crude storage bag, and it was also a magic weapon of space. There was only less than 2 meters square space inside, and tears were streaming down his face. Poor. What are you looking at? Since little friend Ling Yun gave it to you, you can just keep it. If you don't want it, just give it to me. I'm just useful. Qi Yunzi couldn't care less about politeness at this time. What's the face, shit, a space ring with such a large space, might not even have a great nascent soul realm. Ling Yun's is really too big. Li Jiangang got the approval, and took up the interspatial ring without hesitation, but he just grabbed it, and didn't recognize the owner immediately. Killed. Oh? When Ling Yun heard this, he turned his head away. It turns out that Senior Qi Yunzi doesn't have a suitable magic weapon for storage? This is my negligence. It should be fought. However, I couldn't find a suitable ring for Senior here for a while. Hey. Forget it, let's refine one for Senior directly. While speaking, Ling Yun's divine sense moved, and he directly took out a piece of Taishu stone for refining the gods, and sacrificed the Qingying Feijian to cut it for a while, then refined the stone, condensed it into a ring shape with his divine sense, and then burned the space formation. Soon, a space ring with an interior of 50 meters square was completed. We met for the first time. A small gift is not a respect, if seniors don't dislike it, why don't you wear it? Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember in a second. This. Qi Yunzi blushed, embarrassment was written all over his face, he could hardly sit still. On the spur of the moment, Ling Yun made a space ring on the spot in front of a golden core sword cultivator. This wave of operations is absolutely divine. It's flying beautifully. Qi Yunzi was dumbfounded the whole time, until Ling Yun finished making and the freshly made gray ring floated in front of him, and Qi Yunzi came back to his senses. As the saying goes, you don't get paid for nothing, you and I are just meeting each other for the first time, how can I ask for your things? Qi Yunzi, with a pair of eyes and a powerful divine sense, stared at the space ring, feeling the space fluctuations caused by it after it took shape. Only with the strong will of Jindan swordsman can he force himself to say the words of refusal. Because it is really shameless to accept it. In terms of age, he is more than 120 years old, and Ling Yun is less than 20 years old. In terms of cultivation, he is a sword cultivator at the Golden Core realm, and Ling Yun has not yet established a foundation. In terms of camp, no matter what he said, he was from Kunlun, and Ling Yun was from the Ling family. And even if you don't care about these things, when everyone just sat down just now, Ling Yun just wanted to ask him a little about Kunlun, but he refused politely. As a result, now, he didn't tell Ling Yun anything, but they gave him such a precious magic weapon of space, how could he have the nerve to accept it? Do you want to have this old face in the future? What did Senior say? When Senior went out to kill my sister just now, he showed mercy a few times. I can see it clearly. Ling Yun said with a smile. How did you see it? Qi Yunzi was a little surprised and asked in shock. It's just some small ways to hide your whereabouts, it's not worth mentioning. Ling Yun smiled casually. Qi Yunzi was completely speechless. A cultivator who had not yet established a foundation, used a concealment method, and even concealed the divine sense of a golden core sword cultivator. Where can he reason? The key is. Ling Yun can still see it, which obviously shows one thing: Ling Yun has a very clear understanding of his current real combat power. That's just a matter of my personal sense of proportion and principles of doing things. It can't be counted as any credit, and it's the benevolence of this thought that saved my life under your sister. What else can I say? Qi Yunzi told the truth, couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, then shook his head and said, So, I can't rely on this to ask you for such a heavy gift. Ling Yun laughed happily. Senior, this space ring has a space of 50 meters in length, width and height. Hiss. Qi Yunzi stood up in shock. His complexion changed drastically. OMG, so much space? Qi Yunzi was so shocked. The masters of the Kunlun sword sect who have lived for thousands of years in the nascent soul realm don't even have such a large space in their magic weapons. As far as he knew, the storage bracelet worn by the current headmaster of the Kunlun sword sect seemed to have a space of only 16 meters. And it's a bracelet, as everyone in the cultivation world knows, the smaller the better for storage treasures, because the smaller it is, the less noticeable it is, and the smaller it is, the more convenient it is to wear. Ling Yun is a space ring. As long as you put it on, when you use it, you only need to move your mind, grab the letter, open the space, and you can put things in. So the value of this ring in front of me is already incalculable. It is no exaggeration to say that if Qi Yunzi took this interspatial ring and sold it without using it after returning to Kunlun, the cultivation resources he got back could be used for him to cultivate all the way to the peak of the nascent soul realm, and even enter the distraction stage. Periods are normal. And none of the above is important. What is important is that this ring was casually refined by this guy in front of him. How long did he use it? It seems less than a cup of tea, right? Also, what realm is he now? What if after breaking through the foundation establishment? What about after reaching the Golden Core realm? Since Ling Yun was able to refine the space ring, he must know the value of such a ring. Of course, he is not doing this because he is stupid and has a lot of money. Qi Yunzi knew that Ling Yun was showing the greatest kindness to him now. At this moment, whether to accept or not to accept is no longer a matter of a heavy gift, a day's amount of cultivation resources, but a choice. So, to accept or not to accept. For a while, Qi Yunzi's heart was ups and downs, his thoughts were full of thoughts, and he was in a great trouble. Ling Yun wasn't in a hurry, didn't rush, just stood there quietly with a smile on his face. It doesn't matter. Accepted, save a lot of trouble, and get a lot of valuable information immediately. It's okay if you don't accept it, but it's just that you can't form this good relationship, so you can do whatever you want, and you won't suffer. Call. After a long, long time, Qi Yunzi exhaled a long breath, looked at Ling Yun seriously, and asked seriously, "Little friend Ling Yun, can you answer a few questions for me directly?" "Senior, just ask, Ling Yun knows everything, and he can't stop talking." Qi Yunzi nodded. "You must enter Kunlun?" "Inevitable." "Definitely." But it was not impassioned, but an affirmative sentence, which further showed Ling Yun's determination. "After entering Kunlun, do you want to kill all directions and kill innocent people indiscriminately?" Big smiley face, remember in a second. Ling Yun immediately smiled and shook his head. "I'm not a murderer." Immediately after the conversation changed, however, "Those who stand in the way will be killed." Then he smiled and added calmly, "The reason why I am willing to forge this kind of good relationship with Senior is because I see that Senior has no intention of blocking my way at all." Qi Yunzi asked again, "My Kunlun sword sect, in that Kunlun, although I dare not say it is the mainstay, but it is also a famous cultivation sect, and our current head teacher is also qualified to participate in the Kunlun conference. If you become an enemy of Kunlun after you enter Kunlun, our Kunlun sword sect can only send people out, then what will you do?" Ling Yun's expression remained unchanged. "I still say the same thing, kill those who stand in the way." So no matter whether seniors accept this ring or not, after returning to Kunlun, remember to remind your masters that when you really want to show me, you must not think ahead about the consequences of things. Then Ling Yun laughed as he spoke. "If you don't believe me, Senior, you might as well ask sect leader Li now. I think he should know me better. Under the same circumstances, do you think he will send someone to deal with me?" Therefore, Qi Yunzi really glanced at Li Jiangang. Li Jiangang shook his head like a rattle. "Master, deal with Ling Yun? Love whoever, anyway, I will definitely not. Worthless stuff." Qi Yunzi kicked over, and took the brand new interspatial ring, put it on his finger, and immediately recognized the owner with blood. Then there was ecstasy that couldn't be concealed. What a magic weapon! Li Jiangang didn't care about dodging, so he naturally put the ring on his finger immediately, and completed the recognition of the Lord with a drop of blood. He was also unconcealably ecstatic. "Let's sit down and drink tea." Only then did Qi Yunzi greet Ling Yun, and sat down again. When he sat down again, his face had changed color. Well, what he was like after seeing the god of wealth is what he is now. Ling Yun naturally responded with a smile, and the expression on his face at this moment was that of being in a panic. "Actually, I know I'm asking a little too much." It was Qi Yunzi who spoke first. "You didn't kill anyone here tonight, so after you enter Kunlun, you won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. This is obvious." "Senior, I'm overwhelmed." Ling Yun was very humble. Qi Yunzi glanced at Li Jiangang. "Disciple, you have finished your business, and your baby is here. What are you doing here? Are you free?" "Ah? Oh. Thank you, Master, for reminding me that there are indeed a few important matters that need to be dealt with outside the disciples, so let's talk slowly." After finishing speaking, Li Jiangang left the secret room in an instant, leaving the room to the two of them. After he went out, he didn't believe in evil, and immediately used his divine sense to investigate the secret room, but found that he couldn't see or hear anything, so he shook his head and marveled at Ling Yun's words. "Little friend Ling Yun, you can just ask what you want to ask now. But let me tell you first, I really can't answer you about the secrets of Kunlun. This is called cannibalism with a short mouth and shortness in taking others. If you take someone else's treasure, if you still put on a show, then you are committing suicide. Don't worry, senior, there are not many problems." Ling Yunxin secretly smiled. He just wanted to know some basic situation of Kunlun. Qi Yunzi actually acted like he was facing a big enemy. Then Ling Yun started to ask. "Where is Kunlun? A small world? A paradise? Or a huge secret place?" Unexpectedly, just this first question, Qi Yunzi's answer took Ling Yun by surprise. Qi Yunzi shook his head slowly, "None." Then he said, "Kunlun is not small, but huge. It is a huge world. In order to explore its boundaries, Kunlun once flew with all his strength in one direction for more than 10 years in order to explore its boundaries, but he could not reach its boundaries." Ling Yun's head buzzed at that moment. According to this, how big is Kunlun? It seems that it is not much smaller than the great world of cultivation. After Qi Yunzi finished speaking, he stopped on purpose, and glanced at Ling Yun with a playful look. "How is it? Can't think of it?" As soon as Ling Yun thought about cultivating the big world, he had already calmed down, but he still admitted frankly, "I really didn't think of this. I always thought that Kunlun was just a small world not much bigger than the Earth." Hee hee. Qi Yunzi couldn't help laughing, because he thought so before entering Kunlun, and not only him, most people would think so, subconsciously feel that Kunlun's space is very small, and it is absolutely impossible to be bigger than the Earth. "Xuanhuan, have you heard of it?" Qi Yunzi asked Ling Yun again, and when he saw Ling Yun nodding, he said seriously, "For countless years, people living in Kunlun have already reached a consensus. The world described in Xuanhuan is Kunlun. Because the Aborigines in Kunlun call Kunlun the Great Wilderness, and those of us who entered from the Earth call Kunlun the world of mountains and seas." "Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading." Big smiley face. "Remember in a second. Thank you for your guidance, senior." Ling Yunxin said, "If this is the case, then it is really necessary to study the classic of mountains and seas. Then the spiritual energy density in Kunlun?" He immediately asked a new question. "There are places where the aura is extremely dense, but there are also places where it is relatively thin. But on average, the density of the aura inside is at least 100 times that of the Earth. It is indeed an ideal training place for us cultivators." Ling Yun was very excited when he heard that the spiritual energy density is more than 100 times that of the Earth, although it is still not as good as the great world of cultivation, but it is not too far behind. Of course, as long as it's enough for him to ascend, the rest doesn't matter. The level of civilization in there? After hearing this, Qi Yunzi showed appreciation. "That's a good question. You have asked this, which shows your true heart. I am relieved." Then he replied with a smile, "In Kunlun, there is a country, including domestic scholars, farmers, businessmen, but more of them are barbarians who drink blood. After all, Kunlun is too big and has everything you need, but it doesn't have the technology on Earth." Ling Yun's heart moved. "Are there any monsters?" Qi Yunzi glanced at him and asked back, "What do you think?" Ling Yun resolutely shut up. This question is really superfluous. Among the cultivators in Kunlun, what realm has the highest cultivation level reached? This is definitely a question that Ling Yun is concerned about. All I know is that there are great masters in the transcending tribulation period, but most of them have retreated for many years, and very few of them can see it, so I just heard about it. Hearing that there is a big boss in the tribulation stage, Ling Yun was faintly excited, but wondered, could it be that there is no one who has successfully passed the calamity and has reached the Mahayana stage or the ascension stage? Qi Yunzi shook his head bluntly. I have been in Kunlun for 60 years, and I have never heard of anyone who has reached this level, but... What? However, I have heard that there are many big monsters of this level, mountains or lakes that monopolize thousands of miles. Those places are all treasures with the strongest aura, treasures of heaven and earth, and spirit stones and spirit veins are everywhere, countless. Ling Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. If this is the case, Kunlun is simply a replica of the great world of comprehension. Hometown is close at hand. Qi Yunzi keenly noticed that Ling Yun was obviously getting more and more excited, and he was suddenly very surprised. Kunlun is so vast, and unrivaled monsters are rampant. You are not worried at all? Ling Yun laughed aloud. Senior, aren't you in a hurry? I haven't entered yet, so what is there to worry about? Qi Yunzi. Yes, Ling Yun is still on the earth now. When will he enter, and whether he will be able to enter, are still unknown. I asked him what he was doing. Qi Yunzi suddenly felt vigilant, because after the communication between the two of them, he found that he was unconsciously looking forward to Ling Yun's entry into Kunlun. As for the reason, it is naturally because of Ling Yun's realm, and the terrifying strength that is far beyond his realm. If the grievances between the Ling family and Kunlun can be resolved, this Ling Yun and those members of the Ling family will immediately become the top combat power of the Kunlun human race. However, thinking of Kunlun's prejudice against the Ling family, and thinking of the big incidents that the Ling family caused after entering Kunlun, Qi Yunzi felt that his thoughts were ridiculous, difficult, too difficult. It is impossible to resolve grievances. Thinking of this, Qi Yunzi glanced at Ling Yun, pondered for a while, and suddenly asked, Little friend Ling Yun, the questions you asked me just now are just some basic information about Kunlun. Correct. Don't you want to know what happened to those members of your Ling family who entered Kunlun back then? Or do you not know about your Ling family entering Kunlun at all? This is the question that Ling Yun should ask the most, but he asked the sky, the earth, the east and the west, and only asked about the basic information of Kunlun, but he did not ask about the situation of the Ling family. Qi Yunzi couldn't hold back any longer, so he asked wonderingly. Damn, after all the talk, we finally got to the point. Ling Yunqin said, How could I not want to ask about the situation of our Ling family, but you were so vigilant in the beginning. If I asked rashly, and you kept silent, wouldn't it be nothing for me to fetch water from a bamboo basket? Our Ling family entered Kunlun 40 years ago. As the head of the Ling family, I naturally know about it. Ling Yun's face was full of sincerity, but didn't Senior say it repeatedly at the beginning? Some questions were inconvenient to answer. I was afraid that after asking, Senior would answer no, and if he didn't answer, it would be very embarrassing, so I simply refrained from asking. What Ling Yun said was of course the truth, but what he said was beautiful, bright and caring, completely like I was really thinking of you all the time. Just to get an answer. It doesn't matter what happens to you in Kunlun, if you know it in advance, so what if you don't? At that time, Ling Yun only needs to go in and wander around to figure it out. After all, not to mention Kunlun, even on the earth, Ling Yun also has many hidden places that he has not explored, and he does not understand. It's none of your business. Ling Yun asked about Kunlun, but in the end it was the Ling family who cared about him. At this moment, he remained calm, but he had pricked up his ears, wanting to hear what Qi Yunzi had to say. It's all right. It's not difficult. Unexpectedly, Qi Yunzi waved his hand and said with a smile, You Ling. Big smiley face, remember in a second. It is an ironclad fact that the family is in Kunlun. The entire boundary of the Kunlun Eastern region has long been known to everyone. It's just that your Ling family and the mainstream cultivation world in the entire Kunlun Eastern region are indeed incompatible with each other. Ling Yan's heart was shaken when he heard it, but he didn't speak. He didn't want to interrupt Qi Yunzi's narration. As long as he was still talking, it wasn't time for Ling Yun to ask. The more you know, the better. When your Ling family entered Kunlun, I had been in Kunlun for 20 years, and I was in the throbbing period. I really couldn't meditate and retreat, so I had to go down the mountain to practice, so I happen to know more about this matter. Qi Yunzi smiled and looked at Ling Yun, with a proud expression that you have asked the right person this time. Ling Yun naturally responded with a smile, with a sincere appearance of listening attentively. The process of the Ling family entering Kunlun didn't actually lose any manpower. They just entered normally. After entering, they also got a temporary training place arranged by Kunlun. However, in less than a year, your Ling family was besieged. The cause was the piece of wood that your Ling family brought into Kunlun. A towering tree. It was that siege that killed more than half of your Ling family. Of the more than 20 people who went in, it seems that there are less than 9 left. It was after that siege that your Ling family took the Divine Willow and escaped from the temporary residence, away from the human race in the eastern region, and hid in the mountains where the monster race haunts. About 8 years later, 3 members of the Ling family walked out of the mountains, sneaked back to the eastern region, found the sects that participated in the siege of them, and started their revenge. Speaking of this, Qi Yunzi looked at Ling Yun and said a digression, I believe you understand the struggle in the cultivation world. As long as the hatred is formed and the war begins, who is right and who is wrong at the beginning, then you can't say no at all. Cleared. Ling Yun nodded silently, this is the truth. The strong are respected. The 3 members of the Ling family are extremely powerful, and they are even more elusive. They have indeed defeated several sects, but it is precisely because of this that they offended the behind-the-scenes powerhouses of those sects, and sent a few monks at the peak of the Golden Core realm to come out, hunt down and kill the 3 members of the Ling family. What I heard was that in that battle, 2 of the 3 members of the Ling family died, and only 1 escaped back. Under the siege of several Golden Core realm peaks, the name of the person who escaped was Ling Yi. At that time, he was only Golden Core realm. Ling Yan's heart moved, he didn't expect Qi Yunzi to even tell him this, and his affection for Qi Yunzi immediately increased. Ling Yi, in terms of seniority, is the same generation as Ling Lai, is Ling Lai's cousin, and is the strongest person in the Ling family's generation regardless of aptitude and temperament. When he entered Kunlun, he was just 39 years old. Like Ling Yun, they are all at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. No one thought that after Ling Yi fled back, only 5 years later, he stepped out of the mountains again, and when he appeared in the eastern region, he was already a big boss in the nascent soul realm. This time, he was the only one who took action. He not only uprooted the sects that besieged your Ling family back then, but also beheaded all the monks at the peak of the Golden Core realm who chased him back then, leaving no one left. Then, he single-handedly hit the mountain gate of the behind-the-scenes strongman who sent the Golden Core cultivator to chase and kill them, and severely injured the behind-the-scenes strongman, almost annihilated, only the nascent soul escaped. Speaking of this, Qi Yunzi sighed with a smile, no matter what, your Ling family is really bloody and can really fight. The entire Kunlun Eastern region knows this. Ling Yin remained calm, but his heart was already boiling with enthusiasm. He entered Kunlun at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, formed a golden elixir in 9 years, and broke through the nascent soul realm in 5 years. The more he practiced, the faster he was. Of course, Ling Yin also knew that this was the result of Ling Yi's cultivation of the xuanhuan mantra after the resurrection of the ghost god Lu and the opening of the Ling family's inheritance, but even so, such a terrifying speed of cultivation is absolutely unmatched by ordinary geniuses. It was also this battle that made Ling Yi's name resound throughout Kunlun. Of course he was also injured, but he left calmly and disappeared again. Unfortunately, the behind-the-scenes powerhouse who was beaten to death by Ling Yi happened to be the fellow disciples of several top-ranked juniors in the mainstream cultivation world of Kunlun. How could such a great enmity not be avenged? At the same time, Ling Yi's, the terrifying speed of cultivation naturally attracted the attention of some bosses, they attached great importance to it, and immediately thought of the huge willow tree in your Ling family. Then there is the mainstream cultivation world in Kunlun. The digital leader of the nascent soul realm, followed Ling Yi's escape route, followed the vines to find the hiding place of your Ling family, and prepared to do his best to destroy the Ling family. However, when they finally found the door, they found that there was no one there, and the huge willow tree naturally disappeared along with it. The Ling family disappeared this time, probably because they fled into the depths of the wilderness, and they disappeared for 20 years. Until 5 years ago, Ling Yi appeared again in the eastern region. Qi Yunzi suddenly stopped talking. He had already said enough. He either didn't say it, or he said it clearly. It was because of his character. Ling Yun knew very well in his heart that just now he sent 2 space rings one after another, showing his greatest kindness to Qi Yunzi. So now, Qi Yunzi told him about the situation of the Ling family in Kunlun, which was the other party's response. He knew in his heart that the other party's words had already broken the bottom line he had drawn at the beginning, and this was the greatest kindness Qi Yunzi had shown him. 5 years ago, I appeared in the eastern region again. Big smiley face, remember in a second. Ling Yun pondered, and then asked the last question, what realm? Of course, the question was about Ling Yi's state after 20 years of seclusion. Qi Yunzi could only shake his head and smile wryly. It's not that I don't want to tell you. When Ling Yi appeared in the Eastern Territory again, I was in retreat and hard training. How would I know this? However, after he entered Kunlun, he formed the Golden Core in 9 years, entered the Yuanying in 15 years, and retreated for another 20 years. I think, at the very least, he will be in the state of transforming gods. Nascent soul stage, leaving body stage, and distraction stage. Among them, the out-of-body stage and the distraction stage are collectively referred to as the transformation of the gods, which belong to the 2 stages of the transformation of the gods. Ling Yun was silent, his thoughts flashed, and what he was thinking at this time was the things that Yi Qingxin told him in the waters of Leoi Temple in Poyang Lake back then. See chapter 15:12 for details. He is confirming. Yi Qingxin once said that the Ling family had been in Kunlun for 10 years, and there was news from inside that no cultivation sect in China was allowed to recruit the Ling family as disciples. At this time, it corresponds to Ling Yi's 9-year-old golden pill and taking 2 Ling family members to the eastern region for revenge. Another 6 years later, news came out again from Kunlun, directly ordering that if a cultivator appeared in the Ling family, he would be killed. At this time, it corresponds to Ling Yi's 15-year entry into the Yuanying, who beat those at the peak of the Golden Core realm and the strong men behind them to death, and only escaped from the Yuanying. Ling Yi's prestige resounded throughout Kunlun, the Ling family's inheritance Ghost Willow, and the Ling family's terrifying cultivation speed aroused the vigilance and fear of the Kunlun bosses. That's why Kunlun meddled in the secular affairs of the earth and prevented the Ling family from cultivating the truth at all costs. What Yi Qingxin originally talked about was the result of what the Ling family suffered on earth, but now Qi Yunzi talked about what happened to the Ling family in Kunlun for 40 years. The timing is exactly right. Everything came to light, and Ling Yun fully understood. Ling Yun smiled brightly. So, what about now? After all, your surname is Ling, and because of the relationship between Ling Mei and you, I did ask some questions about the current situation of the Ling family before I came out this trip. After Ling Yi reappeared in the eastern region 5 years ago, he led the Ling family to the extreme eastern sea in the eastern region, occupied a huge mountain range by the sea, and marked out a 20,000-mile radius of strength. The forces are divided into courts, and they will not fall behind. Your Ling family in Kunlun is now headed by Ling Yi, and there are also 2 nascent soul realm, and 3 golden core realm peaks, dominating one side. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Hearing this, Ling Yun was already at ease. After calming down a bit, Ling Yun stood up, straightened his clothes, looked serious, bent over and bowed to Qi Yunzi. Thank you, Senior, for being willing to tell me frankly. I, Ling Yun, and our Ling family, will definitely remember the kindness we have done to you today, and will never forget it. The Ling family has been in Kunlun for 40 years, and Ling Yun is naturally grateful to finally know their situation in Kunlun today. Qi Yunzi hurriedly got up to return the salute. Little friend Ling Yun is serious. Although I am now a Jindan sword cultivator, in Kunlun, I am actually just an insignificant person. I can tell that with your strength and means, it's only a matter of time before I really want to know about the situation of the Ling family in Kunlun. Speaking of which, I'm just doing a favor. Qi Yunzi was telling the truth. Of course he knew that the two immortal masters of Kunlun, Wang Kunlun and Zhao Kunlun, were still in Ling Yan's hands at the moment. Don't they know what they want to ask? Besides, although you said it easily, I, Qi Yunzi, know exactly how much your interspatial ring is worth. As the head of the Ling family, it is a human being to inquire about the situation of the Ling family in Kunlun Nei. It's normal, it's a matter of course, what can I hide? Qi Yunzi was extremely sincere, and explained the reason why he was willing to confess frankly from the perspective of human feelings, without any affectation. Ling Yun laughed it off. Senior, I have a general understanding of the matter of Kunlun, and I don't need to ask about the others. However, there are two major issues that will be solved with the participation of sect leaderly. Do you think so? Qi Yunzi nodded and smiled, then turned his head and called out, Disciple, the tea is cold. Li Jiangang came in response. How could he be in the mood to deal with anything? Just now, he has been outside studying the space ring he just got. He collects whatever he sees, puts it in, throws it out, and has a great time playing. Master, let me make tea for you. No, sit down and talk. Qi Yunzi smiled and motioned for Li Jiangang to sit down directly. Leader Li is invited to come over to discuss two things with you. Ling Yun didn't beat around the bush either. Straight to the point, the two Kunlun gatekeepers were indeed restrained by me, and I did knock them out and throw them in a ravine to the northwest here, but before I came here, I set up a formation, and the formation, there are guards inside. Hearing what Ling Yun said, Qi Yunzi and Li Jiangang slapped their thighs at the same time, looked at each other, and said in their hearts that they were too busy talking, and even forgot about it. Ling Yun smiled and said, In order not to affect the relationship between your Kunlun sword sect and Kunlun, I would like to ask one of the two to come with me and bring them back before I leave. Qi Yunzi immediately continued, I will go later, I just have something to say, and I have to tell them. Don't think that being the gatekeeper of Kunlun can ride on the head of my Kunlun swordsman to gesticulate and show power. Blessed. Ling Yun nodded, and didn't say much. This is his business, it has nothing to do with him. As for the other matter, I have to trouble Headley. Although my younger sister was knocked out by me, in the past 7 days, she led the Ning family to attack several major sects in Kunlun Mountain. Apart from the ones she killed, she also captured many disciples from the major sections. Up to now, there are about 200 people, and they are still alive. Now, those people are going here to a valley 300 kilometers southwest. I think, if her plan goes well tonight, she will call those people here after she captures your Kunlun sword sect. And use this place as a base, rely on them to increase their momentum, and then wait for the opportunity to attack Kunlun. This is indeed Ning Lingyu's plan, but of course it is impossible now. Ling Yun looked at Li Jiangang, the more than 200 people, most of them have already practiced magic skills, and their minds have been affected by the skills. Sooner or later, they will become demons. I want to ask sect leader Li how he plans to deal with this matter. Li Jiangang frowned deeply, and after pondering for a while, he raised his head and asked, Is there a way to save it? Ling Yun said solemnly, If you want to save their lives, you have to control them first, and then destroy their Dantian meridians, there is no other way. The lives of more than 200 people were at stake. Li Jiangang was under great pressure at the moment, and he couldn't make up his mind, so he had to look at Qi Yunzi. "Master, how do you think we should deal with it?" Qi Yunzi's face was solemn, and he sighed, "Since we have stepped on the path of evil, there is no way to redeem them. We can only abolish their cultivation and try to save their lives." Li Jiangang pondered for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth. "Then I will immediately lead the people from the 5 sects and 11 sects to that valley to settle the matter." After speaking, Li Jiangang was about to get up and leave. "Master Li, please stay." Ling Yun stopped him again. "Now there are 5 of my subordinates guarding the several mountain peaks around the valley. They are all blood clans. Headley has brought people there, but don't start to subdue demons and eliminate them. Demons' thoughts, fight them." Li Jiangang smiled wryly when he heard the words. Ling Yun, no matter when he does things, he is really tight-fisted. He said depressedly, "You're 5 blood subordinates, right? I've seen them, so you can rest assured." At the Fumo conference, Ling Yun brought 5 blood races there, and Li Jiangang had naturally seen it. "Master Li, after you take people there, you can show them the ring on your hand and say that I let you go after you meet them. If there is any accident, Headley can ask them to help." Li Jiangang. Ling Yun really arranged everything clearly. Co-authoring himself is just an errand runner. Li Jiangang had a complicated look on his face, and he said goodbye and left. Only then did Ling Yun smile and said to Qi Yunzi, "Senior, why don't we leave now to find your 2 immortal masters in Kunlun? This is not in a hurry." Unexpectedly, Qi Yunzi still sat upright, and then smiled at Ling Yun. "Little friend Ling Yun, according to my observation, I would like to ask, have you not established your foundation yet?" Senior is clearly aware of the details. This junior is still training at the peak of the 9th level of Qi, and it is true that the foundation has not yet been established. However, just waiting for this matter, I should find a place to retreat and try to break through. There is nothing to hide, Ling Yun said it very modestly. In fact, if he wants to build a foundation, he can instantly break through with just one thought. It's good that the foundation hasn't been built yet. Hearing this, Qi Yunzi seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He stretched out his hand to touch the storage bag at his waist. "Otherwise, I just received such a heavy gift from my little friend. I really don't know what to give back to you. Come and see." Before Ling Yun could open his mouth, Qi Yunzi had already held the storage bag in his hand, and with a movement of his divine sense, the storage bag suddenly opened, and a lot of things poured out. In an instant, the light flickered in the secret room, and the fragrance of medicine filled the air. Ling Yun could only see spiritual grasses and elixir of various shapes and colors, each exuding a strange fragrance, all scattered and piled up on the ground, and they piled up into a hill more than 1 meter high. In Kunlun, most of these spiritual grasses and elixir are excellent medicinal materials for refining Jiden, and even Peyuandan. The main medicine and auxiliary medicine are available. If you need Ling Yun, you can just take it. Qi Yunzi pointed to the pile of spiritual herbs with one hand, and held an emerald green medicine bottle with the other. In addition, there are 12 ready-made foundation building pills here. Even if they are within Kunlun, they can still make people feel better. The monks at the 9th level of Qi training directly reach the top-grade pills at the foundation building stage, but I am already at the golden pill stage, and these pills are useless to me. Be able to use them to their advantage. Ling Yun was already dumbfounded. He is a great expert in alchemy, so he can tell at a glance that what Qi Yunzi said is true. The elixir and spirit grass in that place are indeed excellent medicinal materials for refining foundation building pills or even higher grade pills. All of them fell into his hands, easily hundreds of foundation establishment pills, and even the Peiyuan pill and concentration pill used in the fusion realm could refine more than 100 pills. If these spiritual herbs are collected, after Ling Yun breaks through the foundation establishment realm, until he forms the golden core, he no longer needs to search and scrape the ground. Compared with these spirit herbs, the 12 top-grade foundation building pills in Qi Yunzi's hand were nothing to Ling Yun. This is definitely a great gift. Senior, this. Seeing that Lai Xian was happy, Ling Yan couldn't say no to it for a while, because it really went against his heart. Seeing Ling Yan's appearance, Qi Yunzi couldn't help laughing. There is no need to refuse, just accept them all. The emerald green medicine bottle came out and was delivered directly to Ling Yun. Qi Yunzi said seriously, on Earth, I have been in charge of the Kunlun sword sect for more than 30 years, and I have reached the peak of the fusion realm. I entered Kunlun at the age of 63 and studied hard, and finally made some small successes and reached Jingdan. But I never thought that my chance is not within Kunlun, but outside of Kunlun. Little friend Ling Yun gave me a space ring just now. The value is immeasurable. If I sell it, the resources I get can at least reach the nascent soul realm. And the things I'm giving you now are everywhere in Kunlun. Yes, I collect them everywhere, but they are actually used for trading and exchange for resources. The lack of spiritual energy on the earth, you and I both know. I exchanged some useless things for me for priceless treasures, but it was just a little compensation. I have peace of mind, and I hope to use this to form a real good relationship with my little friend. Qi Yunzi finished speaking happily, then looked at Ling Yun with a smile. I wonder if my little friend thinks highly of me. Thank you, Senior. These spiritual herbs are indeed of great use to me, so I will accept them all. Now that Qi Yunzi has talked all about this, Ling Yun of course no longer refuses. With a big move, he opened the space of the Taishu ring, and directly took all the spiritual herbs. Since so many spiritual herbs were collected, Ling Yun didn't bother to put on a show, and calmly took the 12 Foundation Establishment pills into his bag. Let's go see those two immortal masters immediately. Qi Yunzi saw Ling Yun accepting the things, and didn't say much, but his figure fluttered, and he left the secret room first. Ling Yun withdrew the formation, took back the spirit stone, and floated out of the secret room. He first came to the guest room where Ning Lingyu was placed, picked up the unconscious Ning Lingyu, and then came out, nodding to Qi Yunzi. Senior, let's go. The two went directly to the sky. A distance of 100 kilometers is a matter of breathing for both of them, but Qi Yunzi deliberately slowed down his flying speed. He looked at Ning Lingyu in Ling Yun's arms, with worried eyes. I'm afraid Ling Mei's problem is more serious? To tell you the truth, her condition is indeed serious. Ling Yun directly admitted, I think, seniors should have roughly guessed about my sister's problem. Please keep this matter secret. Qi Yunzi was shocked and said, is it really the reincarnation of a fairy? Ling Yun shook his head. To be precise, she has two souls. There is another soul in her body for no reason, which completely suppresses her original soul, and that's why she behaves abnormally and does such things. Do you have a solution for this? Qi Yunzi became more and more curious about Ling Yun. Not yet, but after I reach the fusion state, I should be able to solve this matter. Ling Yun is very confident about this. That must be soon. A month at most. Ling Yun, there is something I have to tell you. At that time, Ling Mei came from across the border, and the lives of the mountain guards and me were at stake. I had no choice but to tell Kunlun about Ling Mei's situation. Those two gatekeepers, so that they can go to Kunlun to bring reinforcements. Qi Yunzi said embarrassingly. The meaning is obvious, he can naturally keep his mouth shut, but he can't stop the two gatekeepers from reporting the matter to Kunlun. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, Senior, there is no need to worry. Their memories tonight have already been erased. After waking up, they will listen to whatever Senior tells them. They will definitely not remember what Senior said before. Qi Yunzi was dumbfounded. Ling Yun has no plans and means, so what else is there to say? After a pause, Qi Yunzi couldn't help but asked again, Ling Yun, I see that your flying speed in the sky is not inferior to the sword cultivator at the peak of Jingdan State in Kunlun. How did you do it? To tell you the truth, seniors, the way of cultivation is extremely cruel. Whenever this junior arrives in a realm, the first thing to practice is concealment, self-defense, escape and other methods. Flight speed is the most critical one for escape, so. After Qi Yunzi heard this, he stopped talking. In fact, what Ling Yun said is very simple: cultivation and survival are the most important things. During the conversation, a distance of 100 kilometers had already been traversed, and the two came to the ravine. Ling Yun immediately waved his hand and withdrew the cloudy sky maze. "See, young master." Wang Chongxiao was meditating cross-legged on a rock, guarding the two people beside him, and when he saw Ling Yun coming back, he immediately got up. "This is Senior Kunlun Qianzi, a sword cultivator at the Golden Core realm." Ling Yun nodded and introduced Wang Chongxiao. Wang Chongxiao naturally hurried forward to greet him. Qi Yunzi smiled and nodded at Wang Chongxiao, then looked at the two immortal masters lying on the ground, and found that they were not seriously injured, so he knew that they were instantly restrained by Ling Yun, and then erased with his own technique. Memory, thrown here. As for why Ling Yun would do this, of course Qi Yunzi understood everything now. "Senior, you have also seen my sister's current condition. The breath in her body is extremely chaotic. I still need to treat her as soon as possible." Ling Yun used his divine sense to let Ning Lingyu float beside him, free his hands, and seriously bowed to Qi Yunzi. "Ling Yun bids farewell to Senior." "Okay, then let's leave it alone, there will be a period later." Qi Yunzi also earnestly returned the salute, then straightened up. "Restricted by Kunlun rules, I can't leave the range of Kunlun Mountain, so I can't send it away." Ling Yun laughed loudly. "Senior, just wait and see. I think we will meet again in Kunlun in a short time. Farewell." As soon as he said go, Ling Yun picked up Ning Lingyu again, greeted Wang Chongxiao, and the two left Yakong. After flying for a certain distance, Ling Yun said to Wang Chongxiao through voice transmission, "You go to that valley first, meet Edward and the others, and then you all watch how Li Jiangang handles the 200 people. You can go back on your own when things are over there. The Ling family in the capital, tell my grandfather and father what happened here, and say that I will go back soon." "Yes." Wang Chongxiao naturally took the order, and then asked, "Then, where's Li Piayang the Dharma protector?" "He and Li Piayang hit it off this time and have become friends now, so I asked this question. Li Piayang, let him go to Ning's house, stay near Ning's house, guard Ning's house for a while, and then wait for me to send a message." After finishing the arrangement, Ling Yun did not wait for Wang Chongxiao's reply, and directly cast Tianzutong. After only a dozen steps, he had already returned to the outside of the mountain gate of Kunlun Sword Sect, where Ning Lingyu was knocked out. "Seniors, things are over here, this small world can be withdrawn, let's go." The two spirits nodded, and immediately withdrew from Xiaoshiandi, turning into two beams of light and returning to Ling Yun's eyebrows and Dan Tian, respectively. Ling Yun let go of his divine sense, covered a radius of 100 miles, made sure that there were no omissions, went invisible, and left Kunlun Mountain with Ning Lingyu in his arms. He flew all the way from west to east. After a few minutes, he crossed thousands of miles and landed at the top of Shouyang Mountain. Looking at the time, it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning the next day. Ning Lingyu has been rescued, so Ling Yun will naturally bring her back to the Qin family and hand her over to Qin Chuyue to take care of her. But before that, Ling Yun still has something to do. Because the breath in Ning Lingyu's body was too chaotic. In order to kill Ling Yun, she took all the last 33 golden lotuses into her body in one breath, transformed them into immortal power, and then activated 10 times the power of the dragon and elephant to unleash a killing sword on Ling Yun. Now, even if Ling Yun is really killed, she is bound to suffer a serious backlash, and it will be difficult for her to return to her peak state for at least a month, not to mention that she was knocked out by Ling Yun's fairy whip, and both souls fell into a trance. Sleeping deeply, and being tightly bound by the fairy rope? Now, Ning Lingyu is already asleep, but the surging celestial power in her body is still on the verge of going berserk. There is actually a white celestial light faintly coming out of her body, and it will disperse and collapse at any time. If this happens, there will only be two consequences. Her fairy body will definitely suffer serious damage. Even if Ling Yin can restore her consciousness, she will be cut off in her practice. The other is even worse. If the fairy body collapses, maybe Ning Lingyu's soul will never recover, and she will sleep forever and become a living dead. For this kind of situation where the fairy body is on the verge of collapse, others must be helpless, but for Ling Yin, it is very simple. As long as she absorbs all the terrifying fairy aura that is running wild in her body, and then adjusts her a little bit to dredge her meridians, Ning Lingyu will naturally be safe and sound. Ling Yin sighed silently. Hey, when I found out that you were born with a spiritual body, I thought about using your spiritual body to store spiritual energy for my cultivation, but I never thought that I would use it here. Shaking his head, he first set up a cloudy sky maze, and then set up a very small space gathering spirit array around the two of them. Ling Yin gently laid Ning Lingyu flat on the ground, then lifted her back, sat cross-legged behind her, and pressed her back with both palms. Boom! The yin-yang and five-element flames instantly enveloped the two of them. For 3 full hours, Ling Yin had absorbed a lot of immortal power into his body. With his current state, he could only absorb it, but he couldn't transform it into his own immortal spirit energy. Fortunately, he had a lot of magic weapons against heaven after being introduced into Ling Yin's body. Those celestial powers were immediately absorbed and eaten up by the Emperor's pen, the Emperor's book, and even the Dragon Emperor's sword. During this process, Ling Yin noticed that in addition to the 3 magic weapons, the 5-clawed golden dragon and the miraculous dantian in his body also opened its mouth and swallowed a lot of immortal power. Of course, although Ling Yin can't use those fairy powers for his own use, when he absorbs the terrifying fairy power, those fairy powers have to go through his body meridians to his eyebrows and dantian, tempering the body with Shanli. Moreover, the physical body, meridians, dantian, and sea of consciousness, between eyebrows, have all been tempered by immortal power. Although no effect can be seen in the short term, but this time the body is tempered, and after the foundation is established for him, the future of each realm will be improved. Ascension has long-term benefits. Now, 90% of the immortal power in Ning Lingyu's body had already been sucked away by Ling Yin, and the remaining 10% was redirected by Ling Yin into her dantian meridians, which slowly circulated and wandered away. Ling Yin withdrew his palm, and then took out the 7th-level healing talisman, and began to treat her various traumas, including the sword wound on the shoulder, the fist mark on the forehead, and some damage to the head from being whipped by the Daxian, until she was completely injured. Healed, and no trace of any fight can be seen anymore. After Ling Yin finished all these carefully, the sky was already bright, the morning glow was all over the sky, and the sun was rising. Ling Yin withdrew all formations. He turned around and pressed his back against Ning Lingyu, who was still unconscious, looking far away, slightly dazed, thinking for a long time. Lingyu, don't be afraid, everything is over, brother will take you home right away. Ling Yin said this sentence again softly, then got up, hugged her soft body again, and left Shouyang Mountain invisibly. After a while, the Qin family, the quiet courtyard where Qin Chuyue lived alone. Holding Ning Lingyu with both hands, Ling Yin suddenly appeared in the courtyard, and when he looked up, he saw Qin Chuyue standing in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Naturally, Qin Chuyue didn't sleep all night. Ever since Ling Yin left yesterday evening, she has been quietly staying in this lake pavilion, waiting for Ling Yin to return. With a movement of Ling Yin's divine mind, hundreds of spirit stones were thrown out in an instant, spreading all over the courtyard, forming 3 major formations at once. The Little Imperial God Formation, the Cloudy Sky Confused Formation, and the 1,000 Chances and 9 Unique Killing Formation. Then he opened his mouth softly. Mom, I'm back. I brought my sister back. She's safe and sound. Qin Chuiyue suddenly looked back. 3 days later. Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Danxia in the clear water occupies the tiger and the dragon, and the fairy garden is hidden in the blessed land. In the middle of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Zheng Daoling, the founder of Taoism Zheng, used to refine the nine heavens god pill here. The pill is formed and the dragon and tiger appear, so Longhu Mountain got its name. When Lingyan came to Longhu Mountain for the first time, he already discovered that the soil and water quality of Longhu Mountain, as well as the rich spiritual energy here, are most suitable for alchemy, and this is an excellent alchemy treasure land. Now, Ling Yun needed to refine the elixir, so he came here without any hesitation. Although Ling Yun owns the Xuanhuan cauldron, it is the same wherever he refines alchemy, but what he wants to refine this time are two kinds of elixirs suitable for his foundation building, the best quenching body pill and the best foundation building pill. There must be no flaws, even including psychological flaws, there must be none. Anyway, for Ling Yun, coming to Longhu Mountain from the Qin family is equivalent to the time it takes for others to walk from the living room to the gate. At this moment, Ling Yun is hovering in the sky above Longhu Mountain incognito, opening his eyes, letting go of his tyrannical divine thoughts, and is carefully selecting the best place for alchemy. Good place. It didn't take long for Ling Yun to choose an excellent terrain. It was a place with a beautiful landscape, which coincided with the innate gossip. It was definitely the most suitable place for alchemy in Longhu Mountain, and no other place could compare with it. Ling Yun directly descended from the sky, observed the surrounding terrain for a while, and then used fire spar to lay down a real spirit-gathering array. First sacrifice the Xuanhuan cauldron, and then take out all the spiritual herbs presented by Qi Yunzi, as well as various natural materials and earth treasures that he had prepared a long time ago, carefully select them, sort them into categories, and put them away in order. After checking it carefully and making sure there were no omissions, Ling Yun sat cross-legged, sacrificed the fire spirit phoenix, and started alchemy. For 3 days. Before and after Ling Yun opened the furnace 9 times, no more or no less each time, only 49 pills were refined, which was in line with Dian's number. These include the 3 furnaces of the best body-quenching pill, and the 3rd furnace of the best foundation-building pill. In the last 3 furnaces, it was Ling Yun who started alchemy, and simply refined the 3 furnaces of Peiyuan pill that can only be used after reaching the foundation-building realm. 3 potions. Undoubtedly, they are all top-quality treasure pills, each with 147 pills, each packed in jadeite bottles by Ling Yun. After the alchemy was completed, Ling Yun took back the Xuanhuan cauldron, withdrew the formation, and left quietly incognito. In the evening of that day, he traveled more than 1,000 kilometers from north to south in China, and came to a very inconspicuous, but well-known small county in the history of China. Shualu. The ruins of the Yellow Emperor City. This place is the small northern city that Ling Yun has always wanted to come to. Especially after the Dragon Emperor's sword was condensed in the sea of consciousness between his brows, as Ling Yun's realm improved step by step, it became more and more solid and powerful. The level of the Quasi-Dao weapon when it was condensed, advanced to become a real top-grade Taoist weapon. But this is not the end, it's just the beginning. Ling Yun can feel that the Dragon Emperor's sword is still growing rapidly, and will continue to advance. After the Dragon Emperor's Feijian became a top-grade Taoist tool, it naturally produced the Dao Dao rhyme, and it is this Dao Dao rhyme that has been in the dark, looking forward to, and urging Ling Yun to come here. Especially in the battle with the female fairy Sol Ning Lingyu a few days ago, the Dragon Emperor's sword failed to gain the upper hand in the fight with Zan Yunjian. The sword spirit of the Dragon Emperor's sword urged Ling Yun to come here as soon as possible. It was even more urgent, almost making it impossible for Ling Yun to practice quietly. Moreover, not only the Dragon Emperor's magic sword, but also the Human Emperor's brush and the Earth Emperor's book, are also in daily exchanges, and from time to time they express the meaning of asking Ling Yun to come here as soon as possible. That's why Ling Yun came, because he felt that the time was ripe, not only because of the expectation and urging of the three great weapon spirits, but also because this was the place he had chosen long ago to break through the foundation. He came to build the foundation. As soon as he arrived here, Ling Yun immediately knew that he had come to the right place. Ling Yun was extremely shocked. Because the various auras here are really too powerful and thick, and the amount of them is not enough to describe them. Among them, the purest dragon aura and imperial aura are naturally the most blazing, water aura, fire aura, and even the terrifying blood evil aura and murderous aura are permeated. At this moment, Ling Yun was standing outside the gate of the ruins of the Yellow Emperor city. Of course, he knew where the dragon aura and imperial aura came from. Huangdi City, also known as Xuanhuan City, is the first capital city in China built by the Zheng family, Xuanhuan Huangdi. However, Ling Yun also knew the origin of the terrifying blood-bale energy and murderous energy. Battle of Banquan. Battle of Zhuolu. In the period of the three emperors in ancient times, this was not only the ancient battlefield where Huangdi and Yendi competed for destiny, but also the ancient battlefield where the Yanhuang allied forces joined forces to fight against Qiu's army after Huangdi defeated Yendi. One of the most famous battles in Chinese history is the Battle of Zhuolu. In the end, the Yanhuang coalition forces defeated Qiu's army. Qiu's Jiuli tribe was defeated and fled to the south. This war ended the history of the tribal era, and the Chinese nation was formed from this, with a long history. From then on, people respected Xuanhuan Yellow Emperor as the ancestor of the Chinese nation. Since the various auras around are too strong and spiritual, ordinary people can't feel anything, but with Ling Yun's current state, he can even see those auras, and he can transform into various human forms from time to time. In the bloody battle, they won and lost each other, and after the loser was dispersed, they turned into spirit energy again, and after a while, they condensed into another form, and it went on and on again. Being in it, Ling Yun could hear the sounds of fighting, roaring, swords from the ancient battlefield in a trance, as well as the sound of ancient chariots rolling over. It's unreal, yet too real. The evil spirit of blood and the spirit of killing came from this, but no matter what, they could only swim outside Xuanhuan City and could not enter Xuanhuan City. At this moment, in the sea of consciousness between Ling Yun's eyebrows, the Dragon Emperor's sword trembled violently, making a clanging sword sound, as if it would rush out of the eyebrows at any time. At the same time, within Ling Yun's Dantian sea of energy, the five-clawed golden dragon that had been fully formed had long since left its entrenched place. In Ling Yun's Dantian small universe, it opened its teeth and claws, circled and danced, making no secret of its excitement. Ling Yun knew it in his heart. He clearly remembered that 10,000 dragon energy entered his body, his spine turned into a golden dragon, his eyebrows condensed into a sword, and his Dantian raised a dragon. All happened at the same time. The dragon aura and imperial aura in Xuanhuan City are too blazing, and the temptation to them is too great, even Ling Yun can't restrain it. But not now. It is impossible for Ling Yun to let them mess around. Although Ling Yun came for foundation establishment, he also has his own ideas and rhythms for foundation establishment, and he is not allowed to be disturbed. He has been waiting for this day for a long time in the foundation establishment realm, and he has already made sufficient preparations. This time, he either doesn't break through, and since he breaks through, he must break through thoroughly. Anyway, he has a powerful soul in the transcending tribulation period. As long as he has enough aura, he can improve his realm at will. Even if it is directly formed into a golden core, it is not impossible. So now, he is not in a hurry for this moment, so he smiled slightly, turned around and walked away. The next moment, he appeared next to Huang Diquan. Yellow Emperor Spring, also known as Banquan in ancient times, is said to be the place where the Yellow Emperor washed and bathed the body of a dragon, so it is also called Shuolong Pool. The local people also call it Black Dragon Pool, because of the legend of the Black Dragon. This spring is extremely miraculous. It does not freeze in winter, does not rot in summer, does not dry up after a long drought, and does not overflow from waterlogging. And the water temperature is constant all year round. When the water is in the spring, its color is like sinking ink, and when it is picked up, it is crystal clear, sweet and delicious, and has been flowing for 5,000 years. Not only that, but according to Ling Yun's investigation, the spring water can also moisturize the skin and cure many chronic diseases. After coming to see it in person, Ling Yun smiled at just one glance. Of course it can, because this is Ling Quan Ling Shui, and the dragon aura and water aura contained in it are extremely rich. It was late autumn at this time, the sky was already dark, the night was as cold as water, and there were no people around. With a sweep of Ling Yun's divine sense, he finally broke out of the invisible state and appeared. As soon as he appeared, the human emperor's pen Tul Ling Zongfeng, and the earth emperor's book Tul Ling Shouben also immediately rushed out of Ling Yun's eyebrows and dantian. Transformed into a human form, split Ling Yun left and right. Ling Yun, before building your foundation, you can first enter this yellow emperor spring to bathe your body, which will bring countless benefits to your foundation building. The emperor's book, the old man who kept the book said expectantly. Ren Huangbi, the old man Zong Feng, didn't speak at all. He was so anxious that he almost kicked Ling Yun in. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun shook his head slowly. No, after all, this yellow emperor spring was once the place where Xuanhuan yellow emperor bathed the body of the dragon. If I go in, it will be disrespectful. Also, during the battle of Yanhuan Banquan, the black dragon once appeared and saved the yellow emperor once. Since then, Huangdi has never bathed in this Banquan, and I don't want to make an exception. There is another reason why Ling Yun does not enter the spring water. The Yellow Emperor Spring now provides drinking water for tens of thousands of people in the 8 surrounding villages. If he goes in to take a bath, even if he is already in Wugo glass body, no matter how clean his body is, he will feel uneasy. So it is rare for Ling Yun to be pedantic. The old man Shouben saw that Ling Yun really didn't want to enter the Yellow Emperor Spring, so he had no choice but to give up. But he couldn't hold back the sharpness. It's really pedantic, it's all at this juncture, but you. Ling Yun smiled, casually. I maintain a respect for the Emperor of Heaven, and there will be no mistakes. Besides, with the 3 of us here, there are not many ways to bathe your body with the Emperor's spring water. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun took a step forward and came to the flat ground 1 kilometer away from Huangdi Spring in an instant. Trouble the 2 seniors. Zong Feng and Shou Ben immediately shot at the same time, directly separating the world. Ling Yun immediately performed the Huangquan Earth Emperor Kung Fu. The ground under his feet suddenly surged towards the surroundings like waves, and Ling Yun slowly sank into the ground. The place where he stood just now suddenly turned into a large pit with a diameter of 30 meters, a circumference of nearly 100 meters, and a depth of 9 meters. From the appearance, it is almost a replica of the Yellow Emperor Spring, which is just about to be filled with spring water. Standing in the middle of the bottom of the pit, Ling Yun released his spiritual thoughts, completely covering the Yellow Emperor Spring 1 kilometer away, silently called out to borrow water, and then cast Wanshuixian Ju. In the Yellow Emperor Spring, a pool full of spring water immediately soared into the sky, turning into a huge horse, flying towards Ling Yun. P.S. It's not that I don't want Ling Yun to enter the spring directly. The main thing is to prevent spraying, green water and green mountains, and environmental protection. You know, everyone just goes in by default. The spring water turned into a long white stream across the sky, like a river hanging from the Milky Way, and instantly came to the sky above Ling Yun's head, pouring down his head impartially. Wow! There was a loud bang. Ling Yun did not dodge, but opened his arms to welcome the spring water that fell from the sky, and was directly drenched by the cold spring water, feeling refreshed and couldn't help shouting. The spring water in the Yellow Emperor Spring was carried over by Ling Yun at once, and after pouring into the big pit, the water depth reached 2 meters, completely submerging Ling Yun. It's a pity that the big pit dug by Ling Yun is the same size as the Yellow Emperor Spring, but its depth is 9 meters, more than 4 times that of the Yellow Emperor Spring. 2 meters deep is enough. Ling Yun was not greedy, he was just about to sink cross-legged into the water, but at this moment, there was a sudden change in Huangdi Spring. Before, although the water in the spring of Huangdi Spring was pouring, it had never been in a gushing state, but after the spring was emptied in an instant, it suddenly became a gushing state, as if it had suddenly become a huge fountain. It rushed out of the spring crazily, sneered, and went straight into the sky. Accompanied by the gushing out of the huge water column, there are extremely blazing dragon aura and water aura, and they don't need to be transported by Ling Yun's magic, but they rush towards the big pit where Ling Yun is, and pour it into the pit continuously. Renhuang's pen was sharp, and the old man Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He was very annoyed at Ling Yun's pedantic behavior, but he never thought that Ling Yun's small action would actually bring great benefits. The old man Shobin was also extremely shocked, and he said after a while, Ling Yun said that he should maintain a respect for the Emperor of Heaven. It is really true. After all, he is a person who is destined to be robbed. Since he came here, it is naturally luck. The fountain in the Yellow Emperor Spring gushed non-stop, and it lasted for a full hour before it completely filled the big pit where Ling Yun was. At this moment, in the big pit where Ling Yun is, spiritual energy is permeating. This is no longer an ordinary spiritual spring and spiritual water, but a spiritual liquid that has directly turned into a big pit. Since the 9-meter-deep pool was full, Ling Yun naturally didn't need to sit down. He stood at the bottom of the pit, bathed in the full pool of psychic liquid, looked at his nose and his heart, absorbing the dragon aura and water aura that filled the pool to his heart's content. Actually, after 3 days of fighting Ming Lingyu, the soul of the female fairy, before Ling Yun went to Longhu Mountain to make alchemy, he had already adjusted his state to the peak. Consuming too much spiritual energy, now that the pool is full of spiritual liquid, he can't absorb much at all. If it is absorbed again, as long as it is a little careless, it will naturally enter the foundation building period. But it doesn't matter, Ling Yun absorbs the dragon aura and water aura now, not for himself, but directly transports those auras into the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows and the mysterious dantian, and transfers all of them to the Dragon Emperor's sword and the 5-clawed golden dragon. This process naturally takes a long time. Ling Yun suddenly had a thought. He suddenly remembered that in his Taishu ring, there was also Qinglong Chu Shui. This is a real dragon corpse. Without hesitation, Ling Yun pulled the green dragon out of the water, took it out of Taishu's ring, placed it horizontally in front of his body, and felt it silently. Sure enough, just like when the dragon's saliva was dripped up, the dragon's spiritual energy in the pool of spiritual liquid immediately began to pour into the real dragon corpse. Crack. An extremely slight sound suddenly came from the huge green dragon stone, and Ling Yun saw a very small crack on the surface of the huge stone. As soon as the tiny gap appeared, the pool full of spirit liquid and aura seemed to find an outlet to pour out, and immediately rushed into the tiny gap. Could it be that this real dragon corpse is going to recover its real body here? Ling Yun was shocked and excited for no reason. If he could have a real dragon corpse for him to visualize before building the foundation, it would be of great help to his Tao foundation. The art of visualization is originally a cultivation method that is of great benefit to the cultivation of the practitioners. After each practitioner reaches the foundation building state, he must find an object that suits his own mind and fits his own Tao. Think, and then seek enlightenment, break through, and enter the next realm. It can be said that the cultivators who have reached the late stage of Qi training continue to develop their brains through the sea of eyebrows and consciousness, and gradually let their 5 senses and 6 senses reach the subtle state. On the one hand, it is for visualization. For example, The boss of Wanfaman who has reached the enlightenment state can transform himself into a Buddha by relying on the technique of visualization. Ling Yun naturally knows the art of visualization, and now that his celestial eye and yin and yang divine eyes have been mastered, he can observe the details without distortion without waiting for him to break through the foundation-building realm. The real dragon corpse in front of me has been dead for many years, so resurrection is naturally impossible, but its dragon corpse is well preserved. Once it reveals its real body for Ling Yun to contemplate, the benefits that Ling Yun can get from building the foundation are simply incredible. Immeasurable. For a cultivator to visualize, the most rare thing is the thing for him to visualize. The only requirement is that it must be true. Not even close. De Hong and Xiao He can only be regarded as flood dragons now, not real dragons, so of course it is impossible for Ling Yun to visualize them. Crack, click, click. On the surface of the real dragon corpse, there are more and more cracks on the cyan boulder, and the cracks are getting denser and denser. It's too slow, let me help you. With a move of Ling Yun's divine mind, he used the technique of moving mountains to directly carry the real dragon corpse out of the water, then took out the magic gourd, and poured dragon saliva on the real dragon corpse. The dragon's aura pervades, so thick that it can't be melted away. This is the most extravagant time since Ling Yun got the dragon's saliva. Just now at least more than 100 caddies were poured out, sprinkled all over the dragon's body. More than 100 caddies of dragon saliva, not a single drop, poured on the dragon corpse, immediately flowed along the densely packed cracks, and quickly melted into the dragon corpse. Suddenly, Ling Yun saw that the real dragon corpse suddenly swelled up. Clatter. Countless stone flakes about an inch thick fell from the corpse of the real dragon. A real dragon with a length of tens of meters twisted and circled, lifelike, and instantly revealed its real body. Dragon body, dragon horns, dragon eyes, dragon whiskers, dragon scales, dragon claws, even, there is dragon power. Post it. This is really a big profit. Ling Yun knew at a glance that this was a real dead dragon. Using more than 100 caddies of dragon saliva to get a real dragon, even if it is dead, it is still a huge profit. In front of the two spirits, Ling Yun held up the real dragon corpse with one hand, shook off all the gravel on it, then threw it into the spiritual liquid pool with a bang, and then jumped down. Without those surface stones, the real dragon corpse no longer sinks to the bottom when it enters the water again, but sinks and floats in the spirit liquid pool, just like a living dragon. After Ling Yun entered the water, he was like an old monk sitting in the water, away from the real dragon corpse, floating up and down like an old monk, using his clairvoyance, and started his own visualization. Cultivation has no time. Once you start to visualize, time flies by quickly. After a whole day, Ling Yunfei got out of the spiritual liquid pool, took out the magic gourd, and drank the dragon's saliva. After drinking in one gulp, Ling Yun entered the pool again and continued to visualize. Another day later, Ling Yun flew out of the spiritual liquid pool again, still drinking dragon saliva to satisfy his hunger, but this time, after drinking, he took out a large ball of golden dragon blood. This is Long Tian's blood. Long Tian Feng is the real immortal dragon body. On the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival, after the demon subduing conference, Zheng and Ling Yun fought in Poyang Lake, and his wounded blood spilled in the sky. All his real dragon blood was collected by Ling Yun. Get up and take it out until today. See chapter 1510 for details. The golden dragon's blood was a big ball. Ling Yun weighed it casually. It weighed at least 2 caddies. He smiled slightly, lifted it to the top of his head. Puff. Squeeze that ball of dragon blood and pour it all over your body. Visualize the real dragon corpse, absorb dragon aura, drink dragon saliva, and pour dragon blood on your body. This is not over yet. After Ling Yun's whole body was stained with blood, he was not in a hurry to enter the water again, but took out 36 dragon roost trees from the dragon palace in Poyang Lake and threw them into the spiritual liquid pool. In the end, Ling Yun took out that top-grade dragon crystal. This is also obtained from the Dragon Palace. The top-grade dragon crystal is hundreds of times better than dragon saliva. In Ling Yun's hands, besides the real dragon corpse, it is the best dragon-related treasure. He directly threw the top-quality dragon crystal into the spiritual liquid pool, and then prepared to fly into the water for the last visualization before foundation establishment. But at this moment, Ling Yun's eyes suddenly blurred, and he found that there was a man in black in front of him. He appeared out of thin air, his whole body was pitch black, his appearance was extremely strange, his face was very long, and there were only 2 extremely long beards floating around. These are not important. What is important is that this person is full of dragon prestige. This is the real Long Wei, he is a real dragon. Although the other party's dragon power was blazing, and his eyes were cold and unearthly, Ling Yun could feel that the other party was not malicious. Ling Yun didn't need to think about it at all. He immediately knew that the other party must be the black dragon living in the Yellow Emperor Spring, at least 5,000 years old. One person and one dragon stood facing each other, with Ling Yun's golden blood pouring on his body, while the black dragon was extremely black, with big eyes and small eyes. Ling Yun thought for a long time, and felt that he should say something, so he tilted his head. Hello? Boy, you should have entered my Long Qi directly. You have to come here and cause me so much trouble. As soon as the black dragon opened his mouth, there was a powerful dragon's breath spraying on Ling Yun's face continuously. It didn't bother to hide it at all, or it didn't have this thought in its mind at all. Ling Yun scratched his head embarrassingly. That's so embarrassing. What's the use of pouring this kind of half-truth and half-fake dragon blood on your body? While speaking, regardless of Ling Yun's answer or not, he casually opened his mouth to inhale, and all the dragon blood on Ling Yun's body left him and was swallowed by the black dragon. Ling Yun. Boss, it was not easy for me to collect it back then, okay? You actually swallowed it for me? Don't know how to say hello? The black dragon looked into the spiritual liquid pool again, with disdain in its 2 dragon eyes. Also, what's so interesting about such a dead young dragon's corpse? You haven't seen enough of it after 2 days and 2 nights? The black dragon grabbed it casually again, and saw water splashing in the spiritual liquid pool, and the real dragon corpse burst out of the water, and it shrank to the size of a palm in an instant, and was sucked into the black dragon's hand. Ling Yun looked dumbfounded. Hey, this is really Xiaolong's corpse. I can't get enough of it. The black dragon glanced at the real dragon corpse, raised his hand and was about to throw it into his mouth, then paused for a moment, pondering for a while. Forget it, since you are so rare, I'd better leave it to you, it treats you a little bit better, usefulness. I thank you. Ling Yun almost burst into tears of gratitude. The black dragon casually threw the miniature real dragon corpse to Ling Yun, and then said, if you want to visualize the real body of our dragons, and comprehend the 5 elements of the dragons, although it is still a little early, it is still possible. The black dragon immediately explained why Ling Yun visualized the real dragon corpse. However, it doesn't make much sense to see them, you have to look at me. Yes. What else could Ling Yun say? He could only say yes, casually. Boss, now you have transformed into a nondescript human form, how do you want me to visualize? The person whose destiny should be robbed is the Lord Heavenly Emperor who asked me to wait for you here. I've been waiting for you for thousands of years, but it's okay, you didn't come too late. The Emperor of Heaven said that I could come after 3 sleeps, but you came after only 2 sleeps. The black dragon suddenly spoke again. Sherpatian was shocked. I will give you dragon blood for you to visualize, there is no problem. However, your current realm is too low, your body cannot withstand the pouring of my dragon blood, and your heavenly eyes can't see it. Understand my true body. I see that you have soaked here for the past 2 days, and the aura in the pool has basically been absorbed. You should pack up quickly and go to the city of Lord Tiandi to break through. After you break through, I will find out. Body. Before leaving, Heilong turned his head and glanced at the two Kailings. "Farewell, Master Long." The human emperor's brush, the earth emperor's book, and the two spirits bowed down at the same time, cautiously. "Whether the sword of Lord Tiandi can reappear depends on the two of you. If it can't be done, Lord Long, don't worry." The old man in black with a dragon face disappeared in an instant with indifferent eyes. Long? Is it really the legendary Long? The real body? After it disappeared, Ling Yun immediately asked the two spirits with his heart. Neither of the two spirits opened their mouths to answer, they just nodded imperceptibly. Long Tianfan's dragon blood has been swallowed by Long, and the real dragon corpse has been reduced to the size of a palm at this moment. It is no longer possible to visualize. So Ling Yun resolutely stopped and continued to practice. 2 days and 2 nights of non-stop visualization made Ling Yun gain a lot. The Dragon Emperor's magic sword between the eyebrows has condensed the real dragon soul. You can advance to become a magic weapon at any time. In the mysterious Dantian, the 5-clawed golden dragon is no different from a real living dragon. If Ling Yun's Dantian is compared to a small universe, this 5-clawed golden dragon is naturally the ancestor dragon of this universe. The bones of the whole body in the body are shining with golden light, shining brightly, and their hardness is no less than that of a real keel. This also made Ling Yun's golden emperor Quanglongzhan, who had already cultivated to Dzogchen, go a step further, and the golden dragon spear advanced to become a top-grade Taoist magic weapon. The dragon aura in Ling Yun's body was so intense that it could no longer hold a trace of it. It's time to build the foundation. Silently, Ling Yun took back all the treasures that had been thrown into the spiritual liquid pool just now, and took back all the Taishu rings, and then, together with the 2 great weapon spirits, they came to Huandi City in an instant. That is, Heavenly Emperor City. Now that he had decided to break through the foundation building, Ling Yun didn't have any scruples, and came directly to the Emperor City. After appearing in Tiandi City, Ling Yun swallowed the 3 top-grade body-tempering pills that he had already held in his hands without hesitation. The body-tempering pill is of course used to temper the body. This is Ling Yun's last tempering of his body before breaking through the foundation establishment realm. It's a pity that even though the top-grade body-tempering pills refined by Ling Yun are all top-grade treasure pills, they still have little effect on his body, almost no effect. This is because the physical body built in front of Ling Yun, and even the entire Qi training state, is too strong. His physical body is already the Wugo glazed body, and he is only one step away from becoming the Vitra glazed body that can roam the void. Where can the excess impurities be refined in the body? Therefore, Ling Yun took the ultimate quenching body pill. At most he wanted a psychological comfort, and it was of no use in reality. Of course, Ling Yun knew about this situation a long time ago. He didn't care about it, it was just the 3 elixir, and he ate it after taking it. In short, it went into his stomach. At the same time as taking the body-tempering pill, Ling Yun's figure flickered, and he came to Tiandi City in an instant. On the big square, in front of the statue of xuanhuan Yellow Emperor, he raised his head to look up at the statue of Yellow Emperor with a solemn expression. Naturally, this statue cannot be the true appearance of xuanhuan Yellow Emperor, but this is not important. What is important is that this is Zhuolu, and this is the Yellow Emperor City, which is enough. Xuanhuan Yellow Emperor is the ancestor of the Chinese nation and one of the 3 ancient emperors recognized by every descendant of Yan and Huang in China. The 5,000-year Chinese civilization has a long history, and it started from here. Where Ling Yun stood, the dragon aura and imperial aura were astonishingly intense. It was far from being comparable to the dragon aura of the Forbidden City, the mausoleum guarding the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, the Great Wall, and Kunlun Mountain's dragon eyes. Originally, Ling Yun thought that as soon as he stepped into the Yellow Emperor City, he would no longer be able to suppress his own realm, and would naturally break through the foundation establishment realm, because the Dragon Emperor's aura here is more than 100 times that of the outside of the Yellow Emperor city wall. He even felt a little bit regretful in his heart that the Foundation establishment pill that he specially refined might not be used anymore, but he didn't expect that as soon as those Dragon Aura and Imperial Aura entered his body, they would be immediately wiped out by the Dragon Emperor's magic sword between his eyebrows. Absorbed. Like a whale swallowing, Ling Yun didn't get any of it. Ling Yun was determined, so that he could step by step according to his own wishes, and break through the Foundation establishment realm calmly, for no other reason than to seek the most perfect Foundation establishment realm he wanted. This is not a joke, this is the foundation of building one's own Tao, and it is more related to the speed of one's cultivation before transcending the tribulation and ascending. Of course, one must strive for perfection and not leave any regrets. In the Dantian, the five-clawed golden dragon was of course even more excited after entering the Tiandi city. It wandered around in Ling Yun's mysterious Dantian, trying to absorb the blazing dragon energy, but unfortunately, it was all sucked away by the Dragon Emperor's magic sword. There is nothing left, it can't share anything. Junior Ling Yun, guided by Tao, came to pay respects to Senior Heavenly Emperor. Ling Yun held the ceremony of juniors, folded his fists, and bowed, facing the statue of xuanhuan Yellow Emperor, earnestly bowed 3 times. Then he didn't hesitate anymore, he turned around directly, sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to take things out of the Taishu ring. Now, after refining the ultimate foundation building pill, there are not many things that Ling Yun can use now, but there are still a few of the most important items. First of all, it was naturally the best foundation building pill. Ling Yun took out a bottle directly. Then there are 6 colors of chalcedony, including the 5 colors of black, white, red, yellow, and purple of super candied haws, and the green chalcedony of imperial green emerald. In fact, when Ling Yun was refining the 3 kinds of elixirs in Longhu Mountain, he had already used a lot of chalcedony of these 6 colors, and Ling Yun did not insist on the rest. Use them if you need them, and keep them if you don't need them. After all, they each have their own functions. In addition, Ling Yun had prepared some treasures of heaven and earth, elixir, and so on, which were of little significance to him now. After he thought about it, he didn't take any more. Everything's ready. Ling Yun first recited the Qingxin Ju silently, and adjusted all his states to the best. Then he opened the medicine bottle, shook his hand lightly, and 3 top-grade foundation building pills flew out suddenly, and were directly swallowed by Ling Yun. Building a foundation like this is really too extravagant. With this kind of foundation building pill, any monk who is at the 9th level of Qi training, as long as he takes one, he will be able to reach the peak of the foundation building realm, but Ling Yun swallowed 3 pills at once. Boom! After 3 elixirs entered his stomach, Ling Yun immediately sacrificed yin-yang and 5-element fire, covering his whole body with colorful flames. At the same time, he fully activated the yin-yang Ju with all his strength, and began to build the foundation. In just an instant, Ling Yun had already broken through the foundation establishment realm, and the foundation establishment was successful. After the elixir entered the abdomen, the powerful medicinal power was released instantly, and was thoroughly refined by Ling Yun with the yin-yang 5 elements fire, and immediately swam through the whole body, and finally sank into the dantian. The strong yin and yang qi in the dantian, under the action of the medicine, instantly turned into true essence. All the true energy is transformed into true essence, which is the sign that the cultivator has reached the peak of foundation establishment. After successfully building the foundation, Ling Yun had already reached the peak of the foundation building in the blink of an eye. After reaching the peak of the foundation establishment realm, Ling Yun didn't need to be as urgent as before breaking the realm. He began to stabilize the realm, and at the same time used his spiritual thoughts to refine the 6 colors of chalcedony, the most important of which were red blood chalcedony, purple chalcedony, and green chalcedony. Blood chalcedony can provide qi and blood after being refined, purple chalcedony is the king of chalcedony, and has the most comprehensive effect, while green chalcedony directly provides a large amount of life essence for Ling Yun, who has successfully established the foundation. After reaching the peak of the foundation establishment realm, Ling Yun's Sea of Consciousness also had a terrifying vision. It was the thousands of ancient characters that flew into Ling Yun's mind when he got the Emperor's book in the Tianqing. They circled and danced again, and finally arranged them in a certain order. More than half of them flew into the golden blade of the Dragon Emperor's sword. See Chapter 331 for details. After they drilled into the body of the Dragon Emperor's sword, they immediately turned into mysterious and complicated ones, releasing runes of endless avenues and Dao rhyme, which perfectly merged with the golden sword body. Now Ling Yun already knows what these thousands of ancient characters are. Most of the ancient characters integrated into the body of the Dragon Emperor's Dharma sword and turned into mysterious runes are the Imperial Edict of Xuanhuan Huangdi. The Dragon Emperor's magic sword is not enough just to have the dragon soul. Without the decree of the Heavenly Emperor, it is at best a top-grade Taoist artifact. But now, the Dao Yun on the Dragon Emperor's sword has been transformed into real fairy power. It has completed the advanced stage and has become a real fairy magic weapon. At the same time, Ling Yun already knew what the ultimate goal of his Dragon Emperor sword was. That is the ultimate artifact that surpasses immortal artifacts, the Xuanhuan sword. As for the other half of the ancient characters, they were divided into 3 parts, and after being arranged in a certain order, they became 3 ancient prose with only a few hundred characters, and then flew back to Ling Yun's Sea of Eyebrows, each according to a place location. These 3 ancient texts record the Tao of the Human Emperor, the Earth Emperor, and Xuanhuan Yellow Emperor. They are the true inheritance of the 3 emperors. Only at this moment are they revealed their true colors for Ling Yun's future practice and enlightenment. Zheng. After merging the heavenly decree and advancing to the immortal weapon, the Dragon Emperor's sword immediately rushed out of Ling Yun's eyebrows, shuttled back and forth on its own, and continued to absorb the Dragon Emperor's energy here. Boom. Boom. Until then, the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book began to release all kinds of fairy aura that he had accumulated for a long time, some of which enveloped Ling Yun, and more of it was delivered to the Dragon Emperor's sword, sparing no effort for it to absorb, a steady stream. The Renhuang pen is said to be the best in the world, but it is nothing more than a pen after all, and the Xuanhuan sword is the supreme artifact that can truly cut heaven and earth. After the Dragon Emperor's magic sword left Ling Yun's body, there was finally nothing to compete with the 5-clawed golden dragon for dragon energy, and it was its turn to frantically absorb the dragon energy from outside, constantly strengthening itself. As for Ling Yun, he is still trying his best to refine the chalcedony to stabilize his body and Tao foundation, and he has no time to care about other things. Time and space. Ling Yun smiled. This time the foundation building was the same as when he was in the great world of cultivation. His avenue was still the avenue of time and space. Time and space. If it weren't for such a great way, when Ling Yun failed to cross the catastrophe, his trace of primordial spirit would not have been able to come here at all. If it weren't for such a great way, it would be impossible for Ling Yun to create a space ring with such a large space at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. If it weren't for such a great avenue, how could it be possible for Ling Yun to use shapeshifting in the body training stage, and the flying speed in the Qi refining stage to far surpass monks of the same realm? In addition to the tyrannical skills he cultivated, it is naturally because of his space-time avenue. Because he has a powerful soul from the tribulation period, and has the experience of reincarnation and reconstruction, Ling Yun does not need to be enlightened at the enlightenment state, and immediately knows the Tao foundation he has forged. However, besides the avenue of time and space, there is another avenue, which seems to be reincarnation. Ling Yun clearly felt another way of his own, but he couldn't grasp it for a moment. Avenue of reincarnation? Is it because I came here through time? Ling Yun was a little puzzled, but he was extremely satisfied in his heart. He had just entered the foundation building realm, and he had forged two kinds of great foundations. For a cultivator, this is something that can only be met but never sought after. It is no exaggeration to say that if the current Ling Yun is thrown back into the big world of comprehension, looking at the whole world, there will definitely not be more than 3 people who can forge the foundations of the 2 avenues at the foundation establishment level. What's more, Ling Yun's 2 great avenues are time and space and reincarnation, both of which can be included in the top 5 among the 3,000 avenues. Especially the space-time avenue, the first in ancient times, second to none. After feeling his way, Ling Yun immediately felt confident. At this time, the chalcedony was almost refined, so he didn't waste any more time. Laugh. Ling Yun took out the Bodhi seed and held it in his hand. Instantly broke through the consecration realm. Consecration means enlightenment and enlightenment. After having one's own way, one can have a deeper understanding of one's own way. Regardless of Buddhism or Taoism, this understanding can help enlightened people cultivate their own new supernatural powers. The embodiment is the new spell. Although Ling Yun has 2 avenues, he is not greedy at the moment, and only concentrates on cultivating the avenue of time and space that he is most familiar with. Consecrated again, Ling Yun felt a very strange and familiar feeling at this moment, as if he was reviewing his homework, learning the new by reviewing the past, the magical methods comprehended in the consecration state before, naturally mastered it directly, and the new strange ideas, wonderful thoughts flickered in his mind like starlight. Ling Yun speculates that one of the reasons for this situation is naturally because he was reincarnated and rebuilt, and the other is another foundation of the great way of reincarnation that he forged. Of course, Ling Yun's hand pinching the Buddha's most precious Bodhi seed must have played a big role. Regarding this, Ling Yun was not in a hurry at all. He stayed in the consecrated state for 3 full days, and did not prepare to break through again until he had no new comprehension. In the past 3 days, the Peiyuan pill refined by Ling Yun finally came in handy. He took out the 3 bottles of the best Peiyuan pill, just like eating peanuts. I've eaten it all. From the 4th day of successful foundation establishment, Ling Yun successfully stepped into the fusion realm. The fusion environment, as the name suggests, is to truly fuse the body of Zhuji with his own cultivation. Ling Yun attaches great importance to this realm, because the fusion realm can really improve one's combat power, and it is the realm where a cultivator's own strength can be truly improved after reaching the foundation establishment realm. Because the fusion environment talks about the fusion of all things, the most important thing is the fusion of feelings. After the cultivation base is integrated with the body, one must move the mind at will, to achieve the integration of body and spirit, mind and thoughts, and essence and consciousness, so as to integrate one's spirit, body, and feelings into one harmonious and unimpeded level. Fusion realm, another way of saying it, is also called void pill realm, which means that after complete fusion, the whole body is like a void pill, and one step further, Yinshan can leave the body. After Ling Yun entered the fusion state, Daiwanshu immediately took out the 5-colored Buzhou mountain roots and threw them in front of him for Ling Yun to refine and fuse himself. The timing was just right. Even if he was reincarnated and recultivated, Ling Yun stayed in the fusion realm for 9 days and 9 nights. He ate up the remaining 2 bottles of top-quality Peiyuan pill, and he refined 1/3 of the roots of Buzhou mountain. Reached the peak of the fusion realm. All of a sudden, Ling Yun suddenly felt a palpitation in his already harmonious and unhindered mind, and the Yin God was almost about to float out of his body. Knowing that he had reached the door of the heartbeat period, Ling Yun opened his eyes without hesitation and stopped practicing. There is no problem with the Yin God leaving the body, but he is a Yin God after all. He is too fragile. This is not the place at all. It was still night. Ling Yun counted the time silently, counting from the night he stepped into Tiandi City. 12 full days have passed. It took only 12 days for Ling Yun to break through the foundation building realm from the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, and then rush all the way to reach the peak of the fusion realm. Break through the 3 realms in a row. Of course, the current Lingyun can be said to be at the pinnacle of the fusion realm, or it can be said to have entered the early stage of excitement. Because of his Yin spirit, he could leave his body at any time. This breakthrough, for the time being, ends here. Now, I should be able to easily blow up an ordinary nascent soul realm. I really want to find someone to try. Ling Yun stretched his waist, stretched his muscles and bones, silently evaluated his strength in his heart, and smiled confidently. Ling Yun's assessment of his true combat power can be said to be extremely conservative. He said that he could blow up an ordinary nascent soul realm, but he was talking about blowing up the opponent with his bare hands using only his own body. No need to use any magic weapon. Of course, there is no need for any whole cards. This is because, after reaching the peak of the fusion state, one's cultivation base has been completely integrated with the body, and the body of a cultivator is a magic weapon. The body is in harmony with the gods. It can be completely understood that the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows of a cultivator has wrapped the whole body, and the spiritual thoughts can reach or simply exist in any place of the physical body. In the same way, the sea of qi in the dantian of a cultivator also covers the entire body, which is the same size as the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows. All the true energy in the dantian also exists in any place of the body. Spirit, feeling, and physical body are all integrated into one, no longer separated from each other. Fusion is unity. It is precisely because of this that the fusion realm is also called the void core realm, and the entire body is just a round void core. It's like a transparent glass ball. No matter how you look at it, no matter what angle you look at it from, everything is the same. Before this step, the cultivator will not be able to change the 5 elements, let alone rebirth from a drop of blood. Heart and thought blend. It means that the spiritual will and thoughts in the mind of the cultivator are completely integrated into one, without any conflicts. Spiritual will and thoughts in the heart are completely different things. For example, if a person wants to do something, such as being lazy, lying, fighting, eating a big meal, etc., whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, this is what he thinks in his mind. He will think so, but he may not necessarily do it, or even definitely not. Will do it because he still has spiritual will, and his spiritual will does not allow him to be lazy, not allowed to lie, not allowed to eat, drink and have fun, then he has to weigh and make a choice. This is the conflict between the spiritual will and the thoughts in the heart, and ordinary people can never get rid of it. But after achieving the fusion of mind and mind, this kind of contradiction disappears. No matter what. As long as there is a thought in the mind, the spiritual will immediately agree and will never stop, because the spirit is the thought, and the thought is the spirit, and it is integrated. Vice versa, if a person wants to do something, he will have no other distracting thoughts in his mind, and he will never delay or hinder doing things because of other thoughts of eating, drinking, and having fun. If an ordinary person can get close to this step, no matter whether he chooses to be a good person or a bad person, he will definitely be very powerful. Have an idea in your heart, implement it resolutely, consistently, and carry it through to the end. Isn't this kind of person scary? If ordinary people are like this, it is conceivable for a cultivator to achieve fusion of mind and mind. Of course, this is just an example of doing things here, just to explain clearly what is going on with the fusion of mind and mind. After the fusion of mind and mind, a cultivator faces everything with a very high level and a huge range. Doing things can explain. After the mind and mind of the cultivator are fused, there are benefits, and the Tao heart is firm from now on, but there are also disadvantages. If you are afraid of obsession, then you will never look back, and everything will be over. Commonly known as the invasion of demons. Otherwise, where did the heartbeat come from? Ningling, the soul of the female fairy, broke through 2 realms in a row and reached the peak of the consecration realm. She still had the strength to break through, but she had to stop immediately because she couldn't fully integrate her mind, and there was another soul in her body. So Ning Lingyu didn't dare to break through. Ling Yan could break through directly and merge perfectly. Essence and knowledge. Mind and sensory fusion, also known as mind and consciousness fusion. This is the last layer of fusion, and naturally the hardest. To put it simply, within the scope of spiritual thoughts, you have all 5 senses and 6 senses. As long as an object is there, you can fully perceive it, not just seeing and hearing. You have also touched it and smelled it, and even if you are willing to taste what it smells like, that's fine. Comprehensive perception, integration of all things. Even if this essence is understood as essence, it is the same reason. Because not only body and spirit, mind, essence and consciousness, they are fused in pairs, but after reaching the peak of the fusion state, all these are fused together. All rolled into one. It's mysterious, it's magical, but it's the truth. Cultivating the truth, starting from the fusion state, is getting closer and closer to the truth, and closer to the Tao. It is precisely because of this that after the completion of the void core realm, the Yin God has the opportunity to get rid of the body, that is, the Yin God is separated from the body. Therefore, the peak of the fusion state is actually the state where a cultivator has the strongest combat power before forming a golden core. There is still a heartbeat period later, but it is the most dangerous time. Not only will the combat power not increase, but it will easily decrease. Because of the heartbeat period, the cultivator cultivates the Yin God. What the cultivator sees is a grotesque world, but his perception is infinitely sharp, and his desire will be infinitely magnified. A cultivator in the heartbeat period, his heart is shaking, and everything in the outside world is full of temptations, which leads to the emergence of inner demons, and the chaos of demons. Cultivators in this period actually experience the darkness before dawn, and only by carrying it through could they set foot on the golden elixir avenue. Therefore, the current Ling Yan has reached the period when he is below the golden core realm and has the strongest combat power. After all fusion, the body is the magic weapon. How strong the combat power is depends entirely on how strong the physical body is. Now, Ling Yan has crushed nascent soul realm cultivators no matter in terms of strength, defense, or speed. Of course, he can easily blow up a nascent soul realm cultivator. Ling Yan is confident that in an ordinary nascent soul realm, he can not only blow up the opponent, but also the opponent has no chance to escape in front of him. To be able to escape the nascent soul is considered to be the fate of the other party. Ever since he started practicing, Ling Yan has always put body training at the top of his list, and he has been waiting for this day. Especially after refining and merging the roots of Buzhou Mountain, his current physical body has become terrifyingly powerful. Even if he is in the nascent soul realm of the demon race, which is known for its tyrannical physical body, if he fights close to him or fights hard with his physical body, he will be punished. Ling Yan completely crushed it. Flying swords at the level of ordinary Dao weapons are hard to hurt him now, and he can completely ignore them. Ling Yan's physical body is already so powerful, so what about magic weapons? What about your cards? From then on, you can protect yourself without worry. The sky is high and the sea is wide, the world of mountains and seas, feel free to venture into it. Ling Yan got up calmly, without waving, just with a thought, all kinds of chalcedony scattered on the ground, as well as the remaining roots of Buzhou Mountain, as well as various pill bottles, all disappeared in place, and he collected it into the Taishu ring. There is no process of flying off the ground, just disappearing without a trace in an instant. Now, let's refine a new Taishu ring, and then we can start pretending to be human. After building the foundation of time and space, with Ling Yan's current method, the Taishu ring will be refined, and the space will become huge. In terms of area, there is a radius of 10,000 meters. Several mountains can hold it, and there is air. With water, you can naturally start to install living things. Xuanhuan. I also have it now. In the sea of consciousness between Ling Yan's brows, a drop of immortal essence had just been condensed at this time. After all the Zhengqi was transformed into xuanhuan, the immortal aura in the body flowed rapidly along with the xuanhuan, passing through Ling Yun's eyebrows, and what condensed out was not the divine yuan, but the immortal yuan. It's the same reason as when the true energy was condensed and the divine essence was condensed back then. With xuanhuan, as long as you burn xuanhuan, you can use Shanli. As for the speed of condensing the immortal essence, Ling Yun estimates that he can only condense 9 drops at most every day. After all, he has not formed a pill yet, and these are enough, so there is no need to deliberate condensing, just let nature take its course. Dragon Emperor Sword. After absorbing more than 70% of the Dragon Emperor's aura in Tiandi City, it also advanced twice in a row, becoming a genuine top-grade fairy sword. Now, it no longer absorbs any breath here, because it is useless. To advance to the top-grade fairy sword, the Dragon Emperor's aura here is not enough at all, and Ling Yun needs to temper it with real fairy power to make it possible. And the amount of immortal power needed at that time may be an astronomical figure. The Dragon Emperor's sword is now in a very real body state, with a length of 1 meter and 3 inches. The sword body is wide, with golden light shining, mysterious runes all over it, radiant and breathtaking. This should be what xuanhuan sword looks like, Ling Yun thought to himself. All of a sudden, the Dragon Emperor's magic sword suddenly shrunk, and it turned into a 3-inch villain with golden light and all 5 senses, falling into Ling Yun's palm. This is naturally the sword baby of the fairy sword. He pinched his waist with both hands, looked up at Ling Yun. I want to eat Shanli. It's so cute, Ling Yun laughed aloud when he saw it. It's not available now. If you want to eat, you have to find it yourself. The golden sword baby tilted his head and blinked his eyes. Where can I find it? Let me tell you, fairy power is hard to find. Only monks who have cultivated to the nascent soul realm may have a little bit of it. The higher the realm, the more fairy power in the body. For example, if you have passed the catastrophe, those big monsters who have reached the ascension realm, their bodies and demon cores are full of immortal power. Where's the big monster in ascension realm? Go back to your home first and stay there. I will take you to the place where there is a big demon in the ascension realm. Jian Ying's home is naturally Ling Yun's eyebrow. Don't lie to me, okay? Don't worry, Shanli is not only what you want, but I also want it. Come in. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun raised his palm and slapped Jianying on the forehead, then sent Jianying back home. Withdrawing the Dragon Emperor's sword, Ling Yun looked at the 2 spirits. In order to cultivate the Dragon Emperor's magic sword, the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book, the 2 spirits almost poured all the fairy energy stored in the past into the body of the Dragon Emperor's sword. Now they can only barely maintain their human form, and their bodies have collapsed. Unreal to the point of being invisible to the naked eye. The 2 seniors have worked hard. Now I have the power to protect myself. Thank you 2 seniors for protecting me. Ling Yun clasped his fists seriously, and bowed to the 2 spirits. This time, the 2 spirits stepped aside without hesitation, and resolutely avoided Ling Yun's bow. The old man Shobin said, You are a person who is destined to be robbed, and protecting the Tao for you is the duty entrusted to us by the Master. Re-refining the xuanhuan sword is something that the 3 emperors must complete. We must do our best. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. The old man Zhongfeng also continued, Now your strength is not inferior to the 2 of us, and you will definitely enter the realm faster in the future, so from now on, we must return to the original body, and strive to return to the original rank as soon as possible. Ling Yun nodded, You 2 just stay in my body from now on. If it is not necessary, I will definitely not bother you. Shobin suddenly sent a voice transmission, Where is Master Yinglong? Ling Yun shook his head lightly, but gave old man Shobin a reassuring look. Brush. The old man Shobin took out all the treasures such as blood yuan beads, ghost willows, etc. that he had kept on his body, and threw them to Ling Yun, then exchanged a glance with Zhongfeng, and turned into two streamers at the same time, all penetrated into Ling Yan's dantian. This time, the human emperor's brush did not go to Ling Yan's eyebrows again, because the dragon emperor's magic sword is now a top-grade fairy sword, and the sword baby has been completed, and it is no longer needed. Ling Yan knew in his heart that the two great weapon spirits might fall into a deep sleep this time, and they would sleep for a long time. He silently put away the treasures such as blood yuan beads and ghost willows, took a last look at the Yellow Emperor city, and bowed to bid farewell to the statue of the Yellow Emperor. After 3 prostrations, Ling Yan's figure disappeared in place. The next moment, Ling Yan appeared beside Huang Diquan. As soon as he arrived here, the black-clothed dragon-looking Lord Ing Long really showed up immediately. 2 long eyes stared at Ling Yan, and looked at Ling Yan with scrutiny for a while. Boy, the entry is really good. Thank you, Senior, for your compliment. Breaking through 3 realms in a row, with invincible combat power under the Jindan realm, Ling Yan doesn't need to be too humble. Now if you need anything, just say it. Master Ing Long was obviously very satisfied with Ling Yan's current strength, so he directly spoke loudly. Senior, I really want to visualize your Shenlong real body, but I still have some urgent matters to do, so I have to leave here first, and come here to meet Senior after finishing the important matters at hand. You see how? He only talked about visualizing Ing Long's real body, but Ling Yan didn't mention anything about using it with dragon blood, so the other party had to take the initiative to give it to him. Can he talk to someone directly? But Ling Yan did have a few urgent matters waiting to be dealt with. The most urgent task is to go back and suppress Ninglingyu's fairy soul, let Ninglingyu take control of her body first, and then she can't be tied up with the fairy rope all the time. Another thing is that 20 days have passed since Ninglingyu was brought back to the Qin family, and Mo Wudao has already slept for 48 days. If there is no accident, he should wake up tomorrow. When these 2 matters are properly resolved, Ling Yan will return to the Ling family, and then go directly to the main altar of the demon sect to rescue his biological mother Yin Qingxian. That's fine, I have plenty of time anyway, just come here if you're free. As long as you show up at that time, I will show up naturally. After speaking, Master Ing Long, who was dressed in black and looked like a dragon, immediately disappeared into the Yellow Emperor Spring. Obviously this is not its body. Ling Yan's spiritual thoughts swept away, and he found that 12 days ago, the spiritual liquid pool he used to visualize the real dragon's corpse had long since disappeared and turned into flat ground again, as if it had never appeared before. There was nothing else going on here. Ling Yan left the Yellow Emperor city, quickly left, and soon left Shuolu. On the way to Qin's house, Ling Yan looked up at the night sky. This time, there was no robbery cloud, let alone the coercion of heaven. Is this giving up? Ling Yan couldn't help laughing, but couldn't hide a trace of disappointment in his heart. Breaking through the Foundation establishment realm, and breaking through 3 realms in a row, why didn't there be some Thunder Tribulation rewards? Or, wait for me to cross the Golden Core Tribulation, give me a big one once. Ling Yan thought so in his heart, but no matter what, without that annoying Tribulation Thunder, it would save some troubles. 10:30 in the evening. Ancient Qin Village. Ling Yan silently returned to the small courtyard where Qin Qiuyue was, and found that the lights were still on, so he said hello first. Mom, I'm back. Yuner, come in quickly, Lingyu has been awake for 3 days, and is looking for you. Qin Qiuyue's voice immediately rang out in the room. She didn't expect Ling Yan to stay outside for more than half a month when she went out this time, and she was already very anxious. The door was open, and Ling Yan immediately came into the room. This is Qin Qiuyue's bedroom. There are 3 people in the room, 2 sitting and 1 lying down. The one sitting were Qin Qiuyue and Qin Dongxue, and the one lying on the bed was naturally Ninglingyu. Elder brother. What a familiar voice, what a familiar tone. Standing by the bed, Ling Yan didn't have to doubt at all, just looking at Ninglingyu's eyes, he knew it must not be that fairy soul. As expected of my sister, I knew a long time ago that you must wake up first. As long as you wake up first, it will save me a lot of trouble. Ling Yun nodded to Ning Lingyu first, and with a slight movement of his spiritual sense, he untied the immortal ropes on her body and put it into the Taishu ring. Then he said to Qin Qiuyue and Qin Dongxue, Mom, Auntie, you have worked hard these days. Oops. When Qin Qiuyue saw that Ling Yun had directly accepted the bundle of fairy ropes, she was startled, and hurriedly stood up. You child, you didn't check carefully to see if this is a fake, so let her untie it? Immediately made Ling Yun overjoyed. Mom, you're so scared. Didn't you say that Lingyu has been awake for 3 days? Don't you even know if she is your daughter? Of course I can recognize her, but isn't there another one in her body, in case she just wakes up? Mom, don't worry. She can't wake up, and she doesn't dare to wake up. Ling Yun smiled coldly. Now, 45 of Ning Lingyu's 81 body-protecting golden lotuses were scattered by Ling Yun, and 3 were blown up by himself, and the remaining 33 were all absorbed into the body and transformed into immortal power, but Ling Yun smashed them into pieces again. 90% of it was sucked away. The 4 top-grade treasures, flying swords, were all taken away by Ling Yun. The natal Dao weapon, the flying sword and Zhongyun's sword even fell into Ling Yun's hands. And today's Ling Yun is no longer Ling Yun at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, but the peak of the fusion realm, and his real strength is not only dozens of times stronger than before. One ebbs and another, the difference in strength between the two has at least exceeded 100 times, that's why Ling Yun said that she dared not wake up. Mom, it's really me. I'm really your daughter Lingyu. Ning Lingyu sat up from the bed in a hurry, her eyes were almost red. Although she is still in the weak period after the outbreak of the dragon elephant spirit, but no matter what, she is still at the peak of the enlightenment state. She has been awake for 3 days, and naturally, she has already moved freely. Okay. Mom knows, I'm worried that you will become that fairy emperor again. Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. Female immortal emperor? I'm going big. I only thought that the female fairy who had to kill me was at most a golden fairy, and to exaggerate a little bit, Ding Padian was also a big Luo golden fairy, but I never dreamed that the real soul of that female fairy was actually a female fairy. Immortal emperor? Yes. Female immortal emperor, you have a lot of face. It's worth a female immortal emperor's painstaking efforts to deal with you. This time it was Qin Dongxue who spoke, her expression was very complicated. Ling Yun pretended not to hear it, and looked at Ning Lingyu. Sister, is she really a trace of the female fairy emperor's soul? Ning Lingyu's pretty face became dignified, she nodded seriously, and then gritted her teeth. After all, this is my body, how could I be willing to let others take it away? The moment I succeeded in crossing the catastrophe, her soul didn't know where did it come from, and it suppressed me all of a sudden. No matter how much I resisted, it was useless. It is definitely an extremely strange and extremely painful feeling. All 5 senses and 6 senses are present, but I have become a spectator of my own body, completely unable to communicate with the outside world. Worse than a vegetable. Ling Yun could see and imagine Ning Lingyu's pain and anger, but he didn't want to magnify her emotions at this time, so he just asked the real thing. Then how do you know that she is the female fairy emperor? Can you share all her memories? Ling Yun is very concerned about this point, because if this is the case, then everything will be revealed. Of course, he also knows that his expectation is tantamount to idiot's dream, it is impossible. Sure enough, Ning Lingyu shook her head. It's something in her soul, I can't share her previous memories, she told me this herself. Ling Yun smiled and said, that's normal. If she really lets you share her memories, it means that she is going to fuse your soul. Then you are really in danger. Before Ling Yun left the Qin family, he had already analyzed these situations with Qin Qiuyue and Qin Dongxue during the 3 days he guarded Ning Lingyu, so he didn't have any scruples. Ning Lingyu sat and adapted for a while, moved her stiff body first, and stood up suddenly. Brother, your bundle of fairy ropes is really powerful. After I woke up, every time I tried to use my spiritual sense, I found that my spiritual sense seemed to have disappeared. I thought I was beaten into an ordinary man by you for the past 3 days. People are gone. After removing the immortal binding cable, Ning Lingyu's consciousness gradually recovered. That's why she said that. Ling Yin smiled and asked, then when I hit you, does it hurt? Of course it hurts. My soul is being suppressed by her, and it's not like I don't feel anything outside, but I think she must be hurting more than me. Ning Lingyu said harshly. That's natural. If you divide it according to the ratio, the two of you will be at most 3 to 7. I estimated your endurance. The battle was really embarrassing. The 4 people in the room, because of Ning Lingyu's awakening and Ling Yun's return, revisited the battle of 20 days ago, and they all sighed and expressed emotion. But this time, it was the first real family reunion after Qin Chuyue left Qingshui City, so Ling Yun temporarily dismissed the idea of immediately suppressing Ning Lingyu's other soul, and chatted with them until 4 o'clock in the morning. It didn't stop until the conversation was full of fun. The air in the room was suddenly quiet. Because everyone knew what Ling Yun was going to do next. Lingyu, you should go to sleep first, rest assured, and when you wake up, I will guarantee that everything will be the same as before the robbery. Ling Yun tried his best to keep his tone relaxed and calm. Brother, don't lie to me, I'm really afraid that if I fall asleep, I won't. To shut up. Qin Chuyue suddenly shouted in a deep voice, don't say anything depressing. Your brother went out to break through this time, to suppress the soul of that female fairy. Now that he says he is sure, why do you have to worry? Go to sleep. Ning Lingyu nodded quickly, but said anxiously, but, how can I sleep? Ling Yun smiled slightly, I have a solution, just close your eyes, and try. As soon as Ning Lingyu closed his eyes, Ling Yun pointed out a finger in the air. The 5 elements cut off the pulse, and you have to sleep if you don't sleep. Then Ling Yun went out, using his own blood essence as a guide, and refined 9 soul-suppressing charms in one go. The 9 soul-suppressing talismans are all of the level of Taoist artifacts. After the talismans are refined, they are shining with golden light, and there is a Taoist rhyme flowing on them. This kind of Taoist-level talisman already has a spirit, because it uses Ling Yun's blood essence as the talisman gall, and he has reached the fusion state now, so after casting it, it will automatically suppress the soul of the female fairy, while Ning Ling the rain will not be affected in the slightest. Back to the house. In front of Qin Chuyue and Qin Dongxue, Ling Yun pasted a soul-suppressing talisman on Ning Lingyu's forehead. Town. Following Ling Yun's shout, a golden light suddenly shone, and then rushed into Ning Lingyu's mind, completely suppressing the soul of the female fairy emperor. But just one is not enough. Ling Yun used 9 talismans, all of which entered Ning Lingyu's mind. The 9 talismans surrounded the fairy's soul, forming a large soul-locking formation, completely locking her soul. Conclude. After finishing all this, Ling Yun turned pale, turned his head and said to the extremely nervous 2 people, Mom, Auntie, you can rest assured and go to sleep, Lingyu is fine. Yuner, seeing you are so tired, how can Mom go to bed with peace of mind? Are you okay? Looking at Ling Yun's pale face, Qin Chuyue asked with concern. Regarding Ning Lingyu's current situation, she didn't ask a single word. Qin Chuyue completely believed in Ling Yun now, as long as Ling Yun said it was fine, it must be fine. Mom, don't worry, I'm really fine. It's just that I made 9 Tao-level talismans in one go just now. It consumes too much soul. I just need to practice for a day. Ling Yun smiled and comforted, reassuring Qin Chuyue, but he avoided the seriousness and ignored it. He used his own blood essence as a guide, and even burned a drop of immortal energy that had just been condensed, so that he could refine 9 Dao-level soul-suppressing talismans in one go. Feng Feng's head can directly suppress the opponent's soul. It is enough to imagine how much Ling Yun has consumed this time. Then you don't have to worry about us, go to practice. When you recover completely, come here for dinner. Knowing that Ling Yun hadn't told her the truth, Qin Shuiyue immediately urged him to practice and recover his body. In the Battle of Tianshan, Ling Yun suppressed one sect by himself. He still looked relaxed and chatted happily. I didn't see him so tired. Now Ling Yun's face is pale and his body is almost exhausted. How could he hide it from her? Mother, Auntie, I'll go then. Ling Yun really needed to replenish his true energy immediately, not to mention that Qin Shuiyue and Qin Dongxue had taken care of Ning Lingyu for so long, and they hadn't had a good night's sleep for a long time, so he naturally didn't want to stay here longer and delay their rest. I'll send you off. Seeing that Ling Yun was about to leave, Qin Dongxue got up immediately. Dongxue stays here, and Ling Yun won't go far away. What are you sending him for? I still have a few words to say to you. Qin Shuiyue grabbed her younger sister. Qin Dongxue could only stomp her feet lightly, but there was nothing she could do. Ling Yun simply disappeared and slipped away. Sister. I just want to go out to see him off, what's the matter? Really? Looking at the place where Ling Yun disappeared, Qin Dongxue was suddenly annoyed and complained. I know what's on your mind. Qin Shuiyue pulled her to sit down, and said solemnly, but, I am your own sister, in front of Ling Yu today, I want to tell you clearly. Qin Dongshue's heart tightened. Sister, I'm tired, what's the matter, let's talk about it another day. No matter how tired you are, listen to me. Qin Shuiyue grabbed Qin Dongshue's wrist and said, although Ling Yun and Ling Yu grew up together, they were always called brother and sister in the past, but the two of them have different fathers and different mothers. Now that Ling Yu's father is gone, I naturally have the final say on her life's events. At the beginning, I asked you to go to Qingshui City to take care of the two of them for me. You have been with Ling Yu for so long. You should know what she thinks about Ling Yun, right? Qin Shuiyue stopped speaking. Qin Dongxue turned her head and turned a deaf ear. This was really the last topic she wanted to talk about. Let alone listening to it, as long as she thought about it once in a while, she would immediately be upset and unable to meditate anymore. It's not that Qin Shuiyue didn't talk to her about these things before, but without exception, she diverted the topic, or simply found a reason to leave, but this time, she knew that she had nowhere to hide. If Qin Dongxue didn't answer, Qin Shuiyue stopped talking. The two stalemate for a long time. I know. Qin Dongxue had no choice but to answer. It's good to know. Only then did Qin Shuiyue let go of her younger sister's wrist. After she answered this sentence, she would definitely not leave. Before Ling Yu had problems, she never changed her mind about Ling Yun. Ling Yu had such a big accident this time, and it was Yuner who worked so hard to save her, and now Yuner has cured her head again, tell yourself. Qin Shuiyue turned her head to look at Ning Lingyu, who had fallen into a deep sleep. What do you think she will do to Yuner after this child wakes up this time? I'd rather be the one who had the accident. Qin Dongxue said angrily, speechless. Silly sister. Qin Shuiyue shook her head, even if the accident happened to you, it's useless. Even if there is no such thing as Ling Yu, you should know that Yuner still wants to call me mom. Qin Dongxue. She thought for a while, struggled, and tried to argue, sister, when we were in Qingshui City, I joked with Ling Yu, she actually doesn't care too much about these. I was in Tianshan at that time. Qin Shuiyue interrupted sharply, now I am at home. Yuner's father, Ling Xiao, have you met him? Qin Shuiyue changed her angle again, the Ling family is now the largest family in China. Do you know what Yuner's next plan is after Ling Yu's problem is resolved? I know, he is going to the main altar of the demon sect to rescue his biological mother. It's good that you know. Qin Qiuyue also felt that what she just said was serious, and her voice gradually lowered. With Yun'er's current strength, as long as he shows up in the demon sect, he can rescue his mother without any effort at all. When the time comes, his biological mother, Im Qingxian, will definitely be reunited with Ling Xiao, and with Yun'er's temper, she will invite her mother back to Ling's house with great fanfare. And I believe that when the time comes, the major families in China, even the top sects, will definitely crowd their heads to congratulate. At that time, our two sisters, as well as our father and brother, will all be the Ling family. Guest of honor. Yun'er's biological mother and I will naturally be called sisters at that time, and you can still run away? At that time, Mr. Ling, our father, and Yun'er's uncle will all sit together. How will you deal with yourself? Qin Dongxue curled her lips and said, if I don't go, I will. Out of sight, out of mind. What a dead girl with a stubborn tongue. Enraged Qin Qiuyue, she forgot what she wanted to say. Let me tell you clearly. On that day, I don't think it will take 10.5 months at most. On that day, I will tell everyone about Yun'er's marriage with Ling Yu's marriage with my family. Yun'er's parents have decided. He didn't listen to what he said, so he just announced it directly. Sister, you. Qin Qiuyue raised her head. Why, you object? If you object, I will definitely not stop you, but when Ling Yu wakes up, you have to have the courage to tell her clearly in person, then I will definitely not mention this topic in the future. Qin Dongxue burst into tears. Sister, why do you bother to tell me these things at this time? Of course I won't object to Ling Yun and Ling Yu's matter. But, around Ling Yun, there are really many girls, So you feel that one more you is not much, and one less you is not much, right? Yes, why not? Qin Qiuyue sighed. I have actually seen a few of those girls you mentioned. Zhuang Meifeng, Xue Mining, Chao Shanshan, Miao Xiaomiao, and Yi Xingchen, who accompanied Ling Yun to Tianshan to rescue her. Then Qin Qiuyue shook her head, but let me tell you, if Yun'er wants to get married, those people have no chance. Qin Dongxue suddenly became energetic. Sister, you mean Yi Xingchen? Qin Qiuyue couldn't help giving her younger sister a blank look. You know this very well. When Yun'er rescues his biological mother, it doesn't matter whether it's Yi Xingchen's front or back, no matter what methods they have, it will be useless. He glanced at Ning Lingyu again. Even if it's our family's Lingyu, if I don't have my identity as Yun'er's adoptive mother, she will still lean back. Qin Dongxue burst into laughter, suddenly. Sister, I understand your worries, don't worry, I will listen to you, and I will accept my thoughts. This time it was Qin Qiuyue's turn to be dumbfounded. Can you really put your mind to it? Don't lie to me? Qin Qiuyue looked suspicious. Qin Dongxue smiled and asked back, Sister, I can lie to you, but can I still be willing to lie to Lingyu? Willing to make her unhappy? Do you believe it? Of course I believe that. Qin Qiuyue has no doubts. Sister is not forcing you, nor is she partial to my own daughter. Now I am too lazy to care about family status and family fights. I just want to. Sister. You don't need to say anything, I understand what you mean. Qin Dongxue put away her smile and looked serious, but sister, you really underestimated me, it's very wrong. Children love each other, how can it compare to the Tao of cultivation? My sister has gone through hardships and has long since seen everything. Now she doesn't even care about cultivation, but I can't. 40 days ago, on the way I sent Ling Yun to you, he gave me a sermon. Since then, I have made up my mind to let go of everything in this world of mortals, concentrate on cultivation, and only hope to build a foundation as soon as possible. Even if I really have the aptitude and comprehension, if I can reach the golden core, and have a lifespan of hundreds of years, what's the point of worrying about it right now? Now, it has been almost 2 months since I reached the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. Not only has my realm been stabilized, but I have also reached the edge of breaking through. I have entered the middle stage of Qi training, and then I will face the 49th catastrophe. Just now I wanted to go out to see him off, but I just wanted to ask that kid if I can directly break through the tribulation now. Besides, Lingyun also said that he is only one small realm away from the Golden Core realm, and he will soon have a lifespan of hundreds of years. With his terrifying cultivation speed, he will be farther and farther away from others. I think, when he really reaches the time of transcending tribulation and ascension, I don't think he will be able to form an alchemy. Although it is not a farewell at that time, it will be different from immortals, and we will never see each other again. So, what we just discussed doesn't make sense at all. From now on, in this world, I will only do one thing, hard work and seeking the Tao. Qin Dongshua's expression was resolute, without falsehood. Sister, if I say this, you should believe me, right? Qin Chuyue was silent, couldn't help but turned her head and looked out the window in a daze, without responding for a long time. Is it hard to seek the way? She didn't say anything at the end, but waved her hand lightly, indicating that Qin Dongxue could leave. Then I'm leaving, sister, you should go to bed early. Qin Dongxue turned her head to look at Ning Lingyu again, and then left quietly. It turns out that your heart has long since given up on this world. Qin Chuyue is so intelligent. Qin Dongxue talked a lot, only the 6 words in the last sentence, in this world, are true. Of course she can control her sister, but no one can control people from another world. P.S. I'm sorry everyone, I will rush out 1 update tonight, and I will make up for the 2 updates owed, trust me. After Ling Yun left Qin Chuyue's small courtyard, he immediately took out a Xianing pill and threw it into his mouth. Xianing pill, this is one of the 3 pills that Ling Yun got under the Tianqing in Qingshui City. Those 3 kinds of pills are all top-grade treasure pills, each with its own use, because the medicinal properties are too strong, so Ling Yun never took it before Foundation establishment, and now that he has reached the peak of the fusion realm, he can eat it with confidence. This Xianing pill is a pill refined by Yin Jiuyo from Yin spirits in the eyes of the Yin-Yang formation, which is extremely deep underground. Benefit. The elixir entered his stomach, and the power of the medicine dissipated instantly. Ling Yun immediately felt that his spirit had recovered a lot. He disappeared, rested for a while in the distance, and then went straight to the main entrance of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Boom! This time, just a few hundred meters away from his old place, the concrete manifestation of the Mausoleum Protection Formation, that magnificent city, unexpectedly appeared directly. Ling Yun. Sure enough, people who are close to the Mausoleum Protecting Formation, the higher the realm, the greater the reaction of that Mausoleum Protecting Formation. But this time he didn't deliberately use his divine sense. Except for an invisibility technique, he was almost no different from an ordinary person. If you want to enter the real mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, it seems that you have to be at least at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Ling Yun immediately made a judgment in his heart. Although he is only at the peak of the fusion realm now, in terms of the tyranny of his divine sense, he can definitely crush ordinary nascent soul realm monks. He can even cause the Mausoleum Protection Formation to manifest when he is invisible like this. However, if other cultivators come, there will only be 2 results. Being suppressed by the Mausoleum Protection Array and unable to use divine thoughts, he can enter the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, a tourist attraction, and can wander around like ordinary tourists. The strength of the cultivator is beyond the suppressing range of the Mausoleum Protecting Formation, and the spiritual sense has broken through that critical point, and there is no problem. The Mausoleum Protecting Formation immediately manifests the majestic city. If you want to enter the door, you can only enter this formation up. As for what will happen after entering the formation, no one can say for sure. It's a pity that Ling Yun didn't intend to enter this majestic city this time. He immediately turned back, found a secluded place, appeared, and then completely put away his divine sense, just like an ordinary tourist usually. I slowly arrived at the main entrance of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Really? After Ling Yun completely turned himself into an ordinary person, that huge city also completely disappeared, as if it didn't exist. At the peak of the fusion state, thoughts follow your heart, send and receive freely. However, if he didn't use his divine sense, it didn't mean that Ling Yun's physique couldn't play a role. After he came to the main entrance of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, he immediately felt all kinds of aura rushing out from inside. Naturally, Dragon Qi, Imperial Qi, and Yin Qi are the main ones. So, around 6 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun began to stroll back and forth here, like a person who wakes up early and does morning exercises. Now, the Dragon Qi, Emperor Qi, and Ling Yun rushing out of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum don't want it, and watch them dissipate between the sky and the earth. Ling Yun just blindly absorbed the terrifying Yin Qi. He allowed the cold aura to rush into his body, and he didn't use the yin-yang art to transform it, but the Yin Qi in his body became more and more heavy. In this way, starting from early morning, Ling Yun didn't go anywhere throughout the day, and spent a whole day guarding the door. Fortunately, the people at the gate of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum already knew him by now, otherwise, Ling Yun would have been driven away long ago as a psychopath who couldn't afford the ticket. In the evening, Ling Yun greeted the shift replacement with a smile, and left leisurely. In one day, he had already absorbed all the medicinal power of the Xianing pill, and the soul that had been lost due to refining Dao-level talismans was completely recovered. And now, Ling Yun has also successfully transformed himself into a very negative person. After 6 kilometers away from the main entrance of the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor, Ling Yun let go of his divine sense. He carefully controlled the range of his divine sense, covering the entire ancient Qin village, and took a look at the situation in the village. Ling Yun's target is naturally 2 people. One is Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu had already woken up, and changed into brand new clothes, with a snow-white shirt on her upper body and a plain and elegant long skirt below her knees, pure and charming. At this time, she was still in Qin Chuyue's small courtyard. The mother and daughter were having dinner, talking and laughing. Ning Lingyu was asking when Ling Yun would come back, but Qin Chuyue made fun of her, and her face immediately, it's red. Qin Dongxue was not there, not only not in the small courtyard, but also not in Guqin village, where he went. In the morning, Qin Chuyue forced her to stay, and naturally wanted to say something to her, but Ling Yun didn't overhear. He can roughly guess what the 2 of them are going to talk about, but he doesn't bother to guess. Everyone is an independent individual with their own principles and bottom lines, so they look at things from different angles. Who is strong and who is weak will change. So Ling Yun drifted away, only doing what he should do, and he also has his own way of handling things. Looking at Ning Lingyu's eyes, movements, demeanor, and words at this moment, everything is so natural and smooth, and they are all so familiar. Ling Yun is completely relieved. What he cares more about now is another person, his brother, Mo Wudao. Counting from the time he came to Qin's house, to calculate Qin Chuyue's situation, counting from the day when he was seriously injured by backlash, today is exactly 49 days. If Ling Yun's prediction is correct, Mo Wudao will definitely regain consciousness and wake up today, but Ling Yun doesn't know exactly when. Spiritual thoughts enveloped Mo Wudao's room, and Ling Yun's heart sank immediately. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, and Mo Wudao was still in a deep sleep, and he was sleeping more quietly than in the past. He didn't even have any slight movements on his body. If it wasn't for his steady and long breathing, Ling Yun even thought he was dead now up. She hasn't woken up yet, and she doesn't even show signs of waking up. Did you think wrong? Ling Yun is very worried. Now there are only about 5 hours left before midnight. If Mo Wudao still doesn't wake up after midnight, then things will be in serious trouble. After all, Mo Wudao fell asleep for so long to help Ling Yun and calculate Qin Chuyua's life and death. If something happened to this guy, Ling Yun would feel uneasy. However, when Ling Yun's divine sense saw another person in the room again, he felt relieved again. It was a middle-aged Taoist priest. He looked to be in his 40s, with a medium build, a maroon skin, a clean black Taoist robe, and a Taoist bun on his head. He was sitting in the room, drinking tea leisurely there. This person is the current head of the Maoshan school, Daoist Jiang Zhen, who is also Mo Wudao's mentor. Daoist Jiang Zhen had already come to Guqin village a month ago, specially to take care of his closed-door disciple, saying that he wanted to watch Mo Wudao wake up with his own eyes, and beat him up when the time came, otherwise he would not have a long memory. Therefore, during the 3 days when Ling Yun rescued Ning Lingyu, he only saw Daoist Jiang Zhen once, and from then on he only had spiritual friendship with him. As long as he stayed in Mo Wudao's room, Ling Yun would never go there. Daoist Jiang Zhen, at first glance, is an extremely serious and meticulous person, but he has a calm and leisurely attitude that he can deal with any troubles indifferently. The feeling of being tall. So Ling Yun saw that Daoist Jiang Zhen was still so calm at this moment, so he was naturally relieved. Qin Chongqing and Qin Chunfeng are not in the ancient Qin village now. Qin Chongqing went to the capital, and Qin Chunfeng went to the Ning family. Both of them are now working on the matter caused by Ning Lingyu, trying to compress the influence in one extreme within a small range. Everything is fairly normal. After probing with his divine sense, Ling Yun felt relieved, and then flew into the sky, reaching the sky above the Qinling Mountains. Standing high in the sky, the divine mind covers a range of 300 kilometers around, looking for the kind of geomantic treasure suitable for the tomb. It has to be said that Chang'an is the ancient capital, and there are too many such large tombs in Qinling. With Ling Yun's vision, he quickly found a geomantic treasure land with shady mountains and rivers. He took a fancy to a dense mountain forest with the Mosting Qi, flew towards it, and rushed into the depths of the dense forest. It's here. After Ling Yun entered the dense forest, he glanced casually, found a slightly open place, and sat down cross-legged. Close your eyes, meditate, adjust your breathing, and slowly run the yin and yang formula. In this state, Ling Yun lasted for 4 hours until midnight. Exactly 11 o'clock at night. This is the most cloudy time of the day. Ling Yun felt a palpitation in his heart, and at the same time felt that his body was light, and his whole body suddenly floated up. But he didn't move. What floated up was his soul. Ling Yun's soul left his body. At the beginning of the heartbeat, the yin spirit is separated from the body. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Ling Yun remained motionless, with a mysterious smile on his face. In fact, it is still too early to call it a yin god. What floated out of Ling Yun's body at this moment was only his soul, which could only be regarded as his soul thoughts, and not all of them, but only a large part. So after the soul thought left the body, Ling Yun's body was still able to move, and there was still a smile on his face. This is of course Ling Yun's intention. Ling Yun has now reached the initial stage of heartbeat. If after the soul leaves the body becomes a soulless body, unable to move at all, what is the difference from ordinary people dreaming? The out-of-body soul is invisible and has no quality. In this world, it seems to be light and weightless, not even as good as air. Because he is a yin thing, a real yin soul, belonging to the underworld, not to the yang world. After the soul thought left the body, Ling Yun naturally observed his own body first. Suddenly a weak mountain wind blew past. Ling Yun's soul thought instantly felt bitingly cold, as if he was standing naked in the ice and snow, and his body was splashed with ice water. Not only that, even if it is just a faint breeze that ordinary people can hardly feel, to Ling Yun's ghost, it is equivalent to the terrifying wind above the 9 heavens. The steel needle piercing through the body is usually unbearably painful. And it's still night, if it's daytime. There is no need for the sun to come out, as long as the golden rooster announces the dawn and the sky is slightly bright, the whole young world will start to become a huge furnace for the ghosts, and the fire will burn more and more vigorously. Nothing left. There is great terror in the separation of yin and yang. For ghosts, the wind in the world is like a bone-scraping steel knife, and the daytime is like a furnace of raging fire. Sunshine, flames, blood, yang, and filthy things such as mortal urine and so on are what they fear most. Of course, this is also because Ling Yun's soul is out of the body for the first time, just like a newborn baby, still too weak. As long as he has cultivated to a sufficient level, he will naturally be able to contend with them and no longer be afraid of them. It was precisely because of this that Ling Yun spent so much time and effort. In order to protect his weak ghost, he had exhausted his mind. He ate the Xianin pill first, and then frantically absorbed the yin qi from Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum for a whole day. Let yourself become a body with a lot of yin qi. Came here again, and chose a dense forest with overcast mountains and rivers, surrounded by huge tombs. For the time, I chose the third watch time of the day when the yin is the heaviest. The right time, the right place, and the right people have everything. Only then did his ghost leave the body for the first time. Because Ling Yun's divine mind is too strong, his soul mind is naturally extremely strong, but the soul body is helpless, like a newborn baby, very fragile, and it only needs a gust of strong wind to blow it away. Ling Yun's current soul body can be said to be at most equivalent to the level of a yin spirit in the yin-yang great formation, or even slightly inferior. In an instant, Ling Yun's soul was blown far away by the weak mountain wind, 2 meters away from his physical body. Damn, it's actually windy at this time. Ling Yun cursed secretly, feeling annoyed in his heart. He raised his hand and patted lightly in the direction of the wind, blowing the wind away. It is true that the ghost is weak, but there is still the deity. Return. Ling Yun still sat cross-legged, but he slowly released the vortex of yin qi, slowly expanding the range until it was 2 meters away, until it reached his own ghost and enveloped him in it. The beauty of the one qi yin yang ju has begun to truly manifest itself. After the ghost entered the slowly rotating yin qi vortex, it was like a newborn baby finding a pacifier. It instinctively began to absorb the pure yin qi, began to strengthen itself, and grew slowly. This kind of pure yin qi is exactly what yin souls need to nourish them. It devours yin qi and grows extremely fast. Soon, under Ling Yun's deliberate leadership, it can transform into limbs, head and face, and even eyebrows and eyes, etc. Moreover, the strength of yin hun is also rapidly becoming stronger. In less than half an hour, the yin soul has taken the shape of a human being, which is naturally exactly the same as Ling Yun. It is in the larger and larger vortex of yin qi, spinning around Ling Yun's real body at high speed, no longer afraid of the airflow brought by the speed. At this time, without hesitation, Ling Yun swallowed another Xianin pill, not only to maintain the vortex of yin qi, but also to make up for the spirit of his own deity. A Xianin pill quickly strengthened the spirit in Ling Yun's body. Although it could not return to its original state in a short time, it did not affect his activities and work. Another half an hour later, Ling Yun slowly put away the vortex of yin qi, stood up himself, and stared at the ghost that was exactly like him. Although this ghost is 100 times stronger than when it just left the body, and it has a full human form, it is still invisible and intangible. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to see it. Ling Yun himself needs to use the yin and yang eyes to see clearly. Well, in this case, you can already wander around at night and swallow yin qi by yourself, but not during the day. It still needs to continue to grow and reach the realm of driving things as soon as possible to be considered a small success. Ling Yun immediately thought of a place. He let his ghost wander around in the 300-meter dense forest, devouring the yin qi here. When the ghost returns to the body, Ling Yun's air is immediately full, and the range of spiritual thoughts expands 10 miles in an instant. The benefits are simply too great. Tianzutong. Ling Yun traveled thousands of miles, and after a while, he came to the valley of the big mountain where the spiritual root of Buzhou Mountain was found. He did not hesitate to use Xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kung Fu and went straight down to the ground. But this time, he didn't come here to find the spirit root, but purely to find those evil spirits wandering underground. Now, the roots of Mount Buzhou here have been taken away, and the demon god Yuan Ling of Gonggong has also been refined by blood yuan beads. Although most of the evil spirits in the ground were burned to death by Ling Yun was following along with him at that time. If one is looking for a spiritual root with a thread, there must be many fish that escape the net around the spiritual root. Sure enough, after Ling Yun came to that underground place, he soon saw an evil spirit, whose fierce aura had already weakened a lot, and he was alone, wandering around. Maybe it can no longer be called an evil spirit, it can only be regarded as a ghost with a bit of aura, absorbing yin energy, by instinct, or devouring other ghosts. Out of body. After Ling Yun's ghost left his body, he rushed towards the ghost, grabbed it easily, and swallowed it in one bite. Previously, to deal with such evil spirits, Ling Yun needed to protect himself with yin-yang and 5 elements fire, and then use the fire spirit phoenix to burn them into balls of air flow, and then Ling Yun further refined them to absorb the spiritual energy into his body. But it's no longer necessary, everyone is a femininity, only strong and weak, the weak prey on the strong. Originally, these evil spirits were very powerful, and could even corrode the cultivators in the foundation building period, but after Ling Yun took away the roots of Buzhou Mountain that affected them, their fierce aura had long since disappeared. A lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Grab whatever you want, eat whatever you want. After eating a yin spirit, Ling Yun's yin spirit immediately grew a lot, and it was absolutely tonic, and the effect was excellent. Well, good, continue. Therefore, Ling Yun started to travel underground, hunting ghosts with his own ghosts, and let his ghosts devour them one by one, gradually becoming stronger. Ancient Qin Village. In the courtyard where Mo Wudao was sleeping. It was less than a quarter of an hour before midnight, but Mo Wudao was still sleeping, lying there motionless, like a vegetable. Taoist Jiangjin glanced at the clock on the wall. He gently put down a Taoist classic in his hand, and floated to Mo Wudao's bedside. The ghost is out of the body, and I don't want to leave. At this time I don't want to come back. Is it true that I want to stay there? Taoist Jiangjin saw Mo Wudao sleeping, and couldn't help but want to go up and kick him. But really reluctant. Frowning slightly, sighing, Taoist Jiangjin turned around, stepped out, and came to the door of the room. Take another step, and you are already standing in the courtyard. Taoist Jiangjin raised his head to look at the sky again, suddenly raised his hand, made a gesture with his fingers, and suddenly took a step forward. One step was followed by a second step, a third step. Beidu Tian Gang Yubu. 6 steps later, Taoist Jiangjin's figure and posture had been distorted to an extremely exaggerated appearance. He was sweating profusely, his face was pale, he bit the tip of his tongue suddenly, sprayed a mouthful of blood to the ground in front of him, and stepped out again. The 7th step. Coming over on his heels, Taoist Jiangjin stood still, concentrated, exhaled, and opened his voice. His tongue burst into lotus flowers, like a spring thunder exploding. Mo Wudao, the soul is back. With one cry, starting from the place where Taoist Jiangjin stepped on, it instantly resounded for thousands of miles. Of course, except for the small sound in the small courtyard, the living people within 1,000 miles cannot hear it. Brush. As soon as the voice fell, I saw a young Taoist priest with a handsome face, a wretched expression, and glib eyes, appearing outside the gate. Could it be Mo Wudao? Mo Wudao's figure was suspended in the air, and he passed through the gate without any hindrance. He didn't even look at Taoist Jiangjin, who was standing in the courtyard. Pounce on yourself. The next moment, Mo Wudao, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes suddenly. Mo Wudao rolled his eyes, saw the ceiling above his head clearly, and suddenly sat up straight. Who the hell called me? I don't know if I'm handsome now. He eats delicious food and drinks spicy food every day. He hugs left and right. That's called a. Ouch. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes, and a figure suddenly appeared beside the bed, kicked up suddenly, and threw him against the wall with one kick. I'll make you handsome. I'll make you delicious. I'll make you hug from left to right. Jiang Zhendao flew onto the bed, and kicked Mo Wudao, who was by the wall violently, cursing as soon as he kicked. He didn't feel bad at all at the moment. Oh. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts me to death. Master, I was wrong. Mo Wudao hugged his head and wailed. Still not relieved, continue kicking. Old man, are you still going to finish? Are you disrespectful? I will be impatient if you kick me again. After listening to Taoist Jiang Zhen, he couldn't help but twitched the corners of his mouth, and suddenly withdrew his feet and flew out of bed. Looking at the closed door, disciples who were huddled in the corner, Taoist Jiang Zhen was full of affection, and he spoke with a smile. A psychic body, cultivated into a handsome ghost, not only can the soul leave the body, but also can drive things to appear, which can be regarded as a great accomplishment of the Yin God. You are worthy of being a disciple of my Maoshan sect. Promising. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 Reading Mobile version. Reading URL